I'm in Hollywood Chapter 140 to Chapter 209. In the brightly lit office, Eric admired Nicole's beautiful face for a while. His eyes gradually lost focus, and he couldn't help but think of the divorce case in his previous life. It should have happened in 2001. Although Eric didn't pay much attention to entertainment gossip at that time, Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman were too famous, and he was in that circle. It was impossible for him not to hear the gossip around him. But until the two officially divorced, the specific reason for the divorce was not exposed, and all kinds of speculations were flying around. Among the several speculations that Eric heard, the most interesting one was that the divorce was because of Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut. Kubrick made Nicole Kidman fight real soldiers with the male model Gary Cuba, who played a naval officer in the movie. It seemed that in the end, Nicole Kidman had an ovarian operation, and the relationship between the two was irreconcilable. With Kubrick's personality, Eric felt that this was very likely. Kubrick was indeed a bastard, but he wasn't crazy. It was impossible for him to reveal this to Tom Cruise. The news was also released after the divorce. 2 years before the divorce, a maid in the Cruise family accidentally leaked a piece of news to the media, saying that the atmosphere between the Cruise couple at home was cold, and they didn't even talk to each other. The maid was sued because of this news. After the Cruise couple won the lawsuit, they publicly displayed their affection for each other several times in order to protect their image. But 2 years later, the couple inexplicably divorced. At that time, the media listed a series of reasons for the divorce. The first one was that Nicole Kidman had cheated on Cruise, and that the child she was pregnant for 3 months wasn't Tom Cruise's. Eric personally felt that this news was the most reliable, because Nicole Kidman left the marriage with almost nothing. If it wasn't because she was in the wrong, with the character of a Western woman, how could she be satisfied without getting half of Tom Cruise's assets? She wouldn't have agreed to sign the divorce agreement a few days before the 10th anniversary of their marriage. Back then, George Lucas's wife got half of his huge assets because of the divorce, and he sold Pixar Studios because of it. Later, the chairman of the media giant Viacom, Summer Redstone, was in a terrible state because his wife wanted to divorce him. According to California law, if there was no prenuptial agreement, and the couple had been married for more than 10 years, all their assets would be equally divided when they divorced. In 2001, Tom Cruise was reported to have a huge fortune of more than $360 million, and after Nicole Kidman got divorced, it was said that she only took away one piece of art. At this moment, in the office, Nicole Kidman noticed that Eric's expression was too absent-minded, and she finally felt a little dissatisfied. Was she so unattractive that this man, who was a few years younger than her, was absent-minded? The office was silent for a few minutes, and Nicole Kidman finally couldn't help but speak first. Eric? Yes, oh, sorry, Nicole, I suddenly remembered something. Eric finally came back to his senses, smiled at Nicole Kidman apologetically, and asked, Nicole, according to the file, you're doing well in Australia. Why did you suddenly come to Hollywood? All actors in the world yearn to go to Hollywood to prove themselves, and I'm no exception. I hope that I can get a better development in Hollywood. That's not easy. You haven't even acted in a Hollywood movie before, and if you want to prove yourself in Hollywood, you shouldn't have come to audition for a role in a TV series. It's just that. I haven't met the right role, Nicole Kidman guiltily found an excuse. I think this TV series should be good, so I came to try. How could Nicole Kidman not want to act in a movie? But in this time and space, she was not as lucky as in her previous life. She came to Hollywood at the beginning of the year, and like all smug actors, she came to the world's film center with all kinds of unrealistic fantasies. In the end, after a few months, she had participated in a lot of auditions, but only got a small supporting role in one movie. In the end, she had to turn her eyes to TV series. Developing from the small screen to the big screen was also the road to fame for many Hollywood stars. Eric suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, Nicole, did you come to Hollywood alone? Yeah, Nicole Kidman said, feeling a little confused. Eric nodded noncommittally. The office was silent for a few seconds, and Nicole Kidman couldn't help but ask the question she was most concerned about. So, Mr. Director, did I get the role of Phoebe Buffy? Sorry, no, the role has been decided for someone else. Eric shook his head and answered honestly. Nicole Kidman was stunned for a moment. What was going on? If the other party had said something like "I'm still thinking about it" or "it depends on your performance," Nicole Kidman would have understood what to do. She did not expect the other party to directly tell her that the role had been given to someone else. Can you tell me why? Nicole Kidman's thoughts were a little chaotic. Eric changed into a more comfortable position and explained, I decided unanimously with several other producers because you're too beautiful. Huh? Nicole Kidman was a little speechless. It's like this. Eric sat up straight and explained, in the setting of the story, Phoebe is a girl with a very rough life. She was abandoned by her biological parents when she was young, and later her stepmother committed suicide. The 14-year-old girl wandered alone to New York, struggled at the bottom, and finally became a masseuse. What does this have to do with appearance? It has a lot to do with it. Eric continued, do you think that if a very beautiful 14-year-old girl wandered the streets of New York, she would peacefully grow into her 20s, live an ordinary life, and make a lot of good friends? Of course not. Although Nicole Kidman came from a well-off middle-class family, it wasn't as if she had never seen the dark side of society. If Phoebe was very beautiful, and if she was lucky, she could find a good man to marry and become a housewife. After all, beautiful women were a scarce resource everywhere. But if she was very unlucky, she would end up very miserable. Eric, if that's the case, then why did you ask me to wait for you here? Because I'm curious. I'm very curious about you, so I wanted to talk to you. That's it? The girl looked at Eric in disbelief. This reason was too far-fetched. Eric shrugged, stood up, and said, that's it. I just wanted to talk to you. It's very late, Nicole. I'm sorry to have made you wait for so long. Let me treat you to dinner. Okay. Nicole Kidman stood up disappointedly, put on her high heels, and walked out of the office with Eric side by side. They went downstairs together under the playful gaze of the security guard who stayed behind. When they were eating in an attached restaurant, the tall girl looked like she had a lot on her mind, as if she was struggling with something in her heart. Eric, on the other hand, ate a lot with relish and chatted with the girl as if nothing had happened. After dinner, they walked out of the restaurant and Eric got into his car. Nicole Kidman saw that Eric was about to say goodbye to her. Finally, she could not help but open the door of Eric's car and sit in the passenger seat. The girl knew very well that if she missed this opportunity, she would probably have to return to Australia with her tail between her legs. In the few months that she had been in Hollywood, Nicole Kidman had seen a lot of the cruel competition in Hollywood. The highest status person she had dealt with was only an independent film director who was not famous in Hollywood. Although her performance had won several small awards in Australia, it did not matter at all in Hollywood. Nicole. Eric looked curiously at the girl who got into his car. Her own car was parked next to him. Okay, Mr. Williams, what do I have to do to get the role? Please tell me directly, okay? After saying this, the girl's breathing became a little rapid. Her pair of blue eyes stared seriously at Eric, with an imposing manner of going all out. But that role has already been decided, Eric replied seriously. Then why did you do these unnecessary things? Giving people hope, and then crushing it so quickly, don't you think this is too much? Okay, I apologize. I really just did it because I was curious. Then I let a woman wait in the office for a few hours, and talked about a few random things. This is ridiculous. Do you think anyone will believe it? Then what else do you want? Eric was also a little impatient. The girl hesitated for a moment, then reached out and grabbed Eric's arm and pressed it on her thigh. Mr. Williams, I know your situation very well. You are the young director with the most potential in Hollywood. I also heard about Julia Roberts, so can you give me a chance? Eric glanced at the girl's hand on his thigh. Although it was separated by trousers, Eric still felt an inexplicable warmth. After Dark War, there is a movie that you can try. Like Wind and Moon, it's also a romantic comedy, Eric finally said. The girl's hand on Eric's arm tightened, and an excited expression appeared on her face. You know, I've been quite busy recently. That movie will start shooting at least in July or August, maybe even later. No problem, I can wait, Nicole Kidman said without hesitation. Eric shook his head. It's not like that. I mean, I've been quite busy recently, and I need a servant at home. Ah. Nicole Kidman opened her mouth slightly. Eric's lips curled into a mischievous smile. I'm too busy, and I need someone to prepare 3 meals a day for me. Oh, I'm usually not home at noon, so 2 meals a day will be enough. Also, I don't like hourly cleaners coming to my house to help clean and tidy up my room. If you're willing, you can come over from May to September to make a cameo appearance as a maid. Ah. Nicole Kidman still couldn't wrap her head around it. After thinking for a moment, the girl asked tentatively, Am I, Eric, the female lead? Eric revealed a triumphant smile. Of course, if you perform well, you'll be like Julia, becoming an A-list actress in one movie. Many actresses in Hollywood might not have such a good opportunity in their entire career. I need to think about it. Nicole Kidman raised her head. Of course, if you've thought it through, contact me as soon as possible. By the way, if you agree, you'll have to stay in my mansion for the next few months. Why? Nicole Kidman was a little scared, and some embarrassing words popped up in her mind. I have an official girlfriend, so I don't want a young and beautiful woman coming in and out of my mansion. Also, you don't want others to know how you got this role after you become famous, right? I understand. Nicole Kidman nodded. The two chatted for a while more before parting ways. When they got home, Eric was still excited about his mischievous idea. He was sure that Nicole Kidman wouldn't reject this proposal, and he even thought that perhaps this system could be used forever. This way, he wouldn't have to hire some unknown hourly cleaners to clean his house, and he wouldn't have to worry about his 3 meals every day. More importantly, what could be more satisfying than having a star-studded celebrity from his previous life as his maid? At the beginning of a new week, the final filming of Dark War began. The bigger scenes had been completed, and the rest were scattered outdoor scenes. 5 days later, on a street in downtown Los Angeles, the crew of Dark War began filming the final scene. Although the crew had worked intensely for a month and a half, they all looked relaxed. On the bus, Sean had a newspaper under his arm and a bucket of popcorn in his hand. He sat down on a seat and caught a glimpse of the girl's sapphire necklace behind him. After hesitating for a moment, Sean couldn't help but turn around and stare at the necklace in front of the girl for a few seconds. When the girl looked alarmed, he said, Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. It's okay, Yo-Yo replied calmly. At the same time, she inadvertently looked out of the window. The necklace is beautiful. Where did you buy it? Sean couldn't help but ask. A friend gave it to me. It's fake and very cheap. When Yo-Yo heard him mention the necklace, she perked up a little. Sean smiled and said, Boyfriend? Yo-Yo shook her head and said, I haven't seen him in a long time. Keep it well, Sean said. He turned around and looked away. Maybe he'll suddenly appear one day. He'll scare you. Yo-Yo smiled expectantly. Perhaps she also felt that the hope was slim, but she still stubbornly rode this bus every day, hoping that Andy would appear again. The bus gradually stopped. At the same time, Eric said, This scene is over. There's one last scene left. Everyone, get ready. Yo-Yo, oh no, Brooke, next is the scene I asked you to perform in the audition room. Although there are still a few hours left, I still hope you can pass it as soon as possible. Oh, there's a celebration party tonight. I'll do my best, Eric, Brooke replied with a smile. The last scene began. Another day passed, and Yo-Yo still didn't see Andy. She got off the bus in disappointment. Several cameras were shooting Brooke from inside the bus and across the street at the same time. Although she had practiced many times in the audition room, Brooke Xianxia still took 4 or 5 NGs to complete the scene. After Eric shouted good, with satisfaction, everyone around him applauded. Eric held the loudspeaker and said, I hereby announce that Dark War has officially ended. Clean up the scene immediately. Tonight at the Hilton Hotel, everyone must be present. No one can be missing. Oh, cheers rang out, and many crew members couldn't help but take off their hats and throw them into the air. Eric smiled and explained the matter. Then, he walked to an armored escort car next to him. 4 bodyguards in suits stood vigilantly next to the armored car. A middle-aged man in his 40s was putting the sapphire necklace that Brooke used during the filming into a safe. "Mr. Derek, thank you for your sponsorship." After the man put the safe with the diamonds into the car, Eric warmly greeted him and shook his hand. "You're welcome, Eric. This is a win-win situation." The middle-aged man named Derek politely shook Eric's hand and said, "Then, Eric, I have to leave as soon as possible. I feel uneasy if the gemstone stays outside for another minute." "It's okay, I understand," Eric replied with a smile. In addition to a series of sponsorship brands, there was also a very important prop in Dark War, which was the sapphire that the bald monk snatched. It wasn't that no one had mentioned using props before. They only needed to find a blue crystal worth a few $100s. However, after some consideration, Eric still decided to use the real thing. However, he didn't have any connections in this area. After contacting Colombia, Amy Pascal reported and the other party quickly found a blue diamond worth $10 million. It was said that the gem came from a collector in the United Kingdom. The collector planned to auction the diamond at Christie's this autumn. It just so happened that the senior management of Columbia had a good personal relationship with the collector. After some communication, the collector reluctantly agreed to take the gem. However, the process was not easy. Every time the gem participated in the filming, there were 4 bodyguards next to it who stared at the gem without blinking. They were always within 5 meters of the sapphire. Everyone in the crew was nervous because of these 4 people. Fortunately, there were no problems during the entire filming process. After a month and a half of high-intensity filming, especially the 1 month of outdoor filming, the actors were better off, but the dozens of crew members were exhausted. Therefore, the celebration after the casting became particularly unrestrained because of the sudden relaxation after a long period of pressure. The party hall was noisy, and from time to time, someone would make a few high-pitched screams. Eric just laughed at this situation. After all, everyone had been suppressed for a month, so it was reasonable for them to lose their composure. Most of the actors of Dark War received invitations to the party, and several of the leading actors also came to the party. However, after seeing the chaotic scene, Cruz, who was self-conscious, only stayed for less than 20 minutes before leaving. Although he was born at the bottom, he had now automatically classified himself as a group of people at the top of the pyramid. Of course, it was impossible for him to fool around with this group of crew members. Some of the older crew members and actors also left one after another. With Eric's mental age, it was true that he could not enjoy this kind of party, but as the director of Dark War, he had to stay. In the whole hall, Eric was the youngest. Although Eric would look very oppressive when he scolded others on set, he still looked like a harmless young man. In addition, the crew members were more familiar with Eric's character and knew that he was a person who could take a joke, so he naturally became the target of everyone's teasing. After being forced to drink a few bottles of beer for various reasons, Eric left the crowd in the name of going to the bathroom at the end of the corridor. When he came out, he didn't know if it was a coincidence or not, but he happened to see Brooke coming out of the bathroom on the opposite side. She was lowering her head and wiping her hands with a tissue. "Hey, Brooke," Eric greeted her with a smile. "Did you have a good time?" Brooke smiled sweetly. "It was okay, although it was a bit noisy." As the most beautiful woman at the party, Brooke Xianxia naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Brooke Xianxia also enjoyed the feeling of being sought after, but Eric's attitude towards her had always been indifferent. Seeing that Eric was about to leave after greeting her, Brooke Xianxia hurriedly stuffed the tissue in her hand into the trash can, caught up with him in a few steps, and reached out to pull Eric. "Brooke, what's the matter?" Eric turned around. Brooke hesitated for a moment before saying, I just want to thank you, Eric. Thank you for giving me the role of Yo-Yo." She wasn't being polite at all. Ever since Brooke was revealed to be the female lead of Dark War, many media outlets had talked about how she had been nominated for several Golden Raspberry Awards in a row, implying that it was impossible for her to get the role on her own, and that there must be something going on behind the scenes. However, it was an indisputable fact that Brooke's popularity had soared again. The media's attention on her had rapidly increased, and paparazzi had once again appeared around her when she went out. This kind of situation hadn't happened for many years. The last time it happened was when she was close to Michael Jackson a few years ago. More importantly, this kind of attention could bring her practical economic benefits. During this period, she had already received several advertising endorsement offers. That's nothing, Brooke. Your performance in Dark War was still very good. I believe that after the movie is released, your image will definitely leave a deep impression on the audience. So, Brooke heard Eric's praise, looked at him expectantly, and asked. Eric, will we have a chance to work together again in the future? Eric hesitated for a moment. He didn't expect the girl to ask so bluntly. If he were to tell her the truth, he would definitely not work with her anymore. However, Eric certainly wouldn't say such hurtful words. Brooke, you have to understand that this requires the right opportunity. Brooke Xiaoxi's expression quickly dimmed. Any man who saw Chu-Chu's expression would feel sorry for her. She was simply a seductress. Eric looked at the girl's expression and even felt a faint sense of guilt. After thinking about it, he tried to persuade her. Brooke, I think you should focus on independent movies. First, choose a few good scripts to hone your acting skills. Brooke started acting at the age of 12, and until she got the role of Dark War, she had basically been wandering in the independent film industry for more than 10 years. She had long understood that if she wanted to stand out in the independent film industry, the most important thing was to have excellent acting skills. With her acting skills, she could win some weighty film awards and then enter the mainstream film industry. However, this path was impossible for her because she was too beautiful. Even if she had a little acting skills, they would be covered by her face and devilish figure. Not to mention that she didn't have that kind of acting skills. Even if she returned to the independent film industry, she could only play the role of a vase. There was no way she could stand out. Brooke certainly understood that even if she wanted to play the role of a vase, she should play the role of a vase in a big production. Even a supporting role in a big production would have more influence than the lead role in a small production. Unfortunately, although Brooke was somewhat famous, she was just a beautiful star. She was not enough to attract the interest of the mainstream film industry in Hollywood. There were countless actresses who were both beautiful and good at acting in this industry. Not many big productions dared to invite her, a vase who had been nominated several times by the Golden Raspberry Awards, to take the risk. Eric could be regarded as the first director who dared to take the risk in recent years. Eric, I know my ability. If I return to the independent film industry, I will never be able to stand out. Are you free tomorrow? Maybe I can treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. No need, Brooke, Eric refused. Noticing the embarrassed look on the girl's face, he quickly added, to be honest, after Dark War is released, I believe that with the influence of your role, you will definitely receive many movie offers. As long as you choose the script carefully, even if you only play the role of a vase in a few movies, as long as the movie sells well, you will definitely be able to join the ranks of A-list actresses. So, you don't have to pin your hopes on me at all. Brooke was originally very disappointed by Eric's refusal, but after hearing Eric's last few words, she suddenly became enlightened. Although the girl was not very smart, she could still understand these things. If Dark War made her popular, she really didn't have to go back to acting in a small production. In that case, Eric, thank you. Brooke Xiaoxi finally showed a satisfied expression after thinking it through. It was as if the series of disappointed expressions just now had never appeared on her face. After the girl finished speaking, her beautiful eyes blinked twice. She suddenly stepped forward, held Eric's shoulder, and kissed him gently on the corner of his mouth. Seeing Eric's stunned expression because of her sudden sneak attack, the girl showed a bright smile, turned around, and walked to the banquet hall. Eric touched the corner of his mouth, shook his head, and walked to the banquet hall with a smile. Eric, you've been gone for so long. Did something happen? Seeing Eric appear, Tom Hanks walked up and handed a glass of champagne to Eric. He then mockingly gestured at Brooke, who was chatting with someone not far away. Eric took a sip of the champagne and showed a smile that said, "You know what I mean." Hanks also showed a smirk. The two of them looked at each other a few times in disgust before Hanks slightly restrained his expression. If he continued to joke, he would be misunderstood. Eric, do you have any ideas for my next movie? I'm waiting. Hanks also stretched out 5 fingers and waved them in front of Eric's eyes, as if reminding him not to forget the promise of the 5 movies that grossed more than 100 million yuan. In the previous agreement, Eric did not count Dark War as one of the 5 movies. The script has been written for a long time, Eric said. After the post-production dubbing of Dark War is completed, you can start preparing. Hanks was also a workaholic, especially in the past few years. He would take on 2 or 3 movies every year. He was definitely considered diligent in the circle of actors. When he heard Eric's words, Hanks also became energetic. Can you tell me the plot first? Let's go over there and talk. Eric pointed to the sofa in the corner. A couple just left from there and walked to the dance floor. Hanks nodded and the 2 of them walked over. This is also a romantic comedy. It's called Sleepless in Seattle. It's a script I came up with when I went to New York. Romantic comedy? Hanks touched his face hesitantly. A few years ago, Hanks was still a little handsome, and it was acceptable for him to act in romantic comedies. But after 30 years old, Hanks was basically not handsome anymore. Eric, do you think my image is suitable for this kind of movie? Don't worry, this is not an ordinary romantic comedy between a young man and a woman, Eric explained. You will play a single father in the movie. Single father? Okay, don't interrupt. Tom, listen to me first, okay? Okay. Hanks raised his hand. Eric then said, the story is like this. After his wife died of an unexpected illness, the infatuated Sam couldn't forget his wife for a long time. So he decided to leave the sad place of Chicago and move to Seattle with his 8-year-old son, Jonah. A year later, on Christmas Day, his son, Jonah, dialed a radio-emotional hotline that was sent to the entire United States. He wanted to find a new wife for his father who still hadn't walked out of the shadow of his wife's death. Coincidentally, this emotional call connected Sam's family with a woman named Annie who was far away in New York. Although Anne was engaged, she was moved by Sam's infatuation and couldn't help but write a letter to Sam. This letter fell into the hands of Sam's son, Jonah. Jonah felt that Anne was a good match for his father, so he wrote a letter for his father and agreed that they would meet on the top floor of the Empire State Building in New York on Valentine's Day. Golden Jade League? After listening to Eric's narration, Hanks blurted out. Eric nodded. There will be many scenes in this movie that will pay homage to Golden Jade League. Eric, according to what you said, will the story of this movie be simple? Eric smiled and spread out his hands. Tom, I'm just telling you the story. This is a standard high-concept movie. The story is simple and even a little cliché. This is the main characteristic of high-concept movies. If a movie wants to be a hit, it must first have a simple and clear storyline. The rest depends on the strength of the director and actors. Well, I understand. So, when will the movie start shooting? I don't know. Eric took a sip of champagne and explained, you see, I have to go through the post-production of Dark Battle. After the movie is released in July, I have to produce a TV series for Fox. Barry Diller asked me to direct the first 2 episodes. Personally, so I'm not sure when the movie will start shooting. Tom, haven't you already shot 2 movies this year? You can give yourself a break for a while. Being an actor is so tiring. If you can't enjoy life, what's the fun of getting such a high salary? Oh, according to what you said, you have to shoot 4 movies this year. I heard that you are also the producer of 3 other movies. Isn't a madman who makes 7 movies a year hopeless? No, it's not the same. Eric shook his head calmly and repeated, I'm very different from you guys. Hanks couldn't help but roll his eyes and tease, are you an alien? Yes, my journey is the sea of stars. The 2 laughed together. The party lasted until midnight. Although Eric was forced to drink a few bottles of beer at the beginning, he didn't drink much after that. So, he refused the designated driver and drove slowly home. In order to prevent paparazzi, there were no street lights in front of the mansions of many famous Hollywood celebrities in Beverly Hills. It was the same in front of Eric's house. Therefore, when Eric got out of the car and opened the door, he was startled by the woman's voice next to him. The woman shouted his name and then appeared in the range of the car's lights. Eric recognized the tall figure. It was Nicole Kidman, whom he hadn't heard from for several days. After Eric proposed the disgusting condition, he temporarily put the matter at the back of his mind. He didn't expect her to suddenly appear here. "Nicole, why are you here?" Eric asked subconsciously. At the same time, he couldn't help but look up and down at Nicole Kidman's outfit. Nicole Kidman was wearing a black slim long trench coat and a pair of black high heels, which accentuated the girl's tall and slender figure. If Eric ignored the fluffy curly hair on her head, which Eric thought was so old-fashioned, she did have some resemblance to the cool and elegant queen from his previous life. The woman couldn't help but take a step back under Eric's gaze. She stuttered, I understand. I'm willing. Will you do what? Marry me?" Eric couldn't help but tease her. Although the light was weak, Eric still saw the girl's face quickly become rosy, so he stopped teasing her. He took out the key to open the door and said, "Well, come in with me first." Nicole Kidman returned to where she had been and pulled out a small suitcase. She lowered her head and got into Eric's car. After parking the car, Eric brought the woman to the villa. He pointed at the sofa and said, "Nicole, take a seat first." Nicole Kidman placed her suitcase beside the sofa, took off her windbreaker, and hung it on the hanger before sitting down on the sofa. Seeing Eric turn around and walk into the kitchen, the girl's tense body relaxed a little, and she looked around. Although the design of the villa was mainly modern and simple, it was exquisite everywhere. Although Nicole was born in a good middle-class family, she was full of envy for the mansions in Beverly Hills that she had long heard of. Perhaps, if this man's promise was true, she would only need a few years to buy a villa like this in Beverly Hills. Thinking of this, the girl's apprehension lessened a little, and she looked forward to it. Eric quickly walked out of the kitchen with a cup of coffee. Nicole Kidman hurriedly stood up and wanted to go up to him. "Sit down. You are still a guest," Eric said as he pushed a cup of coffee in front of the woman. Nicole Kidman sat down again and picked up the cup of coffee. After feeling the scalding temperature, she put it back on the coffee table. Her slender fingers rubbed her knees a few times before she raised her head and looked at Eric. "Mr. Williams, call me Eric." Eric, can you first confirm that?" "I don't want to," the woman twisted her fingers on her knees. Her voice was full of anxiety. She was afraid that she would make the man in front of her unhappy if she appeared too eager, but she also hoped to hear some accurate promises from Eric. The woman didn't want to stay here for a few months only to be kicked out by the other party with nothing to show for it. As for what Eric said before, Nicole Kidman didn't believe him at all. This was also the reason why she hesitated for several days. However, her desire for fame and fortune made her unable to hold back and take the initiative to come to him. Eric enjoyed the woman's awkward appearance with great interest for a while before he stood up and said, "Wait a moment." With that, he walked towards the stairs. Nicole Kidman stared at Eric's figure until he disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Then, she subconsciously looked at the trench coat hanging on a hanger not far away. Eric soon appeared again. The woman quickly pretended to be calm and took a sip of coffee. Eric came to the sofa and put a few printed documents in front of Nicole Kidman. The top is the script. The bottom two are the actor's contract. After you read and sign, keep one for yourself and give the other to me. Nicole Kidman didn't expect things to be so simple. She excitedly picked up the script at the top and looked at the name. Sleepless in Seattle. As the woman flipped through the pages, Eric explained while holding a cup of coffee, the male lead for this movie has already been decided. It's Tom Hanks. If you pay attention to the entertainment news, you should know who Hanks is. The female lead could have been given to Julia Roberts, but in the plan, she also has a movie coming out at the end of the year. Also, Wind and Moon is too influential, so it's not suitable for her to take on a romantic comedy in the short term. I haven't had time to invite other actresses before you appeared in front of me. I have to say, Nicole, you're very lucky. Nicole Kidman listened attentively to Eric's explanation, but her eyes didn't leave the script for a moment. After quickly flipping through it, the woman put the script back. She felt dizzy. Eric, is this really for me? Of course. But your experience in Australia is completely useless in Hollywood, so you can only be considered a newcomer. Your salary is the same as when Julia took on Wind and Moon. $300,000 US, no bonus. As Nicole Kidman listened to Eric's explanation, she reached for the 2 contracts again. Eric stopped her. It's too late now. We should rest. Anyway, we still have a few months. You can take your time to read them. Just give me one of them after you've finished reading them and signed them. Hearing Eric's words, the woman lowered her head slightly. Then, okay. Come with me. Eric stood up. The woman held the documents in her arms, took the windbreaker and suitcase, and led Eric upstairs. Eric led the woman to the 2nd floor and opened the door to an empty bedroom. This is your bedroom. The bedding is in the wardrobe. It's all new. Make do with it. If you're not satisfied, you can change it tomorrow. Well, thank you. The woman whispered. Eric briefly introduced the facilities in the room before saying, you should rest early. I'm going back to the bedroom. Eric turned and left, closing the bedroom door behind him. Nicole Kidman, who was standing in the room, was about to move when the door was pushed open again. The woman subconsciously shrank her neck, but soon relaxed. She lowered her hands and bit her lips, waiting for something to happen. Eric looked at the woman, who looked like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He smiled and gestured in the air, explaining, Nicole, I just forgot the most important thing. I want to remind you that starting tomorrow, you have to start fulfilling your duties. I usually wake up at 7, so I don't want you to wake up later than me. Breakfast has to be ready before 8. I'm not picky in this regard. You can use the ingredients in the kitchen to make what you're best at. Dinner is the same. Cleaning the villa and the surroundings is also your job. You can decide how to clean it, as long as it's clean. The woman nodded nervously. Eric, I understand. Well, good night. Sleep early. Eric said as he closed the bedroom door again. Nicole heard the click of the door lock and sat down in exhaustion. She took a few quick breaths and stared at the door in a daze. After waiting for a few minutes and making sure that he wouldn't open the door again, the woman pulled the black windbreaker on the side and took out the tape recorder from the inside pocket. She pressed the stop button and looked at the documents on the table. The corners of her mouth twitched as if she wanted to smile, but she couldn't. After thinking about it, the woman rewound the tape, lowered the volume, and pressed the play button. Sound came out of the tape recorder. Although it wasn't very loud, it was enough to clearly distinguish every word of the conversation. Click. The door was suddenly pushed open again. Eric appeared at the door holding a pillow. Sorry, I think you need this. With a bang, the tape recorder fell to the floor. It bounced a few times, but it still stubbornly played the sound. Tom Hanks will play the role. As long as you pay attention to the entertainment news, you should know who Hanks is. The female lead could have been given to Julia Roberts. Eric's soft but clear voice echoed in the silent bedroom. Eric stared at the small object in a daze. Nicole didn't know how to react at all. She sat there with cold hands and feet. Her body trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with despair and fear. Seeing that Nicole Kidman was so frightened that she almost fainted, Eric walked in and threw the pillow in his hand over. He picked up the tape recorder on the ground and turned it off. Silly woman, don't you know how to lock the door after doing this kind of thing? I forgot. Next time. Next time. The woman was a little incoherent. Eric laughed out loud. You still want a next time? The woman recovered and quickly shook her head. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Eric stepped forward, lifted the woman's chin, and carefully stroked her beautiful face as if he was admiring a delicate porcelain. In fact, what you did was useless. Even if I don't fulfill my promise and you give the recording to the media, it won't affect me too much. On the contrary, your acting career will be completely over. No movie will use a silly woman. I didn't want that. I just wanted to protect myself, Nicole weakly defended herself. I can understand, but I'm still very unhappy. What do you think I should do? Eric asked. The woman trembled and consciously reached for the buttons of her shirt. Eric stopped her. Forget it. Looking at you like this, I really can't get excited. Go to bed early. Don't forget what I told you before. After that, Eric threw down the radio and turned to leave the bedroom. Nicole sat in a daze for a long time before she got up and locked the bedroom door. She mechanically took out the bedding from the cabinet and laid it on the bed. She lay there, but couldn't fall asleep. Her thoughts were in a mess. Her life in Australia, her experience in the entertainment industry, the dissuasion of her relatives and friends when she came to Hollywood, her miserable experience in Hollywood for a few months, her several meetings with Eric, and her vision for the future. While she was lost in her thoughts, the sky outside the window began to light up. She looked at her watch. It was 6:30. Although the girl was beginning to feel sleepy, she still forced herself to wake up. She hung the simple clothes in the suitcase in the wardrobe and went to the bathroom to brush her teeth, wash her face, and put on makeup. After tidying herself up, she changed into a white shirt and jeans. She picked a pair of black flats to wear before opening the door and walking out. She didn't know where Eric's bedroom was. Even if she knew, she didn't dare to call him. She quietly walked downstairs, opened the door, and left the villa. The villa with high walls and green trees seemed very quiet. Standing by the empty swimming pool in front of the villa, she took a few deep breaths of the cool morning air. The tiredness from a sleepless night also dissipated a lot. She walked around the villa to familiarize herself with the environment before she walked into the villa again and went to the kitchen. Eric woke up on time at 7 o'clock. After going downstairs, he greeted the tall figure at the kitchen door and went to the gym to start the day's exercise. Half an hour later, Eric took a shower and changed his clothes. He took today's newspaper and sat in the living room until 8 o'clock. Then, he found that the woman seemed to still be busy, so he curiously walked into the kitchen. There were several kinds of food on the kitchen table: sandwiches, sweet soup, steak, salad, and the woman seemed to be making fried eggs. "Nicole, that's enough. We can't finish these." Eric picked up a sandwich and took a bite. The woman turned off the gas, scooped out the fried eggs, and explained, "I don't know what you like to eat, so I made more." I said, "Anything is fine. I'm not picky in this regard." The two brought breakfast to the dining room together. The woman stood hesitantly next to Eric, as if she was very into the role of a maid. Eric couldn't help but laugh. "Sit down and eat together. I don't plan to pay you a salary, so you don't have to be so dedicated." "Okay, thank you." When Nicole heard Eric's words, she obediently sat down on the opposite side of the table. So, this somewhat strange life officially began after this breakfast. After breakfast, Nicole watched Eric drive away before returning to her bedroom. She began to carefully read the documents from last night, especially the actor contract for Sleepless in Seattle. She read it over and over again many times, but she didn't find anything wrong with it. Although Eric told her not to leave the mansion as much as possible to prevent paparazzi from taking photos and causing a scandal, the woman still sneaked out this morning and found a law firm. She spent a few $100s to ask a professional lawyer to help check whether the contract was legally valid. After the lawyer confirmed that there were no problems, she was completely relieved. When Eric returned home in the afternoon, he found that Nicole seemed to be a completely different person. The original uneasiness on her face had completely disappeared, and there was a flattering smile on her face. The villa seemed to have been cleaned and looked brand new. Nicole took a few bags from Eric's hand and asked, "Eric, do you want to put them in your bedroom?" Eric shook his head. "No, these are yours. Go upstairs and pick one for me to see." "For me?" The woman opened a clothing bag and looked inside. She found a set of black and white clothes with beautiful lace. She asked curiously, "Are these pajamas?" "No, you'll know when you change into them in your room." "Oh," the girl nodded her head obediently and went upstairs with several bags in her hands. Eric sat down on the sofa and picked up the remote control to turn on the TV. After waiting for half an hour, he heard the sound of leather boots stepping on the stairs. There seemed to be hesitation in the footsteps. When he turned his head and saw Nicole's figure completely appear, Eric instantly lowered his head and covered his forehead. God, it's so ugly. How could he forget about this? Nicole was a little dissatisfied, so it took her half an hour to persuade herself to change into it. If it was a normal uniform, the woman wouldn't have resisted too much. It wasn't that she hadn't seen it before. However, this set of clothes was very different from the ones she had seen before. She didn't know if it was intentional or not, but this set of clothes was obviously one size smaller. Seeing Eric's action of holding his forehead, the girl's unhappiness inexplicably turned into apprehension. She lowered her head and carefully examined it. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the way he wore it, she couldn't help but ask, "Eric, is there a problem?" Eric still lowered his head and waved at the woman in disdain. Go. Change back first. We'll go out and help you clean up later." 2 hours later, in a hair salon in Beverly Hills, Nicole looked at her new image in the mirror. Only then did she understand why Eric disliked her. The woman in the mirror was a completely different person from before. If her previous image was that of a woman with some beauty, now she was a glamorous modern woman. In the mirror, the girl's hair had been dyed a beautiful golden brown. Her originally rustic fluffy curly hair had been straightened, and there was a bunch of slanted bangs on her forehead. This hairstyle made the girl look more mature and intellectual. "Miss, compared to your previous hairstyle, this hairstyle makes you look even more classy. Your boyfriend really has good taste." The hairdresser stood behind Nicole and gave her the final touches as she praised her. "He's not." Nicole softly opened her mouth and wanted to defend herself. She glanced at the figure behind her, who was wearing sunglasses and flipping through a magazine in the lounge. She stopped herself. If only he was really her boyfriend. But now, she felt like she was more like a Barbie, allowing that hateful guy to dress her up according to his preferences. So, even though she looked a lot prettier, she wasn't too excited in her heart. "Sir, do you think it's okay?" After everything was done, the woman got up and walked towards Eric. The hairdresser followed behind Nicole. She looked at the somewhat familiar man in sunglasses and asked. Eric raised his head and looked at Nicole. He nodded at the hairdresser. The woman's hairstyle was according to Eric's memory of the hairstyle in the movie Translation Crisis. In his memory, there were many movies about Nicole Kidman, and Eric's favorite was the woman's hairstyle in Translation Crisis. She was intellectual and beautiful, strong and sensitive. In Translation Crisis, after a tragic explosion, the woman played Sylvia. She had a scar on her cheek from shrapnel. She wore a professional suit and walked down the stairs with a backpack. This scene left a deep impression on Eric. If it wasn't for the fact that Nicole's temperament in this scene was very similar to Meg Ryan's when she stood across the road and looked at Tom Hanks in Sleepless in Seattle, Eric wouldn't have given her the female lead role in Sleepless in Seattle. Thinking of Sylvia in Translation Crisis, Eric looked at the woman's left cheek, although there was no scar there. Many classic characters were always deeply engraved in the hearts of viewers. The hairdresser mistook Eric's action for intimacy between lovers. She chuckled and pushed him away. "Eric, what's wrong?" Nicole's woman intuition made her ask. Eric said, "Nothing. But I think." The woman raised her hand and gestured, but she didn't know how to describe the feeling she just had. "You're right." Eric looked the woman up and down and said, "You could be Nicole Kidman, or Sylvia Bloom, or Grace Stewart, Gillian Owen, Alice Hafford, Ada Monroe, or Virginia Woolf." "I don't understand." The woman shook her head in confusion. "Okay, let's go." Eric didn't explain. He called the waiter over and handed over his credit card. After paying the bill, they left. Nicole wanted to pay the bill herself, but Eric reached out and stopped her. After finding another restaurant for dinner, Eric took the woman back. On the way back, Nicole was silent. When they entered the villa's living room again, the woman whispered, "Eric, do you want me to put it on again and show it to you?" Eric sat down on the sofa and said, "No need. We'll have time in the future." "You must have read the contract today, right? Have you made a decision?" Nicole nodded guiltily and ran upstairs to take down the 2 signed contracts. Eric looked at the woman's signature and found a pen to sign as well. He handed one of the contracts to the woman and said, "Prepare the script well." After Eric finished speaking, he didn't chat with the woman for too long and went upstairs to the study. He had to finish the script for Friends. Jeffrey and John Aniston had also suggested forming a screenwriting team to be responsible for writing the script for Friends. Eric only needed to provide the outline of the story. However, Eric didn't accept this suggestion. Although this was a common practice for all television series, Eric decided to write all the scripts for the first season himself in order to ensure the original flavor of the show. After all, no matter how good a screenwriter was, it was impossible to fully understand Eric's intentions. Only Eric, who had all the images in his mind, had the ability to copy them completely. Moreover, Eric also planned to make appropriate changes to the first season based on some classic scenes in his memory to make this season even better. In his memory, the second season of Friends had the best ratings. Other than the occasional guest stars, the most important thing was that the script for the second season was very good. Coincidentally, Eric had watched the complete first 2 seasons, so he made up his mind to completely integrate the content of the 2 seasons and create a brand new Friends that was completely in line with the flavor of his previous life. Anyway, according to the rules of American television series, as long as the first season was successful, the ratings would be guaranteed. He just needed to spend more time on the script. This series was also a very important experiment for Eric and Firefly. If they could make a name for themselves with Friends, then they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to sell other American television series in the future. The market for American television series was actually not much smaller than the movie market, but because the market was very closed, it was very quiet. If they could successfully break into this circle, Eric would be able to convert the classic scenes in his memory into real wealth. The typewriter in the study had been replaced with the latest IBM personal computer. Although the text editing software was still very backward compared to his previous life, and the operation was also quite complicated, it was still much more convenient than a typewriter. Eric also felt like he was in an office in his previous life in front of a laptop. From time to time, the sound of rapid typing on the keyboard could be heard in the study. Every time he wrote a paragraph, Eric would pause and ponder for a while. Combining the content of 2 seasons was not an easy task. Many times, Eric had the impulse to directly copy the first season of the original version. It couldn't be helped, humans were all lazy. Nicole knocked on the door of the study with a tray in her hand. After getting permission, she walked in and gently placed the coffee pot and coffee cup on the table. When she saw Eric staring at the monitor intently, she started to look around the spacious study. During the day, she wanted to come in and take a look. She didn't have any other intentions, just purely out of curiosity. Unfortunately, this room was not like other rooms that could be opened with a push. Even Drew's bedroom was the same. Nicole even saw a picture of Drew and Eric placed in Drew's room. However, this room was an exception. She guessed that Eric was the only one who had the key to this room. The most eye-catching thing in the study was still the large writing board and the black piano that didn't fit in with the messy style of the study. The writing board was densely covered with A4 papers. Some of them were rough scripts, some were paragraphs of text, some were scattered lines that she couldn't understand at all, and some were written in square characters. Nicole had seen them in Chinatown before. They should be Chinese characters, which was said to be one of the most difficult languages in the world to learn. As if she was inexplicably attracted, the girl walked forward and carefully looked at the manuscripts. She even took a piece of A4 paper with Chinese characters and carefully studied it for a while. Of course, she couldn't understand it, but she could tell that the Chinese characters were handwritten. Although she didn't understand what it meant, it looked very beautiful and had a kind of elegant beauty. Nicole carefully put the A4 paper back on the writing board. She couldn't help but look back at Eric, who was still typing rapidly on the keyboard. This man was really a mystery. It was said that he was less than 19 years old, but he knew so much. Not only was he a director, he was also an actor, a screenwriter, and had published 2 best-selling novels. And in this study, Nicole found that he definitely knew how to draw and play music. He could write those beautiful and mysterious hieroglyphs. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was overflowing with talent. More importantly, he was so rich. It was said that he had a net worth of hundreds of millions of dollars. Women always admired the strong. This was an instinct that was engraved in the depths of their genes during the hundreds of millions of years of evolution. Nicole, who was thinking about all this in her mind, unconsciously fell into a certain mood. Not far away, Eric's every move was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. If Eric turned his head and saw the girl's expression, based on his experience in his previous life, he would definitely tease her, "Girl, why are you so love-struck?" Unfortunately, he didn't notice any of this. He was so immersed in the idea of the script of Friends that he didn't even take a sip of the coffee that Nicole brought in. The girl silently looked at the back of the working figure for a while. After she came back to her senses, she also noticed that she was acting strangely. Her cheeks unconsciously flushed with a hint of redness. She lifted her feet and walked towards the piano in the corner. Her slender white fingers slid across the black paint. She took a handwritten music score from the piano cover and looked at it. Don't tell me he wrote this himself? The girl stared at the strings of small tadpoles. Although she couldn't understand them, she had a very strong feeling. Her fingers unconsciously stroked the black and white piano keys and completely unconsciously pressed them. Ding ding dong dong, a series of crisp sounds in the originally quiet study woke Eric up from his idea of the script. Why are you still here? Eric turned his head and was surprised to see the flustered girl leaning against the piano. I am sorry, I'll go out now. Nicole carefully put the music score back in place and walked to the door, but Eric stopped her. Nicole. Yes. The girl stopped at the door and grabbed the door handle with one hand. She turned around with a questioning look in her eyes. Eric turned around in his office chair and gestured to the entire study. This is not your cleaning area. Although it's a bit messy, I'm used to the placement of a lot of documents. So, do you understand? Yes, I understand. Without your permission, I won't come in. The girl nodded, but she still stopped at the door. She seemed to have some kind of expectation. Eric, is there anything else? Eric shook his head. Nothing. You should rest early. Good night. Good night, Nicole replied. Seeing Eric turn around and focus on the monitor again, she walked out of the study with a slight disappointment and gently closed the door. In the following days, the girl's life seemed very peaceful. Every morning, she would wake up, make breakfast for Eric, send him out, and then spend a few hours cleaning. If it weren't for the clothes on her body constantly reminding her of her identity, the girl would have the illusion that she was a housewife. This feeling was actually not bad. At least, it was not like what the girl had imagined. After Eric dressed her up to look beautiful, he rarely paid attention to her. This time, the girl began to doubt her own feminine charm. Every day, in addition to her own work, she had a lot of free time. When she was bored, she would read the newspaper, watch TV, and repeatedly read the script of Sleepless in Seattle. She also asked Eric to buy her a lot of magazines. She was very obedient and did not sneak out. Since the reality was so much better than she had imagined, she was willing to be a well-behaved canary. She knew that Eric had recently been busy with the post-production of a movie called Dark War, and he was not at home every day. Sometimes, he would spend the night at his girlfriend's house. That girl was really lucky. She had seen Jennifer Aniston's photo and was very envious of that girl's luck. At the end of May, Eric even went to England and left her alone in the villa. It was said that he was there to visit her at work, but he rushed back 2 days later. At the end of May, the girl saw in the newspaper that the North American box office of Home Alone had exceeded $300 million and was officially discontinued. This news occupied the entire newspaper page for the next week. All kinds of comments praised Eric to the skies, and Columbia's stock rose a lot because of this. The focus of the girl's attention was still the news that Eric was about to get as much as $120 million. $120 million was an astronomical figure in Nicole's eyes. The reason why she came to Hollywood was because of the desire for money and fame. She wanted to become a top Hollywood actress like Julia Roberts. However, according to the $6 million salary that Eric had mentioned to her, Julia Roberts would have to shoot 20 movies to earn that much money. Even if a star maintained a high popularity and shot 2 movies a year, it would take 10 years. Moreover, everyone knew that this was impossible. Most stars could only maintain their peak status for about 10 years at most. During these 10 years, the salary would fluctuate according to the movie performance. Thinking of this, the girl's originally calm mind became restless again. If she could become the hostess of this mansion, then she could directly get everything she wanted. The girl even figured out some plans that she thought were feasible. Unfortunately, these little ideas died before they could be implemented. Because the summer vacation was here, and the annoying little minx was back. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The girl happened to be mowing the lawn in the yard when she heard the sound of the door being opened. She knew that Eric usually didn't come back at this time, so she went up to check what was going on. She saw Drew moving the luggage into the yard and closing the door. Nicole greeted him warmly and wanted to help carry the luggage. Building a good relationship with Drew was a very important part of her plan. Unexpectedly, the girl's eyes widened when she saw Nicole's appearance. She had a look of disbelief and undisguised hostility in her eyes. She circled Nicole a few times before asking a question that made Nicole break down. Did he fuck you? Seeing the girl in a daze and in a state of confusion, Drew showed a satisfied and somewhat relaxed expression. No, right? But you can imagine. So pitiful, you didn't even reach A+. You. After being ambushed by Drew, Nicole finally reacted. She shielded her front and blocked Drew's little claws that could reach out again. She couldn't help but retort, yours isn't big either. I'm only 14 years old, Ma am. You're 30 this year, right? I can't be bothered with you. Nicole also noticed Drew's hostility, so she also cut off the idea of building a good relationship with the little girl in front of her. She minded her own business and returned to the lawn to continue mowing the lawn. When Drew heard Eric say that he liked uniforms before, she thought that he was joking. She didn't expect that a tall beauty in uniform would suddenly appear in the villa today. This made her instinctively resist and hostile. She didn't want Eric to have another woman. That little fat girl Jennifer Aniston hadn't even squeezed out yet. If there was another one, how busy would it be when they had to rush out one by one in the future? Hey, you, help me move my luggage in? Although she already knew that Eric had good intentions, Drew didn't think much of it and really treated Nicole as a maid hired by Eric. Sorry, Miss Barrymore. I'm not your servant, so I'm not obligated to do that. The girl coldly continued to move the lawn mower without looking back. The girl was instantly furious. I'll tell Eric that I'll fire you today. Nicole also understood that Drew treated her as a real servant, so she casually threw out a sentence, whatever. Drew angrily stomped her feet and moved the pile of luggage back to the villa one by one. After the few suitcases were all moved, Nicole also finished cleaning the lawn. She returned to the villa and began to prepare dinner. Drew looked at Nicole's back and became angrier. After thinking for a while, she directly picked up the cordless phone and dialed Eric's number. The phone rang a few times before someone picked it up. The girl threw herself on the sofa in the living room and hugged a pillow. Her voice became soft and sweet. Eric, I love you. In the Fox studio, the main scenes of Friends had been set up. Today, they were filming a few scenes that needed to be inserted in Dark War. Eric walked to a quiet corner with the microtac that Motorola had given for the advertisement placement. He was a little confused when he heard Drew's words. Drew, aren't you on holiday today? Are you home? Eric, I love you. The girl's soft voice came from the other end of the phone again. Okay, stop fooling around. If you have something to say, say it. I'm busy, so I'll be home later. Eric said as he clipped the phone to his neck and raised his hand to look at his watch. It's not 5 yet. I'll be home around 6. Eric, I love you. The coquettish voice sounded again. Eric was silent for a moment before saying, buy it. Tell me what you want. Ugh, Eric, you're so evil. On the sofa in the villa, Drew turned over and put the pillow behind his head. I said I love you so many times, but you didn't give me a single response. If you don't say it, I'll hang up. Eric threatened. Okay. Eric, let's fire that maid, okay? Drew deliberately raised his voice. The girl who was cutting tomatoes in the kitchen heard this and rolled her eyes. You mean Nicole? I didn't hire her. She's just here to help. But I don't like her. Nicole's cooking is pretty good. You'll like it when you try it tonight. Be good and listen to me. I'm hanging up. Eric hung up after saying that. In the villa, Drew waved his little hand angrily and wanted to throw the phone in his hand away. He looked up and saw Nicole leaning against the kitchen door proudly. She was holding a glass bowl and stirring the eggs in it. There was a slightly proud smile on her face. How is it, little guy? You're not allowed to call me little guy. Although Nicole felt a little inferior, she still shrugged indifferently in the face of Drew's provocation. Maybe someone likes this type. He doesn't like it. The girl couldn't help but retort. People's tastes change. Nicole calmly left this sentence and turned to return to the kitchen, leaving the angry Drew behind. Humph, I'll never let you have your way. The girl waved her little fist and swore. On May 24, with the release of Spielberg's blockbuster Raiders of the Lost Ark, The Last Crusade, the arrival of this year's movie summer season was announced. Although Eric had been busy with the intense post-production work of Dark War, he still paid a lot of attention to this movie. The movie grossed $46 million on more than 2,300 screens in the first week, and the box office dropped between 20% and 30% in the second and third weeks. In the middle of June, the box office of Raiders of the Lost Ark exceeded $100 million in 3 weeks. The post-production work of Dark War was also completed in the middle of June. Although Eric was very generous in many areas, he only used a production budget of $34 million. After all, the finance department of the crew was from Columbia, and the movie did not cost too much money, let alone any special effects. However, after the executives of Columbia saw the finished product of Dark War, they readily agreed to invest the remaining $6 million budget into the promotion of the movie. At the same time, the first summer blockbuster Ghostbusters 2, which Columbia had high hopes for, was also released on 2,400 screens. Compared to the Raiders of the Lost Ark series, which had a strong box office appeal around the world, the Ghostbusters series did not have any advantages. This was because the genre of the movie was a comedy. It was not easy for comedy movies to accumulate popularity. After all, after everyone laughed and laughed, there was nothing left. Also, there was a gap of 5 years between the 2 movies in the series. For a comedy, the loss of popularity was even greater. If Columbia could produce other movies to support this important summer release, they would not have started this project. However, Columbia spared no effort in promoting this movie, which made up for most of the disadvantages. Although it was not as crazy as Dark War, compared to other summer blockbusters, Columbia did not plan to make money. They only wanted box office. That was their real goal. The acquisition negotiations with Sony had entered the final stage. The Japanese were determined to be the fat sheep this time. In this case, all of Columbia's operations were aimed at raising the share price. For a listed film company, the box office was the most important factor to influence the share price. Ghostbusters 2 was released on June 16. After the box office for the first week was released, the Columbia executives were ecstatic with the figure of $45 million. Raiders of the Lost Ark 3 only grossed $46 million in the first week. This also meant that Ghostbusters 2 was likely to be like Raiders of the Lost Ark 3. According to the estimates, the North American box office will be close to $200 million. But this excitement only lasted for a week. In the second week, the box office of Ghostbusters 2 plummeted by 55%. The box office for the second week was only about $19 million. The box office evaluation agency quickly lowered the box office estimate for Ghostbusters 2, having the estimated US $200 million box office to US $110 million. Columbia's stock price, which had been rising rapidly, did not fall because of this news, but the rising momentum slowed down. After all, as one of the top 6 summer blockbusters, there was nothing special about a US $100 million box office. The reason for this was that the movie was not as good as the first movie, and more importantly, this movie was unlucky to run into Batman. Batman was first serialized in 1939, and it had been exactly half a century since then. For the first superhero in North American comics history without superpowers, Warner was not very optimistic about starting the series. This was directly reflected in the budget. Compared to the large-scale production budget of Raiders of the Lost Ark, which was close to $50 million, Warner only provided $35 million for the production cost of Batman, which was barely on the scale of a blockbuster. It was even less than Ghostbusters and Dark Warfare. Although Dark Warfare only cost $34 million, Columbia provided a budget of $40 million, and Ghostbusters 2 also had a budget of $40 million. Because Warner wasn't optimistic about Batman, Columbia didn't take it seriously either. Therefore, Ghostbusters 2 was released a week before Batman. However, everyone had far underestimated the influence of this superhero that had been serialized for half a century in the hearts of Americans. Batman was released on June 24. A week later, the live-action comic movie swept the box office with an unparalleled momentum of $68 million, accounting for 45% of the total box office for the week, squeezing the box office of many other movies into pieces. The biggest hit was Columbia's Ghostbusters 2. After a 55% drop in the box office, the dream of Ghostbusters 2 of $200 million was completely shattered. After all, after a big drop in the box office, the possibility of a reversal was slim. Therefore, Columbia could only pin its hopes on Eric's Dark Warfare. After all, the movie had been tested internally and by the film critics, and everyone was optimistic about it. However, after the box office for the second week of Batman was released, everyone who was looking forward to Dark Warfare had a dark cloud over their heads. This was because the box office for Batman had only dropped by a weak 23% in the second week, but it still earned $52 million, which was much higher than the box office for the first week of filming for many blockbusters. Although the weekly box office for the summer season would be about $150 million, this $150 million would not seem too much if it was spread over more than 10 movies during the summer season. Those that could get the summer season were either cannon fodder or excellent movies that had high hopes placed on them. The latter proportion was larger. Under such circumstances, Batman alone accounted for 1/3 of the market share. If there was no large drop in the box office next week, the pressure on Dark Battle's box office could be imagined. In the conference room at Columbia's headquarters, a group of senior executives was nervously discussing the response plan. Coca-Cola also sent a vice president to attend the meeting. Eric sat next to Amy Pascal and listened patiently to the discussion. Although he was the director of the movie, Eric didn't have much say in the distribution of the movie. The reason why he was here was only because he was the director of Dark Warfare. Although Columbia had given him full control of the movie production process, he was hardly involved in the distribution. Eric had also submitted a document about his ideas for the movie's publicity, but there was no response from Columbia. I think we should postpone the release of Dark Warfare, at least for a week. Batman is too strong. It's very unwise to stubbornly set the release date on July 7th. We have already lost Ghostbusters 2 because of this. If the box office of Dark Warfare doesn't meet expectations because of Batman, then our previous plan of using 2 blockbusters to push up the stock price will be completely ruined. The executive of the Columbia Publicity Department expressed his opinion. As soon as the other party finished speaking, another executive asked, "Bob, according to your plan, what about the agreements that have been signed with the cinema chains? Coordinate with the other party and compensate the cinema chains appropriately for their losses. We can take out a few movies that have already been produced to temporarily replace them." In short, ensuring the box office of Dark Warfare is the first priority. The manager of the data analysis department interjected, "The box office of Batman has now exceeded 100 million yuan. This momentum is unlikely to continue. Moreover, the critical evaluation of this movie is not very high. I think the box office should show a normal drop of more than 40% in the third week. According to what you said, the movie should show a normal drop in the second week, but the fact is that this did not happen. There was only a slight drop of 23% in the second week," someone retorted. "The media has already begun to mock our scheduling of the 2 movies. If we don't release them according to the confirmed schedule, it will definitely give people the signal that we have no confidence in the quality of Dark Warfare. This is very dangerous because once the fans have this misunderstanding, they will preemptively think that Dark Warfare is a bad movie. That will be the most fatal blow to the movie. In comparison, releasing it according to the original plan is the safest way. It's not that we don't want to postpone it, but according to the current situation, we absolutely can't postpone it." I also agree with Rui Te. It's not that we don't want to postpone it, but we can't. Once we postpone it, it's equivalent to telling everyone that we have no confidence in Dark Warfare. We are afraid. Dark Warfare is actually not as good as we advertised. But if Batman shows a slight drop of about 20% in the third week, then it will still get about 40 million yuan in the box office. Can you imagine how much pressure Dark Warfare will have on the box office under such circumstances? Everyone discussed in a hubbub for an hour. The vice president of Coca-Cola who was present had been listening to the whole process. When everyone stopped for a while, he sat up straight and looked at Eric, who had been ignored by everyone and was listening silently like himself. "Mr. Williams, I see that you haven't said anything. Why don't you give your opinion?" Eric had been flipping through the documents in front of him with his head down, but he was actually a little distracted. He was also thinking about Batman. Although the first Batman was a big success, in his memory, Warner had also begun the long road of the Batman series. In the next 10 years, Warner had produced several sequels to Batman in a row, with an average investment of more than $100 million. However, the box office in North America was only about $100 million. It was estimated that Warner could only break even with the global box office and peripheral sales. For a big production that invested hundreds of millions of dollars, even if it was a small profit, it was actually equivalent to a loss. This was because even if more than $100 million was deposited in the bank, it would still earn a lot of interest in a few years. If it was used on other projects, it might even double. It wasn't until Amy poked his arm gently with a pen that Eric realized that he had become the focus of everyone in the conference room. Many people looked at him with obvious dissatisfaction. Although Columbia had spent a lot of money to snatch the Dark War project from Fox, it didn't mean that Eric would be liked and welcomed by the Columbia executives. In fact, few executives in the entire office liked Eric. Even Amy Pascal, who had always had a good relationship with Eric, had mixed feelings about Eric. All of this was mainly because of Home Alone. After the end of May, the box office of Home Alone had begun to settle. Eric would get about $120 million, which was something everyone in the conference room knew. Columbia could only get about $40 million in profits, and the overseas distribution rights were snatched by Fox for various reasons. Therefore, Eric took most of the profits, which meant that all the executives in the conference room would receive a lot less dividends at the end of the year. In addition, because of the sharing agreement with Dark War, regardless of the box office results, Eric was actually the biggest beneficiary. Eric didn't invest a single cent in this project, but the other party could get a high percentage of the box office. It was only natural that the senior executives would be displeased. Although many shareholders would also benefit from Columbia's stock price being pushed up by Dark War, most of the executives in the conference room didn't have Columbia shares. In this complicated mood, it was not difficult to understand why everyone intentionally or unintentionally ignored Eric's presence in the meeting. Eric had already expected this situation when he didn't get a response to his promotional idea document. Although he had prepared a speech before coming, because of the cold reception he received at the meeting, Eric was too lazy to take the initiative to jump out and make people dislike him. Anyway, according to the original agreement, no matter what the result of the movie was after it was released, he would be the biggest beneficiary. The only difference was how much he earned. For Firefly, who did not invest a single cent, there was no possibility of loss. Originally, Eric was indeed a little worried about the box office prospects of this movie. After all, this was a completely empty new work that didn't exist in Hollywood. But after a series of internal test screenings and critics' test screenings, Eric was relieved. Internal test screenings could basically determine the commercial value of a movie. Although there would sometimes be mistakes, in most cases, the professional filmmakers who had been immersed in Hollywood for decades would not be wrong. The results of the critics' test screenings also indicated the reputation of a movie in the eyes of the fans after it was released. Before the internet era, the reputation of a movie was mainly established through various film reviews and the media. Many fans would only decide whether to watch a movie after reading the film reviews in the newspaper. Now that he had a basic guarantee for both, Eric was no longer worried that this movie would be his Waterloo. As for the unfortunate encounter with Batman, it could only be said that he was unlucky, not guilty of war. Amy Pascal saw the confusion in Eric's eyes when he raised his head, and she had no choice but to lean over and whisper a few words in his ear. "Sorry, everyone, I was a little distracted just now." After Amy's reminder, Eric apologized and continued, "Actually, my proposal for publicity has been sent to the distribution department in Columbia in the form of a document. Maybe it's because I'm a layman in this area, the content of the document didn't appear in the publicity strategy for Dark War. There was a buzz of discussion in the conference room. Most people didn't know that Eric had submitted such a document, and the director of the publicity department was a little guilty. He was promoted by Blunt Cohen. Although Blunt Cohen had left, he had always maintained a good relationship with him. Similarly, because of Blunt Cohen, he didn't have much of a good impression of Eric. After the secretary sent Eric's document, he sneered and threw it aside without even looking at it. He didn't want Eric to intervene in the publicity of Dark War, and he didn't think that Eric could come up with any novel ideas. Faced with everyone's gaze, the director could only stammer and explain, I don't think Mr. Williams' plan. There's nothing unusual about it, so I didn't pay too much attention to it, just, forget it, don't say any more. The current president of Colombia, who was sitting at the head of the table, waved his hand and interrupted the other party's explanation. So many people had already seen that he was lying. If he continued to quibble, he would only become a joke. Eric, since everyone is here, briefly explain your plan. Well, it's like this. Eric stood up and went to the writing board in front of the conference room under the other party's signal. He picked up a black pen and wrote a term on the whiteboard. I call my plan topical marketing. Of course, this is just a more appropriate term that I came up with on the spot. If this concept isn't in the orthodox marketing theory, please don't mind. In his memory, the concept of topical marketing gradually developed and matured after the emergence of online blogs. Before that, although there were some similar marketing practices such as hyping up scandals, Eric didn't know when this concept appeared. The previous publicity for Dark War has already reached the maximum, so we can't make any more efforts in the orthodox publicity method. So, if we want to make a breakthrough, we can only choose a topic that doesn't seem to have much to do with the movie. In fact, I think some movies attract the attention of fans by hyping up scandals between the male and female leads can be classified as topical marketing. After Eric finished speaking, he looked at everyone's reaction and continued, previously, the focus of everyone's debate was whether to delay the release of Dark War by a week. I think my plan can achieve the best of both worlds. The movie doesn't need to be delayed, and if it's done properly, the movie's box office in the second week will have unexpected results. It can make up for the loss caused by the first week's box office being squeezed by Batman to the greatest extent. Under the curious gaze of everyone in the conference room, Eric wrote the words product placement and TV series on the whiteboard. Everyone knows that there are a lot of product placements in Dark War, so there was a small dispute between us. Eric pointed at the product placements and smiled. The executives in the conference room also laughed dryly. Eric had previously received $6 million in advertising fees from the large number of product placements in Dark War. After Colombia learned about the situation, they wanted to get a share of the profits. After all, $6 million was not a small amount of money. It was enough to make a movie. However, Eric converted this advertising fee into his personal income through a specific contract and not the income of Dark War. In the end, Colombia did not get a single cent. After everyone's dry laughter died down, Eric continued, my plan revolves around the product placement and the TV series I'm about to produce. I'm confident that the product placement of these advertisements is very clever, so even the film critics who participated in the test screening did not find anything wrong. Moreover, they did not notice the TV series that appeared 3 times in the movie. Even these film critics did not notice it. I believe that the audience will not notice it. They will be more immersed in the plot of the movie. The topic marketing I'm talking about is that after the movie is released, we will artificially create topics to guide the audience to pay attention to these. If we can successfully arouse the curiosity of the fans about how many advertisements there are in the movie and the content of the TV series that flashes by 3 times, then a large portion of the audience will return or even watch the movie repeatedly in the second week. At this point, an executive in the audience interrupted, Eric, we can try to use the topic of your TV series. But I remember that you specifically told us not to mention anything about product placement during the promotion. Isn't that to prevent the fans from being disgusted? Eric explained, of course, so what I said just now is to reveal these after the movie is released. After the movie is released for 3 days on the first weekend, the reputation of Dark War will be confirmed. I believe that everyone is full of confidence in the movie's reputation. Since the fans have confirmed that this is an excellent movie, then if we reveal it again, the fans will not be disgusted. Instead, they will find it interesting, just like how we are always very tolerant of the flaws of those outstanding talents. No one will criticize Napoleon's height, Einstein's indifference, or Madame Curie's. Ahem, of course, this will still need to be guided by the media. We have to ensure that most of the media's attitude towards this matter is mainly to ridicule and not to criticize. I have already written the specific proposal in the document that I submitted. Of course, it will also need to be revised by professionals. After all, I am just a layman in this field, so there are many things that I might not have considered. After Eric finished speaking, he walked back to his seat. The CEO of Columbia turned his gaze to the executive in charge of the promotion. Ryan, is Eric's document still there? Ryan's hand that was hidden under the conference table rubbed his knee. He said uncertainly, maybe, it's still there. I'll ask my assistant to look for it. Go personally. After you find it, make a few copies and send them over as soon as possible. Okay, I'll go now. The executive stood up and hurriedly left the conference room. The meeting entered a temporary state. Everyone was talking at once about what Eric had just said. Eric was no longer treated coldly. A circle of people gathered around him to discuss with him. Jidian. Com welcomes readers to visit and read our latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works on Jidian originals. In the end, Columbia decided to take a gamble and release Dark Battle as scheduled. Most executives thought that delaying the movie was riskier than clashing with Batman. Of course, Eric's alternative publicity plan also played a big role. In the Beverly Hills villa, Eric stood in front of the dressing mirror and raised his head slightly. Nicole, who had already changed into casual clothes, bent down and carefully tied his tie for him. Drew, on the other hand, was sprawled on the Simmons without a care for his image. He was wearing a white tank top and a denim skirt, his legs swinging wildly, and his toes with black nail polish were faintly discernible. The girl propped up her chin and looked at Nicole with some jealousy as she helped Eric tie his tie. Although she wanted to do it herself, unfortunately, she didn't know how. Eric, can I walk the red carpet with you later? After the tie was done and Eric put on his suit, Drew asked in a coquettish tone. No, it's all arranged. You and Nicole can go in directly. Well, what if I don't like to be with her? Drew didn't hide her likes and dislikes in front of Nicole. Since the beginning of the summer vacation, Drew seemed to have changed. She no longer wandered around the world and unusually stayed at home every day. After many days, Eric realized that the girl was guarding against Nicole. For example, now, because of the premiere, Eric needed to change clothes and Nicole came to help. So, the girl appeared on time beside them. Hearing Drew's words, Nicole couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. The girl accurately grasped the instantaneous change in the girl's expression. Eric, look, she raised her eyebrows. She's so scheming. Why don't we drive her away? Nicole finally couldn't help but say, Drew, don't I even have the right to express my dissatisfaction when you say that to my face? Don't call me Drew. You should call me Miss Barrymore. Okay, Miss Barrymore. If Eric wasn't here, the girl's tone would have definitely sounded like she was gnashing her teeth. Drew had indeed messed up all her plans. They had been together for more than a month, but there was no substantial progress in her relationship with Eric. Although she always took care of everything in the villa in an orderly manner and took care of Eric's life meticulously, the two of them had almost no time to be alone after Drew's summer vacation. This gave her no chance to take the initiative. She looks so reluctant. She doesn't look like a maid at all. Eric, let's chase her away. Eric put on his suit and knocked on Drew's head with a smile. Stop messing around, or I'll kick you out. Go and change your clothes. The maidservant screamed exaggeratedly in pain. She held her head and walked out reluctantly. When Eric got out of the car, there was already a sea of people in front of the China Grand Theater on Hollywood Boulevard. Apart from reporters, there were also a large number of movie fans on both sides of the red carpet. Eric saw many girls holding up the posters of Dark War High and shouting Cruise's name. He wasn't surprised. Among the several main creators of Dark War, Eric's identity was a director. Although he had gained quite a bit of fame after starring in Back to 17, he had completely given up his career as an actor, and the fame he had gained had slowly dissipated. In addition, his movies didn't have a unified style, and he deliberately kept a low profile. It was impossible for him to accumulate die-hard fans. Hanks didn't have an advantage in terms of looks. Although he was very famous, he could only be classified as a capable actor. Moreover, his acting career was still in the rising stage, and he didn't have the influence that he had in his previous life. Cruise was different. Since his debut 10 years ago, Cruise had been walking the path of an idol. In the eyes of the public, his image was very successful. In his previous life, until his divorce with Nicole Kidman, Cruise's public image had been maintained perfectly. Eric didn't mind the reaction of the movie fans at all. His personal goal was very clear. He never wanted to be a popular idol, but he wanted to be a big hand behind the scenes in Hollywood. The red carpet of the premiere had already begun. From time to time, some small stars would walk on it. According to the usual red carpet rules, the more important people would usually appear in the middle of the red carpet, so Eric didn't walk directly to the red carpet. Instead, he walked to the waiting area. There were already many people gathered there. "Eric, congratulations." After Hanks saw him, he smiled inexplicably and said this. Seeing Eric's somewhat puzzled expression, Hanks explained, "I heard that you got a share of Home Alone, and Pretty Woman officially stopped production a few days ago." The North American box office of $210 million and the global box office of $530 million really shocked a lot of people. In addition to the global box office of Home Alone, your personal accumulated total box office has reached $1 billion. In Hollywood, the number of people whose global box office has exceeded $1 billion can be counted on one hand. Shouldn't you celebrate? This is not too rare. Eric smiled and pointed to Cruise next to him. The global box office of Cruise's movies has long exceeded $1 billion. When Cruise heard Eric's words, he didn't show his usual smug look. He laughed dryly and said modestly, "Eric, how can I compare with you?" It was true that the global box office of the movie he starred in exceeded $1 billion, but compared with the huge box office, the benefits Cruise himself received from it were pitifully small. Up to now, Cruise's personal assets were only tens of millions of US. Eric was expected to get more than $200 million with the two movies Home Alone and Pretty Woman. During this period of time, every time Cruise saw the news about Eric in the newspaper, he couldn't help but be jealous of Eric's luck. At the same time, he was more determined to develop in the direction of a producer. While the shooting of Dark War was completed, the production company set up by Cruise had already begun to select the script. As the female companion arranged by the organizers for Eric today, Brooke Xianxia naturally came to his side after Eric appeared. When she heard the conversation between the men, the girl, who had given up after Eric's vague rejection, was tempted again. She looked at Eric with a burning gaze. The unbearable experience from childhood made Brooke Xianxia have an unusual worship and obsession with money. If she had enough money back then, she, who had the noble bloodline of the 4 countries, could really live the life of a noble lady. She wouldn't have to take nude photos for a few $100 when she was 10 years old, she wouldn't have to act in Pretty Baby when she was 12 years old, and she wouldn't have to shoot the Pretty Baby when she was only 10 years old. She wouldn't have to shoot the Pretty Baby when she was 12 years old, and she wouldn't have to shoot that vulgar jeans commercial. When the staff reminded the several main creators that they could walk on the red carpet, Brooke Xianxia took the initiative to lean on Eric and affectionately held his arm. At the same time, she regretted wearing high heels today. She was a little taller than Eric, so the two of them didn't look very compatible. Eric didn't care about this. Feeling the girl hugging his arm tightly, he reminded her, "Brooke, you're hugging me too tightly. Can you loosen your grip a little?" "Oh, sorry, Eric, I'm a little nervous," the girl explained and loosened her grip a little. Eric smiled and felt that the girl's thoughts were a little strange. She had grown up in front of the camera since she was a child, so how could she be nervous? However, he was too lazy to dwell on this point and stepped on the red carpet with the girl. Amidst the cheers of the fans, Eric walked through the crowd and smiled across the fences on both sides of the red carpet as he hurriedly signed a few posters of Back to 17, Home Alone, and Pretty Woman. Then he called Brooke Scholes, who was also signing autographs for the fans, and the two of them went to the media interview area in front of them. Eric, are you confident in the box office of Dark War? Brooke, you and Mr. Williams are so close. Are you two dating? Eric, look here, look here. Mr. Williams, what do you think of the box office trend of Batman? In the crazy flashes of the cameras, Eric hugged Brooke Scholes and smiled as he let the reporters take photos, but he did not intend to answer any questions. Once he opened his mouth, these reporters would definitely ask questions about Dark War and Batman. With the precedent of Ghostbusters 2, Eric's answer would not be appropriate no matter how he answered. If he appeared too confident and the box office did not meet expectations in the future, he would definitely be heavily ridiculed. If he showed a little bit of fear, it would be even more lively. If a director had no confidence in his own work, how could he expect the media to say anything good about it? Even if he answered the questions impartially, it was very likely that the words would be picked out at this moment, so the best strategy was to not respond at all. Hearing the cheers behind him that were louder than when he had just walked through the red carpet, Eric knew that Cruz and Hanks were walking on the red carpet together. This was arranged in advance. He glanced behind him and saw the two smiling as they slowly walked through the crowd of fans. Eric knew that it was time for him to go in and make room for the two superstars. He signaled to Brooke Scholes, and the girl took his arm again, and the two of them walked into the theater together. Outside the roaring crowd of fans, Nicole and Drew had just gotten out of the car and were looking at the situation not far away. Drew was wearing pink-framed heart-shaped sunglasses, chewing gum with his hands in the pockets of his jacket. He looked at the crazy fans, as well as Cruz and Hanks on the red carpet. The lass had picked up this look after watching Kubrick's Lolita. She was convinced that Eric had the soul of a middle-aged man with a Lolita complex. Hence, she decided to dress up and appear in front of Eric. Eric was also tempted by the lass's playful look. Sue Ryan's classic Lolita look paired with the lass's tender face made it impossible for Eric not to be moved. From then on, Drew fell in love with this look because she knew that Eric liked her look. Drew glanced at Nicole, who was standing beside him. Although he didn't like this woman, he still followed Eric's instructions and drove to the scene with her. Seeing the lass look at Cruz and Hanks, who were being chased by the fans, the lass curled her lips in contempt. Hey, do you really want to be like them? Nicole was stunned for a moment before realizing that Drew was talking to her. She was surprised but still replied, of course. If not for this, why would I come to Hollywood? Don't you want to be like them? What's there to want? After Sleepless in Seattle is released, you will definitely be chased after like them. Oh. The woman was even more surprised. She lowered her head and looked at the girl beside her. That doesn't sound like something that would come out of your sharp little mouth. I never thought that you would actually praise me. Huh. Drew glanced at the lass contemptuously. Which ear did you hear me praising you? I just have confidence in Eric's script. If any beautiful woman from Hollywood can get the lead role in Eric's script, she can also become a big star. Just like Julia Roberts, she was picked up by Eric from a small restaurant. You are just another lucky woman he picked up. Oh, what about you? The lass's tone was a little sarcastic. The lass didn't mind at all and raised her chin. There was a little pride in her tone. I belong to Eric. Wow. The lass didn't know how to react and could only make a meaningless sound. I belong to Eric. Drew emphasized again. Eric also knows that I belong to him. So, he treats me differently from women like you. Even Jennifer Aniston can't affect my position in his heart. But why does it sound like you are more like? The lass glanced at Drew and wanted to say something, but stopped. Although Drew had been spoiling her little plans recently, she didn't want to completely offend Drew. After all, Drew and Eric had a very close relationship. Drew didn't care and said, "Pet, right?" Haha, how funny. I didn't expect you to have the same idea as that stupid girl Jennifer Aniston. Also, even if I am a pet, do you know what you women are? Although Nicole knew that Drew wouldn't say anything nice, she still couldn't help but reveal a curious expression. Plaything. Drew quickly said, do you want to know why I asked that question when we first met? Because if the answer is yes, then Eric might have some feelings for you and you might become his lover. But if the answer is no, then it means that Eric doesn't like you at all. He only treats you as a plaything, a beautifully dressed doll. He dressed you up and put you in the villa just because he thought it was fun. Nicole's face became a little ugly. Her lips trembled as she retorted, "That's impossible. It's definitely not like that. He gave me the female lead role in a movie." "Humph, it's just a female lead role in a movie. You think too much. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You've been trying to seduce him all this time. You want to be William's wife, right? That's ridiculous." The woman suddenly raised her head and glared fiercely at Drew. "I understand. You want to use these words to force me to leave. Little girl, don't even think about it. If what you said is true, why did you try so hard to stop me all this time?" Drew shrugged. "I just don't want to make things difficult for Eric. Some of his ideas are a little different from others. If you really do climb up his ladder, and you're such a scheming woman, it won't be easy for him to get rid of you in the future. So, before you leave my house, I'll keep a close eye on you. Nicole Kidman, you'd better give up early." "Let's wait and see, Miss Barrymore," the woman said sarcastically and walked to the entrance of the theater. Drew adjusted his sunglasses and followed them. After Cruz and Hanks left the red carpet, another celebrity guest walked up. Drew couldn't help but chatter beside Nicole, "Look at those female celebrities who made the fans scream even louder." In fact, as long as Eric was willing, he just had to beckon them a little, and most of them would be more than happy to jump on him. So, although these actresses got more screams than Eric just now, in fact, people like Eric are the real controllers of Hollywood. Although Nicole pretended to be annoyed and didn't care about Drew's words, she had to admit that what the little girl said was true. Just for a role, she was willing to go to Eric's house and change into a sexy uniform to please him. With Eric's status accumulated by the success of several consecutive movies, there were not many actresses who wanted to climb up the ladder in Hollywood who would refuse some of Eric's requests. As soon as the two of them entered the theater, Drew shook Nicole off and ran to the front row of the crew. Nicole only saw Drew whispering a few words to Tom Hanks, who was sitting next to Eric. Hanks smiled and got up to give her his seat. Although she was envious, Nicole knew very well that she was not even qualified to sit in the front row, let alone make anyone in the front row give her a seat. Although she was a little unwilling, the girl found a seat in the middle of the theater and sat down. More and more people came to the theater. Unknowingly, a man in his 30s, wearing glasses, and looking gentle sat down next to the girl. The man seemed to inadvertently glance at the girl and revealed a look of surprise, as if he had just noticed the beautiful girl next to him. He took the initiative to greet her. "Hi, how are you?" Although the man's tone was very casual, the girl, who often encountered similar situations, realized that the man was trying to hit on her when he sat next to her. Although she was a little disgusted, Nicole could not ignore the other party's polite greeting. She said in a flat tone, "Hello." The man didn't mind Nicole's coldness at all. As an experienced player, if he backed off just because a lady was cold at the beginning, then he would never be able to get a woman. "Forgive my rudeness, miss, but you're really too beautiful, especially your hairstyle. Coupled with your facial contours, it makes you look like a classic beauty with a cold and elegant temperament. You know, many girls nowadays are used to perming their hair into fluffy little wavy curls, but in my opinion, that hairstyle is like a bird's nest. It's terrible to the extreme. Girls with such good taste like you are really rare." When Nicole heard the man's compliment, there was no joy in her expression at all. Instead, there was a flash of embarrassment. She replied somewhat helplessly, "Thank you for your compliment, sir." "You're welcome." The man smiled and said, "My name is George Rosen. I'm a film critic for Premiere Magazine. You can call me Nicole." "Nicole, is it Nicole? Wow, I suddenly feel like this name was created for you." In Greek, Nicole is used to describe a young woman who is beautiful and delicate on the outside, but strong and independent on the inside. Just as George Rosen was about to say something, the lights in the screening hall dimmed. For some reason, when she thought of how cold Eric had been to her during this period of time, the girl felt a little disgusted with the man who was trying to strike up a conversation with her. She reminded softly, "The movie has started, Mr. Rosen." Of course, I understand. George Rosen realized that he was too eager. He quickly sat up straight and shifted his gaze to the screen. After the opening credits of the Statue of Liberty in Columbia, the little girl in the red hoodie released the fireflies. After drawing a string of beautiful characters, they rushed into the sky and turned into the brightest star in the sky. After that, the screen fell into a short period of darkness. The sound of footsteps could be heard, as if knocking on the audience's hearts. However, the movie still did not appear immediately. The list of the main cast began to appear on the screen. Amidst everyone's curious anticipation, the screen finally lit up. In the dim corridor, Tom Cruise, who was wearing sunglasses, was climbing the stairs step by step expressionlessly. At the same time, a mysterious and sad male voice could be heard singing. Nicole was staring at the screen intently. However, she heard two girls whispering behind her. They should be Cruise's fans. Oh, God, I suddenly realized that my little Tommy is so handsome when he walks. Mickey, I can't stand it anymore. Me too, me too. Erica, we must go up and ask Tommy for a few more autographs later. In fact, Nicole had the same feeling in her heart, although she did not know why. Fortunately, there was a professional film critic nearby. George Rosen also heard the feelings of the two female fans behind him. He approached the girl and took the initiative to explain in a low voice, "This is the result of the atmosphere. The echoes of footsteps, the mysterious singing, the cold scenes, and the silent protagonist form a very infectious picture, so it's not strange that they have this feeling. Eric Williams is indeed a genius. With just a few simple scenes, he has highlighted a completely different style from his previous two movies. If the lighting of the picture was adjusted to normal, without the background music and echoes, or even with other background music, these few scenes would not have achieved the same effect. This kind of thing may seem simple, but to be able to perfectly combine several elements to form an irresistible appeal requires a very high level of artistic attainment. It was obviously not wise to talk about other men in front of women when picking up girls. However, George Rosen treated Nicole as an ordinary fan. He did not think that the girl sitting here would have the opportunity to meet Eric, let alone know that she would know Eric. Therefore, he was not stingy with his praise for Eric, and at the same time, showed off his professional skills in film appreciation. After arriving at the rooftop, as the camera followed, the background music gradually became heavier. After the hero stepped on the edge of the rooftop, the screen began to switch between memory and reality. Through the dialogue between Andy and the doctor, the audience was told that Andy only had 4 weeks left to live. Ugh, is Tommy going to jump off the building? The worried voice of the girl behind Nicole was heard again. This was actually the voice of many fans in the theater. Another girl immediately hugged her friend and comforted her. No, Erica, look at Tommy carrying a backpack. He must have other things to do. If he's going to jump off the building alone, why would he carry a backpack? Mickey, do you think Tommy will die? Definitely not. I've heard many reports of terminal cancer patients surviving. Besides, this is a movie. All kinds of miracles can happen in movies. Tommy has never died in any of the previous movies. He will never die. I hope so. Erica crossed her arms and made a praying expression. At the same time, she was looking forward to Cruise's next move. However, the movie didn't immediately reveal the answer to the audience. After the title of Dark War was displayed, the screen switched to a restaurant. Sean, played by Hanks, was leisurely reading a newspaper as he ate his breakfast. The camera quickly panned to the bar in the restaurant. Andy was also eating his breakfast calmly. At the same time, he looked up at the television with a hint of reluctance and nostalgia in his eyes. The two protagonists appeared at the same time. The audience thought that the two would have a confrontation in this restaurant. After all, the name of the movie was Dark War. However, the screen quickly switched to another scene. Nicole, did you notice Cruise's expression? He only has 4 weeks to live. So, whether it's eating, drinking, or watching the television, his expression is full of concentration and reluctance. It's as if he wants to use the remaining 4 weeks to engrave all the beauty in this world into his soul. I dare say that Cruise will definitely die in the ending. George Rosen couldn't help but show off again. Nicole merely nodded slightly to indicate that she had heard him. Her eyes were still fixed on the screen, and the girl slowly began to immerse herself in the plot. Inside the blockade line, Sean got out of the car and hurriedly entered a police car. He asked Ian Spy, the police chief played by Joe Pacey, who was wearing an inspector's uniform and a bulletproof vest, "Have you talked to the robbers?" Ian's eyes flickered. 20 minutes ago. Sean immediately raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Ian in surprise. "You were the one who talked? You must have said that you were Ian Spy, the chief of the Los Angeles Central Police Department, and that you would surrender in 3 minutes, right?" Ian shook his head awkwardly. Then, he realized that Sean was now his subordinate, and no longer a well-known elite in the police force. So, he straightened his neck and looked to the side with a look that said, "What are you going to do about it?" Joe Pacey's performance was very funny in terms of his words and actions, and the audience began to smile. Although Sean was a little helpless, he still had someone play the recording of the negotiation. A hand pressed the play button, and Joe Pacey's special voice rang out. "Hey, I'm Ian Spy, the chief of the Los Angeles Central Police Department. You've been surrounded by me. Surrender in 3 minutes." Sean shook his head with an expression that said, "I knew it." Ian guiltily looked out the window again. In the recording, the robbers made a series of conditions. When Ian heard that the other party wanted a bulletproof car, he couldn't help but retort, "Why don't you want a helicopter?" Hearing this, Sean shook his head and stomped his foot. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Hey, don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything." The atmosphere that Hanks and Joe Pacey had created for the audience exploded at this moment. Following Sean's frantic actions, the audience burst into laughter for the first time after hearing this line. Sure enough, the robbers changed the conditions and changed the bulletproof car into a helicopter. Sean could only sigh. He asked for a walkie-talkie and entered the bank alone. After a series of verbal and psychological exchanges, Sean successfully resolved the hostage crisis and forced the mole to commit suicide. Although Eric didn't make any changes to the plot, he had consulted a real negotiation expert. Therefore, the lines were more reasonable and sharp. Even a professional couldn't make any mistakes from this verbal exchange. Of course, the plot was dragged out by a few minutes because of this, but this wasn't a problem. The movie was originally only 90 minutes long, but in Hollywood, most big productions like this were about 2 hours long. In addition, the lines were cleverly designed. The audience didn't feel that the plot was dragging at all. Instead, they could interpret the excellence of the male lead, Sean, in more detail. After leaving the bank, Sean walked to a snack bar and bought a cup of Coke and a hamburger to eat. In the crowd of onlookers, an old man with thinning hair had a strange smile on his face. He held up a camera and captured Sean's series of actions. The old man's expression was a little stiff, but coupled with the iconic mysterious male voice that appeared almost at the same time as the background music, although most of the fans still had some doubts, the professional film critics present all guessed that the old man was most likely Andy in disguise. Sure enough, the scene cut to a room full of computers, camouflage equipment, and other high-tech criminal props. Andy had developed a photo of Sean at the scene of the bank robbery and pasted it on the wall. At the same time, there were other old photos of Sean when he was in the SWAT, Special Weapons and Combat team. Through the camera sweeping across the wall full of photos and clippings, the audience finally understood Sean's identity. Andy walked into a finance company with his backpack. Amidst the sneering of the manager of the finance company who took out a stack of Marvel superhero comics from his portfolio, Andy took out his pistol. The secret battle between the two had officially begun. "You're here, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Andy covered himself with the body of the finance company manager and greeted Sean warmly as he walked up to the rooftop. "Sorry, traffic jam," Sean replied with a smile. There was no sense of unfamiliarity in his tone. This was the most basic quality of a negotiator. No matter how much he hated the other party and wanted to throw the other party into prison or the electric chair, on the surface, he had to maintain a sincere friendship with the criminal. Only by getting close to the criminal could he find the other party's flaws. "You can call me Sean. How can I help you?" Many people have their own goals. Some want money, cars, planes, and some want to see their wives. Do you have a girlfriend? After getting Andy's permission, Sean slowly walked forward and began to approach him. Andy didn't answer. Instead, he leaned out from behind the finance company manager's body. When Sean wanted to move away so that the sniper in the opposite building could take aim, Andy stopped him. Am I very smart? Looking at Sean's helpless face, Andy laughed. Yeah, what's your name? Just look it up. What do you want? It's very simple. I want to play a game with you for 72 hours. You want to play with me? No problem. The hostage is innocent. Let him go and I'll take his place. Bang, the muffled gunshot rang out, and there was a burst of exclamations in the theater. No one would have thought that Cruz, who always had a positive image in the movies, would shoot an innocent person without hesitation. More than half of the invited fans in the theater were Cruz's fans. The two girls behind Nicole also exclaimed in surprise. Ah, how could this be, Mickey? How could Tommy do this? He's not really a bad guy, is he? Definitely not, Erica. Look at that manager's wretched appearance. I think there must be something wrong with him. Although the girl named Mickey said so, her tone was filled with uncertainty. It seems that Cruz's character has made a huge breakthrough this time, George Rosen said. Although his voice was not loud, it was loud enough for Nicole to hear. However, when he glanced at the indifferent girl beside him, he realized that she was not interested in the topic. Thus, he had no choice but to stop his analysis. Due to the cautiousness and cowardice of Joe Pesci's character, Andy managed to escape into the building through the air vent. Amidst the chaos, the manager of the finance company crawled up from the ground. Help! I'm not dead. Huh. In the reaction room, the fans, who had been worried, let out a sigh of relief. Then, the hilarious scene of Ian's stupidity and Sean's madness appeared again. When Sean helplessly stuck the Hershey's chocolate box in front of Ian, the theater was filled with joyful whispers again. Hershey's chocolate, someone in the dark repeated the line in Sean's tone with great interest. If the executives of the Hershey's Candy Company were here to hear this, they would definitely be glad that the $500,000 advertising fee was well worth it. Andy, who had escaped from the building, got into Sean's taxi due to carelessness. The two men began their first head-to-head confrontation. Send me to the police station and you win, Andy said. He stuck the pistol out of the car window and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A muffled gunshot rang out. Sparks flew from the lamppost, the balloon in the child's hand suddenly burst, and the cardboard box in the porter's hand exploded into pieces. Andy put a hand on Sean's shoulder and said in a cold voice, I'll shoot on the count of 3. 1. 2. Sean turned his head to look in the direction of Andy's gun. He wanted to bet that Andy wouldn't shoot, but when he saw the pregnant woman with a big belly, the woman with a child, and the student with a backpack, Sean stepped on the gas pedal at the last moment. He didn't dare to take the risk. But it was too late. 3. Hey! Sean shouted in horror and looked nervously at the pedestrians in front of him. Everyone was safe and sound. When he turned his head, the back door opened and Andy was gone. Hey, Mickey, did you see that? Tommy's last shot was actually aimed upwards, the girl's excited voice rang out again. Yeah, this character is actually a good person, the girl named Mickey echoed. He's both good and evil. I'm starting to fall in love with this character. Eric Williams is really amazing. I've never seen such a character in other movies. Mickey laughed. Most importantly, he's so young. I heard he's not even 19 yet. He's younger than both of us. Huh. He's just a kid. In that case, I still like Tommy more. Hee hee, the other girl laughed when she heard her companion's infatuated voice. Nicole, who had been sitting quietly in front, couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. After spending more than a month together, this shrewd girl had a deep understanding of Eric. She secretly thought that with Eric's methods, if he were to make a move on these two girls, it wouldn't take long for them to be bewitched and disoriented, forgetting about Tom Cruise to the back of their minds. However, the girl quickly recalled her own experience and became a little gloomy. Is he really, like what Drew said, he doesn't like me? As if to set off Nicole's depressed mood in the dark, the ethereal and sad music of Speechless Love came from the sound system in the theater. Andy, who was sitting on the bus, was stopped by the police. He calmly got up and sat next to a girl on the right in front of him. Brooke Xiaoxi's appearance was still stunning. However, under Eric's suggestion and the makeup artist's meticulous sculpting, the girl's originally thick eyebrows were made thinner. There was no lip gloss on her lips. Her long hair was soft and smooth, and she only had a layer of light makeup on her face. This change made the girl's temperament change a lot. Originally, when many people saw Brooke Xiaoxi in magazines, they would naturally think of her as a goddess. But at this time, the girl's appearance made her temperament become much softer and more beautiful. The goddess temperament that made people flinch at the sight of her faded away, and she became a woman who easily made people want to get close to and protect her. In the front row of the theater, when Brooke Xiaoxi, who was sitting in her seat, saw her appearance, she suddenly became nervous. She was still a little worried about the change in her temperament. The girl secretly looked back. Because of the light on the screen, she could clearly see the facial expressions of the audience in the back rows. She could see that many men were staring at the big screen. Many of them had an infatuated look on their faces, and their mouths were slightly open. Obviously, they were attracted by her appearance. Seeing this, Brooke Xiaoxi was a little relieved. She turned her head with a sigh of relief. As long as the audience's reaction was good, it would be fine. As for the film critics, after experiencing several golden sour plums, she no longer had any hope of being recognized for her acting skills. As long as she could gain popularity among the audience, it would be fine. After all, there were many popular stars in Hollywood who had terrible acting skills. In the picture, Brooke Xiaoxi, who was playing Yo-Yo, curiously glanced at the strange man who suddenly appeared next to her. Unexpectedly, she found a gun handle in the man's open collar. Her face showed a faint fear, but she didn't dare to show it. "It'll be fine if you don't talk," Andy whispered softly. He took off his sunglasses and put them on the girl to block her eyes that were flickering with fear. He took off one of the girl's earphones and put it on himself. Finally, he hugged the girl and let her lean on his shoulder. As the music continued, Yo-Yo, who was leaning on Andy's shoulder, unknowingly turned from panic to calmness. Perhaps it was not a bad thing to have such an exciting romantic encounter in her boring daily life. As she thought of this, a faint smile of happiness appeared on her face. Because of the girl's tacit understanding, Andy successfully passed the inspection. He returned the earphones to the girl's ears and got off the bus. When Yo-Yo realized what was going on, she hurriedly asked the driver to stop the bus and followed him. He put one hand in his pocket and walked lazily on the sidewalk. She lowered her head and carefully followed behind him. Occasionally, she would raise her head and look at his back timidly. Andy finally couldn't take it anymore and suddenly turned around, scaring the girl. "Why are you following me?" I live here," she explained in a panic, like a little girl who had been caught doing something bad. Andy saw the girl take out the key to open the door and was about to leave. Only then did she realize what was going on. She shouted and ran after her, stuffing the pair of sunglasses back into Andy's hands. Nicole did not know that Eric had copied the movie from her mind, so when she saw this scene, she could not help but think about herself and Eric. He seemed to treat her like this, domineering and distant. After the climax of the first scene, the plot of the movie went back to normal. In the police station, Sean chattered endlessly to his colleagues about his doubts. Ian, who was a little narrow-minded, looked at Sean's enthusiasm and thought about his own mediocre self. He felt that his position might be threatened because of this, so he decisively used the fatal magic weapon of a primary school student, a complaint. However, he was stopped by Sean's superior, who had a good relationship with him. He could only angrily go up to Sean and cause trouble. However, his actions reminded Sean of the crux of the matter. At Ian's unintentional reminder, Sean slammed his fist on the table. "Stupid, I'm so stupid. I forgot the most important clue, the finance company. Here, we can check it out." Ian was even more depressed. He had no choice but to use his words to mock Sean's identity as the logistics manager. "The lights in the corridor are flashing non-stop. Quickly get someone to change them." Sean's investigation did not get anyone's cooperation. The manager of the finance company had a guilty conscience, the villain was wary of the police, and other people were unwilling to cooperate. Sean could only return to the office and receive the screw sent by Andy. That night, after fooling the old guard at the front desk, Sean successfully entered the building where the finance company was located. He used the milk powder to cleverly unlock the door and enter the finance company. The second confrontation with Andy had begun. The sound of hurried footsteps on the stairs, the sudden alarm of the safety door, the roar of the car engine, the fierce friction between the tires and the ground, and the several minutes of gunfire, coupled with the intense percussion music, the confrontation that lasted more than 20 minutes did not have any extra scenes. The whole process tightly captured the audience's eyes. Finally, the two got rid of the villain group's pursuit. The car drove on a quiet street in Los Angeles at night. The situation seems to be reversed this time. The gun is in my hand. Do you know where the nearest police station is? Sean raised his eyebrows and patted Andy's shoulder with the gun. There was a bit of pride in his expression. Andy laughed and scolded him for being ungrateful. Then he said, "Same old rules. You win when we get to the police station." The car suddenly accelerated. At the same time, the audience's hearts, which had just relaxed, were hung up again. Everyone was curious about how Andy would escape this time. Amidst the screams of many girls in the theater, Andy stepped on the gas pedal and without hesitation, hit the cement barrier on the side of the road. Bang! With a loud bang, the windshield shattered and the airbag popped out. Sean, who was in the back seat, was shaken. In an inconspicuous small shot, because of the shattering of the front window, a small medicine bottle that Andy had placed next to the window bounced out a few times on the cement road. The scene slowly froze with the crisp sound of the small medicine bottle hitting the cement road, and then it fell into darkness. Here, Eric made a big change from the original version. He removed the scene where the two men wobbled and fought for the gem box. Eric felt that this scene was completely superfluous and meaningless. It also affected the rhythm of the movie. If the original 20-minute confrontation was like eating a bowl of spicy noodle soup with sweat all over one's forehead, then the snatching of the box was more like picking out half a caterpillar from the noodle soup with chopsticks at the last moment. Eric thought about it and felt that the purpose of this scene was to make Andy lose the small medicine bottle that contained the terminal cancer painkiller to cause Ian to misunderstand. So, Eric only used a small medicine bottle to cleanly and neatly set up this clue. After struggling in the darkness for a long time, Sean suddenly opened his eyes and found himself in a hospital ward. After the doctor's introduction, Sean knew that he was fine. He picked up his suit and casually hung his tie around his neck and walked out of the ward. Ian stopped Sean with a solemn expression, and the two of them started a funny conversation that didn't seem to make sense. "Hey, don't lie to me about this." Sean explained, "It's like this, I had an appointment with a friend for dinner, and on the way, Ian interrupted Sean's nonsense and said, 'We found your car. It was full of bullet holes. Someone came to me for revenge. I can't do anything about it. We police always have a lot of enemies. You're still lying to me.'" Ian pulled Sean to the side agitatedly and raised the small bottle in his hand. "What is this?" "I found it at the place where you loaded the car. I asked the doctor, and he said this painkiller is for patients with terminal cancer." Sean took a breath and seemed to understand something. He leaned against the wall thoughtfully. Ian sighed and put his arm around Sean's shoulder. "Sigh, what a pity. You're so young." Sean raised his eyebrows and looked at Ian, but Ian continued, "It's my fault. I've always been biased against you, but you're also the same. Why do you always contradict me? I'm the bureau chief, and I'm more senior than you." Sean quickly understood that Ian had misunderstood this matter, but he kept nodding and didn't refute. It seemed that it was a good thing to let this narrow-minded boss misunderstand him. As for the possibility of being exposed in the future, he would worry about that in the future. After thinking about this, Sean took advantage of the situation and raised the small medicine bottle. "Western medicine, it's very fiery." Ian put his arm around Sean's shoulder again and repeatedly apologized for his previous narrow-mindedness, which made Sean feel a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Sigourney Weaver's cameo appearance as a female Interpol executive saved Sean from embarrassment. Through Andy's information, Sean understood the meaning of the number 13 written on the teacup cushion that the stranger left him. On May 13th, in the same small restaurant, after a verbal exchange, Sean agreed to cooperate with Andy's plan to capture the villain, the bald monk. In the bowling alley, when Cruz appeared in a rather stunning female disguise, not only was Sean shocked, but the audience in the theater also exclaimed in surprise. When the bowling ball was smashed and the diamonds stolen from the finance company were scattered all over the floor, the villain who had always been secretive was finally arrested. According to the clues that Eric had planted, as long as the bald monk could be brought to the police station, Interpol would cooperate with a series of evidence, and the bald monk would never be able to walk out of prison again. In the chaos, Sean found that Andy had disappeared into the crowd, so he hurriedly chased after him. In the parking lot, Andy helplessly took the initiative to get into his convertible sports car, because this time, not only was the gun in Sean's hands, but the steering wheel was also controlled by him. The Lamborghini convertible sped through the streets, followed by a large number of police cars. "What are you waiting for?" Sean asked after passing through several police lines. Andy leaned his head weakly against the back of the seat. "I've done everything I need to do. But I haven't. If I can't take you to the police station, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." "You'll only remember me if you have regrets." Andy teased Xiaowen in a gay manner. Sean was silent for a moment. "Don't worry, I won't forget you." Andy shook his head with a smile and coughed violently a few times. Blood poured into his mouth and sprayed on the windshield. Sean's hands tightened on the steering wheel. Andy apologized, lifted the black cloth covering the bomb, and took out a remote control. Sean glanced at it. "This move again? Try it if you don't believe me." Sean raised his hand and pressed the button. With a soft beep, the bomb began a 1-minute countdown. "It can't be real this time, right?" Andy smiled. "You were the one who pressed it. You told me that it didn't matter when or where I died, the key was that I couldn't die in the police station." Xiaowen informed the people following him about the bomb through the walkie-talkie. Then, he stepped on the accelerator and quickly passed through the last few police lines. He got out of the sports car in the last 10 seconds of the countdown. Although the two had only known each other for a few days, Sean completely understood Andy's style of doing things. He didn't believe that the bomb was real at all. So, deliberately letting a criminal go was a huge pressure on his professional ethics. So, when he got out of the car, Sean's face was a little heavy. But gradually, he seemed to have figured something out. Gradually, a smile appeared on his face as he walked toward his colleagues in a relaxed manner. "After doing things, I'm always hungry. It's time to find something to eat. I wonder if the small restaurant is closed." With that thought, he waved at Ian, who was complaining to him, and left. Unsurprisingly, when the countdown ended, the Lamborghini's engine automatically started, and Andy successfully escaped again. A few weeks later, in the small restaurant, Sean's eyes widened when he saw a piece of news in the corner of the newspaper. Someone had donated a large sum of money to the Children's Cancer Foundation in his name. So, he swallowed the food and the corners of his mouth curled up as if he wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. With a bucket of popcorn in his arms and a newspaper in his hand, Sean passed through the bustling crowd and somehow got on a bus. Just as he sat down, he caught a glimpse of something familiar. "Miss, your necklace is very beautiful. Where did you buy it?" Sean couldn't help but ask. Yo-Yo picked it up and looked at it. With a faint smile on her face, she said, "A friend gave it to me. It's very cheap." "Boyfriend?" Yo-Yo hesitated and didn't answer. She only said quietly, "I haven't seen him in a long time. After he gave it to me, he hasn't appeared again." Sean turned around sluggishly. "Keep it well. Although it's fake, it's still very fake. Maybe one day he'll appear in front of you again." "Huh, he'll scare you." Yo-Yo smiled but didn't reply. She looked out of the car window. Soon, the girl got out of the car. In the fast and slow shots, Sean and Yo-Yo's lonely expressions appeared one after another. Shoving a piece of popcorn into his mouth, Sean thought of Andy again. Man, it would be great if all of this was just a scam. Just like the fake gun and the fake bomb, your illness was also fake. You just wanted to get my sympathy so that I would let you go. Even if you hide in a corner and laugh at my stupidity, I don't mind. Really, in the end, he thought with a gloomy face. It was like some kind of inheritance. The chanting that would only sound when Andy appeared again when Yo-Yo walked through the streets with the gem. It was like some kind of reincarnation. Ethereal, mysterious, and distant. The last line of subtitles appeared, and the lights in the theater lit up. As the main creators of the movie looked forward to it anxiously, warm applause rang out. It was not until Eric walked onto the stage with Cruz, Hanks, and the other leading actors, smiled and gestured to the fans below the stage to be quiet that the applause slowly stopped. After expressing his gratitude to the fans and doing a few short interactions, Eric and the others walked backstage as the fans in the theater gradually became excited. Although the fans were a little unwilling, they still left the theater in an orderly manner. Do you know, Nicole? Many directors have their own unique styles in their movies. Not to mention those artistic directors with strong styles, even those commercial directors who focus on the box office. If you study their movies a little bit, you will find that they themselves use the same method in many of their movies. However, this characteristic doesn't appear in Eric Williams. His movies have completely different styles. This can only be described as weird. Because one's inertia is very powerful, many habits will be used unconsciously. George Rosen, the film critic of Premiere magazine, who walked out of the theater with Nicole side by side, explained to the girl excitedly. He found that when the girl heard the topic of Eric, she always showed a little interest, unlike the cold attitude of other topics. Therefore, he decisively stopped commenting on the performances of Cruz, Hanks, and Brooke Xianxia, and always changed the topic to Eric. When they reached the parking lot, George Rosen said tentatively, "Nicole, there is a good coffee shop not far away. Maybe we can go and sit for a while. It's still very early, and there's nothing to do when we go back, right?" The girl refused coldly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Rosen. I have to go back soon." Nicole said so, but she stopped beside her car and turned her head to look at the theater behind her. Although George Rosen had been rejected, he realized that the girl did not immediately get into the car and leave. George had never managed to get a cold and elegant beauty like Nicole before, so he was not willing to give up so easily. Moreover, the girl's indifferent attitude had aroused George's desire to conquer her even more. "Nicole, do you like Eric Williams very much?" George quickly thought of another topic. The girl glanced at him and said honestly, "Not very much." George Rosen showed a look of understanding. "Oh, don't deny it. I found that you always liked to hear about Eric Williams. Nicole, do you want to see him face to face?" Nicole raised her eyebrows. Faced with this man's persistent pestering, the girl was getting more and more impatient. Unfortunately, due to the light in the parking lot, George Rosen did not notice the slight change in the girl's expression. He still said self-righteously, "You know, I'm the film critic of Premiere. Because of Dark War, Eric Williams will definitely have to accept a lot of interviews during this period to promote the movie. With the current influence of Premiere, I'm sure they won't refuse if we send them an interview invitation." "What does this have to do with me?" the girl replied coldly. "I have a good relationship with the editor-in-chief. If he agrees, I can get this task. When the time comes." George Rosen's expression was a little smug and boastful. "If you want, you can pretend to be my assistant. This way, you will have a chance to talk to Eric Williams face to face. Maybe we will even have a chance to have a meal together." "Oh." The girl spat out a meaningless syllable as a mocking smile appeared on her face. Just as she was about to reject this self-righteous guy, a young man in a neat suit came to the parking lot and ran directly toward the slender and elegant Nicole. George Rosen looked at the young man who came over with a vigilant expression. Nicole was also a little vigilant when she saw the young man walking towards her. She did not know the young man, and she had not yet gotten rid of the one beside her. She did not want another one to pester her. "Excuse me, are you Miss Nicole Kidman?" The young man came in front of the girl and looked at Nicole's outfit again before asking. Nicole nodded. George realized that the two of them did not know each other, so he breathed a sigh of relief. The young man confirmed the girl's identity and said enthusiastically, "Hello, Miss Kidman. I'm Alan Fissman." Seeing the girl's puzzled expression, Alan quickly explained, "I'm Mr. Williams' assistant." "Oh, hello, Alan. Just call me Nicole." The girl smiled and reached out to shake the young man's hand. At the same time, she glanced at George Rosen, who seemed to have realized something, and introduced him somewhat mischievously. "This is the film critic of Premiere Magazine, Mr. George Rosen." "Hello, Mr. Rosen." Alan greeted George indifferently. Filmmakers usually did not like film critics. In this era, the film critic groups firmly held the reputation of most movies, but there were very few film critics who could maintain a fair attitude. The film company had to spend a lot of money on this group of people before each release. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get a fair review from them. After greeting George, Alan did not wait for him to respond. He turned to the girl again. "It's like this, Nicole. Miss Barrymore asked me to tell you that she's going to attend the party with Mr. Williams. You don't have to wait for her." "Thank you, Alan. I got it." The girl nodded to show that she understood. Alan did not say much. He nodded at the two of them and turned to walk into the theater again. "Sorry, Mr. Rosen. Can you move aside?" After Alan left, Nicole was about to open the car door and go home, but she found George Rosen blocking her car door in a daze. "Oh, I'm sorry." George moved aside in a panic. When he saw the girl open the car door, the corners of his mouth twitched. He wanted to smile freely, but the muscles on his face seemed to be frozen and refused to cooperate. If Alan had only mentioned Mr. Williams, George could still deceive himself and pretend that he did not understand. After all, there were too many people with the surname Williams. Then, when Alan mentioned Miss Barrymore, George completely lost the ability to pretend that he did not understand. The somewhat strange relationship between Eric and Drew had always been a hot topic in the circle. Of course, George Rosen knew about it. Then, it was not difficult to guess Nicole's identity. Thinking of the girl waiting for Drew here, George felt that she must be very close friends with Eric and Drew. Thinking of what he had said just now, George Rosen felt a strong sense of embarrassment. The girl and Eric clearly knew each other, and he still used the topic of the interview to tempt her. The girl must have laughed at him 100 times in her heart just now. Looking at Nicole driving away as if nothing had happened, George, who was walking to his car in frustration, felt more and more like a clown jumping up and down. When a person encountered such a situation and refused to reflect on their own mistakes, their usual behavior would be to vent their anger on Nicole. Therefore, George directly ignored his impolite pestering and felt that he had been fooled by Nicole. Finding an excuse for himself, George Rosen kicked his car's tire hard and scolded with a ferocious expression, "B*TCH, let's wait and see." The ups and downs of the plot, the thrilling soundtrack, the sharp and changeable editing, and the outstanding performances of several actors, Eric Williams has brought us a dark symphony with a different style after the playfulness of Home Alone and the warmth of Pretty Woman. From the mysterious singing at the beginning to the tragic symphony at the end, the gorgeous soundtrack of Dark War runs through the entire movie, but it doesn't make people feel noisy at all. The tight plot is full of tension, and there are no redundant scenes. The 2-hour visual feast makes people feel calm. Blood has always been the two elements that can stimulate the audience's adrenaline the most in movies, but many movies are just claptrap, and they always do it for the sake of sex, and blood for the sake of blood. However, the use of blood in Dark War doesn't feel deliberate at all. During the movie, every time there was a scene where Tom Cruise coughed up blood, I could hear the heartbroken cries of the female fans around me. However, these cries were also mixed with excitement like that of Gao Chao. A handsome, gentle, and mysterious man has already made most women fall in love at first sight, but Eric Williams is still not satisfied, and he added a stimulating blood-vomiting attribute to the protagonist. I'm sure that the character created by Cruise will definitely be imitated by many filmmakers in the future. The wonderful performances of the two protagonists didn't overshadow the brilliance of the supporting roles at all. Joe Pesci raised his eyebrows, twitched his mouth, and shook his head. The reappearance of Brooke Xianxia, who had been silent for several years, was even more eye-catching. Perhaps it was because the girl had been at Princeton for several years, but Brooke Xianxia's acting was more profound and restrained. Although she only appeared for a few minutes, she left a deep impression on people. I believe that this time, even if Brooke Xianxia doesn't get a positive acting award, the Razzie judges will definitely not consider her as an actress. I'm looking forward to seeing Brooke Xianxia's performance in other movies in the future. The next morning, Eric sat in the dining room and focused on reading the fresh movie reviews in today's newspaper. Nicole, on the other hand, was busy coming and going, bringing breakfast to the table from time to time. Soon, a sleepy Drew floated into the dining room in his slippers. He pulled out a chair and sat down at the table. He supported his chin with one hand and narrowed his eyes as he watched Eric flip through the newspaper. "Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Eric asked without raising his head. "I'm hungry," Drew said. He pulled the small basket in the middle of the table and reached out to grab a bagel. However, he was hit by Eric's rolled-up newspaper. "Have you brushed your teeth after eating?" The girl blinked her eyes and pretended to be pitiful. "Eat after you're done." Eric glared at the girl. He had no intention of indulging her. He waved the newspaper in his hand, ready to hit it again at any time. Okay. Seriously, you're like an old-fashioned old man." Drew stood up weakly and floated out again. She had a bit of fun at the party last night and didn't eat much, so the girl looked very dispirited at the moment. Nicole stood in front of the kitchen counter and listened to the conversation between the two of them. She felt a little envious. Although the two of them didn't have any intimate words or actions, this kind of ordinary conversation made her feel the warmth that only belonged to family. In comparison, although Eric had been very polite to her, he still didn't treat her as one of his own. It wasn't that the girl hadn't tried in this regard, but it wasn't very effective. The girl brought the cooked oatmeal into the dining room and began to share breakfast for them. However, when she gently placed a bowl of oatmeal in front of Eric, she inadvertently looked up and saw Eric frowning slightly at the newspaper. "What's wrong?" the girl asked softly as she sat down. Eric shook his head gently. "Nothing, just a movie review." Nicole glanced at the title of the newspaper in Eric's hand and said softly, "Someone is criticizing Dark War?" "Yeah." Eric nodded and said, "It feels strange. This person seems to be targeting me. I don't remember provoking this person." As Eric spoke, he looked down, hoping to find some information about the author. When some newspapers asked for articles from more famous film critics, they would often include the critic's information at the end of the article to make the readers feel that this person was very authoritative. "So it's a professional film critic for Premiere magazine and a journalism graduate from Columbia University," Eric whispered. Nicole's heart skipped a beat when she heard the name of Premiere. "Eric, can I take a look?" Eric handed the newspaper over. The girl glanced at the author's name and suddenly felt a little guilty. It was George Rosen. A story that can't stand up to scrutiny, deliberately mystifying noisy soundtrack, and repeated meaningless scenes. "I feel that this kind of movie is simply a waste of the viewer's time and money." The girl only took a quick glance at one of the paragraphs and hurriedly returned the newspaper. Her eyes flickered slightly. She knew that the article must have been written because of her, because George Rosen was originally praising Eric. Perhaps it was because of the coincidence last night that made Eric feel embarrassed, which caused this to happen. If she had clearly rejected him when he tried to strike up a conversation, perhaps this would not have happened. Nicole thought of this and felt even more guilty. She carefully asked, "Eric, this review won't affect the box office, right?" "No," Eric said. "Most of the film critics maintain an attitude of praise for this movie. It's fine if there are one or two critical articles occasionally, as long as the general direction of the movie's reputation is not affected." "Oh." Nicole breathed a sigh of relief. Eric carefully looked at the girl's expression. "Nicole, you seem to have something on your mind?" No. Nicole quickly shook her head and denied. Eric did not ask further. He hurriedly flipped through the rest of the newspaper and began to eat breakfast. However, George Rosen did not seem to intend to give up after publishing a critical film review. The next day, and the third day, several of his review articles appeared again, and the words were more and more intense. In the end, he even began to question whether the movie was made by Eric. George Rosen first listed some similarities between Eric's previous movies. After all, Back to 17, Home Alone, and Pretty Woman were all very heartwarming. Then, he changed the topic and made a detailed comparison between Home Alone and the dark and cold style of Dark War. In the end, he gave the readers the feeling that Dark War had nothing to do with the previous movies. Next, George Rosen began to comment on the similarities that existed in many of the movies made by the movie masters. From the beginning to the end, he instilled a point of view in the audience that if several movies were made by the same person, even those movie masters with varied styles could find many similarities in their works. However, Dark War did not. Therefore, George Rosen boldly implied that the movie was not made by Eric himself, but by a gunman hired by Columbia. This was completely a money-making work in the name of Eric Williams' genius director. The fans were fooled. Eric, who saw this article, shook his head helplessly. He deeply understood that the scariest thing was not to be afraid of, but the scariest thing was a cultured saying of wisdom. This was because the analysis of this article was too detailed. The professional standard was so high that Eric could only look up to it, as expected of a top student from an Ivy League school. Even Eric had to admit that the other party's analysis was very reasonable. Because the newspaper that published George Rosen's article was quite influential, the gunman point of view of Dark War had a considerable impact on the public. The battle for the box office during the summer was very fierce. Once there was a chance to attack the competitors, other film companies would definitely be very willing to add fuel to the fire. Therefore, in just a few days, the doubts in the media gradually increased. Columbia had to take this matter seriously and urgently contacted Eric to discuss countermeasures. "Perhaps we can sue the critic named George Rosen for defamation," said an executive in the conference room. The legal department manager shook his head and retorted, "We've already considered this method. It's very difficult to work. The federal court won't even accept our lawsuit request. George Rosen is too shrewd. His article is more like a professional thesis." From the beginning to the end, he did not explicitly say that Dark War was not shot by Eric. He has been hinting, and this hint is very convincing. To be honest, if I didn't happen to see the shooting process once, I would have believed this point of view. Now, the most important thing is to clarify. We can't let this point of view continue to fester. This is easy to say, but not easy to do. You say, how do we clarify for Eric? Do we let the TV station broadcast Eric's scene live? We also found some news photos of the shooting process, but unfortunately, there are many photos of Cruz, Hanks, and even Brooke Chassis, but there are very few photos of Eric. It's not very convincing at all. Just when everyone was a little worried, Eric, who was delayed by something, pushed the door open and walked into the conference room, holding a cardboard box in his arms. "I'm sorry, everyone. I was delayed because I had to prepare these things." Eric apologized to everyone and found a place to sit down. Everyone involuntarily looked at the small box Eric put on the conference table. Eric noticed everyone's puzzled gazes and took the initiative to explain, "Oh, these are some videotapes. Drew, that little girl, went to the set several times to visit, and fiddled with the camera to shoot." On July 10, the box office for the first week of Dark War was officially released. Although George Rosen's article had caused a storm of doubt among the public, the reputation of Dark War itself was not affected much. More than 70% of the movie reviews were praising the movie. Therefore, Dark War still managed to earn more than $27 million in the three-day weekend box office in the first week under the pressure of Batman's continued popularity. Columbia had mixed feelings about this data. They were happy because the box office on weekdays during the summer would account for 40% to 50% of the total box office. The 7-day box office for Dark War still had a chance to hit $40 million in the first week. Although it would definitely not be able to catch up with Ghost Hunter 2's stunning first-week box office result because of Batman, this figure was enough to let the senior officials of Columbia, who had been worried about the box office for half a month, sleep well. If the box office reached $40 million in the first week, then the total box office still had a good chance of breaking $200 million. They were worried because of Ghost Hunter 2. Columbia was very worried that this movie would follow in the footsteps of Ghost Hunter 2 and drop more than 50% in the next week's box office. Although there would not be another blockbuster like Batman in the future, after experiencing the ups and downs of Ghost Hunter 2's box office curve, it was inevitable that Columbia would have such worries. Movies were like gambling, and no one knew what would happen next. Therefore, when the storm caused by George Rosen's questioning article had just arisen, Columbia quickly summoned all the executives to discuss countermeasures. The consequences of such a thing were unpredictable. Perhaps people would forget about it after reading it and chatting for a while. However, Columbia also found that it seemed that many parties did not want this argument to be easily ignored. In just a few days, many media outlets began to add fuel to the fire. They would never allow Dark War, which was originally going well, to be affected by this doubt. What's more, Columbia had already confirmed Eric's topic marketing suggestion. They would use the product placement in the movie and Eric's TV series as hype topics to push up the box office in the second week. However, if this plan was to be implemented smoothly, this wave of doubts had to be clarified first. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the topic marketing to achieve the expected effect. It was likely that the previous doubts would stack up and worsen the situation. Just as the executives were having a headache over how to clarify that dark warfare was not the work of a gunner, the small box of videotapes that Eric moved into the conference room made everyone's eyes light up. After playing a few videotapes, everyone quickly discussed a countermeasure. In the office building of the CBS TV station in Los Angeles, Eric was making the final preparations with a female host named Sophia Temple. They were going to record a show called Sophia's Talk Show. If they wanted to clarify the doubts as soon as possible, what could be more convincing than playing the videotapes on the set in front of millions of viewers on a talk show? When an executive suggested this, Eric first thought of the famous Oprah's talk show. After all, this show was too famous. Unfortunately, his idea was quickly dismissed because each season of Oprah's talk show was broadcast from September to May every year. It just so happened that this talk show was on hiatus. Moreover, even if Oprah's talk show was not on hiatus now, it was impossible to arrange the schedule in just a few days. Taking a step back, Columbia quickly arranged another show called Sophia's Talk Show through their good relationship with the CBS TV station. This talk show was obviously an imitation of Oprah's talk show, but unfortunately, Eric had never heard of it in his previous life. Sophia Temple was a very classy Caucasian woman. She wore a decent burgundy business suit. She had black hair, blue eyes, and a sharp nose. Eric felt that she looked similar to Courtney Cox from Friends in his previous life. It was just that she was more scholarly than Courtney Cox. After the exchange, Eric also understood why this talk show was unknown in his previous life. He guessed that this copycat show would not exist for long. As Sophia Temple's personality was very scholarly and her speech was very proper, Eric guessed that she must have come from a wealthy family and received a full set of elite education. Although this woman was very talented, her personality was somewhat conservative. Therefore, Eric felt that she was more suitable for more serious and high-end interview shows, such as interviewing entrepreneurs, scientists, and so on. She was not suitable for a talk show that required her to interact with guests and stir up the atmosphere of the audience. In comparison, Oprah, who came from a humble background, was different. In order to increase the influence of the show, she could expose her childhood experience of being raped by her family. She could do all sorts of funny things on the spot, and she could cry and laugh with the guests on the spot. However, Eric was certain that the conservative Sophia Temple would not be able to do that. "Miss Temple, Mr. Williams, the set is ready. You can start recording." A staff member pushed open the door and walked into the break room, speaking to Eric and Sophia, who were discussing the details. Eric and Sophia left the break room side by side and walked toward the studio. Speaking of directors, many people's first impression is definitely those old men with big beards, messy hair, and eccentric personalities. But since last year, there has been an exception in the circle of Hollywood directors. He is not only young and handsome, but also talented. What's more surprising is that this young man's movies have achieved jaw-dropping box office results. Oh, I think everyone already knows who he is. So, let's welcome our live guest today, Mr. Eric Williams. After a well-rehearsed opening speech, Sophia gestured for Eric to walk in again with the small box in his arms. The production team had suggested that the box containing the videotape be placed at the scene, but Eric had rejected them. The main purpose of appearing on this show was to clarify the rumors about the gunman. Of course, the deeper the impression he left on the audience, the better it would be for him to do so. Amidst the screams of the girls below the stage, Eric smiled and waved at the camera before sitting down with Sophia. "Eric, is this the gift you prepared for everyone? Do you want me to help distribute it to everyone?" Sophia smiled and pointed at the box that Eric was holding. Without waiting for Eric's reply, the girls below the stage screamed excitedly again. A few of them couldn't help but stand up and look at the things in the box. Eric pressed his hands together awkwardly, indicating for everyone to be quiet. He then explained, "I'm sorry, everyone. I came here in a hurry today and didn't have time to prepare a gift. As for these, they are just some videotapes. As for the content, I'll keep it a secret for now. I'll give everyone a surprise later." Although many people sighed in disappointment, they all quieted down. After that, Sophia and Eric began the standard process of a talk show interview. They got close to each other, reminisced about their childhood, looked back on the past, tasted the present, and looked forward to the future. Most of the questions were discussed in advance. In this aspect, Sophia was indeed more conservative, just like Eric's previous evaluation of her. Even if there were a few sudden small questions, Eric didn't find it difficult to deal with them at all. After talking about Eric's past for more than 10 minutes, the two of them began to change the topic to the main point of the interview. "Eric, many people have said that compared to your previous movies, the style of Dark Battle has changed a little too much. What do you think of these people's comments?" Eric stared at Sophia's pretty face and began to talk nonsense in a serious manner. "Actually, to be honest, the appearance of my previous movies had a lot of accidental factors. At that time, my father suddenly passed away, and I had to drop out of school and work in a small restaurant, but that was not the life I wanted. I had been interested in movies since I was a child, so I wrote the script of Back to 17, which I prepared for myself because I wanted to enter Hollywood. Little Stu came to my house one night when I was shooting Back to 17. Little Stu asked me if he could shoot a movie too. I said yes, so Little Stu came to see me, and Little Stu came to my house one night when I was shooting Back to 17. Little Stu asked me if he could shoot a movie too. I said yes, so Little Stu came to see me. As for the script of Pretty Woman, there was also a great deal of chance involved in the creation of the script. Therefore, Dark Battle is a movie that I really want to film from the bottom of my heart. I had the idea of making this movie a long time ago. For this reason, I even sent an invitation to Mr. Tom Hanks before Wind and Moon was filmed." "Oh, in that case, your previous movies were just for fun. If your words were heard by many Hollywood directors, many of them would be heartbroken," Sophia asked mischievously, and the audience burst into laughter once again. If Eric could really casually produce a few movies that had shocking box office sales, many directors who had been struggling in Hollywood for many years would probably hit their heads against the wall. Sophia's expression changed slightly. Eric quickly denied it with a smile. "Of course not. I worked hard on every previous movie. I think that if a person wants to achieve something, it's very important. Even if you're not very interested in some things, you still have to work hard to do it well." Sophia nodded thoughtfully. "Eric, although you're still so young, with your achievements, you definitely won't be restrained and restricted when making movies. Does this mean that your future movies will be in the style of Dark Battle?" "No, I prefer to try new things, so my future movies will definitely be varied. I don't want to be labeled as a certain kind of movie director at such a young age. But I've heard of a point of view in the past few days. No matter how good a movie master is, there will definitely be similar elements in their movies. But some newspaper analysis said that Dark Battle has nothing in common with your previous movies. It's like it was filmed by two different people." Sophia stared at Eric and brought up this sharp topic. The audience immediately held their breaths. In fact, many people had already guessed the reason why Eric came to this talk show, so they were very curious about how Eric would defend himself. "Actually, I can't do anything about this. My age is indeed a problem. There are very few directors under the age of 30 in Hollywood, not to mention that I'm not even 20 yet." Eric continued, "Originally, I didn't have to respond to this kind of question. After all, reality is the best weapon to counterattack. However, with the expansion of this point of view, I feel that even if I ignore the irresponsible media, I should give an explanation to the fans who have always supported my movie. Coincidentally, due to some coincidental factors, some footage of the filming process of Dark War was preserved. Here, it's these videotapes." As Eric spoke, he took out more than 10 videotapes from a small box and piled them between himself and Sophia. "Wow, are these behind-the-scenes footage from the filming? Sophia asked. Eric shook his head. No, if they were behind-the-scenes footage, I definitely wouldn't appear on camera. These are some trivial things that I recorded on the set of Dark War with an extra camera. You mean, a documentary about the filming process of Dark War from a third party's point of view? Is this allowed in the film production process? Eric laughed. Under normal circumstances, this kind of situation is not allowed because the content of the movie needs to be kept absolutely confidential. However, the person who filmed these videotapes has a special identity. I believe that she won't reveal the content, so I let her do as she pleases. It's also because of my connivance that I now have the chance to prove my innocence. After Eric finished speaking, the audience below the stage craned their necks and widened their eyes. A few fans even softly urged Eric and Sophia to hurry up and play the contents of the video. Alright, then everyone must be impatient. Let's take a look together. Sophia didn't overly whet the audience's appetite. She seemed to casually pick out a videotape and stuffed it into the projector that she had already prepared. Then, a shaky image appeared on the big screen behind the two of them. It seemed that the person operating the camera was not very familiar with it. After a while, the image slowly stabilized. At the same time, a girl's slightly rude voice sounded from outside the picture. Alan, hold up the sound. If there's no sound when I film it, I'll settle the score with you. Another voice sounded with a hint of helplessness. Yes, Your Highness. The audience laughed along. Many people could tell that the girl's voice should be from Drew Barrymore, who had a close relationship with Eric. Thinking of what Eric had just said, it was true that only this girl could act so recklessly on the set. If anyone else dared to act like this on a movie set, they would definitely be kicked out. On the big screen, the image began to move. Many people recognized that this should be a large studio. Looking at the full-scale model of the streets and houses on the screen, the audience let out a faint cry of surprise. After all, this was not the era of the internet more than 10 years later. Many things could be found on the internet. Although Americans often watched movies, they did not know much about the specific process of movie production. They had never seen a full-scale model of a large studio like this, so they were quite surprised. Accompanied by some noise, the person carrying the camera quickly walked into a room. In front of the camera, Eric, wearing a military green director's vest, appeared. In the image, Eric was gesticulating and explaining something to Hanks. Seeing the camera move closer, Eric stopped talking with Hanks and reached out with a smile. He seemed to have knocked on someone's head. At the same time, the girl's painful cry and the laughter of some people around her sounded. Hey, girl, this professional Sony camera is worth $128,000. If you accidentally break it, I can only compensate you to Colombia to pay off the debt. Eric knocked on Drew's head and said. The camera shook briefly, and Drew's crazy voice sounded. Wow, you're so annoying. How many times have I told you, don't knock my head? Eric waved at the camera like he was shooing away kittens and puppies. Go, go, go. Stand further away. We're about to start shooting. As the camera retreated, Eric's voice rang out, instructing the crew to start shooting. Many of the crew members and the camera began to move. Hanks and some other actors also began to take their positions. A script clerk walked forward, presumably to give the script board. At this point, Sophia pressed the stop button and explained to the audience, sorry, the next scene will involve the content of the movie, so we have to stop. Although it was only a short 1 or 2 minutes, the audience still enjoyed it. When Sophia stopped playing, many people sighed regretfully. Eric, I'm starting to be more curious about a question. I believe the audience in front of the TV is also very curious about this question. Sophia did not immediately start playing the other videotapes. Instead, she asked the question that many people were wondering about. Although it was only a short few minutes, we all saw that you doted on Miss Barrymore. You let her play with a camera worth more than $100,000 like a toy. What's your relationship with Drew? Eric hesitated for a moment, organized his words, and said, how should I put it? Drew and I met during the filming of Back to 17. Very quickly, I fell in love with this little girl. Seeing that some people were about to kick up a fuss, Eric quickly waved his hand and stopped them. Don't misunderstand, it's definitely not the kind of love you think it is. I only see Drew as my sister. At that time, Drew had some bad habits. Although she went to rehab a few times, the effects were not very good. Her mother was helpless about it. I couldn't bear to see a girl with such potential like Drew gradually sink into depression. Impulsively, I discussed with her mother and asked her to move in with me. Perhaps I could supervise her to get rid of these bad habits. After some consideration, Ms. Edick agreed, and that's what we're seeing now. Perhaps it's because Drew and I hit it off, but she still listens to me. Because of that, she has completely gotten rid of those bad habits. She's currently studying in an all-girls school. I hope that she can successfully graduate from high school. Once she's an adult, she'll be free to choose her own path. Eric didn't feel any psychological pressure towards this kind of nonsense. As someone in the entertainment industry, he already knew that these so-called interviews were a kind of show. As long as he could achieve his goal, it was fine. In his previous life, after celebrities went on interviews, it was not uncommon for them to show off their love, divorce, and all kinds of weird things to happen. If you treated this kind of program with a serious attitude, you'd be too stupid if your blood boiled or your eyes welled up with tears when you heard the celebrities talk about their inspirational stories or love experiences. Of course, although he didn't think much of it, Eric still put on a show. When he said these words, his expression was very sincere, and it was very provocative. It was as if he was an angel sent by God to save a lost girl. Sophia also revealed a touched expression. As for whether it was real or not, Eric didn't know. Then, let's look forward to Miss Barrymore's return to the big screen and bring us outstanding works. Now, let's see what the other videotapes talk about, Sophia said as she selected another videotape that she had ordered beforehand and placed it in the player. The camera was still a little shaky. This time, the setting wasn't a film studio, but a blocked street. There were many police cars parked around, and there were also many camera cranes and tracks. However, the staff in the video were chatting in groups of 3 to 5, some were drinking water with their heads raised, and some were leaning against the car door and fanning themselves with the folders in their hands. From the looks of it, the crew was taking a temporary break. The voiceover sounded again. Hello everyone, I'm Drew Barrymore, a reporter from ABC Television. I heard that there was a bank robbery here. Let's interview the Commander-in-Chief, Mr. Eric Williams. The camera slowly moved closer to Eric, who was wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap not far away. The girl seemed to say something, and then a furry extra-large microphone unwillingly appeared in the camera. It slowly moved in front of Eric, and even accidentally poked Eric's nose. It looked very funny. An aggrieved male voice sounded. Director, I was forced to do this. Don't blame me. Seeing this scene, Eric and Sophia laughed, and the audience at the scene roared with laughter. In the video, Eric took off his sunglasses and looked at the camera helplessly, as if saying, "What are you trying to do?" Mr. Williams, I heard that there was a bank robbery here. What's the situation now? Can you tell us about it? The girl asked in all seriousness. All right. Eric pushed the microphone away from his face and said lazily, we have the situation under control. Miss Reporter, look, the two robbers are playing poker with the special forces. The atmosphere is peaceful. The negotiator, Hanks, isn't really chatting with the plainclothes man. He's actually probing the other party. We've already learned that the plainclothes man is a mole, and we're going to arrest him later. The director, Mr. Joe Pacey, has something urgent to attend to and will only be back in an hour. I'm sure the hostages will still be alive by then. Eric's funny words made the audience roar with laughter again. After playing this segment, Sophia smiled and picked a few more videotapes to play for a short while. During this time, she also mixed in the conversation between the two of them and the live audience. Unknowingly, because some scenes needed to be recorded multiple times, the 40-minute talk show took more than 2 hours to finish recording. On Wednesday, a new episode of Sophia's Talk Show was officially broadcast on CBS. The guest for this episode was supposed to be a famous football player, but when many football fans sat in front of the TV waiting for their idol to appear, they found that the guest had been changed to the young director Eric Williams. As a result, some die-hard fans called the TV station to ask questions. However, most of the TV viewers were not that picky. Instead, they were pleasantly surprised. After all, Eric's current influence was not something a football player could compare to. Wow, I didn't expect a gunfight to be filmed like this. It's so cool. Eric Williams's cold joke is hilarious. The robbers are playing poker with the SWAT team members, haha, why hasn't Drew Barrymore appeared yet? Ever since Back to 17, there has been no news of her in the media. Eric is so scary when he's angry. He doesn't look like such a person at all. There's nothing strange about that. He's so young. If he wants those older employees to listen to him, how can he not be fierce? All kinds of discussions appeared in front of thousands of televisions. Due to the summer holidays, the proportion of young people in front of the TV had greatly increased. Eric's influence among young people was probably higher than the average idol star. After all, as peers, if you were 100 meters taller than others, you might attract all kinds of envy and jealousy. However, if you were 10,000 meters taller than others, most of the people would worship you. Therefore, when many young people saw Eric appear on TV, they couldn't help but share their emotions and call their classmates to remind them to watch the show. The influence of Sophia's talk show was far from Oprah's talk show. Although the latter had only been around for a few years, it had an average of more than 11 million viewers per episode. Sophia's talk show, which followed the trend, only had an average of about 4 million viewers. At the beginning of this episode, the original viewership figures were only 4.2 million. However, as the show was broadcasted, the viewership curve continued to soar. After the 40-minute broadcast, the viewership figures had stopped at 7.5 million. It had almost doubled. After the show was over, the CBS TV station's hotline was bombarded with calls. If we could do the promotion a week in advance, the show's ratings would definitely exceed 10 million, a CBS executive said with some regret after seeing the rating statistics. More than 70% of the calls to the hotline were for CBS to rebroadcast the show as soon as possible, while 30% of the calls were for random reasons. Some hoped that the cast of Dark War could appear on the show together, while others hoped to see Drew and Eric appear on the screen together. There was also a large number of people asking if the video in Eric's hands would be released to the market. CBS compiled the audience's feedback into a document and forwarded it to Columbia and Firefly. At the same time, they also extended invitations to Eric, Drew, and the actors of Dark War. Although Columbia was very tempted, Eric and the others refused. If it weren't for the sake of clarifying the rumors, Eric would have appeared on the talk show. Eric refused, and Drew certainly wouldn't go. The agents of Cruz and Hanks both felt that the show's influence was too small, and it didn't match the identities of the two superstars. However, Brooke Xianxia was somewhat tempted. Dark War brought a very good turning point for her career. However, CBS, which was rejected by Eric and the two Toms at the same time, was not interested. The other big names didn't want to appear, and they only invited the actresses. After all, Brooke Xianxia only appeared in Dark War for a few minutes. Although the influence of Sophia's talk show was far less than the Oprah show, CBS was still a national TV station. They weren't so desperate that they couldn't be choosy. Although the invitation was rejected, after CBS communicated with various parties, they quickly came up with a way to maximize their profits. When Eric participated in the recording of the show, he had accumulated more than 2 hours of material, while the talk show was only 40 minutes. Therefore, CBS re-edited the 2 hours of material into 2 episodes, which were broadcast over the next 2 days. Because they deliberately did a short promotion during the primetime slot at night, the re-edited first episode reached 9 million viewers the next day. When the second episode was broadcast on Friday, the viewership directly rushed to 10 million viewers. At its peak, it even reached 12 million viewers. When a daytime show's viewership reached 10 million, it could be treated as an ace show. The Oprah show had achieved glory for more than 2 decades because of this average score. In order to preserve their results, CBS directly gave up on several episodes that had already been produced. They spent a lot of money to invite other more important guests in an attempt to create a talk show comparable to the Oprah show. But in the end, they could only be disappointed. Just as Eric had predicted, the show's biggest problem was the host, Sophia Temple. It was not that she was not good enough, but that Sophia Temple's personality was not suitable to host a talk show. Therefore, after the second week, the talk show's viewership experienced a miraculous peak. Although they changed to more important guests, the viewership slowly declined. In the end, CBS could only give up. The episodes that Eric had participated in became the talk show's insurmountable peak. Until the show was axed by CBS and Sophia Temple moved to behind the scenes, the viewership ratings never reached that high again. Of course, this was all in the future. After the CBS talk show aired, the doubts about the gunman in Dark War quickly disappeared. After all, after the talk show aired, especially in the later episodes, the show aired more than 20 minutes of behind-the-scenes footage. From Eric's setting up of the set, to explaining the scenes to the actors, to the detailed filming process, everything was shown to the audience. And from time to time, the blockades of the streets told everyone that the videotape could not be faked. Therefore, if anyone raised such doubts again, it was purely a test of the audience's intelligence. After Sophia's talk show aired, George Rosen did not appear again. This was because Columbia Pictures directly pressured Premiere Magazine, forcing them to fire him. After all, because of George Rosen's article, Columbia had almost suffered immeasurable losses. If Columbia did not do anything, it would seem too easy to bully. Although the other major film companies secretly applauded George Rosen's article that caused trouble for Columbia, they did not want this to happen to them in the future. Therefore, as a film critic, George Rosen was also blacklisted by the 6 major film companies. In this era, the income of film critics mainly came from 2 sources: public relations fees from film companies and royalties from newspaper and magazine publications. Of course, the top film critics also had other sources of income, such as publishing books or appearing on TV shows. George Rosen was obviously not the top. Otherwise, Premiere Magazine would not have fired George Rosen so easily after being pressured by Columbia. Because of the blacklist, when a new film was about to be released, George Rosen not only did not receive a cent of public relations fees, but also could not receive an invitation to a test screening or a premiere. Not being able to attend a test screening or a premiere meant that it was impossible to get first-hand viewing information that was ahead of ordinary audiences. Newspapers and magazines were not very enthusiastic about the reviews of movies that had already been released, so even the income from movie reviews was greatly reduced. The loss of income from these 2 aspects was more than 80% of the original income. Therefore, being blacklisted by the 6 major film companies meant that George Rosen could no longer stay in the film critic circle, and the fame that he had spent years building in the circle would disappear. In fact, as a veteran in the circle for many years, George Rosen was also clear about the rules of the game in the circle. There were many lines that could not be touched, so he had never done anything out of line before. After years of hard work, he also had a considerable reputation in the industry, and his annual income even reached an enviable 6-figure sum. Perhaps it was precisely because of his success over the years that George Rosen became a little self-righteous and forgot his duty. That was why he published several articles attacking Dark War in a row. Originally, he felt that he had been teased by Nicole and wanted to vent his anger and take a little revenge on her. However, he did not expect that he had underestimated the influence of that professional article. By the time he realized it, it was already too late, and he had directly ruined his career. After the first week, perhaps because of the controversy, or perhaps because of the publicity effect of Eric's appearance on Sophia's talk show, Dark War earned more than 16 million yuan in the box office within 4 working days of the first week. The total box office for the first week reached more than 43 million yuan, which was at least 3 million more than Columbia's estimate of the box office for the first weekend. This data made Columbia very confident. At the same time, with the clarification of the gunman's doubts, the topical marketing plan that had been discussed in advance began. The incident began with several entertainment newspapers fiercely attacking the product placement in Dark War. More than 30 product placements. Are we really watching a movie? We're not watching a secret battle but an advertising battle in the Twin Soups advertisement blockbuster. Eric Williams's product placement is a road of no return. A series of eye-catching headlines directly pushed the topic of Dark Battle to the forefront. The media was in an uproar again after the controversy. Columbia also began to manipulate the direction of public opinion before other competitors could react, turning most of the media's comments into a ridiculing tone. Soon, the Los Angeles Times published an audience survey report. The survey was done by Columbia in advance, and the target audience was those who had just come out of the Dark War theater. The content was about the audience's views on the advertisements in Dark War. In the random sample of 1,000 people, 76% of the audience did not feel the existence of advertisements in the movie. 15% felt the existence of advertisements but did not care much. 7% of the audience said that they were somewhat concerned about the advertisements, and only 2% chose to hate the advertisements. In order to ensure its credibility, the Los Angeles Times published a stack of photos of the random sample report on the front page. This report almost set the tone for the Dark War product placement incident. Whenever this incident was mentioned, many people would feel that most people did not even feel the existence of advertisements. In fact, this was not a big deal. Coupled with the publication of other articles by Columbia, the public's direction of thinking began to change. Then, Columbia began to clarify that there were indeed some product placements in the movie, but it was not as exaggerated as the irresponsible media said. Columbia also brought up the controversy that had just happened, saying that it was a malicious accusation against Dark War by competitors. As the public opinion continued to guide the public, more and more people began to be curious about the advertisements in Dark War. This was because, as the survey showed, a large number of people did not even realize the existence of advertisements in Dark War when they watched it for the first time. When Columbia's competitors reacted and began to manipulate their own media to reverse the direction of public opinion and lead the public to hate the product placements in Dark War, Columbia threw out another bombshell. On the second weekend of the movie's release, early on Saturday morning, the Los Angeles Times, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and several other newspapers published a statement from Columbia. Although according to the survey, the product placements in Dark War did not affect the viewing experience of the majority of movie fans, in order to thank the fans for their support, after communication with the film's production and distribution parties, we have decided to return the $2 million in product placements received from Dark War to the majority of movie fans. From the date of the release of this statement, the audience can send all 12 product placements in the form of letters to the following address. We will select 200 lucky audience members who are correct during the live broadcast, and each person will be awarded $10,000 in cash. Then, the statement included the mailing address, deadline, and restrictions such as the limit of 1 letter per citizen ID and repeated deliveries were invalid. In an instant, the entire American media was in an uproar again. Even many audience members could not help but realize that this was blatant hype. However, even if they realized this, it could not stop the enthusiasm of many audience members. After all, it was the end of the 80s. For many American families, $10,000 was a huge sum of money. Anyway, everyone had the habit of watching movies during the holidays. If they could spend a few cents to get an envelope and send out their guesses after watching the movie, they might be able to win a grand prize of $10,000. Why not? Moreover, the probability of 200 people winning the prize seemed quite high. On the second day of the announcement, many cinemas that showed Dark War were full. On the day of the announcement, Dark War received $13 million at the box office. The Sunday box office also reached $11 million. In addition to the $8 million box office on Friday, Dark War had a total box office of $32 million for the second weekend. Miraculously, it achieved a 20% reverse drop in the box office during the intense summer season. It was also the only movie that had a reverse drop in the box office during the summer season. After 7 days of the second week, Dark War once again received more than $49 million at the box office for the second week. The total box office had reached $92 million. In comparison, the box office of Ghostbusters 2, which had begun to weaken after 5 weeks, had only received a little more than $90 million at the box office. Batman, affected by the popularity of Dark War, dropped 44% again in the fourth week and only received $16 million at the box office. Although the cumulative box office had reached $168 million, if Batman suffered another 40% drop in the box office in the following weeks, the box office could only remain within the tens of millions. Based on the box office trend of Dark War, the weekly box office figures of tens of millions could be maintained for another 3 to 4 weeks. It was really hard to say who would be the box office champion of the summer season. This result made many film companies a little dumbfounded. Even many executives of Columbia Pictures felt a sense of emptiness. Columbia's stock rose rapidly again, and the total market value exceeded $4.5 billion within a few weeks. Sony, which had reached a preliminary acquisition agreement, became anxious. The original plan was to complete the acquisition at the end of September, but the person in charge of Sony made several requests, hoping to sign the final agreement in August. The other party also realized that if Dark War overtook Batman and became the box office champion of the summer season, the stock price would definitely not stop rising. In the third week, the box office of Dark War fell by 26% again, taking more than $38 million at the box office. The confused media could only attribute this trend to the public's desire for windfall profits. Although many film companies wanted to learn from Columbia's lucky draw method to promote their films, unfortunately, the summer release trend had ended. Dark War could be said to be the last batch of big-budget films to be released, and there was not much point in promoting the films released before it. As for the movies that were released after Dark War, they basically took advantage of the end of the summer to enter the market to make money. Therefore, the other movie companies did not dare to spend 2 million yuan. Even if it was 1 million yuan, very few people would be willing to spend it. After all, the risk was too great. Even if a movie received 100 million yuan at the box office, after the theatrical distribution split, the remaining half would still need to be divided among the investors, producers, and distributors. In the end, they would have to pay taxes. The profit would usually be in the millions. There was no one else in the industry like Eric who could get hundreds of millions of yuan from Home Alone. Even for the Star Wars series, which was widely recognized as the most profitable at the moment, Lucas couldn't get such a high profit just from the box office. Columbia's use of product placement to achieve a reversal in the box office was destined to be a classic marketing example, and it would be studied by the major film companies. Eric was not worried that this method would be copied by others. This was because this operation was completely unconventional. To put it bluntly, it was fine if it was done once or twice. The audience would still feel that product placement was quite fresh. But once it was used a few times, the audience would have the reverse psychology of I am here to watch the movie for entertainment, not to count the product placement. It would be counterproductive if it was used again. Eric, do you think I'm right? In the study room, Drew was curled up in a large office chair, writing and drawing. He held a notebook full of advertising names and approached Eric. Eric looked away from the monitor and shook his head. No, why are you writing this? Do you want to participate in the lucky draw too? Can't I? That's $10,000. Drew put away the notebook and thought for a while with a pen under his chin. He lowered his head and changed it. What about this time? Oh, that's not right. Eric looked at it again and dug through the pile of documents on the desk in front of him. He found a few pieces of paper and handed it to the girl. Take it, don't bother me anymore. I don't want to. I want to guess everything with my own ability. Drew glanced at it and immediately refused. At the same time, he dragged his legs on the floor and moved his chair a little further away, as if being too close to the paper would tarnish his character. Eric shrugged and looked at the text on the monitor again. He typed on the keyboard and said, Then can you not ask me? This doesn't count as your own ability. Of course it counts. You're also a kind of personal ability. Drew said and changed it a few more times. Eric couldn't help but point out the biggest mistake. Hey, the TV scenes don't count as product placement. Just change it to a Canon camera. Wow, how can you do that? I want to guess a few more times. The girl pouted and hit Eric angrily. Only then did she unwillingly correct the mistake that she hadn't discovered. She had always felt that the scenes in Friends could be considered as product placement. In fact, many people had the same idea. Because Friends was also a part of the hype, many movie fans, like Drew, naturally treated Friends as a product placement. Columbia didn't make a clear statement about this and let the public speculate. After calming down for a while, the girl leaned on his back again. This made Eric a little restless. Drew, stop messing around. If you don't want to sit in the office chair, give it to me. It's not comfortable to sit on the chair. Eric shook his shoulders to get rid of the girl. Drew didn't let go. Eric, I thought of another good idea to make money. Why are you suddenly interested in making money recently? Eric pulled the girl's arm down. I'm jealous. Drew followed Eric's big hand and moved away from Eric's back. Then she sat on Eric's lap. What's there to be jealous of? Eric comforted her. He knew that the girl was stimulated by his two movies, Home Alone and Pretty Woman. But the truth was not like the media's bragging that Eric already had $200 million in cash. Although the share of Home Alone had been transferred to Eric's account in early July, after repaying the bank's two loans of $50 million, Eric only had $20 million left. This money would definitely have to be shared with the actors of Home Alone. According to the original contract, Stuart Runkle alone would get $3 million, and they couldn't be too stingy with the other actors. In the end, Eric probably wouldn't have much left. As for Pretty Woman, because of the 35% share in North America and 10% share overseas, Eric would also get a share of $105 million. However, Columbia settled the share in about a month. It was a promise made by the other party to show their goodwill to Eric in order to get the Dark War project. But Eric and Fox didn't have such an agreement, so everything had to be done according to the rules. With Eric's current strength, although Fox wouldn't maliciously default on the payment in order to build a good relationship with Eric, it would be considered good if the money could be settled within 3 months. Although Pretty Woman had been off the air for almost a month, Eric didn't even get a share. Looking at the girl who seemed a little unhappy in his arms, Eric didn't expect the girl who had always been carefree to have such small emotions. It felt quite refreshing. Drew fiddled with the fountain pen in her hand and muttered, "That's more than $200 million. I don't even know if I can earn $200 million in my lifetime. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Didn't you say you had a good idea to make money? Tell me and I'll give you some advice." Drew immediately perked up and gestured with her fingers as she said, "It's like this, Eric. After Sophia's talk show, didn't many viewers call to ask for the videotapes to be sold publicly? I think this is a good opportunity. I heard that many videotapes can sell tens of millions of units. Even if we can sell 1 million units, according to the price of $30, that's $30 million. After deducting the cost, we can still make a lot of money, right?" Eric wasn't in a hurry to break the girl's dream of getting rich. Instead, he asked, "Okay, then I want to ask you, who will the money belong to if we earn it?" "Of course it's mine. I took a lot of effort to shoot the video." Drew was a little embarrassed when she said this. She gently stuck out her tongue and said, "At most, I'll just give some to Columbia." "You definitely won't want it, right?" "That won't work," Eric said. He felt a little uncomfortable, so he let go of the girl and kicked the stool to the side. He pulled a comfortable leather swivel chair over and sat down. He then pulled the girl over and explained, "You forgot the most important thing. The content of the videotape." "Huh?" The girl blinked in confusion. Eric explained seriously, "I won't talk about the content of the videotape. You also filmed celebrities like Cruz and Hanks. There are also many extras and crew members. These people didn't take a single cent to appear in the video. If you just want to collect it, or broadcast it for publicity like a talk show, it's fine. But if you want to make a profit, you have to get the consent of everyone in the videotape. Otherwise, you'll be sued in the future. Even if you make $100 million, it won't be enough to pay for it. If you want to get the consent of so many people, it's more complicated than shooting a big budget movie." "Wow, it's so complicated." "Forget it." The girl lowered her head in disappointment. Eric patted the girl's back gently and said, "Okay, don't be depressed. Making money is mainly a man's business. You just have to dress up. It's late now. Go back to sleep early. Let me write the script quietly for a while. But I want to make money. There's still so much time left in the summer vacation. It's very boring. Eric, how about you let me take on a movie? I'll become stupid if I don't do anything." Drew snuggled up to Eric. Okay, let me think about it." Eric rubbed his temples and glanced at the script of Sleepless in Seattle on the table. He suddenly remembered something. It should be a conversation with a friend in his previous life. At that time, a movie called Beijing Meets Seattle was released. The two of them casually talked about the movie. Finally, they began to trace back. Finally, they found that many movies, such as Grey Garden, Sleepless in Seattle, Love Story, were inspired by the famous Golden Jade League by Cary Grant and Deborah Cole. Of course, this was not the point. What Eric thought of was that the friend also accidentally mentioned that it seemed that because of the popularity of Sleepless in Seattle, the videotape of Golden Jade League became popular. 2 million boxes were sold in a short time. This was an unexpected windfall for the film company that owned the copyright. Golden Jade League was an old movie 40 years ago. Although the two leading actors were Hollywood superstars at the time, it had been so long. Moreover, this movie was not like 007 and other movies that could be shot infinitely, so it had little commercial value. Perhaps 1 or 2 million yuan could buy all the copyrights of this movie. Moreover, Eric considered that he would film Sleepless in Seattle in the future, so he must obtain some authorization from the copyright holder of Golden Jade League. After the other party learned about this, it was difficult to guarantee that they would not raise the price. It was better to buy all the copyrights now. Seeing Eric's slightly excited expression when he thought of something, the girl couldn't bear it and hurriedly asked, "Eric, is there any good movie suitable for me? Tell me quickly." "There is no movie, but if you want to make a sum of money, there is a good opportunity." Eric picked up a pen and wrote down the name of the movie Golden Jade League on the paper. "Do you know this movie?" Drew looked at it with his eyes wide open and shook his head honestly. "I don't know." Eric could only explain patiently, "Then you remember that I told you about my next movie, right?" The girl pouted her lips towards Nicole's room outside the study. "Of course. In the setting of that movie, the heroine and likes to watch Golden Jade League very much. I think that if Sleepless in Seattle is released, the videotape sales of Golden Jade League will definitely increase greatly. So, if you want to make money, you can use your vacation time to find a way to buy all the copyrights of this movie. This is an old movie from 40 years ago. As long as the price is right, the movie company will definitely be willing to sell it." Drew had a kind of blind trust in Eric. If Eric said this to others, the other party would definitely be suspicious. However, Drew did not have this kind of doubt. Instead, he asked, "But, if I buy it, where can I release the video?" "Firefly will start to establish its own distribution channels in the near future, including videotape channels," Eric said. At the same time, he thought of Home Alone and the 3 movie contracts signed with Fox. He had a trace of helplessness and regret. At that time, he was alone and inexperienced, so he did not consider many things too thoroughly. Therefore, when he signed the agreement, he handed over the film and television rights to Fox. Firefly could only wait for a share of the profits. Although it seemed good, after all, many independent film companies did not even have the right to get a share of the profits. Usually, they were bought out at a fixed price, and he could still enjoy a share of the profits. But compared to releasing it himself, giving the distribution rights to Fox was still tantamount to losing a lot of income. After all, after going through the release process, the fame and reputation of the movie had been established. If he could have his own videotape distribution channel, then even if it was not as comprehensive as a big company, the profits he could get were still much more than the share if a big piece of the cake was cut off by the giants. Moreover, through his understanding during this period of time, he found that small companies with distribution ability, even if they handed over the distribution rights of their own movies to the movie giants, usually would not transfer the peripheral rights such as videotapes. As the proportion of the peripheral income of movies to the total income of movies increased, the income from these peripheral rights was likely to be an important source of funds to support a second and third-tier film company. For those second and third-tier film companies, if they had good film and television resources in their library, the peripheral income they received every year could support the daily operations of the film company. They did not have to repeatedly draw funds from box office earnings or investors. As long as there was no huge investment loss, these film companies could continue to survive. Therefore, Eric was also eager to establish his own distribution channel as soon as possible. The next 3 movies, Island Horror, Smell a Woman, Steel Magnolias, and the peripheral rights of Friends would definitely not be given away. "But, Eric, I don't have money." Drew blinked her eyes and looked at Eric like a fairy. Eric could not help but pinch the girl's face. don't you have a card? Just use it. If you make money, it's on you. Eric paused and remembered that Westerners did not have a dowry. He could only change his words. If you make money, it's on you. If you lose money, it's on me. Then I'll do it. Drew rubbed her face against Eric's face. Her small mouth was about to bite Eric's lips, but she was still blocked by a big hand. So, she stuck out her tongue and licked Eric's palm. You must be a cat in your previous life. You like to lick people's palms so much. Eric got the girl off his lap. Okay, now that we have something to do and money to make, we can go to sleep. Eric, you haven't hugged me to sleep in a long time, the girl said with a bitter face. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Eric reached out and pushed the girl in the direction of the door. And there are outsiders here. When Drew heard the word outsiders, she seemed to be very happy. She pounced on Eric and kissed him on the cheek before leaving. Eric looked at the closed study door and shook his head with a smile. He turned his attention to the monitor and began to finish the script of Friends. Barry Diller personally called Eric to pay attention to the filming progress of Friends. Although American TV series were broadcast while filming, and Friends was no exception, it was almost August now, and the TV series would start airing in September. Eric only had a month left. Eric, this is today's newspaper. Early the next morning, Eric returned to the living room after his routine exercise. Nicole thoughtfully placed the newspaper on the coffee table in front of Eric. Thank you, Nicole. Eric admired the girl's new pink uniform with great interest before picking up the newspaper to read. Nicole went back to the kitchen again. A moment later, Eric saw the name of a movie in the newspaper. This movie happened to be released by Columbia. He didn't expect it to do well. Moreover, the name was When Harry Met Sally. The lead actors were Billy Crystal, who had hosted multiple Oscars, and Meg Ryan, the original female lead of Sleepless in Seattle. Eric still likes this actress with a sweet smile. However, it seems that the other party's path to stardom is very bumpy. To sum it up, perhaps it can be said that this sweetheart's choice of films is very poor. It seems that her two more successful films are with Tom Hanks. One is Sleepless in Seattle, the other is Electronic Love Letter a few years later. Other than that, there are no outstanding works. The reason why she said she had bad taste was because this sweetheart had brushed past a series of blockbuster movies, which seemed very magical. Since the 1990s, she had turned down Pretty Woman, Ghost, and even Basic Instinct, which made the unknown Sharon Stone soar into the sky. The reason was, of course, that she refused to take off her clothes. But after this sweetheart came to the new era, she took off her clothes without any scruples in order to change her style. She even wanted to imitate the success of Basic Instinct, and participated in a movie of the same genre, Naked Cut. Unfortunately, this movie was not as lucky as Basic Instinct, and went directly to Java. Looking at the box office data of When Harry Met Sally in the newspaper, it was estimated that this sweetheart would be a little popular. Because of Eric, Hollywood's history had deviated greatly. He didn't know if this sweetheart would be as unlucky as before in this time and space. Nicole, can you come over? Eric looked at When Harry Met Sally in the newspaper, but he remembered her image in Sleepless in Seattle, so he called the girl who was busy in the kitchen. What's the matter? Nicole quickly came out with a small spatula in her hand. Forget it, you do what you need to do first. We'll talk after breakfast. Oh. The girl inexplicably turned around and walked back. At the dining table, Drew finished her breakfast and took out a tissue to wipe her mouth. She hurriedly got up and wanted to go out. Come back, sit down, and finish the milk. Eric pointed to the half-empty glass of milk and glared at the girl. Are you in a hurry to go back to Mars? The girl reluctantly sat back in the chair and explained, I'm going to find someone to buy the copyright of that movie. Finish your breakfast first, Eric repeated, ignoring Drew's explanation. Humph, the girl sniffled, raised her head, and drank a few mouthfuls of milk. Is this okay? Okay, go crazy. You're so annoying. Drew took another tissue, wiped her mouth, and walked out. When she came to the door of the dining room, she suddenly turned around and glared at Nicole. Then, she turned her gaze to Eric. When I'm not at home, you're not allowed to mess around. Eric, did you want to tell me something? Nicole returned to the living room after washing the tableware and found that Eric didn't go to the company as usual. Instead, he was still sitting in the living room reading the newspaper. The girl was smart enough to realize that he was waiting for her. Eric gestured for the girl to sit opposite him and said, "Sleepless in Seattle is expected to start shooting in early September, and I happen to have some free time recently, so I think we should talk about the movie." The girl just nodded and looked at Eric, waiting for him to continue. "It's been 2 months. I think you've already memorized the script of Sleepless in Seattle. Tell me about your understanding of the female lead first." Eric put the newspaper back on the coffee table, crossed his legs, and looked at Nicole. He asked a question that was usually asked during an actor's interview. Nicole had indeed memorized her lines in Sleepless in Seattle in the past 2 months. Hearing Eric's question, the girl only thought for a moment before replying, "I think that Anne's biggest characteristic is that she is a very emotional woman. This is the main reason why this story can happen. She only heard about the male lead's deeds on the radio and flew to Seattle alone. Just to see Sam, and just for a beautiful fantasy caused by a movie, she resolutely broke up with her engaged boyfriend and ran to the top floor of the Empire State Building." "It sounds like you don't like the female lead very much?" Eric asked with a smile. The girl pursed her thin lips. As a very smart and rational woman, if Nicole really met a woman like Anne Reid in reality, she would only snort. But the girl was also very smart. She didn't directly answer Eric's question, but said more tactfully, "This doesn't prevent me from playing this role well." Eric shrugged and pushed the newspaper about When Harry Met Sally that he had seen before over. "Look at this first. I saw a female star more suitable for the female lead of Sleepless in Seattle than you. Her name is Meg Ryan." The girl's delicate hand, which was originally placed on the small apron, trembled slightly. She raised her eyes and carefully observed Eric's expression, but did not find any useful information. He could only nervously take the newspaper and quickly read the promotional article about When Harry Met Sally. Eric explained, "The movie's results are good, so the box office appeal of Meg Ryan, who was originally not very famous, will definitely increase greatly. If we can invite her to play the female lead, Sleepless in Seattle will be able to take over When Harry Met Sally in the new year, which will also be of great benefit to the box office. I've already signed the contract." The girl was not confident and weakly defended herself. "Of course, I didn't say that I'm going to replace you. I'm just telling you a possibility." Eric said, "If your performance does not satisfy me, our contract clearly states that I have the right to replace the female lead midway. However, I believe that you have the potential, which is why I'm giving you a chance." In his memory, Nicole had indeed played such a sweet and innocent character before. It was in the 2005 movie Home with a Fairy Wife in his previous life. The girl's portrayal of the sweet witch Isabel in the movie was very successful, completely subverting her previous sexy and glamorous image on screen. However, the movie's plot was too flawed, and there were no highlights. In the end, it led to the movie's failure. Moreover, the male lead, Will Fafner's acting skills were also greatly suppressed by Nicole. He probably did not steal the limelight of the cool Tom Cruise's manager who occasionally appeared beside him. Many people thought that the role was deliberately used by the producers to stir up discussion. After all, Tom Cruise did indeed play the role of a manager in Mr. Sweetheart, although it was a sports manager. "Thank you." The girl heard Eric's last words and sighed slightly in relief. "All right. Let's talk about something else. You've already been at my house for more than 2 months. It's time for you to leave." That. Isn't there still a month before filming starts?" The girl raised her head. Although there was no reluctance in her expression, there was still some uneasiness. This was because she knew that the only reason she could get this role was because she had to work as Eric's maid for a period of time. Now that there was only a month left, he was asking her to leave. The girl couldn't help but feel as if she had bought something from a convenience store without paying enough money. If she didn't pay enough money, the boss had the right to ask for the goods back. Eric didn't quite understand why the girl felt uneasy, but he still patiently explained, "Starting next month, Sleepless in Seattle will officially begin preparations. Some information will also be slowly revealed to the public, such as the male and female leads. When the time comes, the media will definitely be very curious about who you are. In order to promote, you will definitely have to show your face from time to time. It won't be appropriate for you to continue living at my place." The girl nodded. "I understand. Then, I'll move out today? Don't be too anxious. I'll get someone to find you a house first. There's one more thing that's very important. After you move out, take some time to watch When Harry Met Sally a few more times. I hope you can figure out Meg Ryan's acting style. My ideal and is similar to her image in this movie. Do you want me to imitate her?" The girl leaned forward slightly and asked carefully. Eric gestured with his hands and said, "No, it's not an imitation, and you won't be able to imitate it. The difference between the two of you is like heaven and earth. Meg Ryan is the standard kind of actress who is sweet, and her acting career will be restricted for a very long time. If you imitate too much, you'll definitely be labeled as a sweet actress in the future, which won't be good for your future development. What I want you to figure out is the kind that Meg Ryan's every move is, the kind that... Well, to put it bluntly, it's some silly little actions and small details." If she could successfully enter Hollywood, Nicole didn't mind being labeled. In Hollywood, a sweet actress was much better than a vase. However, she could also hear that Eric was thinking about her future, so she nodded obediently. After chatting for a while, Eric stood up and put on his jacket. "Then, find some time to pack your luggage and move out immediately after you find a house. I'm going to the company." Nicole also stood up quickly and smiled at Eric, wanting to send the man out. Eric saw the girl's rare smile and couldn't help but stop. "Nicole, smile again for me to see." The girl was a little confused, but she obediently smiled. It was a little more exaggerated than before, revealing 2 little rabbit teeth. Eric shook his head in disappointment. "Forget it, don't smile like that. It feels like you're planning to do something bad. It's not bad to smile like just now. Practice more." "I will." The girl walked Eric out the door before returning to the villa. She habitually did a routine cleaning. 2 hours later, the girl, who had finished everything, sat on the sofa in the living room, looking around blankly. "Eric, this is the information you asked for about the 2 film companies, New Line and Miramax." In Firefly's office, Eric's assistant, Alan, placed 2 folders in front of Eric. "Put them here first. Contact the Robert Shea brothers from New Line and Wayne Stan from Miramax. When are they free? I want to have a meal with them. As for the purpose, there's no need to hide it. Just reveal it to them." Eric lowered his head and wrote something as he instructed. Alan wrote down Eric's instructions in the memo and looked up. "Eric, is there anything else?" "Well, wait a minute." Eric continued to write with his head down. After a while, he handed the note to Alan. "There are 2 more things. The first is to rent an apartment in Beverly Hills. It's not too expensive, the kind that doesn't cost more than $5,000 a month. The second is to register a shell film company in my name according to the name on the note. I have a use for it." Alan looked at the note and read it. "Flower Films?" "Yes." Eric nodded and didn't explain anything. "Go and do it. The apartment needs to be rented quickly. It's best if you can rent it in 2 days. I'll be careful. But does the apartment rent go through the company's account?" "No, it's personal. Just find a house and get the real estate agent to prepare the contract." Alan pasted the note on his memo booklet and confirmed a few things with Eric before leaving Eric's office. After the office door closed, Eric opened the information of the 2 companies. Although he was going to establish a distribution channel for Firefly in the near future, Eric didn't want to start from scratch. The most important thing was that he was very tight on time. Therefore, acquiring a film company with a distribution channel was the most convenient and fast way. In his memory, the 2 film companies with great potential that Eric could think of were New Line and Miramax. As for Lionsgate, which was about to become a movie giant in the new era, it hadn't appeared yet. Orion, United Artists, Samsung, and other film companies were also closely related to the Big Six. There was no possibility of them being acquired by him. Even if he intended to buy at a high price, the Big Six wouldn't easily let go of him knowing that he wanted to be independent. Although there were many second and third-tier film companies in this era that were as famous as New Line and Mira Mike, Eric hadn't heard of them in his previous life. He estimated that those companies had either completely lost their independence after being acquired or went bankrupt due to poor management or failed investments. After carefully reading the information of the two companies, Eric discovered that New Line Entertainment was far more powerful than Mira Mike, perhaps because it had been established more than 10 years ago. The simplest evidence was in terms of distribution ability. As a second-tier film company, New Line Entertainment could already distribute nearly 1,500 screens for a movie. However, Mira Mike was still in the stage of small scale. At most, it could only distribute 400 to 500 screens for its own movies. Moreover, when Mira Mike was established, the New Line had already started its independent production business. Now, it even owned the very profitable A Nightmare on Elm Street series, but Mira Mike was still in the stage of buying films all over the world to distribute. Seeing this, Eric couldn't help but pat the table lightly. He suddenly remembered that he had missed something. It was about Steven Soderbergh's film Sex, Lies, videotape. Soderbergh used this film to become the youngest Palme d'Or winner at the Cannes Film Festival a few months ago. Back then, Eric reminded him to buy the North American copyright of this movie, but because he was so busy filming Dark War, he forgot about it. If history had not deviated, this movie would have definitely been won by the Weinstein brothers. In his memory, Mike Mira had relied on the movie Sex, Lies, videotape to make a name for herself. After making a small fortune, she had enough capital to enter the field of independent production. She slowly figured out her own way of survival and began to flourish from then on. It was already late July. Eric only knew that Sex, Lies, videotape had won the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival in May. However, he had yet to discover any news about the movie being released in North America. If Mira Mike Mira really got the distribution rights of this movie, then if he wanted to acquire Mira Mike Mira, it would be best to reach an agreement before the movie was released. Otherwise, once Sex, Lies, videotape did well at the box office, even if Weinstein Mira still agreed to be acquired, Eric would definitely have to pay a higher price. This was the rule in the industry. A movie could greatly increase the market value of a company. Pixar was originally worth $50 million, but because of the success of Toy Story, its market value increased 20 times in a short time. In Eric's vision, it would be best to acquire these two companies at the same time. This way, he could develop both commercial and indie films at the same time. With the classic Oscar-winning movies in Eric's memory, even if Mira Mike Mira went down the path of releasing indie films again, it would definitely not earn less than a company that focused on commercial films. According to the information, the estimated market value of New Line Cinema was about $150 million. This was because they were an old company that had been in business for 20 years. Not only did they have a large film library, but they also had the very valuable rights to the A Nightmare on Elm Street series. This series of movies had started in 1984, and they had to film one movie every year. As a low-budget horror movie, almost every movie made money. Although the box office would not be very high, it was good for a long time. Although Mira Mike Mira was still a third-tier company, according to the information, the company's market value was estimated to be about $20 million. Because the Weinstein brothers had been working all over the world, they had accumulated a lot of movie resources in their film library. Moreover, Eric also knew that the most valuable thing about Mira Mike Mira was not the company's brand, nor the movies in their film library, but the Weinstein brothers. In his previous life, after the Weinstein brothers gave up on Mira Mike Mira in 2005, Mira Mike Mira's glory was quickly lost. A few years later, it was sold at a low price by Disney. But now, although Wind and Moon had more than $100 million in income, and Eric could get another loan, it was not a simple matter of money to acquire both companies at the same time. It would definitely involve the exchange of shares. He believed that with the shrewdness of Robert Shea and the Weinstein brothers, even if he once again raised enough funds in the form of a loan and intended to fully acquire the other party's company, these people would not agree. How could a one-time deal be more practical than exchanging for the equity of a film company with great development potential? Just as he was thinking about these things, Jeffrey knocked on the door and walked in. "There's news from Venice." Terror of an Island has successfully entered the main competition segment. Also, Jonathan Dimey made changes to the movie according to your suggestions. Eric, do you want to watch it again? Okay, I'll go to the screening room now. Eric nodded and temporarily put aside the idea of acquiring both companies. He got up and followed Jeffrey out of the office. What were you thinking about just now? Why were you so lost in thought? Jeffrey asked casually as he walked side by side with Eric. You know the information about New Line and Miramike Mira. Eric replied, I want to acquire both companies at the same time, but I don't want to give up too many shares. Jeffrey was a little silent. Once the company expanded, Jeffrey understood that with his own talents, he would definitely not be able to support the entire company's operations. After all, he only needed to be responsible for a few movies that Eric produced and invested in. He did not even have to worry about distribution. After acquiring the new company, Firefly would definitely start to dabble in distribution. Jeffrey had no ability in this area before, so he would definitely have to give up the position of CEO. However, after only a short struggle, Jeffrey quickly felt relieved. As long as Firefly was still Firefly, it was fine. Didn't he want to run Firefly into a large film company? Now that there was this momentum, it was fine if he had to give up the position. Since his own stubbornness in making movies led to the bankruptcy of the original Firefly left by his wife, Jeffrey became very self-aware. For example, although he occasionally complained about Eric's movie production and gave small opinions, he never intervened in the content production of movies because he knew that he did not have the ability in this area. After thinking it through, Jeffrey patted Eric's shoulder and said, "Take it slow. I've also read the information of these two companies. To be honest, I'm leaning towards the New Line. It's worth it even if I have to exchange some of my shares. The scale of Miramike Mira is too small. I don't see what you like about this company." Eric smiled and said, "You will understand in the future." As the two talked, they walked into the screening room of Firefly together. Jonathan Dimey probably stayed up late again, so there were faint dark circles under his eyes. It was obvious that he valued this movie. In a misty mansion in the British Isles, the mistress of the house, Grace, woke up from a nightmare once again. She wiped the corners of her eyes and pulled herself together to start a busy day. Her husband was not at home, so she had to be strong. She did not know why, but some time ago, the servants in the house suddenly disappeared. So she posted an advertisement to recruit servants. Today, 3 people came to apply. A white-haired gardener, a hale and hearty old woman, and a cowering mute girl. The combination of the 3 looked very strange, but because no one came to apply for the job after the advertisement was posted for a long time, Gray still accepted them and introduced them to the rules of the mansion. Not knowing if it was because of the 3 people, all kinds of strange things began to happen in the mansion. Her daughter, Anne, claimed that she saw a little boy. Grace also heard some strange sounds from time to time. Moreover, she also found that the 3 new servants were always whispering to each other, as if they were planning something. Regarding this, Grace became more and more uneasy. Until one day, her husband, who had gone out to war, suddenly came back. The excited Grace thought that there was a backbone in the family and that life would return to normal. However, her husband didn't have the joy of reunion like Grace did. Instead, when he saw his wife and children, he became sad. After spending a few days at home, he suddenly left again. The strange happenings in the old house continued. Coupled with the fact that her husband had left once again, Grace's mental state became more and more tense. Finally, one day, she discovered that all the curtains in the old house had been torn down. Grace repeatedly emphasized that the 2 sick children should not be exposed to the sun. Thus, the furious mistress blamed all of this on the 3 servants and chased them out. One night, the 2 playful children jumped through the window and ran out of the backyard garden. The little girl, Anne, found 3 tombstones. Upon closer inspection, she was shocked to find that the names of the 3 new servants were engraved on the tombstones. At the same time, the 3 servants came out of the darkness again. And called her brother and ran to the door. Grace, who accidentally discovered the truth, also rushed out with a rifle. She protected the children and returned to the old mansion, blocking the 3 ghosts outside the door. While Grace was repeatedly praying for the 3 spirits to let her family off, the two children who had returned upstairs let out screams of fear. Grace prayed as she climbed up the stairs and pushed open a door. Because of the Spirit Master's spirit summoning, Grace finally saw another family in the real world. Everything made Grace face the reality. It turned out that she and the two children were already dead. Helplessly hugging the two children, the heartbroken mistress could not help but recall the sad past. In the dreamy cries of Grace and the two children, the movie officially ended. The ending credits had not been produced yet, so the lights in the screening hall were directly turned on. "Eric, how was it this time?" Jonathan Dime asked unconfidently. Although he had made a lot of changes according to Eric's suggestions, Jonathan was still not sure if Eric would be satisfied. Terror of an Island wrapped up in mid-June. Part of the post-production was also carried out in the UK. Because some scenes had to be shot from time to time, the whole crew stayed in the UK until July before returning to the US. After the end of Dark War, Eric had visited the shooting site in the UK once to personally see the shooting site. After checking some of the scenes that Jonathan had shot, Eric was very satisfied with Jonathan's shooting results. Perhaps because of Eric's previous affirmation, when Jonathan confidently showed the version that he had edited, the so-called director's version, to Eric, he was still very confident that the version that he had spent a lot of effort editing would be recognized by Eric. However, reality poured a bucket of cold water on Jonathan's hopes. Eric frowned as he watched the edited version. He signaled the staff to play it from the beginning. At the same time, he quickly made notes as he watched. By the time the film finished playing again, Eric had already written more than 20 amendments on his notepad. They involved the camera, the soundtrack, the editing, and other aspects. Basically, it was equivalent to completely pushing Jonathan's edited version away. Although Jonathan was a little unconvinced, he did not have the final editing rights after all. He could only honestly make major changes according to Eric's suggestions. After completing the production according to Eric's suggestions, Jonathan looked at the film again and felt that this version was indeed much better than the one he had edited before. Not only was the plot more compact, but the suspense was also more complicated. Moreover, it focused more on the creation of a psychological suspense environment. This also made Jonathan admire this young man who was more than 20 years younger than him even more. Although Jonathan had done a lot of preparation work in order to get the position of director of this movie, and some of the ideas proposed at the beginning were also in line with Eric's vision, many of the techniques still could not escape the stereotype of old-fashioned horror movies. This was not that Jonathan did not want to change, but many habits could not be changed easily. Innovation was easier said than done in any circle. Hearing Jonathan's question, Eric didn't answer it immediately. Instead, he leaned back in his chair and carefully compared the differences and similarities between the original film in his mind and the one he had just watched. Among the three films that Firefly had invested in, Island Horror, Steel Magnolias and Smell a Woman, Eric was most optimistic about the box office prospects of Island Horror. Therefore, he was most concerned about this film. For the other two movies, Steel Magnolias and Women by Smell, Eric had delegated much more power than Island Horror. Steel Magnolias was completely under the charge of Herbert Ross, and Eric did not even participate in the editing. Although the final editing rights of Women by Smell were in Eric's hands, he would also respect Al Pacino's opinions in the future post-production. In comparison, the production of Shock on a Small Island seemed to be a little stubborn. He also knew that it would be very hurtful to completely overturn Jonathan's director's edited version, but he had to do so in order to achieve box office success. The reason why Eric was able to list so many changes in one breath when he saw Jonathan's edited version was, of course, not because of his own talent, but because of the reference of the original film in his mind. Even if he had a little bit of talent in his previous life, it had been worn away after so many years. What was left was only the professional skills imprinted in his instincts and habits. He was like a master chef who had been in the kitchen for decades. He didn't need to use his brain at all and could cook up a table of delicious dishes just based on habit. For a movie, even if it was the same script and the same material, the film edited by different people would be very different. In Eric's previous life, he had heard that someone had edited a classic serious historical film into a vulgar comedy film by re-editing the scenes. The lines, material, music, and so on were unchanged, but the scenes were rearranged. Therefore, Eric did not ask for a perfect copy of Island Horror that was exactly the same as the one in his memory. Besides, the film in his previous life was not without flaws. For example, the plot of Grace's husband's return was too dull to create the tense and suspenseful atmosphere that a horror film should have. Eric had made some changes to the original plot in this version. After spending about 10 minutes to carefully compare it, Eric nodded gently. Not bad, basically it's done. We just need to make 1 or 2 small changes. As for the distribution, Jeffrey, except for Fox and Columbia, informed the people in charge of the other 4 major film companies to see if they are interested in participating in our internal test. Jonathan heard Eric's affirmative words and finally breathed a sigh of relief, but Jeffrey was a little hesitant. Eric, it's not good to not inform Fox and Columbia. After all, we have the closest cooperation with these 2 companies. Eric spread his hands and explained, according to the current situation, after Columbia is bought by the Japanese, there will be a lot of personnel changes. It's hard to say how the Japanese will manage Columbia after they get it. Even now, I'm a little worried about whether I can get the share of Dark War back on time, so it's better not to cooperate with them in the short term. As for Fox, they already have the distribution rights of my next 2 films. If we give it to them, it will only cause us to compete with our own film for resources. Jeffrey suggested, how about this? We will invite Fox and Columbia as usual. As for whether they cooperate in the end, isn't it still up to us in the end? If we don't invite them, it will be a little rude. Eric lowered his head and thought for a moment, then nodded. Well, we'll do as you say. Also, we'll put Steel Magnolias together for a test screening. As for Smelling Women, we'll put it aside for the time being. I'll slowly work on it. As long as it can be screened on a small scale at the end of the year, it'll be fine. Anyway, this film is used by him to compete for the Oscars. After the 2 of them finished discussing the distribution of the film, Jonathan Dime had a chance to interject. Eric, will you go to the Venice Film Festival in September? Yes, I will at least go during the opening ceremony or the award ceremony, replied Eric. Among the 3 major film festivals in Europe, the Venice Film Festival was the one with the closest ties to the Chinese film industry. Eric was very interested in the Venice Film Festival in his previous life. This time, there was a chance, so of course, he would go. Speaking of which, it had been a whole year since his rebirth. Eric had been in a busy state and did not even have time to relax. Perhaps the trip to Venice could be treated as a vacation. As for the award, Eric did not have high expectations. Although the plot of Terror Island was very novel, the film was not only a commercial film, but also a horror film. Both of these categories were very discriminated against by the film festival judges. However, this film included both of these most disliked elements. It was already a good result to be nominated for the main competition section in Venice. I got someone to find an apartment in Beverly Hills. The monthly rent is $4,000. You can call this number tomorrow and mention Alan Fisman's name. A real estate agent will sign a contract with you. That night, Eric returned home. After dinner, he took out a business card and handed it to Nicole. Before the girl could take it, a small hand quickly snatched the business card away. Wow. Drew waved the business card in his hand and stared at Nicole with a victorious smile. So, you're finally moving out? Nicole shrugged helplessly and sat back on the sofa in a ladylike manner. She had no intention of coming over to fight for the business card, nor did she answer Drew's question. During this period of time, the girl had also come up with a way to deal with Drew. In the face of Drew's various provocations, although there were many times in the depths of her heart that she couldn't wait to rush into the kitchen to find a sharp knife and cut off that eyesore face of hers, from the beginning to the end, Nicole had a magnanimous look on her face that said, I won't lower myself to your level. She even guessed the reason why Drew was looking for trouble with her. Although the seemingly careless girl was only 14 years old, she was as shrewd as a little fairy. Nicole felt that the childish things she did were not really like ordinary children who gained pleasure from bullying others. She just wanted to make Nicole lose her self-control and even make her unable to bear the conflict with her. She even wanted Nicole to make some counterattacks when she was bullied. In that way, when the 2 of them became incompatible, one of them would definitely have to leave the mansion. Nicole was also sure that even if she was on the right side, the one who would be kicked out of the mansion in the end would definitely be herself. Nicole did not mind falling out with Drew, but she was afraid of losing the opportunity to be the female lead in Sleepless in Seattle. She was very afraid. After this period of contact and understanding, she had a deeper understanding of the value of being the female lead in Eric's movie. Therefore, she became more respectful in front of Eric. Compared to this opportunity, 2 months of being a servant in this mansion was like nothing. If she could ensure the result, she would not mind wearing a beautiful small uniform and being a maid for a year. Many women might not encounter such a good opportunity even after working for 8 to 10 years in Hollywood. In comparison, a month or 2 or even a year was nothing. In various media reports, not to mention Julia Roberts, even Brooke Scholes, who only appeared in Dark War for a few minutes, recently received a female lead role in a big production from Warner. The newspaper estimated that her salary was close to $3 million, which was almost the price of many A-list actresses. Before acting in Dark War, although Brooke Xianxia was beautiful and glamorous, she could only be regarded as a third-rate star at most. Moreover, her acting skills had always been criticized by the media, and her box office appeal was non-existent. Although Eric had made a series of promises before, and although there was a contract, the girl had always maintained a cautious attitude until the last moment. "Okay, Drew, give the business card back to Nicole. If you don't want her to leave, I don't mind letting her stay for a while." Eric glared at Drew, who was waving the business card, and said. Knowing that Eric was joking, the girl stuck out her tongue cooperatively. She rolled up the business card with a smirk, leaned in front of the girl, and directly stuffed it into Nicole's collar. In the end, she gloated and added, "Poor thing, there's nothing to hold, so it fell down." Nicole glanced at Eric. Although she knew that she would not get a response, she still showed an aggrieved expression. Seeing that Eric was still looking at a child playing, the girl could only reach out and cover the business card that fell on her abdomen. She got up and walked to the bathroom, ready to take it out. When Nicole went into the bathroom, the little girl directly jumped into Eric's arms. "What's wrong? Are you feeling bad?" Nicole didn't have it easy. She was bullied by you for more than a month and didn't say anything. "If it were me, I would have poured sulfuric acid on your face." Eric smiled and gently pinched the girl's white and tender face. "She wouldn't," Drew snorted softly. He moved his body like a small snake and found a comfortable position to rest on Eric's lap. He reached out and touched the stubble on Eric's chin. Only a brainless girl like Jennifer Aniston would do that. And this woman, if it didn't benefit her, she would never do it. "Oh, the next time I see Jenny, I'll definitely tell her your comments." Drew smiled and waved his hand, looking indifferent. "Whatever, let her face reality as soon as possible. Earth is so dangerous, it's only right for her to dig a hole and bury herself in it." Eric couldn't help but smile. Perhaps it was because he had watched that classic movie in his previous life. Eric would occasionally say words like Earth and Mars when he spoke. Unknowingly, the little girl in his arms learned it. "I think if Jenny were to dig a hole, she would definitely bury you first." "Hee, she doesn't have that ability." Drew smiled and quickly became serious again. He slightly lowered his voice and said, "Eric, I don't care how you play with this stupid woman, but don't provoke that woman in the bathroom. It'll be troublesome if you get entangled with her." That's right. Ever since I got entangled with a certain little vixen, I don't dare to provoke women of the same type anymore." "I'm serious." Drew scratched Eric's chin in dissatisfaction. "Actually, it's also your fault. It's fine if others play with her, but you can't help but get entangled with her after you've played with her." Eric knew that Drew was referring to Virginia. He helplessly turned his head to avoid the little scratches. "Okay, I got it." The sound of leather shoes could be heard, and the two of them stopped talking at the same time. The girl returned to the sofa and sat down. She didn't show any abnormality and continued chatting with Eric as usual. However, she recalled what Drew said by accident just now. Then, she thought about how the little girl had been on guard against her during this period of time. She suddenly understood that she seemed to have missed a better opportunity. Originally, Nicole was a little complacent about getting this role without having to pay any price. Now, she realized that it was her real loss that she didn't pay any price. Late at night, in Nicole's bedroom on the second floor of the villa, looking at the packed suitcase, the girl suddenly felt that the experience of the past 2 months was like a dream. 7 years ago, she got the opportunity to play a role in a music video for the first time. It was also that experience that made her feel that maybe her life could be more dazzling. Beautiful women were always very ambitious. So she quickly dropped out of the girls' high school, looking for opportunities while studying at the drama school. In a few years, she played some supporting roles in many movies and TV series, and also won the Best Actress award at the Australian Film Academy. But these were far from enough to make the girl feel satisfied. Her eyes never stopped on the small pool of the Australian entertainment industry. She yearned for Hollywood. At the beginning of the year, she participated in a Hollywood movie audition in Australia. She was full of confidence, but in the end, she still didn't get the role. Then she found that she was already 22 years old, and she couldn't wait any longer, so she packed her luggage and came to Los Angeles alone. Then she quickly realized the cruelty of reality. Her acting qualifications and the acting awards she received in Australia didn't help her career much. She was basically like a newcomer, and could only get some small roles in some unknown movies or TV series. Then, 2 months ago, her career finally ushered in a big turning point. She was seen by the young director Eric Williams, who suddenly rose to fame in Hollywood, and then she got the lead role in his new film. How could there be such a good thing? Walking out of the office, the girl began to think of this voice in her heart. She spent the next few days in a fierce struggle of emotions. She was very, very eager to get this opportunity, but she felt that if she agreed, what awaited her would be a hellish life of horror, and it might become a nightmare for her life. She was not a little girl who was inexperienced in the world. A few days later, she finally couldn't resist the desire to be famous and took the initiative to come to the door. But the horrible situation in her imagination didn't happen. He really just dressed her up beautifully, and then she washed, cooked, and cleaned the room for him every day. His life was healthy and regular, without bad habits, and without the vanity of a young man who became famous. He was only 18 years old, but he was calm like a middle-aged man who had experienced the world. He was young, rich, talented, handsome, and steady. In the eyes of most women, he had all the qualities that a man could possess. Even if she rationally told herself that it was impossible and that it was better to be safe, she still couldn't help but have a faint admiration for this man who was younger than her. In the beginning, she had tried to get close to him, but unfortunately, she didn't succeed and instead made a fool of herself. He even regarded her seductive actions as a performance, and watched it with relish. If she didn't know that he had a girlfriend, a little minx at home, and would occasionally spend the night outside, she would definitely think that he was gay. The proportion of gay people in Hollywood was too high. She put on her pajamas, tidied up the uniform she had been wearing for a long time and hung it in the wardrobe. She closed the wardrobe, turned around and climbed into the Pangmu bed, and turned off the lamp. In the darkness, a slender figure kept rolling for a while. Perhaps she should try it again. She remembered the conversation between Eric and Drew after dinner. She couldn't help but come up with such an idea. Although she couldn't be this man's girlfriend or wife, it would save her 10 years of hard work, but at least she should leave a deep impression on him. From her analysis of the conversation between the two people, doing so would certainly be helpful to her career. After a while, she finally thought of a good excuse. Actually, it wasn't really an excuse. She originally intended to tell him in the evening, but Drew, that little goblin, was always there. She didn't want to be laughed at by that hateful little girl, so she planned to tell him tomorrow when she left. Now, it just came in handy. Turning on the light, the girl sat up, thought for a moment, and opened the packed suitcase. She found a bottle of perfume and sprayed it on her body. She rarely used this perfume, because after she used it once, he said that the smell was too strong and he didn't like it. In order to please him, she didn't use it again. But this time, it might be useful, because the perfume was musky rose. She looked at her watch and sat there for a while. When the hand of the watch pointed to 12 o'clock, she gently opened the door and carefully walked through the corridor to Eric's door. She gently knocked on the door a few times, took a deep breath and patiently waited. She knew that he could hear her. He was usually busy in the study until 11 o'clock, so he certainly hadn't fallen asleep yet. After a moment, the door opened. Eric, who was wearing pajamas, looked at Nicole with a puzzled expression. His eyes flickered a few times. "Nicole, it's so late, what's the matter?" "Eric, this matter is very difficult to talk about, but I don't know many people in Los Angeles, and there is no one who can help." Nicole's calm expression became nervous. "Huh?" Eric still didn't move aside to let the girl in. "I mean, can you lend me some money? Didn't you say that the rent for the apartment is $4,000 a month? But I don't have much money now." Nicole's voice became slightly stuttering. It wasn't an act. She did have a stutter when she was a child, and although it was cured when she grew up, she would still stutter when she was nervous. Eric held the door frame and nodded. "I see. Wait a moment, I'll go get the checkbook." As Eric spoke, he turned around. Just as he was about to remind her of something, the girl had already followed him into the bedroom. Eric could only let nature take its course. Fortunately, he had forced the girl into the closet. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if she was discovered. "Is 100,000 enough?" Eric found the checkbook and looked up at the girl. Nicole quickly nodded. "It's enough. I'll pay you back as soon as I get the money." "Don't worry, you can pay me back when you have the money." I'm sure you'll have the money after your first movie is released." At the beginning of the year, Julia was still living in a rented apartment. Now, not only has she bought a mansion in Beverly Hills, but she has also hired several assistants and bodyguards. "She's more important than me." Eric casually talked about Julia's interesting things as he lowered his head to fill in the checkbook. Although the two of them had an intimate relationship, Nicole didn't stay in Eric's mansion for another day. She obediently moved into the apartment that Eric had someone find for her that day. It was August. For a movie that was in its fourth week of release, Dark War's $26 million box office was still strong. The total box office was more than $150 million. Although it would take a lot of luck to surpass Batman's box office in the coming weeks, there was no doubt that the movie's total box office in North America would exceed $200 million. Moreover, Dark War was more popular in the overseas market than in North America. Although it was released later in most overseas countries than in North America, and there were even some countries where it had not been released yet, Dark War had won 12 first-week box office titles in the countries where it had been released. Under such circumstances, it was certain that the overseas box office of Dark War would be much higher than in North America. Although Columbia had invested in the movie with the intention of not making a profit and only wanted to push up the stock price, the fact was that not only could they recoup their investment, but they could also make a lot of money just from the box office alone. Columbia was destined to take a large share of the video revenue. Although it would take a long time for the video to recoup its investment, in the next few years, the revenue would bring Columbia Pictures hundreds of millions of USD in profit. For Eric, the project of Dark War was already in the past. He just had to wait for his share of the profits. Dark War was such a popular movie, and according to Hollywood's usual practice, there would definitely be sequels. However, to be safe, Eric did not plan to participate in the production of the sequels. It was difficult to surpass the first classic. In his previous life, the sequels of Dark War did not have many highlights. If the script of the future sequels was good, Eric only planned to let Firefly participate in part of the investment. If the Japanese could offer a good price, Eric would even sell Firefly's half of the copyright of Dark War to them. After all, without Cruz, without Eric, and with only Hanks left, it would be difficult for the sequels of Dark War to replicate the success of the first movie. Based on the investment practice of this kind of movie, the cost of the second movie would definitely increase greatly. It would not be easy to make money then. After the Dark War project was over, Eric began his intense work for the second half of the year. First of all, he had to personally film the first 2 episodes of Friends. For this reason, Fox had already released this gimmick. Because of the insertion of Friends in Dark War, the public was also looking forward to this TV series. Sleepless in Seattle, which was the second last movie of the year, was actually the last one that Eric would put his heart into producing. Although Fox valued Home Alone very much, this movie would not consume much of Eric's energy in any case. Moreover, he planned to use the second script from his previous life, so it would be easier to shoot. Although Sleepless in Seattle was only in the early stages of preparation, the early publicity work had already begun, and the news of the leading actors was soon revealed. When they saw that the names of the leading actors and actresses had been decided, many actors in Hollywood who wanted to work with Eric were disappointed. Tom Hanks was not questioned as the leading actor, but Nicole, who seemed to have suddenly appeared, became the target of the media. With the announcement of the lead actor, Nicole's personal information was dug up by powerful paparazzi in just a few days. Australian actress, won acting awards, debuted at the age of 16, and had no acting experience in Hollywood. When this information was revealed, the girl quickly became the focus of a wave of controversy. The fact that Hollywood looked down on foreign actors seemed to have infected the media. Therefore, apart from the promotional materials arranged by UTA for the girl, Nicole basically didn't receive many words of recognition. It was almost one-sided criticism. Most of the media felt that Nicole didn't deserve to be the female lead in Eric's new film. From the title of Sleepless in Seattle, the media also guessed that Eric was likely to return to a romantic comedy like Pretty Woman. Therefore, the Hollywood media ignored Nicole's current image, and instead enjoyed digging up Nicole's rustic image in Australian movies and TV series, criticizing the girl as worthless. Of course, this kind of criticism would also be counterattacked. The biggest reaction was the Australian media. Although Eric only had a few works, and his rise was not long ago, he had accumulated a lot of fame in Australia, no less than those famous directors who had been famous for many years. Therefore, the Australian media was proud that their country's actress could participate in Eric's new film, and also launched a lot of counterattacks against the American media's criticism of Nicole. Nicole, who was in the center of the storm, did not feel any pressure at all. She understood that the more the media made a fuss, the more fame it would bring to her. On the 2nd of August, in a studio on the set of Fox, the filming of Friends started. Among the 6 leads, only Jennifer Aniston was a little famous. The other young people were all unknown characters before. Eric chose them not only because of their acting skills, but also because they were very similar to the images of the leads in Friends in his memory. In addition, as newcomers, these actors' salaries were very low, only $5,000 per episode. Eric originally wanted to secretly give Jennifer Aniston a higher salary. The salary was confidential, and as long as he did not say anything, the other members would not know. Even if the other 5 found out, they would certainly not say anything. Jennifer Aniston was not only more famous than them, but she was also the producer's daughter and the director's girlfriend. If they really compared themselves to Jennifer Aniston, they were simply asking for trouble. However, Eric's kind suggestion was rejected by Jennifer Aniston, and she took the same $5,000 per episode as the others. Eric could not persuade the stubborn girl, so he could only leak the news. Unsurprisingly, it received a good effect. Jennifer Aniston quickly became good friends with the other 5 leads, just like in his previous life. This result was very beneficial to the filming of Friends. After all, if they became real friends in real life, they would definitely have a better understanding during the filming process. Everyone, get ready. Friends Act 1, Scene 5, Action. Following the voice of the script clerk, in a cafe in Central Park, several of the leads began to chat. The scene was Ross, who had divorced his wife, appeared in the cafe with an umbrella in his hand, looking depressed. In the original version, Ross Geller, who was played by David Simeon, shocked many of the audience when he appeared for the first time. With just a simple word of hi, the audience instantly remembered the image of this tall and thin man wearing a large coat. While Chandler and the others were chatting, Ross suddenly appeared behind the sofa in the coffee shop like a ghost. He held an umbrella in his hand, lowered his head and played with his fingers like a child. He greeted them weakly, hi. The originally joyous atmosphere quickly dissipated, and the expressions of Chandler and the others collapsed. Oh my God, I have the urge to commit suicide as soon as he opens his mouth. Chandler, who was sitting on a chair next to them, had just finished his line when he was called, cut. No, Ross, your little actions just now were very good, but the emotions contained in your lines are still not on point. You have to be a little more depressed and prepare for it. I told you when I was explaining the scene before that this scene is very important to you. I hope the audience can laugh when they hear your first sentence and remember you at the same time. Eric patiently explained to the actor playing Ross on the set. He even directly called him by his character's name. No one felt that there was anything wrong with it. They quietly watched Eric and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Even Jennifer Aniston, who was wearing a wedding dress and waiting on the side, looked at her boyfriend with a little admiration. Although Eric was young, he was a big director who had accumulated more than 1 billion yuan in box office worldwide. Coming to direct a TV series was enough to make everyone present treat him with respect. Okay, everyone, get ready. We'll do it again. After Eric finished speaking, he waved to everyone and sat in the director's chair again. Because of the strict requirements for Ross's appearance, this small scene was shot more than 10 times. In the end, the actor playing Ross became obviously nervous, but in the end, it was passed. Jenny, it's your turn. After a few more scenes, Eric said to Jennifer Aniston, who had been waiting on the side. Jennifer Aniston hurriedly lifted the hem of her wedding dress and turned to the entrance of the coffee shop in Central Park. Because it was the first day of work, the crew did not shoot many scenes. It was mainly used to practice the tacit understanding between the actors. Because it was a sitcom, although there was no canned laughter on the set, the atmosphere on set was generally very pleasant. Because Eric was personally directing, most of the people on set seemed to be trembling with fear. However, as time passed, everyone gradually got to know Eric and was no longer nervous. They even joked with Eric. After a few days of practice, the filming of Friends gradually sped up. Eric only prepared for the first 2 episodes personally directed by himself for 2 weeks. This was already considered very relaxed. After all, with the subsequent changes in filming and broadcasting, the crew basically had to produce 2 episodes every week. Eric, let's have dinner together tonight, okay? After a day of filming, Jennifer Aniston, who had changed out of her costume, hugged Eric's arm and said coquettishly. Anyway, everyone around them knew about the relationship between the two, and Jennifer Aniston had no intention of hiding it. I just happened to have an appointment. If you don't mind, you can come with me. Eric replied casually as he scribbled on a document. Jennifer Aniston frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask, is it a guy or a girl? Of course it's a guy. I knew it. Jennifer Aniston still pouted unhappily. If it's a girl, you definitely won't bring me. It seems that other than you, I haven't asked any girl out for dinner. Eric closed the pen lid and inserted it into the folder. He reached out and pinched Jennifer Aniston's face. Jennifer Aniston pushed Eric's hand away unhappily. As if I'd believe you. Who knows what you've been doing behind my back? What's with that Nicole Kidman? What do you mean what's going on? Eric pretended not to understand and responded. You. Jennifer Aniston wanted to directly ask Eric if he had done anything with the other party, but she swallowed the words back. What could she do if she asked? Even if they hadn't done anything now, what about the future? If something had happened, what could she do? Break up with him? Eric hurriedly finished reading another document, signed it, and handed it to his assistant Alan. Only then did he put his arm around Jennifer Aniston's waist. Okay, let's go back and get ready. I've made an appointment with the other party at 7 o'clock, so there are still 2 hours left. How about you come to my place for a visit? Drew misses you. Humph, I miss her too. Upon hearing Drew's name, Jennifer Aniston immediately gritted her teeth. After the conflict between the 2 girls in Eric's ward, they hadn't seen each other again. Jennifer Aniston hadn't been to Eric's place in the past few months either. Usually, it was Eric who took the initiative to visit Jennifer Aniston. Because of this, Jennifer Aniston didn't find out about Nicole's matter from the beginning to the end. It was only when the news of Eric's new female lead was published in the newspaper that Jennifer Aniston found out about Nicole's existence. After saying goodbye to the crew, Eric drove Jennifer Aniston back to the Beverly Hills mansion. Although he said those words, Eric was relieved to see that the little girl wasn't at home. After the incident with Nicole, the little girl only had a cold war with Eric during the day. After Nicole left, the little girl was lovey-dovey again at night, as if nothing had happened. Although it was the second time that Jennifer Aniston came to Eric's mansion, her first experience was a little too terrible. Basically, she didn't have any impression of Eric's home. After discovering that Drew wasn't at home, Jennifer Aniston acted like the hostess of the house, walking up and down the mansion, inside and out. She even ran to Eric's room to mess around a few times. "Hey, what are you laughing at?" In Eric's bedroom, Jennifer Aniston, who was hugging a pillow, raised her head and saw Eric looking at her with a playful expression. She asked in dissatisfaction. Eric shook his head. "Nothing. I'm just curious about what you're doing." "Declaring your territory?" Humph. Jennifer Aniston seemed to have been seen through. She ignored Eric and turned her back to him. Eric shrugged and walked straight in. He opened the closet and picked up some clothes. Jennifer Aniston happened to be wearing a long dress today. It looked very much like a dress. Plus, Jennifer Aniston was a natural beauty, so there was no problem for her to go to the banquet without changing clothes. "Okay, let's go." Eric changed his clothes and turned to Jennifer Aniston. "Okay." Jennifer Aniston responded, but she didn't immediately get up. Instead, she tilted her body and picked up a long strand of hair from the sheet and waved it at Eric. She looked like she wanted him to explain it to her. Eric shrugged. "You must have just dropped it." Jennifer Aniston choked and threw the strand of hair at Eric. She turned over and buried her head in the pillow. Eric walked over. "Okay, stop throwing a tantrum. Let's go." "Humph." Jennifer Aniston shook her body but didn't move. Eric smirked and suddenly said, "Jenny, there may be Drew's saliva on that pillow." "Oh. Wow, bah, that's disgusting." When Jennifer Aniston heard Eric's words, she immediately jumped up like a spring. But the pillow hit Eric and she quickly rushed into the bathroom. "Okay, don't be angry." After getting out of the car, Eric handed the keys to the doorman and said to the girl holding his arm, "I said, there's absolutely no saliva. That's my pillow. Even if there is, it's my saliva." "Humph, your saliva is even more disgusting." Jennifer Aniston couldn't help but touch her lips again and rolled her eyes. The two of them walked into the restaurant together. Under the guidance of the waiter, they came to a table where a middle-aged man was already waiting. Seeing Eric appear, the middle-aged man stood up with a smile and took 2 steps forward to extend his hand to Eric. "Hello, Mr. Shea." Eric shook hands with him and introduced, "This is my girlfriend, Jennifer Aniston." Jennifer Aniston shook hands with him in a ladylike manner and quietly sat down next to Eric. "Eric, just call me Robert," the middle-aged man said as he sat down. Eric didn't get much information from the other party's expression, but he didn't care. Anyway, things couldn't be settled just because of this meal. Eric understood that this was just a test between the two of them, and it would be difficult for them to reach a consensus. So after ordering, Eric and Robert Shea chatted casually. A Nightmare on Elm Street is indeed a classic in horror movies. The setting of killing in a dream is very novel. Also, as a master of horror movies, Wes Craven also has a unique understanding of the creation of a horror atmosphere. To be honest, Firefly also has a horror movie that has just finished production. When I was choosing a director, I considered Mr. Craven, but unfortunately, for various reasons, we couldn't work together. As they chatted, they naturally talked about New Line's A Nightmare on Elm Street series. Although New Line had been producing independently since 1979, it wasn't until the success of the first A Nightmare on Elm Street in 1984 that New Line's strength rose to a new level. Therefore, due to the importance of the A Nightmare on Elm Street series to New Line was even nicknamed Freddy's Little House. Freddy was the main character of A Nightmare on Elm Street. Hearing Eric's flattering comments, Robert Shea's face was a little proud. "Even so, it can't be compared to your Home Alone. I heard that Home Alone only cost $1 million, but it earned $500 million at the box office worldwide. The box office exceeded the cost by 500 times. This kind of return on investment ratio may not be matched by any other movie in the future. I'm sure there will be more," Eric said with a smile. At the same time, he thought of the movie Blair the Witch in his previous life. Although the success of that movie was highly accidental, it was undeniable that the movie had created a miracle. Jennifer Aniston, who had been sitting quietly next to Eric, was a little confused. When they arrived, Eric did not hide the purpose of inviting Robert Shea from her. However, now that they had eaten more than half of their dinner, the two did not talk about the acquisition of the film company at all. Instead, they talked about all kinds of industry insiders, such as the huge loss of MGM's Heaven's Gate, the box office miracle of Gone with the Wind in 1939 when Robert Shaye was born, why Disney rose so quickly, the truth of Thunderbolt's bankruptcy. Anyway, there was nothing about the acquisition of the film company. At least, Jennifer Aniston, who was not very smart, did not notice any signs of this. At first, Jennifer Aniston listened with great interest, but later, she gradually lost interest. However, she did not want to be rude and embarrass her boyfriend, so Jennifer Aniston could only sit upright and listen carefully. Although, her mind had already flown to the horizon. Until the waiter removed the cutlery and replaced it with coffee for them, Eric and Robert Shaye's chat still did not end. The latest issue of Variety magazine published a data article. Statistics show that starting next year, the income from videotapes and television broadcasting rights will exceed the movie box office on all fronts. Moreover, the development of the various peripheral copyrights of movies is becoming more and more diversified, so the role of distribution channels will become more and more important in the movie industry chain. In the future, it will be difficult for pure movie content providers to survive. That's a bit one-sided. If there are no good works, then the expansion of distribution channels will be impossible. Hollywood is relying on high-quality movies one after another to expand its territory in the overseas market. If our movies are as stagnant as European movies, and there are very few good movies, then we will definitely be like European movies, where we can only entertain ourselves in a small circle. The highway is important, but without cars, the highway has no value. Moreover, the remuneration of Hollywood movie stars has increased by more than 10 times compared to 10 years ago, and they have even begun to share the profits of the movie. This is the most direct manifestation of the importance of content in the movie market. After Eric finished speaking, he took a sip of coffee and glanced at Robert Shaye. Shortly after dinner began, the two exchanged pleasantries and compliments. Unknowingly, they began to fight in secret. Although no one mentioned anything about the acquisition of the company, the two had been arguing about which was more important, the content of the movie or the distribution. Robert Shaye was the one who started the discussion. In fact, from that moment on, Robert Shaye was already at a disadvantage. Since the other party had brought up the topic, Eric understood that Robert Shaye was very tempted by Firefly's proposal to acquire the new line. If the other party was not willing to sell the new line, he would not have brought up the topic at all. Robert Shaye, who was sitting opposite him, also felt a little bitter. He realized that he had underestimated the vision and knowledge of the young man sitting opposite him. As an old man who had been in Hollywood for more than 20 years, how could he not understand that once he brought up the topic, it was very likely that the other party would discover his intentions? However, Robert Shaye originally thought that Eric was only 19 years old after all. Even if he had some talent in film production, he must know very little about other aspects. On the other hand, he was more than 30 years older than Eric, so it could be said that he had 30 more years of experience. In addition, Robert felt that his eloquence was not bad. Therefore, at first, he was very confident that he could suppress Eric. Once he planted the seed that distribution channels are the key in Eric's mind, Robert would be able to take the initiative in future negotiations. Eric's consecutive films had created miracles in the box office. Therefore, when Eric sent him an invitation and revealed some information, Robert Shaye's mind became active. Firefly's acquisition of the new line was certain. Robert Shaye did not even consider the possibility of the reverse. However, although Robert Shaye was already 50 years old, he was still very ambitious. He did not care about the huge amount of money that Firefly would need to acquire the new line. Instead, he hoped to achieve the merger of the two companies and get as much equity as possible in the merged company. The new line's development had reached a bottleneck. Among the second-tier film companies, the new line was already one of the best. It had a film series with a stable income and had also built a good distribution channel in the United States. It also had a fixed partner for overseas distribution. What was even more commendable was that the new line had not relied on any film giant for its development. It had completely maintained a state of independent operation. However, compared to the 6 major film companies, the new line was still very far behind. The main reason for this difference was that the new line lacked blockbuster films at the box office. Or rather, there were none at all. So far, the New Line's best-grossing film, A Nightmare on Elm Street, had only grossed over $40 million at the box office. For the film to be considered a blockbuster, the North American box office had to be around $100 million to qualify. Without blockbuster films, the New Line was destined to be unable to enter the ranks of the giants. The 280 law in the Hollywood box office market was particularly obvious. Every year, 20% of the films divided more than 80% of the box office revenue. The top 10 films on the annual box office rankings had always been monopolized by the 6 major film companies. This meant that more than 80% of the box office revenue was in the hands of the 6 major film companies. In fact, the proportion of the 6 major film companies had decreased over the years. Due to the vigorous development of various channels, independent film companies had a lot of room for development. Therefore, the 6 major film companies only accounted for about 85% of the total box office revenue each year, leaving 15% for the other Hollywood film companies. This proportion seemed small, but compared to more than 10 years ago, this proportion was very large. More than 10 years ago, the 6 major film companies basically scraped up all the box office revenue each year, leaving only a pitiful 1% for the small film companies. If the New Line wanted to enter the ranks of the giants and share more than 80% of the profits, before meeting Eric, there were only 2 paths to take. One was to concentrate all their strength on one throw and take the risk of investing in the production of a big film. Only then could they achieve a big box office hit. However, this was extremely risky. If it failed, the New Line would only go bankrupt. The other was to slowly endure. Perhaps one day, a small production film that the company invested in would suddenly achieve a heaven-defying box office, quickly accumulating a huge amount of funds. In addition, the company's leaders had good foresight, and the subsequent films they invested in would also sell well, creating a virtuous cycle. Then, they could quickly accumulate strength and one day enter the ranks of the major film companies. In the parallel universe, Lionsgate Pictures relied on luck to rise. Lionsgate was only established in 1997. In terms of qualifications and strength, it was originally far inferior to the veteran second-tier companies like New Line and Miramax Films. However, because of the low-budget documentary Fahrenheit 9/11 released in 2004 under great pressure, it was lucky to earn $224 million at the global box office and quickly accumulated enough capital. Then, it used the capital to develop the super-hit Twilight series and the Hunger Games series. At one point, it trampled Universal and MGM under its feet in terms of box office results. It was closely followed by Warner Brothers, Disney, Columbia, and Fox, ranking 5th. And after Eric threw out his intention of acquisition, Robert Shea saw another broad road. This road allowed New Line to steadily enter the ranks of the movie giants without taking risks or waiting for good luck to come. Eric's previous films all sold well, proving that he had the ability to do this. Since there was a giant like MGM, United Artists in the Big Six, there could certainly be another New Line, Firefly. Well, it was Firefly, New Line. After drinking 1 or 2 cups of coffee, Robert Shea did not have the patience to waste time with Eric. The young man in front of him had amazing patience. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Robert Shea had to face the fact that he had lost in this confrontation. And if he did not bring up the main topic, perhaps Eric would really treat this meeting as a chat and then get up to say goodbye. Then, the next time they meet may only be at the negotiating table. Eric, I heard that Firefly is preparing to expand their own distribution channels? Robert Shea asked casually as he stirred the coffee that the waiter served. Eric's lips curled into a smile. Finally, he could not hold it in anymore. This meal had been going on for almost 2 hours. Eric almost lost his patience to continue wasting time with Robert Shea. Jennifer Aniston had already floated over to him several times, hinting that he wanted to leave. Eric planned to finish the coffee in front of him. If Robert Shea did not bring it up again, then he would leave immediately. All that was left was for Firefly to publicly and officially send out an acquisition invitation to New Line. The reason for this meal was that Eric wanted to sound out Robert Shea and see if he was interested in selling the New Line. In his memory, Robert Shea had a strong desire for control. In his previous life, although the New Line had been recruited by Warner Brothers, Robert Shea still firmly held on to the control of the New Line. It seemed that almost 20 years later, Robert Shea was forced to step down under pressure and helplessness when the Golden Compass suffered a huge loss. When Robert Shea first brought up this topic and argued with Eric for a long time, it had already shown his attitude. So, there was no need to discuss further. Even if they had reached a preliminary agreement, the specific terms and conditions still needed to be negotiated over a long period of time. Sony had spent more than half a year to acquire Columbia. Including the initial planning, it took at least a year. Firefly's acquisition of New Line was not that troublesome, but it would take at least 1 or 2 months. Yes, Robert. That's why I invited you today, isn't it? Since the other party had spoken first, Eric quickly changed the topic. Robert Shea laughed dryly to hide the awkwardness in his expression. In this secret confrontation, he had already decided to admit defeat, but he still had to beat around the bush. When Eric said this, he once again had the illusion that he was at a disadvantage. After taking a sip of the bitter coffee to calm himself down, Robert said, "All right, Eric. Actually, I'm also very interested in the cooperation between us. Can you tell me your conditions first?" "You know, Robert, what I value is the distribution channel of New Line. Therefore, I plan to fully acquire New Line. The initial price is $150 million US. Of course, this price can be further negotiated. Moreover, after the acquisition, I can also give you the position of CEO of Firefly after the integration. You're only 50 years old, you don't want to retire, right? I've been a boss for more than 20 years. Now that I've been reduced to an employee all of a sudden, even the CEO position isn't that attractive." Robert Shea smiled and spread out his hands. He continued, "Maybe we can merge, just like MGM United Artists. New Line has distribution channels, and Firefly has excellent movie content. If we merge, maybe in the next few years, there will be another movie giant called Firefly, New Line in Hollywood. What do you think? Then how do you think the shares should be distributed after the merger?" When Eric heard Robert Shea's words, he smiled in his heart. Firefly, New Line, very interesting. However, Firefly was Firefly. He did not intend to be a tail behind them. The brand of New Line would definitely be retained, but it could only be a subsidiary of Firefly. Hearing this question, Robert Shea glanced at Eric, then picked up his coffee cup and thought for a moment. In fact, he had already been thinking about this question when he received Eric's invitation to dinner. Firefly had only been established for half a year and had zero distribution ability. The accumulation of the film library was also negligible. It was originally not worth much, but the reality was that Firefly's profitability was terrifying. Even if Home Alone was not considered a work of Firefly and could be excluded, Pretty Woman alone earned more than $100 million in profit. If Dark War grossed $200 million in the domestic box office and the same $200 million overseas box office, Firefly could earn at least $80 million in the box office. Moreover, Robert Shea also learned that Eric would cooperate with Fox in 2 more movies and produce 3 more movies. Home Alone 2 was a guaranteed profit. Sleepless in Seattle was personally directed by Eric and Tom Hanks would definitely not lose money. The other 3 movies were said to be low to medium investments that did not exceed $10 million. With Eric's reputation, he would definitely make a small profit. So all these statistics, if Firefly's box office profits were calculated purely this year, it might be comparable to the box office profits of at least 2 movie giants combined, reaching an astonishing $400 million. A company's market value is about 10 times the company's annual profits. For example, the Big Six, if the year is good, their annual profits will be about $200 million, and their market value is about $2 billion. Columbia's sudden increase in market value is exaggerated. Before Sony's acquisition, Columbia's market value is about $2 billion. As for New Line, out of the 6 movies produced and released last year, only A Nightmare on Street 4 made a profit of more than $10 million. The other movies only made a profit of a few million $. Including the profits from the videotapes and other peripheral products, New Line's profit last year was about $30 million. In other words, New Line's market value was about $300 million US. Of course, this kind of calculation method only gave the layman a rough impression. In fact, the market value of a company definitely couldn't be calculated like that. New Line Entertainment had made a profit of $30 million US last year because of a good year. A Nightmare on Street 4 was also lucky enough to be a big hit. The second and third installments of A Nightmare on Street only made a little more than $20 million US at the box office. After the cost was deducted, the two installments didn't make much money. Therefore, in the information that Eric had obtained, a formal financial audit company only valued the New Line at $150 million, including the New Line's film library, film series rights, distribution channels, and other assets. The very unstable annual profits were only a small reference. But it is troublesome to calculate the value of Firefly. Eric had only spent less than $10 million US on renting office space and equipment. Including the rights to Home Alone, Wind and Moon, half of the rights to Dark War and a few other films, the total value of New Line's shares is about $100 million US or $1 billion US. Therefore, when Eric asked Robert how many shares he planned to get after the merger, Robert still couldn't give an answer even though he had been thinking about it for a few days. After thinking for a full 5 minutes, Robert brought the coffee cup to his mouth with his left hand. At the same time, he raised his right hand on the table and extended 3 fingers. 3%? Eric leaned forward and asked curiously. Pfft, Robert Shea couldn't help but spit out his coffee. Fortunately, he turned his head in time and didn't spit it all over the table and Eric. However, because of the direction he turned his head, some water droplets splashed onto Jennifer Aniston's dress. Jennifer Aniston, who was a little absent-minded, didn't expect this to happen at all. She didn't even have time to dodge until she felt her dress get wet. She exclaimed and grabbed a napkin to wipe it. At the same time, she glared at Eric with dissatisfaction. She didn't know what exactly happened. She only knew that Eric said something like 3% and then her dress got wet. The restaurant's service was very good. Seeing the situation, a waiter quickly handed her a napkin and helped clean the table and floor. A few waiters tidied everything up and quietly retreated to a spot not far away. "I'm so sorry." Robert Shea used a napkin to wipe his mouth and clothes and expressed his apology to Jennifer Aniston. Then, he turned to Eric and said with a strong dissatisfaction, "Eric, is the company I've been working on for 20 years only worth 3% to you? If that's the case, what else do we have to talk about?" "Okay, I understand. You mean 30%? Eric confirmed again. Robert Shea nodded. "I've accumulated some wealth over the years, so I'm not inclined to buy it in cash. I hope the two companies can merge. Also, I want 30% of the shares. That's my bottom line. 30% is definitely impossible." Eric leaned forward slightly, stared at Robert Shea, and shook his head gently. Without waiting for Robert Shea to refute, Eric continued, "If I have to give up 30% of the shares just to acquire a distribution company, then I don't have to do it at all. It's not worth it for Firefly. I can use this share to cooperate with several major film companies. With Firefly's current momentum, I believe that none of the current 7 major film companies will refuse to cooperate with me. I can even use this 30% of the shares to exchange for 10% of the shares from the weakest of the 7 major film companies, MGM." After Eric finished speaking, Robert Shea immediately retorted, "But in fact, Eric, you won't do that. Once Firefly becomes a subsidiary of the film giants, it will basically lose the possibility of developing into a film company that is on par with the other film giants. Controlling second and third tier companies through acquisition to prevent them from developing to a certain scale and threatening their position is already a trick that these big companies are used to. I've been in Hollywood for more than 20 years and have seen too many of these things. Of course I won't do that. I'm just talking about a possibility. If I have to give up 30% of the shares, then I'd rather exchange shares with the film giants. So, I have my bottom line too. Robert, I'll give you 10% of the shares at most. Of course, that's not all. I can compensate you with some cash." Eric also offered his own price. 10%. This was also a concession that he had made after thinking for a long time. he felt that this was already a lot. Firefly would definitely bring in more partners in the future. 10% is too little. Robert Shea said, the new line has been developing in my hands for more than 20 years. It's like my child. If it's merged with your Firefly, I think 30% is not a lot at all. I'll never agree to anything less than that. Eric almost laughed out loud. Thunderbolt was established even earlier and is now gone. United Artists was also established very early. Unfortunately, it has also become a subsidiary of MGM. Robert, time doesn't tell you much. In 1981, United Artists was merged into Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer because of the huge loss of Heaven's Gate. Hollywood was left with only Warner Brothers, Universal, Paramount, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Fox. But now, ever since Michael Eisner took over Disney in 1984, in just 5 short years, 6 big studios have become 7 big studios. Robert Shea's face was a little red. Eric's words seemed to be comparing him to Michael Eisner. Although he admitted in his heart that he was not as capable as Michael Eisner, he still felt a little embarrassed when a guy 30 years younger than him said that to his face. In a hurry, he blurted out, "Whatever you say, Eric. Anyway, I insist on 30% of the shares." Eric saw that Robert Shea was a little anxious and quickly comforted him. "How about this, Robert? Since both of us have such intentions, let's discuss it in detail." "No need." Robert Shea refused. "If you don't agree, we don't have to talk about any specific cooperation." Eric was a little irritated. His fingers tapped on the table a few times out of habit. Because of the tablecloth, it did not make the usual soft sound. "Robert, you have to understand that we don't have much time left." Robert Shea was slightly curious when he heard Eric's inexplicable words. However, he was afraid that he would weaken his momentum if he suddenly opened his mouth, so he held back and did not ask. Eric did not beat around the bush. He continued, because of the vigorous development of videotapes, cable television, and other peripheral channels, movies have walked out of the small circle that could only make profits through the cinema more than a decade ago. This has also made movies more and more important in the media industry. I believe that in the next 10 years, most of the Hollywood giants will be acquired by the media groups and become part of their huge industrial chain. Once this trend is formed, with the support of the media group's huge media resources and financial resources, not only will the major Hollywood film companies no longer have to worry about falling into bankruptcy due to investment failures, but they will also be able to completely consolidate their position with the advantage of huge media resources. When that time comes, if the second and third tier film companies don't have heaven-defying luck, it will be difficult for them to shake the position of the major film companies backed by the media giants. Their fate is either to be acquired by the major film companies and, as you just said, completely lose the opportunity to become a giant, or they can only silently fish for some leftovers from the market after the major film companies divide it up. Robert Shea suppressed the shock in his heart and did not show it on his face. He retorted, "Even if what you said makes some sense, it will definitely take many years. I believe there is still a chance for a new line, as long as—" "No, you don't have a chance," Eric firmly interrupted Robert Shea. "In fact, this trend has already started since News Corporation acquired 20th Century Fox a few years ago. This year, Sony acquired Columbia, and 2 of the top 7 are gone. Moreover, I also read in the newspaper that Warner intends to cooperate with Turner Broadcasting, which has its own independent television network, to form a media group. Once this becomes a reality, 3 of the top 7 will be gone. How long do you think the remaining 4 film companies can last?" Robert Shea was silent. Eric did not stop persuading. He continued, "Robert, this is the last chance for second and third tier film companies like us to rise up. We have no more than 10 years, or even only 5 years. Once the industry map is completed, even if, as you said, you can still rely on luck and a long period of accumulation to make the new line into a first-tier one and surpass the old giants. In profits, then you are destined to only be a second-tier film company. That's because the movie giants have already merged with the media group. It's impossible for a pure film company to compete with them." Speaking of this, Eric thought of Lionsgate Films in his previous life. Lionsgate had surpassed the 2 established film companies in terms of profits with the 2 series, The Hunger Games and Twilight. However, at that time, the remaining 6 major film companies had already merged with the media group. Lionsgate was only an independent film company. In terms of overall strength, it was still far from being able to compete with the two giants. What you said is all just a hypothesis, isn't it? Robert Shea could not help but refute. Eric could see that Robert Shea was completely convinced. His tone also softened. Robert, although it's just a hypothesis, with your more than 20 years of experience in Hollywood, you should be able to distinguish the possibility of such a hypothesis, right? Robert Shea lowered his head and looked at the cup of coffee in front of him, which was almost empty. But, 10% is still too little. Michael Eisner now owns less than 10% of Disney's shares. His net worth is not much higher than yours, but in Hollywood, he is ranked in the top 3. He is envied and looked up to by more than 90% of the people in Hollywood. Robert, didn't you also say that money doesn't mean much to us? Think about it. After Firefly acquires the new line, you can become Firefly's CEO. I believe you don't doubt the profitability of the movies I produce. I believe that in a few years, we will be able to join the ranks of the movie giants. At that time, we will definitely have time to occupy our own place in the future integration of the media group. At that time, the 10% of shares you own may be worth more than $1 billion. If you continue to operate the new line alone, how long will it take for the new line to reach a market value of more than $1 billion? 20%, Eric, 20%, no less. Robert Shea was completely moved by the prospects described by Eric and took the initiative to make a big concession. The corner of Eric's mouth revealed an imperceptible smile. Since Robert Shea was no longer stubbornly insisting on the so-called 30% bottom line, then they could continue the discussion. So, he snapped his fingers to call the waiter over and handed over his credit card to settle the bill. Then, he said to Robert Shea, Robert, we definitely won't be able to come to any conclusion now, and it's a little late. So, let's choose a more formal venue for the specific discussion. Robert Shea regretted saying that he would concede 20%. He realized that he had been fooled by a young man who was dozens of years younger than him. He wanted to slap himself in the face. Although he had decided to concede in his heart, it was too inappropriate to say it out loud at this time. It seemed that he had made several mistakes tonight. This made Robert Shea not dare to underestimate Eric anymore. At the same time, he also made up his mind not to confront Eric directly during the formal negotiation. Perhaps it would be good to find an agent who was good at negotiation. Seeing that Eric did not take the opportunity to continue to push the price down, he quickly nodded and said, Okay, it's really late. I should go back. After the few of them said their goodbyes at the entrance of the restaurant, Jennifer Aniston, who was originally quiet, suddenly hugged Eric's arm and stood on her tiptoes as she smiled and said, Wow, Eric, you were so cool just now. Robert was stunned by your aura, hee. Eric reached out his other hand to tuck the girl's long hair that had fallen over her forehead. He smiled and said, What about you? Did you suddenly have the urge to kneel down and kiss my shoes? Jennifer Aniston originally felt a little warm as Eric combed her hair. Hearing this, she immediately pouted and said, Bah, no, I think you're just spouting nonsense to deceive me. Anyway, I didn't understand much of it. What resources, mergers and acquisitions, territories, it's all a mess. Eric pretended to be sad and covered his chest. You really hurt my self-esteem. It seems that I'll have to teach you a lesson later. Jennifer Aniston lowered her head and blushed. Suddenly, she raised her head and said, Don't do that again, or I won't let you off. What do you mean? Eric was confused for a moment. You did it on purpose. Jennifer Aniston stomped her feet and thought that Eric was pretending to be stupid. She angrily let go of Eric's arm and walked a few steps forward. Eric chuckled and caught up with her in a few steps. He hugged her waist and said, Okay, don't be angry. I really didn't think of it just now. Jennifer Aniston thought of something and jumped away like a frightened rabbit. She glanced around and found that there were no pedestrians. She was relieved and glared at Eric. Eric smiled and walked forward again. He reached out and hugged Jennifer Aniston in his arms and whispered something. Humph. Jennifer Aniston heard Eric's words and struggled. She wanted to get out of Eric's arms again, but she didn't succeed. The doorman quickly drove Eric's car over. After handing over the tip, Eric and Jennifer Aniston got into the car. "Are you going to my place?" Jennifer Aniston asked in a low voice after Eric started the car. "Of course." Eric turned the steering wheel and drove the car onto the road. Thinking of the scene a few months ago, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Drew must have gone back by now. Or do you want to go to my place again and spar with this girl?" "Humph." Jennifer Aniston angrily turned her head away. After a while, she suddenly thought of something and turned around. "Eric, how's your house in Malibu coming along? Including the renovation, it will take another 2 or 3 months. But it will be good enough if we can move in by the end of the year. Maybe during Christmas, we can have a party in the seaside villa." Eric replied as he stared at the road ahead. Malibu had been under construction for more than half a year. However, the construction efficiency of the Americans was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. It was far less efficient than the 10-story buildings that Eric had seen in his previous life. However, if it really took only 10 days to build a mansion, Eric wouldn't dare to live in it. In the beginning, Eric would take the initiative to ask Frank Gehry about the progress of the project. But after 2 or 3 months, Eric didn't have much interest in asking. He just received the progress report from Frank Gehry's office on a regular basis. At the same time, he could only comfort himself with the excuse that the work was done slowly. After hearing Eric's answer, Jennifer Aniston asked in a low voice, "Then, when the time comes, will Drew still move in?" Eric's thumb slid on the steering wheel twice before he said, "You know, Jenny, Drew is only 14 years old. She's still a child. Whether it's legally or emotionally, I can't let her live outside alone now. She has to at least wait until she's 16 years old before she can move out." Jennifer Aniston wrinkled her little nose and snorted unwillingly. "She doesn't look like a little girl at all." "Heh, she really doesn't look like one. But many things are like this. Drew is considered a public figure. Those so-called child protection organizations will always pay more attention to her. If I let her move out now, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among those people. Humph, why didn't that little girl be born in the slums? Then no one would care about these things." "Yeah." Eric sighed. "The world is so unfair. Generally speaking, the United States is still a world of elites. The education system is also an elite education system. This country can only ensure the excellence of the people at the top. As for the children at the bottom of society, who cares? Even if they drop out of school at the age of 11 or 12 and have children at the age of 13 or 14, very few people care about them. Drew is different. She has already climbed to the top of the pyramid. She is destined to enjoy the benefits that the elites at the top can enjoy. The attention of the child protection organizations is also a kind of benefit." Jennifer Aniston leaned on the car window with one hand and curled her lips at Eric. "Well, congratulations on succeeding again. You always have a million ways to change the topic." "Humph, don't think that I didn't notice. I just couldn't be bothered to pester you. This time, you were the one who changed the topic first." Eric laughed. "It was you." "Okay, it was me." Eric did not intend to argue with Jennifer Aniston. He continued, "The house in Malibu is very big. Jenny, you can move there when the time comes. It's either me or her. It's up to you." Eric patted the steering wheel lightly. "Then forget it." "Ugh. You bastard, you are always so biased." Jennifer Aniston stared at Eric with her eyes wide open. Her gaze drifted around as if she was looking for a place to bite. Eric glanced at Jennifer Aniston's expression and quickly warned, "Hey, don't mess around. I'm driving." As he spoke, Eric suddenly heard the Motorola mobile phone ring. He quickly stopped the car by the side of the road and picked up the phone. Drew's excited voice came from the phone. Eric glanced at Jennifer Aniston next to him and quickly opened the door to get out of the car. He ran to the street lamp and continued speaking. Jennifer Aniston looked at Eric's careful expression. She was angry and a little. Well, he still cared about her feelings. Jennifer Aniston comforted herself. After a while, Eric returned to the car, closed the door, and started the car. "What's the matter?" Jennifer Aniston could not help but ask after driving for a while. Eric shook his head. "I don't know. The little girl was acting weird and insisted that I go back. She said that she had some good news to tell me." "Forget it, ignore her. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'll go to your place first." "Well." Jennifer Aniston pinched the corner of her skirt. After a while, she said, why don't you go back and take a look? Maybe there is something important?" Eric pushed the door and walked into the living room. Drew, who heard the sound, immediately jumped up from the sofa and rushed into Eric's arms with an excited face. However, after sniffling twice, her originally smiling expression suddenly became unhappy. Eric dodged speechlessly. The little girl huffed on Eric's left cheek in disgust, wiped it with her sleeve, and kissed him. Eric was amused by the little girl's behavior. He took 2 steps forward, pulled the little girl who was coiled around his waist, and threw her on the sofa. He sat down and asked, "Okay, why did you call me back in a hurry?" As Eric said, he had noticed the eye-catching black folder on the coffee table in front of him. He picked it up and opened it. A copyright transfer contract appeared in front of Eric. "Oh, the copyright of Golden Jade League, your action is quite fast. I thought it would be good if you could get it after the summer vacation." Drew lay on Eric with a smile, and her chin hung on one of Eric's shoulders. "This is Hollywood. As long as there is money, many things are much easier to do. How much did you spend?" Eric took the contract from the metal clip of the folder and asked casually. 5 million. The little girl said the price without confidence, but she quickly explained, "But it's the full copyright. It's permanent. Even some of the original music copyrights in it belong to us." Eric nodded. If it was really as Drew said, then the price was still acceptable. It could be used to enrich the Firefly library. Besides, after Sleepless in Seattle became popular, maybe he could invest in a remake of this movie. Although Eric originally only asked Drew to get the copyright of the movie for 5 years, he could also imagine that the company who owned the copyright finally met a fat sheep who was interested in this 30-year-old movie. They would definitely want to make a big profit. 5 years? Not for sale. If you want to buy it, you can take it all. It's just that it's a little expensive. Seeing Eric nod, Drew breathed a sigh of relief and began to explain. This movie was originally produced by a company set up by an investor named Jerry Ward, but that guy was unlucky. He set up a film company and made a few good movies, but a few years later, he died of a heart attack. The copyright of his film company's movies was sold by his widow to another film company. Later, that film company went bankrupt, and after a few rounds, it fell into the hands of Fox. Wow. When Eric saw the name 20th Century Fox in the document and heard the girl's explanation, he almost jumped up. Drew was talking enthusiastically when he was startled by Eric's sudden voice. He widened his eyes and asked, "What? What's wrong? Is there something wrong? You're saying, this movie was bought from 20th Century Fox?" Eric asked again, hoping for a fluke. The girl's eyelashes blinked innocently twice, and she nodded her chin. "Yeah?" Eric smiled bitterly. "This is bad. Fox will definitely hate me in the future." That night, he was pestered by the little girl, so Eric found a summer part-time job for the girl at the last minute. He did not consider the ownership of the copyright of Golden Jade League at all. If it was Warner, Universal, or Paramount that had nothing to do with him, Eric would not have any cooperation with them. Movies were also a business. If they made money, they should celebrate. If they were cheated, they should accept it. However, he did not expect that the copyright of Golden Jade League was actually in the hands of 20th Century Fox. His cooperation with Fox was still in the honeymoon period. He did not want to strain the relationship between the two sides. Therefore, when Columbia wanted Dark War, Eric explained to Barry Diller face-to-face and made a TV series compensation. However, the reality was always easy to joke with people. God really did not want him to maintain a good relationship with Fox. If after Sleepless in Seattle was released, the videotape of Golden Jade League sold 2 million copies as the friend said in his previous life, that would be $60 million in sales, which was equivalent to a blockbuster movie. Although the film company always claimed that the profit of the videotape was less than 20%, and the remaining 80% was the cost, as long as one understood a little, they would know that this was nonsense. The profit margin of the videotape could easily exceed 50%, which was higher than the box office profit. Then, with the videotape of Golden Jade League, Eric could earn at least $30 million from this business. Eric could almost imagine the appearance of some people who were furious because of this deal. Drew saw Eric's constantly changing face and asked curiously, "How is it possible?" "We paid $3.5 million. Fox made money. How can they hate us?" "Yes, but although we spent more than $3 million, if we earned $30 million with this movie in less than a year, what do you think Fox will think?" The girl covered her small mouth in surprise. Eric asked her to get the copyright of this movie, saying that she could make a lot of money. Drew thought that it was only $1 or $2 million, so when she just said the price of $3.5 million, the girl was a little nervous. If she could really make $30 million, but, it seems. "Eric, the people of Fox don't know that we bought it. I was afraid that if I showed up directly, people would associate it with you, so I specially found an agent. After he got the copyright, he transferred it to me. From beginning to end, Fox didn't know that we were going to buy the copyright of this movie," Drew said, and her voice was getting lower and lower. She quickly thought that if this movie made a lot of money with the influence of Sleepless in Seattle in the future, as long as the people of Fox didn't have a problem with their IQ, they would definitely associate it with Eric. Thinking of this, the girl stuck out her tongue. Then, "Eric, what should we do now?" Eric rubbed his temple and thought for a moment. Sleepless in Seattle was released at the end of the year, so the videotape of Golden Jade League would definitely create a sales miracle next year. At that time, his contract with Fox for this year would have been fulfilled, so he didn't have to worry that Fox would obstruct the release of the movie. At most, when the profit sharing was in the future, Fox would play some tricks and delay it. However, Eric was not worried, because the terms of the contract signed last year were very detailed. Once Fox breached the contract, there was no possibility of winning in court. Eric was not like those filmmakers in his previous life who found that the profit-sharing contract signed with the movie company was not detailed enough after the movie sold well, causing disputes that lasted for several years. "Forget it, that's it. We can't spit out the meat that is in our mouth. Anyway, Fox voluntarily sold it, and we also offered such a high price." Hee hee. The girl also hugged Eric and rubbed against him like a spoiled child. "However, Eric, there is a small matter." "Just, a small matter?" Eric pulled the girl in front of him and placed her on his lap. He gently pinched her pretty face. "Did you get into trouble?" "How could that be?" "I wouldn't get into trouble." Drew immediately denied. "It's like this. In order to buy the copyright of this movie, I found an agent." "Oh." Eric immediately understood. "You promised the other party benefits, but you don't have the ability to fulfill them. Moreover, this benefit must be related to me, right?" "Eric, you're so smart." The girl curled up in Eric's arms and looked up at him with admiration. "Okay, stop pretending. Tell me the truth." Eric couldn't help but knock on the girl's head. This caused another round of struggle and protest. "Actually, it's nothing." The girl first gave Eric a heads up before saying, "When I was looking for an agent, a guy named Lawrence Band happened to come to me with his friends at a party. He was holding a script and wanted me to pass it to you. They hope you can invest. They couldn't contact me, so it's understandable that they came to you. However, why would they want me to invest? There are so many movie companies. Their first choice should be the big 7 movie companies. Even if it's not the big 7, the other second and third tier movie companies should be their first choice, right?" Drew hugged Eric's neck and smiled. "Because you're rich. The newspapers are full of news that you got hundreds of millions of US dollars." Eric shrugged. "You should know that I don't have much money left from Home Alone. Even if I get my share from Wind and Moon, I'll have to spend it quickly if I want to acquire a film company and set up a distribution channel. I can't spend my share from Dark Battle anymore. I have to save it for next year's tax. I have to pay 35% income tax. Calculating it this way, I don't have much cash left. I just realized that I've been busy for nothing since last year. I haven't saved any money. The girl mischievously patted his shoulder. Don't worry, Mr. Billionaire. If you don't have money, I'll take care of you. If only a woman had said that to me in my previous life. Eric smiled and sighed. Alright, let's continue. What's that guy's name again? Lawrence Band. I think the reason why he wants you to invest in his movie is that they are both too young. Even if the script is good, those movie companies will not trust him and his friend to produce the movie. After all, as long as it is a proper movie, no matter how small the investment is, it will cost at least $1 million. So, you understand. Then you agreed and asked him to be your agent. Is he capable of being your agent? Eric thought of another question. That guy is very smart. He even opened a film company with his friend. You know, it's the kind of shell company that you apply for with a registration fee. There's nothing. There are many film companies like that in Hollywood. But the year before last, they produced a very low-budget movie. He personally acted as the producer, and his friend acted as the director and scriptwriter. But after the production was completed, the negative film was burned in a fire. They lost a lot of money. It's a pity. Lawrence Band, right? Wait, Lawrence Band? Eric suddenly raised his voice. Huh? Drew nodded. She did not understand. Eric put the girl down from his lap and pointed to the coffee table. Can you spell his name for me? Although Drew was a little confused, she obediently walked to the coffee table and dipped her hand into the teacup. After thinking for a while, she hesitantly wrote 2 words on the coffee table. It should be spelled like this, right? After writing, the girl turned her head and asked Eric with uncertainty. Eric rubbed his forehead and changed the subtitle of Lawrence to W. At the same time, he knocked on the head of the girl who was pretending to be cute. I really want to know what you've been doing in school. You don't even know how to spell such a simple name. Oh, speaking of which, I spent so much money to send you to boarding school, but I've never seen your report card. Let me see it next time. Hee, I don't think that's necessary. The girl grinned and put her hands on the coffee table. She looked like she was ready to run away at any time. Eric did not pursue the matter. He looked at the name on the coffee table. It was exactly the same as the name in his memory. The reason why Eric did not react when Drew mentioned it was mainly because when he read English names in his previous life, it was usually translated into Chinese. In addition, Drew's accent was completely different from the English he learned in his previous life. Eric did not associate the name with the name in his memory. Drew, what's the name of Lawrence Band's friend? Eric asked again. The girl scratched her head and thought for a while. I think it's maybe Quentin Tarantino. After saying that, Drew saw Eric's expression change. She asked, Eric, do you know them? Eric calmed himself down so that the girl wouldn't notice any more abnormalities. He quickly thought of an excuse and nodded. I've heard of it. When you said the name just now, I had a feeling of déjà vu. It's like when I was talking to someone about geniuses, I heard it as an interesting story. It's these 2 unlucky fellows who filmed a movie together. In the end, when the filming was completed, the negative film was burned. Eric did not mention who he was chatting with, and his description was very vague. Therefore, Lily did not have to go back and find someone to verify it. However, Drew obviously did not suspect anything. She believed Eric's explanation. So, you're saying that they want me to invest in their movie and left you the script? Eric asked. Drew shook her head. No, I didn't ask for it. I wanted to tell you about it first. If you don't agree, I'll just send them away casually. That's not good. Since you've already made a promise, you can't be so polite. We'll definitely expand our production business in the future. Although they're just 2 small characters, if word of you dealing with them spreads, it will definitely have some impact. Eric sat back on the sofa again. He thought for a while and said, let's do it tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, bring them to the set of Friends. There's an hour lunch break between filming at noon. ask them to bring the script. I'll take a look at it. Eric, isn't this too troublesome? Why do you want to meet them? I think it's a waste of time. That. Quentin Tarantino is only in his 20s. What kind of good script can he write? All the famous screenwriters in Hollywood are in their 30s or 40s. If it really doesn't work, I'll just ask for the script for you to take a look. There's no need to meet them, right? Eric smiled and said, have you forgotten that I'm not even 20 yet? Hee, I think you're at least 40 years old, the girl leaned over to Eric and said. This intuition is too accurate. Eric touched the girl's hair, but he soon felt relieved. With the girl's shrewd personality, it was not surprising that she found out about his mental age after getting along with him day and night. In fact, many people found out about it. Okay, it's settled then. Bring them over tomorrow, but don't be late. You know, I'm very busy. Drew responded. She quickly rubbed against Eric like a spoiled child. Eric, after I finish this matter, is there a reward? Eric patted the girl's back and said, yes, I helped you set up a film company, but you're still underage, so it's temporarily under my name. When you're 18, I'll transfer it to you. As for the copyright of Golden Jade League, put it under this company's name. Wow, tell me, what's the name? The girl's eyes were sparkling as she asked excitedly. Flower Films. The girl was stunned for a moment, then she pouted and said, Flower Films. What a rustic name. Can you change it? Rustic? Eric stared at the girl's pretty face. This is the name you came up with in the previous life. How is it rustic? Tell me one. Drew tilted her head and thought for a while before raising her head in frustration. The girl obviously had no talent in naming. Then, let's start with Flower Films. Eric smiled and rubbed the girl's head. Okay, it's so late. Go to sleep. The girl grabbed Eric's arm to stop him from standing up. No. Don't worry, Eric. There's still a month before the summer vacation. Can you give me something earlier? For example, buy a movie copyright or something? Let me think about it. I'll make a list for you tomorrow. Now go to sleep early, Eric said. Don't patronize me. I want it tomorrow. The girl didn't give up. No problem. I'll definitely give it to you tomorrow. After Eric finished speaking, he got up and walked to the stairs. He didn't go directly to the bedroom, but walked into the study. Seeing the girl follow up, Eric said, Don't disturb me. You go to sleep first. If you always stay up late, be careful that you become ugly before you're 30 years old. Humph. The girl frowned and walked to the bedroom reluctantly. Eric found a notebook on the left side of the desk and opened it in front of him. He picked up a fountain pen and thought about what had just happened. A smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect Quentin Tarantino, who was known as a genius director in the previous life, to take the initiative to approach him. Although Lawrence Band wasn't as famous as Quentin, the two were actually old partners. Lawrence Band was the producer of all of Quentin's movies. However, since his butterfly effect had attracted two guys who would only become famous 2 years later, he didn't know if the famous drowning dog and Pulp Fiction from his previous life would appear again. After all, the influence of the butterfly effect was too great. Perhaps Quentin had missed the opportunity to create these two movies because of a momentary lapse in judgment. At the same time, Eric was very curious about what script Quentin would come up with tomorrow. At the entrance of the Fox set, the tall black security guard glanced at the two men standing not far from the gate from time to time. The two men hiding in the shade of the tree were both over 6 feet tall. Although they were dressed properly, the younger man with a wide forehead, big chin, and furrowed eyebrows didn't look like a good person. In addition, only the older man was carrying a backpack and didn't have a camera, so he didn't look like a paparazzi. Therefore, the black security guard secretly increased his vigilance. At the same time, he informed his companions to prevent the two men from sneaking in when they weren't paying attention. This kind of thing rarely happened, but it wasn't unheard of. There were often big stars filming on the set. Once someone sneaked in and harassed them, the security guards on duty could only pack up and leave, regardless of whether they caused any damage. However, the two men had been well behaved and didn't do anything inappropriate, so the security guards didn't find any reason to chase them away. The two men were waiting there before 10 o'clock and didn't leave until almost 12. They glanced at the gate and the road next to the set from time to time, as if waiting for someone. At about 11:50, a yellow taxi stopped near the entrance of the set. The door opened, and a petite girl with fair skin wearing a pink t-shirt, denim shorts, and heart-shaped sunglasses got out of the car. She was carrying a small canvas bag and holding a parasol in her hand. When the two men saw the girl, they quickly went up to her. As they talked, the slightly older man even grabbed the girl's parasol and held it for her. Only then did the three of them walk towards the entrance. The black security guard looked at the girl with milk-white skin and sunglasses who gradually walked in and felt a sense of déjà vu. It wasn't until the three of them came to the side of the car door that he stopped them. "Sorry, three of you. Please show me your passes." The two men looked at Drew and the girl took off her sunglasses. "I'm here to see Eric Williams." "Sir, do you think I can go in directly?" You're Miss Drew Barrymore." Drew took off her sunglasses and the black security guard recognized her at a glance. He relaxed his vigilance and smiled politely at Drew, revealing his white teeth. "Of course, but according to the rules, you can't go in directly without a pass. Miss Barrymore, can you wait a moment? I'll call the studio where Mr. Williams is and ask them to send someone to pick you up." "Thank you, Mr. Crick," Drew glanced at his work pass and said. It was noon in August and the sun was blazing in Los Angeles. The temperature was over 30 degrees, so the black security guard let Drew and the other two into the lounge next to the gate before he made a phone call. The girl walked into the lounge and found a chair to sit down. She took out some chewing gum from her bag and stuffed it into her mouth. Then, she took out a makeup mirror and tidied her hair. She smiled at the two men who were standing next to her and couldn't find a place to sit. "Lawrence, have you been waiting for a long time?" "Of course not, Drew. We just came half an hour earlier than you," Lawrence Band said with a smile. The black security guard who was on the phone just glanced at Lawrence Band when he heard him say that. He didn't intend to expose him. The girl looked at the two men whose shirts were soaked in sweat and didn't ask any more questions. She shrugged her small shoulders. She told them to come back after 11 o'clock, but it seemed that they came quite early. Perhaps they were afraid of being delayed by traffic on the way. Anyway, the girl didn't care much about this kind of thing. Quentin Tarantino, who was standing next to Lawrence Band, didn't say anything. It wasn't that he was shy, and of course, it wasn't that he was afraid of strangers. In comparison, he was actually more talkative than Lawrence Band. It was just that this gentleman kept sneaking glances at the little feet that were exposed in the girl's sandals from time to time. He felt a little uncomfortable. The delicate little feet were exquisite like a pair of works of art. But why did she dye her nails black? Why did she dye them black? Quentin felt like his heart was being scratched by something. He even had the urge to rush up and wipe off the black nail polish. Of course, he definitely couldn't do it in reality. Drew chatted with Lawrence Band for a while before turning to Quentin. Coincidentally, she caught Quentin peeking at her feet. The girl was not angry. Instead, she smiled at Quentin with a cheeky look, as if she had caught Quentin looking at her feet. Quentin quickly looked away awkwardly. At the same time, he covered his mouth and coughed twice, trying to ease the awkwardness. The girl didn't want to let him go. She raised her feet and looked at them. Then, she asked directly, "Quentin, is there anything wrong with my feet?" Cough cough, no, of course not. "Miss Barrymore, your feet are very, very beautiful," Quentin replied incoherently. He immediately felt Lawrence's elbow on his waist. He immediately reacted. No, I mean, hee." Seeing the flustered look on the other party's face, the last laughed heartily. Lawrence Band also looked at his best friend speechlessly. What kind of time is this? If the girl in front of me is petty, this opportunity that we worked so hard to get will be ruined. Fortunately, the staff who came to greet Drew and the other two at the set resolved Quentin's awkwardness. The three of them took an electric scooter to the studio of Friends together. When they walked into the studio, Drew went straight to Eric. Lawrence Band and Quentin Tarantino also quickly followed. Soon, they saw Drew pouncing on a young man in a blue t-shirt. Eric hugged Drew and helplessly allowed the girl to rub her face against him. Then, he let go of the girl and walked to Lawrence Band and Quentin Tarantino. "Hello, Mr. Tarantino, Mr. Band." Eric shook hands with the two of them. Quentin originally thought that Eric would greet Lawrence first. After all, the two of them did seem to be led by Lawrence. However, Eric actually walked to him first. This made Quentin suddenly feel flattered. Although Quentin had always been a narcissistic guy in the comments of his friends, narcissism definitely depended on the occasion. Facing a director who had achieved more than $1 billion in global box office sales before the new year, Quentin naturally felt inferior. "Hello, Mr. Williams, I like your movie Dark War very much. Not only is the plot great, but the soundtrack is also very good, especially the silent love part during the encounter on the bus. I heard that you personally wrote this song. That's really amazing." Eric's amiable appearance made Quentin start a conversation very quickly. He directly talked about Eric's movie Dark War that was still in theaters. Although he admired Eric's achievements in movies, he didn't feel much about Eric's previous movies, except for the unique style of Dark War. Eric smiled modestly. "Actually, the composer also put in a lot of effort. I just provided some inspiration." "No, you can't say that. For music, inspiration is the most important thing," Quentin immediately retorted. Lawrence Band next to them was a little anxious. He knew that the meeting was only for an hour. Looking at the staff around him, he knew that they could start work at any time. In this case, although talking about music could make them feel closer, he couldn't waste too much time. However, he didn't dare to interrupt the conversation between the two. He could only give Quentin a slight look. Eric saw that Lawrence Band was a little anxious, so he didn't talk much with Quentin. He said directly, "Let's go to the lounge and have a working meal together. You guys haven't eaten yet." "Of course, thank you, Mr. Williams." "Just call me Eric," Eric replied. He glanced not far away. "Please wait a moment." After that, he quickly walked towards Drew and Jennifer Aniston. The two treasures seemed to be quarreling again. If they fought here, it would be a big deal. "Hey, Drew, Jenny, what are you talking about?" After approaching, Eric looked at the two girls who were staring at each other and seemed ready to fight at any time. When the little girl saw Eric walk in, she immediately gave up her confrontation with Jennifer Aniston and ran over. She hugged Eric's arm and complained. "She started it first, Eric. I just said hello to her and then she got angry. She's so petty." "It's you." Jennifer Aniston revealed an aggrieved and angry expression as she glared at Eric. That's right, she was glaring at Eric instead of at Drew. This made Eric somewhat baffled, so he could only ask, "Girl, how did you greet Jenny?" Drew shrugged as if he didn't see Jennifer Aniston's angry look. "It's nothing. She came out of the room, and I just went up to pat her. Then she got anxious." The corner of Eric's mouth twitched. He didn't need to look at the little flame in Jennifer Aniston's eyes to understand why she was angry. The little girl's words were completely unintentional. She was probably just teasing Jennifer Aniston about gaining weight again. However, it hit the nail on the head. She probably thought that he told Drew about that embarrassing incident, and that was why Drew teased her this time. Thinking of this, Eric let go of the little girl and went up to hug Jennifer Aniston. He explained in Jennifer Aniston's ear, "All right, Jenny, Drew definitely didn't mean it. Don't lower yourself to her level. You promise?" Jennifer Aniston blinked. Eric patted Jennifer Aniston's back. "I swear, that. How is that possible? Am I right?" After Jennifer Aniston understood that it was all a coincidence, she pushed Eric away. "The two guests are still waiting. You go deal with them. I'm going to eat." "I'm going to eat too. I wonder how the lunch here is." The little girl's big eyes rolled, and she turned to leave. "This is the set. You two must not make a scene." "Be good," Eric said worriedly. "Humph. You don't have to tell me that." The two girls didn't even turn their heads as they spoke and left separately. Seeing that the two girls went in different directions, Eric was relieved and went to the lounge with Lawrence Band and Quentin Tarantino. At the same time, he asked his assistant to send 3 sets of lunch. Drew has already told me everything. So, can I take a look at the script first? Eric said after they sat down at a simple table in the lounge. Of course, Lawrence Band took out a thick script from his bag and pushed it in front of Eric. Eric glanced at the name of the script. It was neither Drowning Dog nor Pulp Fiction. It was called Rainbow Robbers. When he saw the name, Eric couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He then quietly opened the script. Based on the name of the script, Eric already knew that there were many similarities between this script and Drowning Dog. The Rainbow Robbers was vaguely similar to the 6 robbers who used 6 colors as code names to rob the jewelry store in Drowning Dog in his previous life. Eric also understood the situation. Many scriptwriters actually had certain ideas in mind for several years before they wrote a script. However, scripts written at different times would definitely be very different. Ordinary people would not be able to understand this difference. However, as a transmigrator, Eric was lucky enough to encounter this kind of situation. It was quite interesting to think about it. The assistant quickly brought 3 sets of lunch and a few bottles of water. Quentin, Lawrence, you 2 eat first. Don't worry about me, Eric said as he looked up at the 2 who were staring at him hopefully. Of course, thank you. Quentin and Lawrence quickly grabbed their cutlery, opened their lunches, and ate a few mouthfuls. However, under such circumstances, neither of them had much of an appetite. Instead, they were like students waiting for the results of an exam. When Eric lowered his head and continued to read the script, the 2 of them slowly stopped eating. Eric also noticed their actions and did not continue to persuade them. Instead, he turned another page of the script. The plot of Rainbow Robber was not much different from Drowning Dog in his previous life. It was still the story of a gang leader gathering a few strangers to rob a jewelry store and being ambushed by the police. However, from the name, it could be seen that the 6 robbers in his previous life had become 7. As for the plot, Quentin's talkative style was unabashedly displayed from the beginning of the script. Right after that was the part where the robbery failed and the 2 robbers fled to the rendezvous point in a car. Of course, in this script, Quentin was still the same as in his previous life. He imitated a few scenes from the Hong Kong film Dragon and Tiger. Eric recalled a rumor from his previous life that Quentin had specially gone to Hong Kong to explain this matter to the director of Dragon and Tiger. However, in Eric's opinion, this was completely a report by the tabloids to make themselves look good. Because he had the original version in his mind as a comparison, Eric only spent 20 minutes or so to finish reading the script that was close to 100 pages long. After putting down the script, Eric looked at the nervous faces of the 2 and nodded, "Not bad, let's eat first." Quentin and Lawrence sighed in relief at the same time. Since Eric said so, then the possibility of investing in this movie was very high. In order to increase the chances of success, Lawrence specifically listed the budget of the movie at the back of the script. It was about $1 million. The 2 of them believed that their unique style of movie should be able to attract Eric's interest. With a budget of only $1 million, they believed that with Eric's current wealth, investing in this movie would not be a problem at all. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to personally direct this movie, the 2 of them wouldn't have had to choose Eric. After thinking this through, Quentin and Lawrence also had lunch with relaxed faces. After waiting outside the Fox set for 2 hours, the 2 of them were already famished. After lunch, Eric picked up the script again. "I heard from Drew that the 2 of you plan to personally produce this movie?" "Yes, Eric, we already have experience in producing a movie before, so I think it's no problem for the 2 of us to work on this script alone." Eric nodded noncommittally and flipped through a few pages before saying, "You have your own movie company now, right?" The 2 of them didn't understand why Eric suddenly asked this. They looked at each other and Lawrence nodded, "Yes, it's called Band Apart." Quentin came up with the name, inspired by the movie master Goddard's early movie, The Other Bunch. Eric knew that Goddard had filmed the famous King Lear, but he didn't know about The Other Bunch, so he didn't know what the name of the movie company meant. He didn't want to know either. "It's like this, Lawrence, Quentin, are you interested in joining Firefly?" Huh? The 2 of them were confused at the same time. Eric explained, "I mean, your movie company is just an empty shell." Are you interested in joining my Firefly movie company? As you know, my company is growing. Quentin and Lawrence looked at each other. They had a certain understanding of Firefly. Although this movie company was established by Eric alone, and most of the movies it produced were just Eric's personal movies, its capabilities were not to be underestimated. If they could join, it would definitely be a good thing. However, the two of them were just nobodies now. They didn't understand why Eric would extend an olive branch to them. It didn't make sense no matter what. P.S. I want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions. Search for the official WeChat account Dread and follow it now. Give more support to I Am Hollywood. Eric did not consider their thoughts. Quentin and Lawrence did not immediately agree, so he did not talk about this topic anymore. Anyway, as long as this cooperation went well, Firefly would definitely be Quentin and Lawrence's first choice to work with. Looking at his watch, Eric continued, let's put this matter aside for now. There's not much time left. Let's talk about the script. I can invest in this movie, and the budget is not limited to $1 million. You two can film to your heart's content. Quentin and Lawrence were originally a little hesitant about Eric's invitation to join Firefly, but when they saw how easily the other party skipped over this matter, the two were disappointed at the same time. They keenly felt that they had missed a rare opportunity and regretted not agreeing immediately. This kind of emotion made the two unable to immediately react to Eric's words. It was not until Eric finished speaking and raised his head to stare at the two of them that Lawrence was the first to react. He confirmed with a happy expression, Eric, are you serious? Quentin also reacted at this time and looked at Eric with a look of surprise. Eric nodded again, of course it's true, but I have a few conditions. The two suddenly had an expression of I knew it and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. If Eric came up and solicited and agreed to invest without any additional conditions, that would be strange. The two of them only hoped that Eric would not interfere too much with the production of the movie. First of all the actors in the movie must be selected from the UTA management company. Do you know UTA? In the end, Eric asked with uncertainty. He hadn't paid much attention to UTA's operations during this period of time. He only occasionally spoke to Capel Sid on the phone a few times. He roughly knew that the management company was doing well, but he wasn't too sure about the rest. Because of his increasing fame, he rarely interfered with UTA's management work in order to avoid suspicion. It wasn't that the media didn't pick on the matter of UTA's monopoly, but it didn't stir up any waves. In fact, the North American anti-monopoly law was not as strict as imagined. Decades ago, due to the Paramount Act, film companies could not operate theaters vertically. This law no longer had much binding force on major film companies. Although it did not exist in name in North American theaters, just on the surface, the number of theaters owned by several major film companies had exceeded 1/10 of the total number of screens. The theaters selected by the major film companies were definitely the best locations. These 1/10 of the theaters were almost the essence of all the theaters in North America. The theaters secretly controlled by the major film companies were even larger. This was the result of the federal government turning a blind eye. Although the Paramount Act cut off the monopoly of the major film companies, it also caused a great blow to the Hollywood film industry. Now that the Hollywood film industry was developing rapidly, the scale of its profits was getting bigger and bigger. It even had a huge influence all over the world. Under such a good situation, the major film companies had extended their tentacles. If there were no strong forces interfering, the federal government would not be stupid enough to make a fuss and ruin the good situation. Hearing Eric's inquiry, Lawrence Band quickly nodded and said, of course I know. After that, Lawrence and his best friend looked at each other and said, this condition is not a problem. Also, the script also needs some changes. After Eric finished speaking, Quentin immediately showed a displeased look, but he did not dare to show it too. Obviously. Eric just smiled slightly, don't worry, I'm very satisfied with the content. It's just that the name Rainbow Robber is too strange. I thought of another good name. While Quentin heaved a sigh of relief, Lawrence also heaved a huge sigh of relief. If Eric wanted to make any changes to the script, Lawrence was very worried that his best friend would jump out to oppose it and ruin the cooperation. Eric only proposed to change the name of the movie, there was nothing unacceptable about that. Eric lowered his head and picked up a pen to write 2 words directly on the script and handed it to the other side. Quentin and Lawrence leaned their heads over and read out the words in unison. Drowning dogs? Yes, drowning dogs. Eric showed a slightly mischievous smile. I think this name is very appropriate for the plot. In my opinion, all the characters in the story are drowning dogs, aren't they? This time, Lawrence Band looked at Quentin. Quentin stretched out his index finger and scratched his broad forehead a few times. After hesitating for a while, he reluctantly nodded. Okay, let's call it drowning dogs. In fact, in his heart, he also felt that this name was much better than the original one. However, as the author of the script, it was quite depressing to have the name of the movie directly changed by the young man opposite him. One more thing, I think 7 robbers is a little too much. 6 is good enough. I read the script, 3 of them died directly, and because of this, there were a few extra lines of dialogue in the plot that I think are a little redundant. Of course, I'm just making a suggestion here. It's up to you whether you want to change it or not. Eric said again. This small suggestion was just a last-minute idea he came up with. It was completely out of the bad taste of the classic B-movie version in his previous life. If Quentin was not willing to change it, it was not a big deal. The highlight of the script was the non-linear narrative structure. If everything was straightened out, it would be a very boring story. A gang leader gathered a few robbers with code names of different colors to rob a jewelry store of diamonds. In the end, they were betrayed by an undercover agent and surrounded by the police. A few of them died in a gunfight. The survivors escaped into the warehouse and started a series of confrontations. In the end, there was internal strife and everyone died together. That was all. The advantage of a movie was that it could use a variety of narratives to show an extremely mediocre company in a very interesting way. I'll think about it. Quentin nodded when he saw that Eric was really just making a suggestion. Although his first reaction was not to change it, he did not explicitly reject it. As for the final decision, he decided to go back and discuss it with his best friend. Then, I have no more questions here. Eric leaned back comfortably in his chair and looked at the two of them. Do you have any other questions? Quentin pulled the script over and pressed it under his hand before asking, Eric, about the movie director? Eric smiled and shrugged. Since I've agreed to invest, it definitely means that I've agreed to your previous conditions. I won't interfere with the content of this movie at all. You can do whatever you want. The final editing rights will also be yours. Eric did not have any expectations for this movie in the box office. In his memory, this movie was very famous, but it did not achieve any amazing box office results. However, it made a few good actors famous. This was what Eric was most interested in. As long as all the actors in Drowning Dog were from UTA, even if it only gained some fame in the end and did not recoup the cost, it was still worth it to Eric. The novel I Am Hollywood will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the top right to add friend, search for the public account Dread and follow it. Hurry up. At the thought of actors, Eric suddenly remembered that Michael Madsen, who played Mr. Kim in his previous life, was Virginia's brother. Although he had known Virginia for more than half a year, Eric had never met him. He only learned from the girl that Virginia had a very good relationship with her brother. In his memory, Michael Madsen had a rough appearance, as if he was born to play the villain. However, from Virginia's description, Eric knew that Michael Madsen was a very versatile person. He used to be a magician, liked photography, and loved to write poems. Compared to being an actor, it was more like a side job for him to make a living. Although he had never met Michael Madsen before, since Virginia was his woman, Michael Madsen could be considered as one of his own. Eric's principle had always been to keep the goodies within the family. After getting the script from Quentin and confirming the color, Eric said directly, Quentin, I happen to have a good candidate to recommend to you for Mr. Kim's role. I believe you'll definitely be satisfied. Seeing the smile on Eric's face, Quentin Tarantino knew that he had no choice but to be satisfied even if he was dissatisfied. However, Quentin was already overjoyed when Eric mentioned that he would not interfere with the production of the movie. It was not unacceptable for him to shove a person over. According to the rules, as the investor, Eric could even decide on all the actors. No problem, Eric. I believe the person you recommend will definitely be good, Quentin replied with a smile. They were about to continue chatting when someone knocked on the door of the lounge. A staff member poked his head in. Director Williams, it's time. Eric looked at his watch and stood up. That's it, then. Quentin and Lawrence also quickly stood up and shook hands with Eric again. After that, they were a little at a loss. What should they do next? Eric, who was about to leave in a hurry, saw the two of them and laughed. He patted his head and said, "Sorry, I've been too busy recently. I'm a bit forgetful. Come with me." Eric called his assistant Alan and gave him some instructions. Then, he said to the two of them, "This is Alan, my assistant. He will take you to see Mr. Jeffrey Hansen. You can discuss the details with him." After sending the two of them off, Eric was just about to go back to work when the little girl suddenly popped up beside him. Eric was surprised. "Why haven't you left yet?" Drew, who was already unhappy, became even angrier when he heard Eric's words. He put his hands on his hips and retorted, "Why should I leave? I'm not leaving." Eric shrugged. Anyway, the little girl had been very obedient when she visited the set of Dark War a few days ago. "Alright, as long as you don't cause trouble." "Well, Eric, I feel like they don't like me very much." The little girl stepped forward and hugged Eric's arm as they walked to the work area of the studio. At the same time, she whispered in his ear. When she was on the set of Dark War, she was treated like a little princess. There was no one she couldn't order aside from Eric. However, not only did she not know the staff here, but they also kept a distance from her. Although they were polite, they kept a vague distance. Eric called for the crew to start preparing. Then, he rubbed the little girl's head and explained with a smile, "You don't understand? Jenny's father is the producer of this TV series. Everyone here was hired by John. Jenny is the princess here. She doesn't like you, so of course these people will keep a distance from you." "Oh, how snobbish." The little girl curled her lips. "It's just a natural reaction of people. If they are too close to you, they might inexplicably make things difficult for you." Eric sat down in the director's chair with a smile. He looked at the figures walking around, preparing for the shoot, and took the shooting log from his assistant. In fact, the reason why Drew was alienated here was mainly because Jennifer Aniston was too popular in the crew. Although Jennifer Aniston also had her own likes and dislikes, she was very good at making friends. Not only did she get along well with the other leads, but even most of the crew liked her very much. In addition, Jennifer Aniston's father was the producer. It was not surprising that the crew of friends alienated Drew, a potential love rival of Jennifer Aniston. In comparison, although Drew was also very good at socializing, she was a little more eccentric. Before Eric appeared, the little girl usually did not have the qualifications and strength to show this side of her personality. However, now that she had Eric's support, the little girl did not seem to be so restrained anymore. When she visited the set of Dark War, she acted like a spoiled little princess. Only this girl would be able to carry a six-figure camera and wander around while he was nervously filming a movie without being chased out. However, Eric was not worried that this pampering would make the little girl lose control. He knew that Drew actually knew what she was doing. The little girl just lacked the love that she should have received when she was young. Once she received these things from Eric, she became a little greedy. She always wanted to take advantage of the fact that she was still legally underage to get more and make up for it. "Forget it, I'd better go back." The little girl stood up with Eric's help. Since she was not welcome here, the little girl did not want to spend the effort to change the situation. "Eric, did you do what you promised me last night?" "What?" Jennifer Aniston, who was holding the script, walked over. When she heard Drew's words, she frowned slightly and looked at Eric with dissatisfaction. "It's on the table in the study. Go take a look. I wrote a lot on the spur of the moment." "You can pick one and do it yourself," Eric said as he gave Jennifer Aniston a look that said, "I'll explain to you later." Drew smiled sweetly. In front of Jennifer Aniston, she suddenly leaned over and kissed Eric on the cheek, leaving an eye-catching lipstick mark. Only then did she turn around and leave. Wearing so little, she's like a street girl at night, Jennifer Aniston said in a sour tone as she watched Drew leave. The little girl was already over 1.6 meters tall. Not only was she slim and graceful, but she also had milky white skin that many women envied. In this regard, even Jennifer Aniston, who had darker skin, was a little jealous. As if she felt something, Drew, who was almost at the entrance of the studio, suddenly turned around. She opened the small parasol in her hand and put on a pair of heart-shaped sunglasses. She flipped around on her tiptoes and made a funny face at Jennifer Aniston while sticking her tongue out. This situation made Jennifer Aniston furious. Many of the crew members who saw this scene were stunned. Everyone present was in the film and television industry. Many of them had seen Kubrick's Lolita. The little girl was wearing a t-shirt and hot pants. Coupled with the black nail polish on her toes, she looked devilish. Every move she made was feminine and mischievous, making the hearts of men with normal hormones skip a beat. She's so unrestrained. Jennifer Aniston pulled a long face and said to Eric, "Are you sure you sent her to a Catholic school and not somewhere else?" Eric smiled and held Jennifer Aniston's small hand. "All right, Jenny, don't be angry. Drew's personality is like this. It's not like you haven't seen it before. By the way, why are you looking for me?" Jennifer Aniston pointed at Eric's cheek. "Wipe the lipstick mark on your face first." Eric awkwardly wiped his face with a tissue and asked Jennifer Aniston to confirm. Jennifer Aniston reluctantly discussed the script with Eric. She felt that she had some good ideas. In the next few days, the filming of Friends went on in an orderly manner. During this period, Eric had a meal with the Weinstein brothers of Mira Mike and talked about some acquisitions. However, because the Weinstein brothers had just released Steven Soderbergh's Sex, Lies, and Videotape, which had won the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival, and had achieved good box office results, the price they offered was far beyond Eric's expectations. In addition, Firefly had begun to make contact with Robert Shea's new line, so Eric temporarily gave up on the idea of acquiring Mira Mike. In his previous life, Mira Mike stood out in the independent film industry and was recruited by Disney. In addition to Soderbergh's Sex, Lies, and Videotape, which made Mira Mike famous, the biggest contributor was Quentin's Drowning Dog, Pulp Fiction and other works, and the latter was obviously more important. In his previous life, because of the unexpected success of Quentin's Pulp Fiction, independent films quickly gained the attention of major film companies. As one of the best, Mira Mike was able to develop rapidly. But now, Quentin had defected to Eric. Since the two sides had cooperated, Eric would definitely not push Quentin away. Now that they had lost Quentin, Mira Mike's future prospects were uncertain. Although it could be said that they still had Soderbergh as their trump card, ever since Soderbergh became famous with Sex, Lies, and Videotape and won the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival as the youngest director, he had been silent for a whole decade without any works to show. His box office was a mess, and it was only after the new century that he began to explode. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for Mira Mike to rise on its original trajectory. The reason why Eric wanted to acquire Mira Mike at the same time as acquiring the new line was that he valued the brothers' talent in various awards and public relations. In his previous life, the Weinstein brothers were known as the gold medalists of the Oscars, so Eric made up his mind to recruit them. As for the other parties for films, Eric had a greater advantage in this regard. He had a lot of classic films he had watched in his previous life in his mind. Eric was not in a hurry to acquire Mira Mike for the time being. After all, the trajectory of history had changed. Perhaps with the talent of the Weinstein brothers, they could still survive in the independent film industry, but it was unlikely that they would be as dazzling as they were in his previous life because of Eric's existence. At most, the other party's development trajectory would be like the new line, growing stronger step by step. Then, even if the other party developed for another 10 years, Eric would have a chance to recruit them and honestly win him an Oscar. "Vicky, is it the Sunset Tower Hotel diagonally opposite Arthur's?" In the driver's seat, a rough-looking Caucasian man in his 30s stared at the road in front and asked. "Of course, are there two Sunset Tower hotels on Sunset Boulevard?" Virginia in the passenger seat answered. She took out a small mirror from her handbag and looked at her makeup. Then, she took out a lipstick and carefully dabbed it on the corners of her lips. This action somehow made the man in the driver's seat a little dissatisfied. Vicky, I really don't understand. Why do you have to get involved with that kid? You two are 10 years apart. I told you, my personal affairs are none of your business, Virginia blurted out. She quickly realized that she shouldn't talk to her brother like that. Her tone softened a little. Mike, I'm very happy with him. Although he's young, he's very considerate to me. Michael Madsen was still frowning. That guy is destined to not give you any promises, isn't he? He won't marry you. When Virginia heard this, her eyes dimmed a little. She whispered, I never expected him to marry me. But you're already 28 years old. I hope you can find a reliable man to marry, not like now. Michael's tone was a little agitated. In the end, he couldn't help but pat the steering wheel. He turned to look at his sister. I hope you two are happy, Vicky. Will I be happy if I get married? Virginia put the lipstick and small mirror back into her handbag. Our parents are not happy at all. And you've already divorced once. Michael Madsen continued to persuade her. It's precisely because of this that I hope you can find a good man. There are definitely good men in this world. Even if you don't find the right one the first time, just try a few more times. You see, although I'm divorced, Gina and I are very happy now. In half a year, you may have a little nephew or niece. Okay, I know, Mike. Let's not talk about this today, okay? Like all the older women who were forced into marriage, Virginia began to change the topic. Because her parents were divorced and her mother was busy with her career, she was raised by her brother who was 4 years older than her. Therefore, even if she could ignore her parents' words, she valued her relationship with her brother very much. Alright, I won't say anything if you don't like it. Michael Madsen looked at the road in front of him helplessly. Virginia heaved a sigh of relief when Michael stopped the topic. The two of them were quiet for a while. Looking out of the car window, they were about to reach the Sunset Tower Hotel. Virginia then said, Michael, I know you don't like him, but don't be rude later, okay? I hope you can get the role he mentioned. Michael Madsen said, Of course I won't be rude, but I'm only here to see your new movie. Don't expect me to please him for a role. Virginia was a little helpless. She knew her brother's character very well. To put it nicely, he was indifferent to fame and fortune. To put it bluntly, he did not want to improve. His original intention of being an actor was more to make a living than to become famous, and it was still the same now. As the two of them talked, they soon arrived at the Sunset Tower Hotel. Virginia saw a lot of paparazzi with cameras gathered outside the hotel. She quickly took out her sunglasses and put them on, but even so, it did not stop the paparazzi from discovering her. A group of people rushed over and took pictures of the car window. Seeing these guys who were willing to risk their lives for news, Michael had no choice but to slow down the car. This made the paparazzi even more excited. They slammed the car window and shouted at Virginia in the car. However, no matter how the paparazzi shouted themselves hoarse, they did not get any response. The brother and sister drove the car directly to the underground parking lot and walked into the hotel through the internal elevator. Another one. Julia Roberts just came. I wonder what the Fireflies are up to. The group of paparazzi was stopped by the security guards. They could only continue to wait outside the hotel in disappointment, hoping that the next guest would reveal some specific information. You've only been here for less than 10 minutes, Jake. In the past half an hour, several big shots in Hollywood have gone in. Oh, Kane, who else is here? The paparazzi named Jake asked. Kane leaned close to Jake's ear and whispered, Disney's CEO, Michael Eisner, a vice president in charge of distribution at Warner, Paramount's president, Donald Tarn, and Columbia's vice president, Amy Pascal. So far, 4 of the 7 major film companies have come. Let's wait and see. I think the remaining 3 will definitely send people here. Jake imagined the scene described by Kane and could not help but gasp. No way. Is something big going to happen in Hollywood? Kane shook his head. I'm not sure about that, but it must be related to the Fireflies. I heard from an insider in the hotel that there will be a party tonight. Tonight? Jake looked at his watch. It's only 1:35. Did you make a mistake? If there's a party tonight, why would these big shots come here now? This is definitely not wrong. My informant is working in the kitchen. Their task is to prepare food for the party tonight. Jake asked, Kane, what do you think it will be? Maybe. Well, this is too abnormal. I can't think of anything. But recently, there was news that the Fireflies were planning to acquire New Line Cinema. I don't know if it has anything to do with this. New Line Cinema is already a top second-tier film company. If it merges with the Fireflies, with Eric Williams' blockbuster films and New Line Cinema's distribution ability, maybe in a few years, there will be a new giant in Hollywood. Jake guessed, didn't you say that the Fireflies are taking the lead this time? Could it be that the Fireflies are looking for distributors for their new films, so the senior executives of the Big Seven have all gathered here? After this sentence, Kane and the other paparazzi who were listening to the conversation were stunned for a moment. Then, they all laughed. One of the paparazzi said with a mocking expression, "How is that possible? You don't necessarily value the appeal of the Fireflies too much. If it's a film directed by Eric Williams himself, it might be able to attract the senior executives of the Big Seven. After all, he has fully proved his ability." But everyone knows that the distribution rights of Eric's next two films already belong to Fox. Jake also felt that his guess was somewhat unrealistic. He scratched his head and softly retorted, "Didn't you say that Island Horror and Smell a Woman were written by Eric Williams himself?" However, his words were not taken seriously by the other paparazzi. The group of people continued to discuss the purpose of these people gathering, and at the same time, they looked forward to the arrival of others. Most of the time, seemingly absurd guesses were actually true. This event was indeed just an internal screening organized by Fireflies for Island Horror and Steel Magnolias. When the invitation was sent out, Eric also thought that the Big Six would probably only send one or two ordinary executives. However, he soon received the first news. Disney's Michael Eisner had asked his assistant to contact Fireflies and said that he would personally watch the film. This response alone made Eric, who had originally planned to hold the screening in the small screening room at Firefly's headquarters, change the location of the screening to the luxurious screening room at the Sunset Tower Hotel. After all, Michael Eisner's status was very high. It would be very disrespectful to make do with the screening in Firefly's small screening room. Next, the other major film companies might have heard the news that Michael Eisner would participate in the screening, and they all said that they would send important executives to attend. However, only Michael Eisner, the CEO of the Big Seven, was present. As for the others, Paramount had sent a president. Amy Pascal, who had a good relationship with Eric, had come from Colombia. The other companies had either sent vice presidents or high-ranking executives. Even so, this lineup could be considered luxurious. The executives of the Big Seven film companies gathered together just for the distribution rights of one or two films. It was estimated that this had not happened in the past 10 years. Virginia and her brother took the elevator to the floor where the screening was. As soon as they walked out, Virginia saw Eric's assistant, Alan Fissman, waiting by the elevator. "Hello, Alan. Where's Eric?" Virginia asked. "Mr. Williams is very busy. He can't come out to pick you up. Miss Madsen, please come with me." "I'll take you to the lounge," Alan said politely. Virginia nodded in disappointment. Michael Madsen, who saw this scene, didn't know the specific situation. He directly thought that Eric was a little cold to his sister, and he was very angry. However, although he was very angry, he didn't show it. The two followed Alan to a lounge. After walking in, Virginia saw that a lot of people had gathered in the lounge. The director of Steel Magnolias Herbert Ross and the lead actors Julia Roberts, Sally Field, Shirley Mike, Ryan, and others. However, only Jonathan Demme was alone in the Scary Island crew. He looked a little miserable. This situation was not difficult to understand. The two small actors in the Scary Island were not suitable for the screening in the afternoon, so they did not come. The other actors were not famous and were not the lead actors, so they were not qualified to participate in this screening. The Steel Magnolias crew was different. Needless to say, Herbert Ross was the director. Although Steel Magnolias was a group film, in addition to the famous Julia Roberts, Sally Field, Shirley Mike, and Ryan had a series of Oscar awards. Their qualifications and fame were even higher than Julia's. The other three female leads were also actresses who had been famous for a long time. Seeing Virginia appear, Jonathan Demme finally showed an expression as if he had seen a comrade. He stood up and greeted Virginia. The members of the Steel Magnolias crew also stood up and greeted the girl. In another room near the lounge of the two crews, Eric was chatting with the big shots of other companies who had already arrived. Although these executives worked for different masters, many of them were actually very familiar with each other. There was no sense of unfamiliarity when they chatted, because the executives of the 7 major film companies moved around very frequently. For example, Barry Diller, who was not present, was in charge of Paramount in 1984 and was now the CEO of Fox. Michael Eisner and Jeffrey Katzenberg, who were originally at Paramount, were both Barry Diller's deputies at that time. One of them was now the CEO of Disney, and the other was the president of Disney. If history did not change, Jeffrey Katzenberg would be the CEO of DreamWorks in a few years. And Amy Pascal of Columbia was an executive at Fox before she joined the company. The major film companies relied on these intricate interpersonal relationships to ensure that they competed with each other and had full cooperation with each other. Eric, how much box office are you going to get for the 2 movies this time? Tell us first, so that we can have a reference when we quote. Michael Eisner asked in front of the others. Although he acted as if nothing had happened, there was an inexplicable expectation in his eyes. Eric put down the coffee cup and said with a smile, Mr. Eisner, to be honest, I can only guarantee that the quality of these 2 movies is very good. As for how much box office they can get, it depends on the reaction of the audience and the market. That won't do. You're so young, but you've become so tactful. Young people have to be a little bold and daring. Paramount's president, Bernard Tarn, said. The other party was an old man who was almost 60 years old. He had a head full of white hair and a face full of smiles. He had an amiable look on his face. When he said this, it sounded like an elder encouraging the younger generation. It would naturally make people feel close to him. Eric smiled and showed a humble look, but in fact, he was cursing in his heart. These old guys were slicker than the other. If he really listened to their opinions, he would be cheated and still have to count the money for them. Speaking of which, ever since Barry Diller, Michael Eisner, and the others left with a large number of senior executives, Paramount had suffered a great loss. Now, their movie performance was in a mess. This year, they only had one movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark, but the producer and director of Raiders of the Lost Ark were the famous George Lucas and Steven Spielberg. Both of them were very shrewd movie businessmen. Paramount would probably be able to earn some money from the distribution of the movie. Most of the profits would definitely be divided between George Lucas and Steven Spielberg. In the previous analysis, Eric felt that Paramount might be the one who offered the highest price. This time, the test would use the method of closed bidding. After everyone watched the film, they would each offer their own conditions. Firefly would decide which party to cooperate with based on the terms offered by several film companies. However, the appearance of Michael Eisner suddenly made the originally predictable result worse, because Michael Eisner's attention was likely to arouse competition from several other major film companies. After all, he only used a short 5 years to make Disney's performance soar. Now, his status in Hollywood was even faintly surpassing that of his old boss, Barry Diller. Alan Fissman gently pushed the door open and walked quietly to Eric. He tried not to stand out. He bent down and said in Eric's ear, Mr. Williams, the people from Fox are here. Eric nodded and smiled at Michael Eisner and the others. I'm sorry, everyone. Please wait a moment. I'm going to pick someone up. Walking out of the room, Eric led Alan to the elevator. He guessed that the other party would be coming up soon. At this time, Alan said, Mike, the receptionist downstairs, said that 2 people from Fox came. In addition to Calta Hunt, there's also a woman. Eric was stunned for a moment before asking, do you know who she is? Alan shook his head. I don't know. Mike said that the girl is only about 20 years old. She's very young, but Calta Hunt is very respectful to her. Calta Hunt was in charge of Fox's film distribution. In terms of rank, she was also a vice president. The only people who could make her maintain respect were probably Barry Diller and a few others. Among them, there was definitely not a girl about 20 years old. Since he couldn't figure it out, Eric stopped thinking about it. When he came to the elevator, a man and a woman walked out with a soft ding. "Hello, Calta." Eric walked up with a smile and gently hugged Calta Hunt. At the same time, he glanced at the blonde standing beside Calta and looking at him with great interest. The girl looked to be about 20 years old, with a height of 1.7 meters. Her short blonde hair just covered her ears. She was very beautiful, with a sharp face and slender eyebrows. She was wearing a black and white checkered shirt, pale yellow casual pants, and black flats. This should be a standard career woman, Eric thought. She had a very similar temperament to Amy Pascal, who was sitting in the lounge. After greeting Calta, Calta was about to help introduce him. The girl took the initiative to extend her hand. "Hello, Mr. Williams. My name is Elizabeth Murdoch." Eric raised his eyebrows slightly. She was from the Murdoch family. Based on Calta Hunt's attitude towards the girl, Eric felt that she should be a direct relative of Rupert Murdoch. "Hello, Miss Murdoch. You can call me Eric." The girl let go of Eric's hand and asked seriously, "Then why don't you call me Elizabeth?" What an aggressive woman, Eric thought to himself. He said unhurriedly, "It's because we've just met. It's inappropriate to call a girl by her name without permission." Elizabeth Murdoch raised her chin slightly and looked at Eric. "Well, Eric, I allow you to call me Elizabeth." Seeing Eric's awkward expression, Calta Hunt quickly smoothed things over. "Eric, Elizabeth is Mr. Rupert Murdoch's second daughter. Recently, she has been interning at Fox. She is very interested in your movie, so she wants to see it. I hope you don't mind." "Of course not," Eric said with a smile. "Let's go to the lounge. The audition will start at 2:00. It will be a while." They walked together to the lounge at the end of the corridor. Elizabeth Murdoch took the initiative to go to Eric's side. Alan took a step back and followed behind the three. "Hey, Eric, I've seen all your movies, but other than Dark War, I think the others are just average." "Thank you for your praise, Elizabeth." "I'm not praising you," the girl said angrily. "I'm just curious. How did your movies achieve such amazing box office results?" "This is a very interesting topic. I plan to use it as my graduation thesis." "You're studying media?" Eric guessed after contacting the other party's family background. "Of course, I'm studying at Vassar College in New York. I'll graduate next year." Eric just nodded and didn't express any opinions. Although he had taken over this body and inherited most of the memories, he couldn't even remember the full list of Ivy League schools, let alone Vassar College. The girl was a little dissatisfied with Eric's understatement. "Haven't you heard of Vassar College?" Eric spread his hands. "Elizabeth, actually, I only studied until I graduated from high school. I can't even remember the full list of Ivy League schools, so, okay." The girl shrugged helplessly. She was even more interested in Eric. A young man who didn't even graduate from college could achieve so much in such a short time. It was really strange. The executives of Universal and MGM arrived at about 2:00. After everyone arrived, the staff led everyone to a luxurious screening room at the Sunset Hotel. Eric just nodded to Virginia and the others and sat in the first row. On both sides were Michael Eisner and Paramount's CEO, Leonard Tarn. After they dispersed, there were the executives of the other 5 major companies. There were exactly 8 people in the first row. Elizabeth Murdoch, who came uninvited, didn't make things difficult for the workers. She took the initiative to sit in the back row with the crew members of Island Horror and Steel Magnolias. She even moved closer to Julia. Julia looked at the strange girl who suddenly appeared beside her and felt strange. She didn't know who this woman was, but thinking of Eric's Playboy character, she naturally classified this girl as someone similar to Virginia, so she had some hostility towards Elizabeth Murdoch. Although Julia had already made up her mind not to have too much to do with Eric, Eric was destined to leave a deep impression in the girl's heart. This kind of imprint even caused Julia to unconsciously compare other men with Eric when she dated them, and then, it would be difficult to have any more after that. Diller Mike Dermott, who played the role of Julia's husband in Steel Magnolias, had pursued Julia during the filming. He was tall and handsome, and had graduated from New York's private Fordham University Drama School. He was also very talented and had a gentle and considerate personality, completely unlike Eric, who was rude and unreasonable. Therefore, Julia also tried to get along with him. In the end, after the filming of Steel Magnolias was completed, Julia couldn't have many sparks with him due to the interference of the shadow in her heart. In the end, everything ended without any results. Therefore, during this period of time, Julia had been hating Eric. She felt that Eric had affected her private life. In order to avoid this kind of influence from deepening, Julia didn't meet with Eric even once during the filming of Steel Magnolias, although she was in Los Angeles. While the staff was preparing for the screening, Elizabeth Murdoch greeted Julia. After getting a response, she asked softly, "Miss Julia, what kind of person do you think Eric Williams is?" "He's a bastard." Julia was inexplicably immersed in some kind of emotion because of Elizabeth's approach and blurted it out without thinking. Elizabeth was speechless and looked at Julia strangely. Julia's voice was very low, and with the soft chatter of others in the screening room, only 2 or 3 people around her heard the girl's words. Sitting on the other side of the girl, Sally Field couldn't help but chuckle. As an experienced person, and having heard some rumors about Julia and Eric, of course she could hear the jealousy in Julia's words of a little woman who hadn't been satisfied with her feelings. After Julia reacted, her face immediately turned red. She was so embarrassed that she almost wanted to run away. Fortunately, the lights in the screening room dimmed at this time, allowing Julia to breathe a sigh of relief. Elizabeth Murdoch sat up straight and couldn't help but glance at the girl next to her a few times before focusing her attention on the screen. As the most important of the 3 movies Eric had invested in, Island Horror was naturally placed as the finale of the second half. The first to play was Herbert Ross's Steel Magnolias. The plot of Steel Magnolias seemed very trivial. It was mainly about the daily lives of the 6 women, with the Ian Tunn family's wedding, Easter, Christmas, New Year's, funeral, and other important dates as the main plot. Although Herbert Ross also added some comedy elements, in the medium term, this was still a drama film. The movie began with the wedding of Shelby Ian Tunn, played by Julia. Through the first 10 minutes of the narrative, a few trivial things were connected and the 6 heroines with different personalities were shown one by one in front of the audience. After Shelby's wedding, the new year arrived. The hairdresser, Arnell, who was originally shy and inferior because of some things, gradually became more open. At Shelby's wedding, she met the waiter. The two fell in love and soon lived together. Arnell felt that it was not easy for her to live such a happy life. She began to indulge in Christ and never forgot to pray. Shelby suffered from hyperinsulinemia, which was the opposite of diabetic people who lacked insulin. This disease caused malignant hypoglycemia. Once the disease broke out, the person would faint when their blood sugar dropped. Therefore, under the doctor's advice, Shelby was not suitable for childbirth. However, after marriage, because of Shelby's medical diagnosis, she could not adopt a child. Therefore, Shelby hid it from her parents and insisted on getting pregnant. Bit by bit, life slowly passed. Shelby's child was successfully born, but another piece of bad news befell the entire family. Shelby's kidneys were severely damaged and failed because of childbirth. Under such circumstances, her mother, who had always been strict with her, secretly stood up and gave one of her kidneys to her daughter. The operation was successful, and Shelby seemed to have returned to her normal life. However, life was not always the way it was. Her son slowly grew up, and Shelby continued to devote herself to the career she loved. Suddenly, one day, when Shelby was at home taking care of her child, she fainted on the floor. When she was sent to the hospital, the poor woman could only rely on the life support machine to maintain her vital signs. Her mother stayed by Shelby's side day and night, but still could not wake her up. In the end, her husband signed some documents with tears in his eyes, and the hospital removed the life support machine. After the sad funeral, life still had to go on. Shelby's son, little Jackson, grew up under everyone's love. The pregnant Arnell expressed to Shelby's mother, Maureen, that she hoped that her child would be called Shelby regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl, in memory of the persevering but ill-fated young woman who had passed away. Maureen agreed with tears in her eyes. It was Easter of another year. In a lively suburb in spring, at a happy picnic, Arnell, who was pregnant with a child, suddenly felt severe abdominal pain. Everyone hurriedly helped Arnell into the off-road vehicle. The off-road vehicle passed through the crowd, the streets, and the bridges. Amidst the melodious sound of the harmonica, the scene was fixed on a river covered by green trees. The subtitles slowly appeared. Tomorrow is another day. Elizabeth Murdoch, who was sitting next to Julia in the back row, couldn't help but utter the closing line of Gone with the Wind. Although the life experiences of the women in Steel Magnolias were far less soul-stirring than Xianxia's decades of experience in Gone with the Wind, and even the women in Steel Magnolias didn't have a violent outburst of emotion. Their strongest feelings were contained in silent tears. However, the emotions contained in this plain and trivial story were no less than the vicissitudes of life that Xianxia had experienced in the magnificent and turbulent world. The jeep that was gradually disappearing was a symbol of hope, the hope of the future. The lights came on, and without anyone taking the lead, everyone in the screening room consciously applauded. "Julia, this film is really great. I think Shelby's character is even more beautiful than Vivian in Pretty Woman," Elizabeth clapped and said sincerely in Julia's ear. "Thank you, miss." Julia clapped her hands gently and looked at the beautiful girl next to her again in the light. Elizabeth then remembered that she had not introduced herself yet. She quickly stretched out a small hand and said, "Sorry, Julia, my name is Elizabeth Murdoch. You can call me Liz." "Hello, Liz." Julia politely shook hands with her without much change in her expression. Obviously, Julia did not know what the surname Murdoch meant. Elizabeth did not mind and continued to whisper, "Julia, why did you just say that Eric Williams is a bastard?" "Ah. What I said just now was not directed at AI. Mr. Williams. It was just a coincidence. Mr. Williams is a very good person. Without him, I would still be an unknown little actress." Julia tried her best to appear calm, but the flickering in her eyes betrayed her. Elizabeth's lips curled into a playful smile. She did not continue to ask about this embarrassing topic. "Julia, can you tell me more about Eric Williams? I plan to use the reasons for the success of his movies as my graduation thesis topic." "Liz, maybe you should ask him yourself. I don't know much." Although Julia didn't know the girl's family background from her surname, she understood from the girl's words that this girl didn't seem to be very familiar with Eric. Coupled with wife Lisabeth's cheerful personality, Julia gradually let down her guard against wife Lisabeth. "It's okay, just tell me what you know." Elizabeth felt the subtle change in Julia's mood, so she began to ask about the topic she was interested in. At the same time, the executives of the 7 major film companies who had finished watching Steel Magnolias had their own thoughts. Although Michael Eisner immediately expressed his appreciation to Eric after the movie was broadcast, it was more of a polite greeting. In fact, he didn't think much of it. Steel Magnolias was too bland. Although there were many highlights, there were almost no ups and downs in the plot, which was completely not to his taste. As the former right-hand man of Barry Diller, who proposed the high-concept film theory, Michael Eisner witnessed the rise of Paramount under Barry Diller's guidance. Therefore, he naturally became a loyal fan of the high-concept film theory. The rapid rise of Disney under Michael Eisner's control had a lot to do with his film theory. On the other hand, Steel Magnolias had nothing to do with high-concept movies. If they were to be compared to the genre of essays, high-concept movies were like interesting novels, while Steel Magnolias was a meaningful essay. Director Herbert Ross, who had more than 20 years of film production experience, was undoubtedly a master of essays, but this kind of theme was destined to not have a big market. Although he wasn't optimistic, this didn't hinder Michael Eisner's determination to win the distribution rights of this movie. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here in person today. This was because Eric Williams was optimistic about this movie. Given the amazing results of Eric's previous movies, this reason was enough. Sitting on the other side of Eric, Paramount's president, Bernard Tarn, had a similar evaluation of the movie as Michael Eisner. However, during the break after the movie, the old man kept trying to get information from Eric, hoping to hear the specific box office expectations from Eric so that Paramount could make a more accurate offer. 5 years after Barry Diller left, Paramount's performance had begun to decline significantly. Although Raiders of the Lost Ark had a box office of $200 million in North America and a global box office of more than $400 million, because of the strength of Lucasfilm and Steven Spielberg, Paramount's share of the profits was even less than Columbia's share of the profits from Home Alone. Therefore, Paramount valued Eric's 2 movies very much. If it weren't for the fact that Paramount's current CEO, Frank Mancuso, couldn't find the time, he would have been the one present today instead of the second-in-command, Bernard Tarn. Although he wasn't optimistic about Steel Magnolias, it was still a movie that Eric Williams had his eyes on. None of the movies that Eric had participated in had a box office of less than $100 million. After watching the movie, Ned Tarn used his professional experience to combine the box office appeal of Julia, Sally Field, Shirley MacLaine, and the others, as well as the scheduling issues. He quickly estimated the box office of the movie to be $30 to $50 million. Although Julia had accumulated a strong box office appeal worldwide with Pretty Woman, Ned Tarn did not have much expectations for the overseas box office of the movie. This movie had a strong American flavor. It would be a small miracle if it could get $30 million at the global box office. If it was really as he estimated, after deducting the cost of production and distribution, the profit of the movie would be around $10 million at most. It was not worth mentioning compared to the profits of Eric's other movies. Bernard Tarn believed that Eric wouldn't make a big fuss just for a mere $10 million of profit. However, no matter how Bernard Tarn asked Eric about it in a roundabout way, the young man in front of him would give a plausible answer, as if he was telling them to judge for themselves. In fact, the reason why Eric didn't reveal his judgment was mainly to be cautious. Although he was very optimistic about the movie, Eric wasn't 100% sure how much box office it would get. He estimated that the North American box office would be around $100 million. After all, the movie in his previous life had earned more than $80 million at the box office, and that was before Julia filmed Wind and Moon. Now, the girl could at least pull in $20 million at the box office. However, he definitely couldn't say this estimate out loud. Once he said it out loud, if the box office didn't meet his expectations like in his previous life, then Eric would be ruining his own reputation. If he didn't say it out loud, then nothing would happen. Even if the movie didn't become as popular as in his previous life, it wouldn't have much to do with Eric. After all, Firefly was only an investor. Other than inserting Julia into the movie, Eric didn't interfere with anything else. Amy Pascal, who was one seat away from Eric, could be said to be the one who liked the movie the most out of the 7 people present. Amy Pascal was a typical feminist, so she liked movies with female themes very much. In his previous life, she supported a series of female movies, the most famous of which was the Breakin' Girls series. Coupled with the emotional nature of a woman, she was completely attracted by the joys and sorrows of the women in the movie. She even had the impulse to immediately take a vacation and go to a small town in the South to live a peaceful and trivial life. However, Amy Pascal also knew that she and Fox's representative, Calta Hunter, were destined to go through the motions today. Fox already had the distribution rights of Eric's 2 movies at the end of the year. Considering the marketing resources, Firefly definitely wouldn't give Fox any more movies. Columbia was about to sign the final contract with the Japanese, and it was difficult to predict the Japanese's business strategy in the future. In order to avoid risks, Firefly definitely wouldn't let Columbia handle the distribution. Among the representatives of the 7 major movie companies, Warner's representative was the calmest. This was because Warner's performance this year was very good. Although Warner wouldn't complain about not making enough money, they would only offer a share price that they thought was appropriate. If they got it, then they were lucky. If they didn't get it, then they wouldn't feel too regretful. The situation at Universal Pictures was turbulent. The 2 Helmers went back and forth and didn't have the heart to fight for the distribution rights. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer had been completely played by the casino tycoon, Kirk Kerkorian. Kirk would only pay attention to MGM's business performance when he wanted to sell MGM for a good price again. Therefore, MGM's senior management wanted to kill the thief, but they were powerless. The MGM representative sitting in the front row chatted enthusiastically with Warner's senior management. It seemed that he was ready to jump ship. After a short break, everyone perked up because the second movie was about to start. Although the main cast of Scary Island was not worth mentioning compared to the star-studded Steel Magnolias, for out of the 6 female leads had won Academy Awards, it was enough to have Eric's name on the screenwriter column. Before Home Alone created a box office miracle, the main cast was not worth mentioning at all. After the opening, Grace's storytelling voice rang out in the background of the comic. Slowly, the voice disappeared, and a horrifying scene appeared in the scribbled picture. The frightened girl with her eyes wide open, the shadow reaching for the child, the marionette with its neck broken. In the bedroom, Grace abruptly opened her teary eyes. Like a fish out of water, she opened her mouth and took a few quick breaths. Her body was trembling violently due to fear. Everyone knew that the heroine had a nightmare. If they were smart, they might realize that the comic scene at the beginning was the heroine's dream. In this version, Virginia did not scream at the top of her lungs like the original Nicole Kidman, but the fear in her big tear-filled eyes was no less than Nicole Kidman's. Moreover, this silent fear and despair, coupled with the modeled scene in the dark bedroom, made the audience feel a chill down their spine. This was the first change that Eric made to the script. In the memory of his previous life, other than being shocked by Nicole Kidman's scream, Eric did not feel any other emotions. It was not easy to shoot the scene. Virginia was really frightened, and the fear in her eyes was not fake at all. This was because there were a bunch of cute things like squeaky beasts, cockroaches, and lure staring at them covetously next to the camera. Although she used props, in Eric's opinion, Virginia's performance was much better than Nicole's. It also proved that in Hollywood, there was no one who could not be replaced. Most people just lacked the opportunity. Unknowingly, everyone in the screening room was immersed in the strange behavior of Grace, the 2 children, and the 3 servants. Other than Eric and the other insiders, everyone was trying to guess what happened in the house and where the strange voices and shadows came from. If this was a ghost movie, why hadn't there been any ghosts after so long? Why did Grace's husband suddenly come back and leave? Although the mystery was not solved, the intense plot made even the representatives of the 7 major companies immersed in it. Even the calm Michael Eisner could not help but ask Eric some of his doubts. However, Eric refused to answer him with the reason that he could not reveal any spoilers. It was not until more than 80 minutes later when Grace's son and daughter discovered the tombstone that the identities of the 3 servants were finally revealed. However, no one had an enlightened look. Instead, they had some doubts. Why did the 3 ghost servants appear? What was their purpose? From the previous words, everyone knew that the 3 ghosts did not have any malicious intentions towards Grace's family. The plot had reached a climax. When Grace pushed open the door of the living room upstairs, another family and the psychic old woman appeared, which solved all the doubts of the audience. Suspense again and again, everything is intricate. Beautiful. Seeing this, Michael Eisner could not help but exclaim. Sitting on the other side of Eric, Paramount's president, Leonard Tarn, quietly clenched his fist. He was determined to get the distribution rights of the movie. Several other executives who had no intention or ability to get the distribution rights of the movie showed a regretful look. The calmest representative of Warner was no longer so calm. As the truth came to light, the symbolic thick fog dissipated as well. The lights came on again. The applause, which was much more enthusiastic than Steel Magnolias, lasted for a few minutes. Jonathan Demme, who was sitting in the back row, saw the scene. The corner of his mouth twitched a few times. In the end, he could not maintain his composure. He grinned happily, revealing his white teeth. He knew that he had succeeded. Michael Madsen patted his sister's hand gently. His eyes were full of congratulations. The applause stopped, and everyone in the theater was led by the waiter to the banquet hall on the lower level. Eric, who was walking in the front, was sandwiched between Michael Eisner and Leonard Tarn. The Warner representative, who was not very friendly, came over and greeted Eric again. Fox, MGM and other representatives who were destined to not get the distribution rights followed behind. Elizabeth Murdoch leaned over to Calta and whispered, "Calta, why don't you go up and fight for it?" Calta shook his head gently and explained to Elizabeth softly, "It won't work. Eric's next two movies are already owned by Fox. They won't give us the distribution rights. Elizabeth thought for a while and said, why not? At the end of the year, the most important thing for us is the sequel of Eric's Home Alone. Then let's give up the distribution rights of the other movie and exchange it for this one. I think this horror movie is very special. Maybe it can create a box office miracle like Home Alone. Hunter could not help but look at the girl next to him. He was quite surprised. He originally thought that Elizabeth was just a somewhat arrogant and willful girl. After all, this girl pestered him today and asked him to bring her to this audition. It was a rather willful decision. But due to Elizabeth Murdoch's identity, Hunt had no choice but to agree after some consideration. Fortunately, Eric was familiar with him, and he also knew Elizabeth's identity, so he did not reject the girl at the door. He did not expect that after the audition, she could come up with a very feasible solution in such a short time. Although Elizabeth came to Forks in the name of a holiday internship, she did not stay in the position that Forks had arranged for her for a few days. Therefore, it was impossible for her to know the inside story of the cooperation between Forks and Firefly. In such a situation, she was able to come up with a feasible solution so quickly. Calta could not help but think of her in a new light. It should be noted that Calta himself had just thought of taking down Shock Island in the screening room, but he could not come up with a good idea no matter how hard he tried. Well, Miss Murdoch, I will submit the proposal to Mr. Barry Diller in the form of an official document. But I have to say that Fox has not seen the script of Eric's other movie at the end of the year. I don't know if we can make a decision before the other companies get Island Shock. After all, it is conceivable that there will be people inside Fox who will oppose your proposal, because Eric's movies have been proven many times in the box office. Although this movie is written by him and is absolutely excellent, I don't think many people will be willing to take the risk. What a drag. If I was in charge of Fox, I would just take it. Elizabeth curled her lips and began to show her unruly side. This time, Carter did not look down on her. Instead, he patiently explained to the girl, Miss Murdoch, there are too many benefits involved in this matter. It is not something that can be changed by our wishful thinking. Even if we are willing to change, do you think Eric Williams will agree? Would the other film companies agree to it? As you can see, Michael Eisner and Leonard Tarn are here today. You can imagine how much importance they place on Eric Williams. We don't have much of an advantage in the competition. As more and more people arrived at the party, Michael Eisner, who had only stayed for about 10 minutes, excused himself with the excuse that he had something to deal with. Eric naturally had to send him off personally. Eric, I heard that Island Horror was nominated for the main competition in Venice? Michael Eisner suddenly asked while waiting for the elevator. Eric nodded. Yes, but it's a horror film after all. The chances of it winning an award are not high. Sending it to Venice is just to increase its popularity and help its European distribution. I think it's very likely to win an award, as long as the marketing direction is right, Michael Eisner said. The elevator door opened and the two walked in together. Marketing direction? Eric pressed the elevator button and asked in confusion. Yes, Michael Eisner said. Although Island Horror is a horror film, I think this film can be explored on a deeper level, such as people's longing for life and fear of death, as well as the mother's sincere love for her two children. Most importantly, the film is set after World War II. Then, it can be promoted under the banner of anti-war and lead this horror film to the harm of war to humanity. It was the shadow of war that suppressed the female lead's body and mind for a long time that made Grace do the crazy thing of suffocating her two children. The situation in Europe is very turbulent now. If there's any carelessness, there might be another conflict. Then, if Island Horror is promoted in the anti-war direction and has the expected impact, the Venice Film Festival's jury will definitely not let the film go home empty-handed to show their attitude. You have to know that movies and politics are inseparable. Indeed, the older the ginger, Eric praised in his heart. He had been trapped in the shackles of horror films that were not liked by the film festival's jury and did not think about other aspects at all. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Eisner. I'll get someone to do this as soon as possible. Island Horror was only nominated and won an award. In the future, it would be treated completely differently in the hearts of film fans. Just like the Oscars, everyone would pay special attention to the Oscar-winning films, but for the nominated films, although the quality of the nominated films was not much worse than the winning films, still very few people paid attention to them. When the elevator reached the car park, the two of them walked towards Michael Eisner's car. Michael's assistant and chauffeur were already waiting there. Michael got into the car, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he gestured for Eric to get in as well. After Eric sat down beside him, Michael Eisner said, "Eric, how about working with Disney next year?" Eric was stunned. He thought that Michael Eisner was going to talk about the two movies today. He didn't expect the other party to jump straight to next year. "Mr. Eisner, I can't give you an answer right away. My cooperation with Fox is still very pleasant." Eric shook his head gently and said. Michael Eisner could tell that Eric didn't mean what he said. The cooperation between the two companies had always been based on benefits and personal feelings. Because it affected benefits and other factors, it would only cause the relationship between the two parties to break down. After a few interactions, Michael Eisner believed that Eric wasn't an emotional person. "There's no hurry, Eric. You can take your time to think about it. As for the two movies today, Disney's offer to split the profits will fully reflect our sincerity." After Michael Eisner finished speaking, he paused and continued, "I also heard that Firefly is planning to acquire New Line to establish its own distribution channel. But how should I put it? I've met Robert Shea a few times. This person has a strong desire to control, but he doesn't have the talent to match it. Moreover, his management style is too subjective and not rational. I don't think it's a good choice to let him help you manage the company." Watching the Bentley slowly leave, Eric thought about Michael Eisner's words in his mind. Connecting some of his memories about New Line, Michael Eisner's evaluation of Robert Shea was very pertinent. In his previous life, due to the success of the Lord of the Rings series, Robert Shea was a little complacent and stubbornly insisted on starting the Golden Compass project. As a result, he suffered a huge loss. At the same time, New Line lost its independence and was merged into the parent company, Warner Brothers. However, Eric wasn't worried about this now. If he could successfully acquire New Line, he would only let Robert Shea be in charge of the distribution of the movies. As for the production of the movies, Eric would firmly grasp this part of the power and not let Robert Shea meddle with it. After seeing off the representatives of the other major film companies one after another, of course, some private conversations were inevitable. However, no matter how eloquent the executives who were interested in the two movies were, Eric didn't make any promises. After seeing off Amy Pascal, who was the last to leave, Xianxia returned to the banquet hall. The party was basically filled with his own people. The other actors from the Island Horror and Steel Magnolias crew who didn't participate in the auditions were also invited to the party. There were also other people who were close to Firefly. A certain fake loli would definitely be at this kind of party. Drew was originally a party creature. She used to like going to nightclubs, but since she was entangled with Eric, this girl quit this bad habit. However, she still attended all kinds of parties one after another. Eric caught Drew in the crowd, who was wearing a magenta dress. He knocked on the little girl's head and warned her not to drink. Then, he walked to the other two people, Quentin Tarantino and Lawrence Band. "Eric, good evening," the two people greeted together when they saw Eric walking over. Eric smiled at them and asked, "How are the preparations for Drowning Dog going?" Hearing Eric's question, Quentin's tone was a little excited. "It's going well. Mr. Hansen has provided us with a lot of convenience. Most of the roles have been confirmed. If all goes well, we can start shooting in September." "Well, then come with me. I'll take you to meet Mr. Kim." Eric pointed in a direction and led the two people over. "Eric." Seeing Eric approaching, Virginia couldn't help but take a step forward. However, she quickly stopped. After all, this was a public place. Although her relationship with Eric was known, it wasn't appropriate to be too intimate. Eric looked at Virginia's cautious look, smiled, and went forward to hug the girl. He even kissed the girl gently on the cheek. It wasn't until the girl couldn't help but shy and take the initiative to reject him that Eric let go of the petite body in his arms and turned to the tall man beside the girl. "Hello, Michael." Eric extended his hand to Michael Madsen, Hello, Eric. Michael Madsen's tone was a little cold because he didn't like Eric. This reaction made Virginia anxious. If Eric wasn't looking, the girl would have definitely pinched her brother hard. However, Eric didn't mind Michael's reaction too much. He still introduced him to Quentin and Lawrence enthusiastically. This is Michael Madsen. I think he's very suitable to play Mr. Kim in Drowning Dog. Michael, these two are Quentin Tarantino and Lawrence Band. You can talk about the details in private. Since they knew that they couldn't reject someone recommended by Eric, Quentin and Lawrence greeted Michael enthusiastically. At least if they were on good terms with each other, there wouldn't be any misunderstandings during filming in the future. Seeing that the three of them had already started chatting, Eric left with Virginia. Vicky, I heard that you've received some film offers recently? Eric took a glass of wine from the waiter and sat down on the sofa in the corner. Virginia also sat down beside Eric. Yes, Kapoor recommended them. There are a few scripts that I think are good, but I haven't made up my mind yet. I was going to ask for your opinion first. Eric waved his hand. Reject them all. At least wait until Scary Island is released before making a decision. The movies that you accept now will probably be released at the end of the year. If the box office isn't good, it will definitely affect the reputation of Scary Island. And the pay will definitely not be too high. Okay, I'll listen to you. The girl nodded obediently. Eric, Michael's attitude towards you isn't very good. You. I hope you don't mind. Of course not. Eric smiled and said, if someone took my sister for himself, I wouldn't be nice to him either. Huh. The girl chuckled and took the initiative to explain for the man beside her. You didn't take me for yourself. Of course not, Vicky. I took you for myself. You were mine long ago. Okay. A faint blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. She lowered her head gently. Eric, are you coming to my place tonight? You haven't been there for a long time. No problem. Eric smiled mischievously. Why don't we leave now? The girl quickly shook her head. Eric, you should go socialize with the others. Don't always stay by my side. There's no hurry. I've just sent off a group of people. I'm tired too. I'll rest for a while first. On the other side of the party, Elizabeth was chatting with Julia while holding a glass of red wine. However, she found that the girl was always a little absent-minded. It wasn't until Julia couldn't help but secretly look in another direction that Elizabeth followed Julia's gaze and saw the somewhat sloppy figure leaning on the sofa. Sitting next to him was a woman in a black evening dress. It was the female lead of Shock on a Small Island. Julia, do you like him? Elizabeth whispered into Julia's ear. This. No. Julia followed Elizabeth's gaze and realized who the girl was referring to. Her first reaction in a panic was to deny it. However, perhaps because she had suppressed her feelings for too long, and coupled with Elizabeth's skillful communication skills, she gained her favor in a short period of time. Julia had unknowingly treated Elizabeth as her best friend. After a brief panic, Julia whispered, actually, I don't even know how I feel about him. He's a very complicated person. Come with me. Let's have a good chat with Mr. Williams. Elizabeth looked at the girl's conflicted expression. She directly grabbed Julia's arm and walked towards Eric amidst Julia's resistance. Hi, Eric. Elizabeth pulled the embarrassed Julia to Eric's side. Virginia looked at the sudden arrival of the two people and took the initiative to get up and leave. Elizabeth unceremoniously pressed Julia down on the sofa and sat down as well. Liz, why didn't you leave? Eric asked curiously. Elizabeth glared at Eric with dissatisfaction. Why should I leave? Don't you welcome me? Of course not, Eric denied. It's just that, compared to the identity of the second daughter of the Murdoch family, you definitely wouldn't be interested in such a small party, right? The second daughter of the Murdoch family. When Julia heard Eric's words, she curiously looked at the girl beside her again. Eric noticed Julia's puzzled expression and took the initiative to introduce her to the girl. Julia, didn't Liz introduce her to you? She's the second daughter of Mr. Rupert Murdoch, the owner of 20th Century Fox's News Corporation. Hey, Eric, are you trying to drive a wedge between me and Julia? Julia is right, you're really a bastard. Elizabeth angrily punched Eric's shoulder. Julia, who originally had some grudges against Elizabeth Murdoch for hiding her identity from her, wanted to cover her face in embarrassment when she heard the latter half of the sentence. God, how could she say that out loud? Eric froze for a moment, then laughed. Julia is finally willing to speak her mind. No, Eric, I didn't. The girl blushed and waved her hand, trying to defend herself, but she couldn't say anything. After blurting out that sentence, Elizabeth also felt that she had misspoken. She gave Julia an apologetic look and began to change the topic. Eric, is that woman your lover? Yes. Eric nodded without any intention of hiding it. You're really self-righteous, Eric admitted without hesitation, which made Elizabeth choke. What about Julia? Julia wanted to stop this blabbermouth girl, but since the other party had already asked the question, it was too late for her to do anything else. Instead, she looked at Eric nervously, not knowing how the other party would answer. What does this have to do with Julia? Eric asked curiously. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Hearing Eric's words, Julia felt a trace of relief, but at the same time, a strong sense of loss arose in her heart. She stood up and fled like a rabbit chased by a hound. Looking at Julia's back as she left in a hurry, Elizabeth rolled her eyes at Eric. You really don't understand romance, Mr. Williams. Eric shrugged and didn't care that the girl had changed the way she addressed him. Liz, there are some things you don't understand, so it's better not to jump to conclusions. Oh, I'm getting more and more curious about you, Eric. How about you treat me to a meal when you're free? I hope to talk to you more. Not interested. Eric drank the remaining wine in his glass, stood up, and planned to socialize with the others. Hey, how can you be like this? Elizabeth unladylike tugged at Eric's sleeve. I'll treat you to a meal. Because Eric didn't know about the conversation between Elizabeth and Calta, and he didn't have any information about the girl in his memory, he directly labeled Elizabeth as a self-centered rich girl. Although the girl was of noble status, with Eric's current status, there was no need for him to flatter such a delicate girl. Eric tugged at the hem of his shirt a few times before he managed to snatch it from the girl's hands. Looking at the wrinkled hem of his shirt, Eric helplessly stretched it. Noticing the girl's indignant expression, Eric suddenly smiled evilly and slowly bent over. He leaned in front of the girl and said, Liz, there's something I need to remind you of. Elizabeth looked at the pair of invasive eyes in front of her and couldn't help but lean back. She involuntarily put her hands in front of her body and stuttered, what? As the girl stepped back, Eric continued to move forward. Sniffing the faint perfume on the girl, he stuck out his index finger and waved it in front of her. I want to remind you, don't ever be too interested in a man. Otherwise, you'll easily fall in love with him. Elizabeth opened her mouth and uttered a syllable. Seeing Eric leave after saying those words, the young lady recovered from her panic and stomped her feet. Bah, who would fall in love with you, bastard, egomaniac? A series of derogatory words floated out of the delicate young lady's mouth. After venting her anger, the young lady glanced around and found that no one was paying attention to her. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. She stood up and tidied up her clothes. Raising her chin slightly, the young lady returned to her arrogant appearance and walked into the crowd with a glass of red wine. Lucian once said that there was no road in the world, but when many people walk on it, it becomes a road. In fact, this sentence could be extended in many ways. For example, some things shouldn't have happened, but some unscrupulous person inadvertently planted a seed of suggestion. After a long time, it became true. Mr. Williams, may I propose a toast to you? Eric walked through the crowd and chatted with the crowd. Under the lead of her mother, a little loli held a glass of fruit juice in front of Eric. She looked up at Eric with her beautiful big eyes and looked expectantly at him. Of course, Sarah. Eric bent down with a smile and gently touched the little girl's glass. Then, he drank the rest of the red wine in one gulp. The little girl also drank a big mouthful of fruit juice. After watching Eric finish the wine in his glass, she said, Mr. Williams, thank you for giving me the role of Anne Stewart. It's nothing. Your performance was also very outstanding. Eric looked at the little girl in front of him. Sarah Michelle Gellar was only 12 years old, but the little girl's development was far from Drew's, who was growing up rapidly. Perhaps it was because of their family background, but Eric heard that the mother and daughter's living conditions were not very good. Hence, Sarah was only about 1.2 meters tall at this time. Compared to her peers, she was a little short. Her round face had cute baby fat. In his memory, the girl was only 1.6 meters tall. Then, Mr. Williams, can I act in the movie that you're personally directing? The little girl suddenly asked. Her tone was full of a little girl's childishness, and her big eyes were full of hope. Eric looked at Sarah's mother and then at the little girl. For a moment, he couldn't tell if the girl's mother had taught her to say this or if it was just a child's babble. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that it clashed with the island horror story, the role of Jonah's little girlfriend, Jessica, in Sleepless in Seattle would have been very suitable for Sarah. However, since the girl had already appeared in the island horror story, he definitely couldn't give the role to her. Otherwise, it would make the audience who saw the same little girl in two different movies at the same time feel uncomfortable. If there's a chance, I think I will. Eric found it hard to reject the little lowly who was full of hope. Hence, he could only answer. It's hard to understand what kind of person he is. He's gentle, domineering, cautious, frivolous, indulgent, playboy, arrogant, cynical, talented, and full of bad taste. In short, you can see many qualities from him, and after getting along with him for a long time, you'll find that no matter what you do, it's difficult to find any confidence from him. When Wind and Moon was just released, I thought, I've succeeded, I've become a Hollywood superstar. I really did succeed, didn't I, Liz? Julia narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the girl next to her with uncertainty. There was some unconcealable confusion and admiration in her eyes. Even Elizabeth, who was not very familiar with her, could easily tell. Of course, Julia, of course you succeeded. Elizabeth continued the girl's words. Seeing that Julia was obviously drunk, she knew that she could not let her continue to drink. She secretly snatched the glass from the girl's hand, signaled the waiter passing by, and put a glass of juice in Julia's hand. Although her identity had just been exposed by Eric, Elizabeth sincerely apologized to Julia, and the gap between the two quickly disappeared. Because of Eric's words, the girl was very unhappy, so she unconsciously drank a few more glasses, resulting in her current drunken state. Perhaps it was precisely because she drank too much that Julia's mental defenses became very weak, and she began to talk to Elizabeth about the various past events between her and Eric. She took the glass handed to her by Elizabeth in a daze and took a big gulp of the liquid inside. As if she did not realize that the red wine had been switched, the girl continued in a half-drunk and half-awake tone, I thought I succeeded, and then I received a lot of offers, all of which were for millions of US dollars. Millions of US dollars, I didn't even dare to think about it before. In the end, that hateful bastard rejected all of them without even discussing it with me. I angrily went to argue with him. Then, he scolded me without any mercy, until I cried in front of him, he wouldn't stop. Oh, I always wanted to pretend to be a little proud in front of him, pretend to be more confident, but he always said such a simple sentence, or even a look, and he could make me completely unable to raise my head. Now I can't even have a boyfriend. When I want to date a boy, he always jumps out of my heart and points at that boy, criticizing him as if he's worthless. The girl gulped down another mouthful of juice in a drunken stupor. Suddenly, she laughed self-deprecatingly. But he just said, what does this have to do with Julia? What a jerk. What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? Julia seemed to be muttering to herself, clearly showing a tendency to lose her composure. Okay, Julia, you're drunk. Do you want me to send you back? Elizabeth saw that the girl was showing signs of losing her composure, so she persuaded gently. For drunk people, it was usually necessary to be obedient in order to make them obedient. Yes, let's go home. I want to go home. I don't want to see that bastard again. Julia suddenly stood up, but she felt dizzy and fell back onto the sofa. Elizabeth hurriedly supported Julia's body until the girl came back to her senses. Then, she helped Julia slowly stand up again. Alan found Eric, who was chatting with Herbert Ross, and whispered a few words in Eric's ear. Eric looked at the banquet hall entrance, apologized to Herbert Ross, and walked in that direction. Soon, he saw Julia and Elizabeth. "What's wrong, Julia? Why did you drink so much?" Eric looked at the girl supported by Elizabeth with dissatisfaction, then looked around as if he was looking for someone. After a while, he asked Julia in disappointment, "Where's Allison?" "Where is she?" Allison was Julia's petite assistant with freckles on her face. In Eric's memory, the two of them had always been inseparable. "No. It's none of your business. I can drink as much as I want." When Julia saw Eric suddenly appear in front of her, she waved her arms exaggeratedly, and her voice became much louder. "You're controlling me again. What right do you have to control me? Shut up. Do you want the news of your drunkenness to spread tomorrow?" Eric glared at the girl and looked around. Many people had already noticed them, so he quickly motioned for Elizabeth to help the girl out of the banquet hall. When they reached the empty corridor, he was relieved. "Where's Allison? Should I ask her to send you back?" Eric asked again. The girl lowered her head and curled her lips in grievance. Perhaps she was frightened by Eric's roar just now, or perhaps she had recovered some of her rationality. "Allison is on leave. She stayed with me in the southern town for a few months. She's a little unaccustomed to the climate, so she fell ill." Eric sighed and said to the assistant behind him, "Alan, drive Julia back." Alan was about to answer, but Elizabeth interrupted, "Let me do it. After all, this gentleman is a man. It's not convenient. Julia drank a little too much. She definitely needs someone to take care of her." "You." Eric looked at Elizabeth in confusion, then at Julia. I want Liz to send me back. I don't want him." "Stinky men, you stinky men." Julia seemed to be in a daze again. She hugged Elizabeth's arm tightly and leaned on her softly. Alan shrugged awkwardly. Eric looked at Julia and had no choice but to say, "Then I'll have to trouble you. Liz, do you know the address of Julia's apartment?" I know. It's at 11070 Wilsey Avenue in Beverly Hills." The girl lying on top of Elizabeth raised a small hand reflexively, like a primary school student answering a teacher's question enthusiastically. Her tone was a little cute. Eric shrugged and smiled at Elizabeth. "All right, now that you know, I'll send you down." As the elevator slowly descended, Eric looked at the two girls next to him from time to time, feeling strange in his heart. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Eric still felt a tomboy aura from Elizabeth. Could it be that she's gay? If that's the case, will Julia be? The image in his mind became more and more sinister, and Eric couldn't help but smile evilly. Fortunately, Elizabeth had been carefully supporting the girl and didn't notice Eric's strange expression. If she knew what Eric was thinking, Elizabeth probably couldn't help but kick Eric's calf. "My car is over there. Hey, can't you take the initiative to help me? You're not like a gentleman at all." After walking out of the elevator, Elizabeth pointed to the red sports car in the corner of the parking lot. She felt that Julia was on the verge of collapse and said to Eric with dissatisfaction, "Oh, sorry, I thought you could do it yourself." Eric smiled and stepped forward to support Julia's other arm. The two of them helped the girl to the sports car. After Julia leaned on Eric, Elizabeth took out the car key to open the door. Opening the back door of the sports car, Elizabeth turned around and was about to signal Eric to help Julia in, but she saw that Julia was holding Eric's arm tightly and muttering incoherently, "Eric, I dreamed of you again. Do you still want to teach me a lesson? Eric, you're so bad. Can't you be gentler to me? Can't you kiss me?" Seeing Elizabeth's dull gaze, Eric spread his hands innocently and weakly explained to the stunned Elizabeth, "You know, she's drunk." Elizabeth quickly came back to her senses. She silently pulled the girl off Eric and stuffed her into the back seat. She slammed the door shut and sat in the driver's seat. She started the car and was about to leave. In the end, she couldn't help but lean out the window and say to Eric, who raised his hand to say goodbye, "Mr. Williams, Julia was right. You're really a jerk." Eric looked at the middle finger sticking out of the window as the sports car sped away. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Julia opened her eyes in a daze and felt like a big rock had been stuffed into her head. She couldn't help but raise her hand and gently hit her temple a few times before looking around. Fortunately, it's my bedroom. I don't know if I should feel lucky or disappointed. I seem to have drunk too much last night, and I dreamed of that guy again. I even said some nonsense. Sigh, fortunately, it was a dream. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. The bedroom door lock made a clicking sound. Julia hurriedly pulled up the blanket to cover her body and stared at the door with her eyes wide open. A girl wearing a loose men's shirt appeared at the door. Seeing that Julia had already sat up, the girl smiled and greeted her. Hi, Julia, you're finally awake. Otherwise, I would have had to disturb your good sleep. You. Julia gradually recalled some of the things that happened last night. She remembered the identity of the girl and forced a smile. Liz, good morning. Is it you? Did you send me back? Yeah, you drank a little too much last night and even vomited a few times. You dirted our clothes, so I had to temporarily find a shirt from your closet. You don't mind, right? Elizabeth asked as she tugged at the shirt on her body. Of course I don't mind. I have to thank you. Julia quickly recognized the shirt on the girl. It was the one she secretly hid a long time ago and didn't return to Eric. However, Elizabeth didn't seem to realize that it was a man's shirt. Of course, Julia wouldn't take the initiative to say it. Well then, get up quickly. I made some porridge. I hope you like it, Elizabeth said with a faint smile before she turned and left. Julia craned her neck and looked out through the unlocked door. When she didn't see Elizabeth, she wrapped herself in a blanket and ran to the bathroom. She wasn't as carefree as Elizabeth and wasn't used to exposing her body so openly in front of someone she had only known for a day, even if the other party was of the same gender. 20 minutes later, Julia changed into a loose, light green dress and appeared in the dining room. Elizabeth had already prepared breakfast. When she saw Julia walk in, she only nodded at the hostess and continued to sit at the dining table with a roll of newspaper in her hand. She read it while eating, as if she didn't treat herself as an outsider. Julia didn't mind. She sat down on the other side, picked up a piece of toast, spread some peanut butter on it, and ate a few bites. She then tasted the porridge in the bowl. Did you sleep well last night? The girl sitting opposite her suddenly asked. Of course, Julia hurriedly replied. For some reason, she felt a little guilty. As for why, she couldn't remember. Her drunken memories had already turned into a mess that couldn't be sorted out. If possible, I advise you not to do it again, Elizabeth said meaningfully. What again? Julia looked at the girl sitting opposite her and blinked. Drunk, don't get drunk again. Julia seemed to have realized something. Did I do something bad last night? Elizabeth nodded without hesitation. Yes. Oh my God. Julia slapped her forehead. This is bad. If word gets out, don't worry, it won't. Elizabeth shook her head gently without looking up. She flipped the newspaper in front of her. I don't think that jerk will spread the news, Elizabeth said casually. Julia's eyes widened. Jerk. Mister, you mean? Eric. Bingo. Julia was perturbed, and she even stuttered, That, Liz, What did I do that's out of line? It's not too out of line. You're just clinging on to that bastard, crying and begging him to kiss you. Oh, my God. Julia cried out in distress. She hugged her head and slammed it against the solid wood table a few times. Seeing the girl's reaction, Elizabeth couldn't help but laugh. Don't hit it. No one will feel bad if you break the wood. After a long while, Julia raised her head and reached for the glass kettle in the middle of the table. She poured herself a glass of cold water. And gulped it down. After taking a few deep breaths, she mustered up her courage and said, Liz, can you tell me in detail what happened last night? Are you sure you want to hear it? Elizabeth asked. Julia suppressed the thought of retreating and nodded. Elizabeth's memory was very good, and she wasn't drunk last night. So, she started from when the girl started to complain about Eric. She even added a lot of small details. I even told you about my dream? Julia looked like she was about to break down. She looked at Elizabeth hopefully and pleadingly, as if she wanted to hear a negative answer. Elizabeth picked up the bowl and drank the porridge. When she heard Julia's question, she nodded vaguely. Julia banged her head on the table again. It's over, it's over. I don't have the face to live anymore. How can I face people? Elizabeth finished the last mouthful of porridge and wiped the corner of her mouth. At the same time, she revealed a curious look and asked, Julia, Eric Williams really likes, Elizabeth was too embarrassed to be too clear. In the end, she just raised her eyebrows and asked vaguely. No, the girl on the table replied in a muffled voice. Elizabeth seemed to be relieved. So, it's all your imagination. I thought he was really a pervert. I was originally very interested in him. Liz, can we stop talking about this topic? I want to die now. Elizabeth didn't mind and said, it's nothing. Who said that women can't have fantasies? Hee, but yours is indeed a little special. You actually want him to hit you. That's just a dream. Julia held her head and weakly defended herself. Dreams are a convenient and fast virtual realization of human thoughts. It's essentially the same as waking up fantasies, but fantasies are controllable, while dreams are arbitrary. But if you don't have this thought in your heart, you won't have such a dream. The girl let out a few sobs, as if she was going to cry if she continued. Elizabeth stopped harping on this matter and took the initiative to change the topic. Julia, are you in love with him? Julia jumped up. The girl was obviously more nervous about this topic. No, of course not. I hate him. Oh, Elizabeth responded noncommittally. She wisely didn't ask any more questions. Otherwise, she might be driven out by the crazy woman. At the same time, she muttered in her heart that this reaction was indeed extreme hatred. Julia stared straight at Elizabeth. Her fingers were pressed down on the edge of the table, and she looked like she wanted to do something. After waiting for a while, she realized that the girl opposite her didn't say anything else. She quickly let out a breath and said hesitantly, actually, forget it, Julia, hurry up and eat breakfast. I think your life is too boring. That's why you're imagining things all day long. Let's go shopping after breakfast, okay? I can borrow a private jet. We can fly directly to Manhattan. Fifth Avenue is a shopping paradise. I'll take you to some parties in the evening and introduce you to a few young people. Maybe they're not as outstanding as Eric Williams, but their families are definitely richer than him. I've met a few people like that at many parties. They're either too old, or they're arrogant people who rely on their family's wealth to indulge in debauchery. I even doubt if they have the ability to inherit the wealth of the previous generation in the future. In the United States, you have to pay taxes before you can inherit the inheritance. I heard that many rich children can only donate a large amount of their inheritance because they can't afford to pay the huge inheritance tax. You're only talking about a very small number. Elizabeth laughed. As long as they put in a little effort, those billionaires have countless ways to smoothly pass on enough assets to the next generation. The topic of conversation unknowingly shifted away from last night's embarrassing incident, and the two of them slowly began chatting away. Liz, what do you think of this shirt? Don't you think the one you're wearing is a little too big? After breakfast, the two girls went into Julia's cloakroom and began to pick out clothes. The two of them were about the same size and height, so there was no issue of size. But I prefer looser clothes. This one is not bad. Elizabeth had no intention of changing out of the shirt. She stood at the side and opened another wardrobe, minding her own business as she picked out a pair of trousers. Julia pursed her lips, her mind quickly thinking about how to get the girl to take off the shirt without noticing anything strange. Well, this pair of trousers is not bad. I'll take it. Elizabeth took out a pair of khaki casual trousers from the wardrobe and gestured at her waist. Then, she put it on. Not bad, it's very nice. Julia's eyes turned. However, I think the khaki trousers look better with a light blue top. Pink is fine too, but white is more awkward. As the girl spoke, she quickly took out two small shirts from the wardrobe in front of her and gestured in front of Elizabeth. Look. Elizabeth blinked her eyes and looked at the two small women's shirts in front of her. Then, she looked at the one she was wearing. A thought flashed through her mind. Suddenly, she lifted the hem of the large white shirt she was wearing and took it off. At the same time, she shouted, "Wow, wow, so disgusting. I understand now. This must be that bastard Eric Williams's clothes. It's so disgusting. Bah, 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 my God. Liz, do we have to do this? Maybe. I can return the shirt to him." In the small yard of Julia's house, the girl looked at the tin bucket in front of her that was used to burn sundries and asked with a twinkle in her eyes. Elizabeth forcefully pulled out the shirt in Julia's hand little by little and stuffed it into the bucket. She lit a match and threw it in. The flame rose briefly, and the pure cotton fabric quickly turned into ashes. In the end, only a few plastic buttons were still flickering with small flames. Elizabeth clapped her hands and patted the shoulder of Julia, who was staring blankly at the small flame in the bucket. "Okay, Julia, if you want to completely drive that guy out of your life, this is a process you have to go through. Go pack your luggage. I've already contacted a private jet. We'll go to New York first. If you haven't had enough fun, we can also fly to London and Paris. I think I should talk to my agent first. I remember that I still have work to do in the next 2 days. Hey, you're now the top actress in Hollywood, Julia. You're not one of those small-time actors who have little freedom in the hands of their agents." "But," Elizabeth interrupted Julia's words. "No buts. Where's your passport? If you don't want to pack your luggage, just bring your passport and credit card. Let's have a quick trip." More than an hour later, a Boeing private jet took off from Los Angeles International Airport. At the same time, the director of Island Horror, Jonathan Demme, took off. With Michael Eisner's advice, Eric communicated with Jonathan Demme. Early the next morning, Jonathan Demme flew to Venice, Italy, to prepare for the anti-war publicity of Island Horror. Although there were still more than 2 weeks before the start of the Venice Film Festival, Jonathan Demme didn't have many contacts in Italy. He still had to figure everything out on his own. Of course, the earlier the preparation, the better. A few days later, Eric accidentally contacted Kapoor and heard his complaints. Only then did he know that Julia had been abducted by the Murdoch family's tomboy. Other than some sexual fantasies in his mind, Eric didn't think that he had anything to do with it. He felt that it was good for Julia to go out and relax. The girl's drunken reaction that night still left a big impression on him. In mid-August, the first 2 episodes of Friends that Eric was in charge of were successfully completed. After his personal guidance, the 6 main actors of Friends were completely immersed in their roles. This saved a lot of effort for the series director, Kevin Brett. After the audition, within a week, Disney, Paramount, Warner, and other film companies made their own offers. Michael Eisner was determined to win. Disney directly submitted their offer the day after the audition. Both Island Horror and Steel Magnolias were 35% of the North American box office and 10% of the overseas box office. After seeing this figure, Eric instantly had a sense of déjà vu. Jeffrey directly pointed out that Disney's offer was based on the percentage of the box office that Fox enjoyed for the movies that he personally directed. It was completely based on the criteria of the North American box office exceeding 100 million yuan. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Disney to get any profit. In fact, this offer was much higher than Fox's, because Fox had obtained the videotape and peripheral rights of Eric's movies at the same time. Fox could get a large share of the profits from that. However, this time, Firefly had made it clear that they would not give up the videotape and peripheral rights of Island Horror and other movies. They only had the distribution rights in North America and overseas. After Disney, Paramount, which was more eager to get the distribution rights, made the second most attractive offer, followed by Warner and a few other companies. Columbia didn't even make an offer. What surprised Eric was Fox. On the second day of the audition, Fox sent someone to take away the script outline of Sleepless in Seattle. A few days later, Fox's Calta Hunter personally came to Eric and told him that Fox wanted to replace Sleepless in Seattle with Island Horror. However, they did not mention Steel Magnolias. Obviously, the plan that Elizabeth came up with on the spur of the moment had caught the attention of the shrewd Barry Diller. After evaluating Sleepless in Seattle, Fox clearly thought more highly of Island Shocks, which was why they came up with such a plan. Eric did not know what had happened, but he rejected Fox's proposal directly. Modifying the contract would definitely require a series of negotiations, and it was difficult to determine what would happen during this period. Since Disney had offered the same price, Eric certainly would not ask for trouble. After confirming that there was no competition, Firefly and Disney quickly signed the distribution contract for the two movies. "Eric, I heard that you bought Pixar?" Michael Eisner asked at the cocktail party after the signing of the contract. Eric calmly swirled the red wine in his glass. "Yeah, I'm more interested in animation, so I bought it for fun." "You're really young." Michael Eisner thought of something and shook his head. "So, the original cooperation between Pixar and Disney in the field of animation rendering was also cut off by you, right? Disney is a big company. Why would they care about a small company like Pixar? As long as Disney says a word, who knows how many animation companies would be willing to cooperate with you?" Michael Eisner smiled helplessly. Although Disney started out as an animation company, after Michael Eisner took over, he didn't place as much emphasis on animation as the previous leaders. Because of this, some board members objected. However, as Disney became more prosperous, these voices of opposition weakened. However, the lack of attention to animation films was only relative. Michael Eisner only paid more attention to live-action films than the previous leaders. It did not mean that Michael Eisner did not attach importance to the status of Disney animation films in Hollywood. Therefore, as Eric slowly rose, his acquisition of Pixar half a year ago also attracted Michael Eisner's attention. More importantly, Michael Eisner heard that Pixar was producing a brand new form of 3D animation, which aroused his vigilance. Eric's sudden rise was definitely a unique anomaly in the history of Hollywood for more than half a century. This did not mean that Eric's movies were excellent. In fact, several of Eric's movies, including Home Alone, Pretty Woman, and Dark War, did not have much artistic flair, and there was no refreshing innovation. However, after Eric's consecutive films had achieved amazing box office results, in addition to the media that were interested in discussing and analyzing why Eric's films had achieved such great commercial success to attract attention and increase sales or ratings, several major film companies had gathered professionals to conduct a detailed analysis of Eric's films. Many of the analysis results would definitely gradually be reflected in the Hollywood film market in the next 2 years. For example, there would definitely be more live-action films for children, more Cinderella-style romance films, and a small wave of fighting wits and courage police and gangster films would also usher in a small wave of climax. In terms of studying Eric's movies, Disney was certainly not an exception. However, after Michael Eisner read various analysis reports on Eric's movies, he quickly understood that the reason why Eric's movies could achieve miracles in the box office was not because they catered to the needs of the children's market and captured the longing of young women for Cinderella-like romance, as the analysis in the documents said. The most important reason was Eric himself. The reason for this conclusion was that all the movies that Eric had participated in so far had no common themes. There was no pattern at all. Back to 17 was a youth school film, Home Alone was a children's comedy, Pretty Woman was a romance movie, and Dark War was a police and gangster movie. These movies that were unrelated in theme had achieved success. If one wanted to find the biggest common point, then Eric was undoubtedly the most obvious. These movie projects were single-handedly operated by him. Of course, Back to 17 was a Fox movie, but if it was mentioned now, no one would think that the success of Back to 17 was due to James Brooks and Penny Marshall. Eric Williams was the key figure that led the movie to achieve a box office of more than 100 million yuan. Therefore, after coming to this conclusion, Michael Eisner paid more attention to Eric and Firefly's every move. He was ready to win over Eric at any time. It would be better if he could take him under his wing. He was a very ambitious person. As Disney grew stronger, so did his ambition. However, Michael Eisner had not yet inflated into the Disney tyrant who would be opinionated and eventually be kicked out. With the achievements he had made in the past few years, his prestige within the Disney Group was absolutely unparalleled. As everyone knew, Disney started out in animation. Although Michael Eisner focused on the development of live-action movies after he took office, he also knew that animated movies were Disney's greatest advantage. It was necessary to maintain the dominant position of Disney's animated movies in Hollywood. In the past few years, while developing live-action movies, Michael Eisner also did a series of work to expand Disney's animated movie business. He arranged for the distribution of many classic Disney animations on videotape, as well as the expansion of the licensing of image peripheral copyrights, and so on. He achieved very dazzling results. Therefore, when Eric became more and more dazzling, and he privately acquired a 3D animation movie studio, Michael Eisner gradually became wary of this studio. 3D movies were a completely foreign concept to many people. Not long ago, Michael Eisner also knew very little about 3D movies. However, because in the 100 years of film development, there were examples of sound movies replacing silent movies and color movies overshadowing black and white movies, Michael Eisner had to pay more attention to this. He had a faint premonition that 3D movies were likely to bring about a major trend that would turn the world upside down. For this reason, he once again found Pixar's Tin Soldiers, which won the Oscar for Best Animated Short Film this year. He watched and analyzed it together with the management of Disney's animation department. The baby image in Tin Soldiers was very crudely made, and Disney's senior animator scoffed at it. However, the computer graphics design experts that Disney had specially invited from Silicon Valley studied Tin Soldiers and explained a series of technical points and difficulties to several Disney executives. They also stated that with Pixar's technology, as long as they had enough financial support, they could produce a 3D animated feature film that was more than 90 minutes long. Moreover, the quality of the feature film would not lose to 2D hand-drawn animation by much. The words of the Silicon Valley computer expert appeared in his mind again. Michael Eisner looked at Eric's stubborn face and knew that it was impossible for Disney to interfere with Pixar, and establishing their own 3D animation department was not something that could be achieved overnight. Eric, what do you think? Isn't Pixar producing an animated feature film now? How about we give it to Disney to distribute in the future? Since he couldn't interfere with Pixar, Michael Eisner had the idea of getting the distribution rights of the first 3D animated feature film. At least this way, he could keep the situation within Disney's control. Eric smiled and said, "Mr. Eisner, why are you in such a hurry? Pixar's first animation will be completed in at least 2 years. If we sign the contract now, both of us will bear a greater risk." Michael Eisner led Eric to a sofa and sat down, then continued to persuade him, "Eric, you haven't been in Hollywood for long, so there are a lot of things that you don't know. In fact, before most big productions start shooting, they must have contacted the distributors to ensure that the movie can recover its funds in the shortest time possible. The investment for an animated feature film is at least $30 million US. I think a 3D animation will definitely cost more. With such a large investment, if you don't prepare everything in advance, you will have to bear a greater risk in the future." There were also some things that Michael Eisner didn't say. For example, if the animated feature film was made into a bad film and no one was willing to distribute it, the investment of tens of millions would go down the drain. And signing the distribution contract with the film company in advance could prevent this from happening. By then, even if the film was bad, part of the cost could be recovered. But he didn't think that Pixar would make a bad film under Eric's supervision. Eric swirled the wine glass and lowered his head, pretending to think for a while, then raised his head and said, "Mr. Eisner, I can only say that if the animation is released in the future, Disney will definitely be my first choice." This meant that there was still no promise. The first choice was only a possibility. In Hollywood, the first choice was rarely the final choice. While Michael Eisner was disappointed, he also felt a trace of anger. As the leader of Disney, there were very few people who would reject him so straightforwardly and continuously. Although he didn't lose his mind on the spot, Michael Eisner's tone became a lot colder. "Eric, you have to know that I'm still under a lot of pressure from Disney because of the sharing price for Island Horror and Steel Magnolias. So, it's important that I give the board of directors an explanation. The company to cooperate with next year's film hasn't been finalized, right?" Eric also keenly felt the coldness and unhappiness in Michael Eisner's tone. He originally didn't plan to find another partner. The negotiations with the new line were coming to an end, and he would definitely focus on the development of his own company next year. However, thinking of next year, if Firefly wanted to rise, it would definitely be under pressure from all sides. It would be good to get rid of one enemy now. After thinking for a while, Eric reluctantly stretched out a finger. One movie, Mr. Eisner. You should know the direction of Firefly's development, so I can only give Disney the distribution rights of one movie, but it doesn't include the videotapes and peripherals. You personally directed it? Michael Eisner showed a hint of joy, but he still confirmed it seriously. Of course. Eric nodded. Michael Eisner finally smiled and raised his wine glass. Then, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Eric also smiled and clinked glasses with the other party. He knew that this cooperation was finalized. In Hollywood, there were many times when some people's words were like farts. If you believed them, you could only wait to be cheated. But sometimes, things said were more useful than a contract. For example, now that he had made a promise, if he went back on his word, it would be equivalent to making an enemy of Disney. Since he got the benefits, Michael Eisner no longer held on to Eric. After giving some instructions, he left to entertain the other guests. Eric looked at Michael Eisner's departing figure and sighed softly. He took a big gulp of red wine that he didn't know the taste of. Eric, so you're here. You made me look for you. After a moment of silence, Jeffrey hurried over, wiping the fine beads of sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief in his hand. Eric moved to the side and let Jeffrey sit down. He asked, "Didn't you say that you were going to talk to Robert Shea about the acquisition and that you wouldn't be coming?" "We're done talking. There's nothing to talk about." Jeffrey shook his head and saw that Eric still had a disappointed expression. "What's wrong with you? Disney offered such a high share. Isn't that a happy thing?" "How can I be happy? I was just blackmailed by Michael Eisner for a movie," Eric said helplessly. Although Eric didn't say it explicitly, Jeffrey quickly understood what he meant. What conditions did Disney offer? They haven't talked about it yet. Eric shook his head. I just verbally promised Michael Eisner. Jeffrey breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. It's just a movie. Anyway, you make movies like a hen laying eggs. However, I just heard news 2 days ago that Disney is going to terminate their cooperation with Warner in the overseas distribution of movies and hand over all the business to Bow-Way International. What does this have to do with me? Eric didn't care about Jeffrey's teasing. He was too lazy to think after hearing the latter part, so he directly asked. Of course it has something to do with it. After severing their cooperation with Warner, Disney's overseas distribution will definitely be messed up for a while. It's estimated that Bow-Way International will need at least half a year to integrate this business. If you agree to Disney's movie being scheduled for the first half of next year, it's likely that Bow-Way will use it as cannon fodder to expand the overseas market. If it's in the second half of next year, it'll be much better. Eric wondered. It's unlikely that Disney will use my movie as cannon fodder. Don't they want to make money? Jeffrey stuffed the handkerchief into his pocket and called the waiter not far away to bring a glass of red wine. He then said, a giant like Disney isn't interested in the box office profits of 1 or 2 movies. They're more interested in the expansion of distribution channels. The influence that your previous movies have accumulated worldwide is the best tool to expand distribution channels. Disney will use your movie's name and at the same time give up part of their profits to contact overseas distributors. This will make a lot of things very smooth. Maybe after the movie is released, Disney will be able to establish new distribution channels in several countries. Compared to these channels that can generate profits in the long run, a few profits from a movie is nothing. Eric nodded in understanding. Disney was using their own film as a stepping stone, so in the process, they would definitely lose a lot of overseas box office due to imperfect channels and other reasons. If that was the case, even if Disney expanded their channels, he and Firefly wouldn't gain any benefits. Although the percentage of the overseas box office was not high, with the scale of the overseas box office of his previous movies, it was still worth tens of millions of dollars. He did not have the heart to sacrifice himself for Disney's kindness, unless Disney could compensate him in advance. After figuring that out, Eric made up his mind. At the same time, he asked, Jeffrey, I remember you saying that there's nothing to talk about with Robert Shea. What do you mean? It means that there's nothing to talk about. Robert Shea insists on 15% of the shares and $60 million in cash. He's not willing to take a step back. That's why I came to you in a hurry. As the chairman, you have to make the decision yourself. Eric thought for a while and asked, "Are you sure this is his bottom line?" Jeffrey nodded. "I'm sure. Robert Shea has also made it clear that this is his bottom line. He won't take a step back." And at this point, Jeffrey showed a strange smile. "Robert Shea also specifically told me that unless you agree to this price, he won't accept any of your invitations to meet." This. Eric was instantly confused. Jeffrey didn't let him be confused for too long. He laughed and explained, "When you had dinner with him for the first time, your words probably left a deep impression on him. He's afraid that if he confronts you again, he won't be able to help but back off." "Yes, I think that's the case. Although I didn't participate in that meeting, it seems that in the end, Robert Shea was provoked by your provocation and directly took a big step back, right?" "How is that provocation?" "I'm just telling the truth," Eric retorted with a smile. "Anyway, that's how it is. Actually, I think this price is quite reasonable. After all, New Line is an old company with 20 years of history. I'm going to put more effort into preparing for Sleepless in Seattle. I'll leave the acquisition of New Line to you. I've also prepared the relevant documents. I'll get my secretary to send them to your office tomorrow." "Okay, got it." Eric nodded and looked at Jeffrey with some concern. "Jeffrey, if the acquisition is successful, you might." Jeffrey patted Eric on the shoulder and gave him a square look. "I've already thought about this over the past few days. I'll give the position of CEO to Robert Shea. I'll just be the president in charge of production, or even the vice president." "Thank you, Jeffrey." Eric looked gratefully at the fat old man who had been supporting him since Home Alone started. "Is there a need for this between us?" Jeffrey raised his red wine and clinked it with Eric's. He remembered something and asked, "By the way, can Jonathan Dimey handle it alone in Venice? Do you want me to go with him?" "Actually, if it's possible, it's better to let Kapoor go. He has more connections in Europe. Unfortunately, he's an agent and doesn't plan on changing careers. Before you came, Michael Eisner talked to me. He'll use some of Disney's resources to help with this matter and try to win an award at the Venice Film Festival. John Landis happens to be a Hollywood director on the 9-member jury this year." Jeffrey frowned and thought for a while. "John Landis, the director of the blockbuster American Journey last year?" "Yes, actually, John Landis is better at horror films. So, the theme of Scary Island and the label of a Hollywood film will definitely leave a good impression on him. Disney will also send someone to contact him." "When are you going to Venice?" "A few days after the opening ceremony. The award ceremony will be held in mid-September. I definitely can't stay there for that long. I don't plan to go to the award ceremony either. I suddenly realized that I'm really pressed for time this year. September, October, and at most the first half of November, I have to produce both Sleepless in Seattle and Home Alone 2. During this period, I'll be busy with the New Line. I'll definitely have to pay attention to the post-production of Smelling Women. So, I don't even have a day of free time." Eric calculated quickly and complained. "Who asked you to do so many things at once? Most directors can only direct 2 movies a year. You're planning 4 movies at once, and you're even supervising 2. Jeffrey smiled. "You won't be so busy next year, right?" "I won't even if you beat me to death. I'm going to have a good rest next year. I haven't enjoyed life yet." "Yeah, you've lived for 19 years. Jeffrey's teasing tone was a little envious. He looked around, patted Eric on the shoulder, and said, "If you're tired, go back early. I saw a few acquaintances. I'll go and say hello." "Okay," Eric responded. He had no intention of getting up. Jeffrey didn't mind. He picked up the red wine, stood up, and left. Eric slowly sipped the remaining red wine in the glass, planning to leave and go home to rest after drinking. But soon, a tall girl in a silver strapless evening gown appeared in front of him. Eric, I've been wanting to come and say hello to you, but there's always someone around you. Brooke Xianxia sat down next to Eric. You're dressed up so beautifully tonight, Brooke. Eric smiled and raised the red wine in his hand at Brooke Xianxia. Thank you, but some people just don't like me. The girl showed a bitter look, as if she was still upset about Eric rejecting her several times. Eric chuckled and didn't answer the question. The girl had always been very good at this kind of expression that teased men. Perhaps before Dark War, Brooke Xianxia had always wanted to rely on him. But now, with the amazing role of the girl in Dark War, the girl no longer needed to give her body to get the role. He looked at the beauty of the girl from head to toe. In fact, he really wanted the girl to stand up and twirl in front of him so that he could admire her. I heard that you recently received a big production from Warner. What is it? Don't tell me it's the sequel to Batman? The sequel to Batman would definitely be a big flop. But in this era, being able to participate in a blockbuster with a budget of hundreds of millions of yuan was enough to gain a lot of fame. Brooke Xianxia shook her head and smiled. No, the negotiations with Warner fell through. I chose to cooperate with Disney. That's why I'm here today. Oh, that's not really a pity. What's the film from Disney? Can you tell me? Eric asked curiously. Brooke Xianxia nodded. I can't tell you the details, but the name is temporarily set as Rocket Expert. It's likely that the name will be changed in the future, so I can tell you. Rocket Expert. Eric almost spat out the red wine in his mouth. In his memory, this film should have been released in 1991. Then, it would have to wait until at least next year to start filming. Eric knew that because of his appearance, although many Hollywood films didn't disappear, the progress of filming and release had been messed up. However, this wasn't the point. The point was that Eric just happened to remember this film. This was the flop that made Jennifer Connelly take a 5-year hiatus from acting in his previous life. Eric looked Brooke Xianxia up and down. The girl still maintained her softer image in Dark War. Obviously, she also realized that this image was more suitable for her development in Hollywood than her previous aggressive and beautiful appearance. However, Eric clicked his tongue in his heart. How bad must this girl's taste be to fall into such a big trap? He vaguely remembered that after Jennifer Connelly came of age in his previous life, she had met with many setbacks, so she made up her mind and boldly acted in a thriller film. She once again attracted the attention of Hollywood. After paying such a price, she was lucky enough to change from an innocent child star to a sexy girl. Not long after that, she won the female lead role in Disney's The Rocket Expert. However, the movie immediately flopped. Hollywood had always been very superstitious. Several big-budget movies that Connelly had acted in had strangely failed, so no one was willing to invite her to act in mainstream commercial movies again. Jennifer Connelly did not receive any film offers in the following 5 years. When she appeared on camera again, it was already a few years later. Her screen image also gave people a feeling that things had remained the same, but people had changed. Eric? Seeing that Eric was distracted, Brooke Svelte patted the man with some dissatisfaction. How can he be distracted in front of a beauty like me? This man is really hateful. Oh, sorry, Eric withdrew his messy thoughts and apologized. Then, he asked with uncertainty, The Rocket Expert you just mentioned, is it a sci-fi film that took place in Los Angeles in the 1930s? Brooke Svelte opened her red lips in surprise. Looking at her reaction, Eric was completely sure. Facing Eric's determined eyes, Brooke Svelte did not hide it anymore. She asked, Eric, how did you know? This should be confidential, right? Because if I guessed correctly, this movie is based on the graphic novel of the same name by Dave Stevens. I just happened to read it. Eric shrugged. He had seen the movie, but he had never seen Stevens' novel. However, he certainly could not tell the truth in front of a girl. As for the content of the movie, Eric felt that the most interesting part was the scene where the Hollywood Hills logo was smashed and only the word Hollywood was left. Many Hollywood movies liked to connect the plot with real historical events. The most famous one was, of course, Forrest Gump, which could be said to be extremely ingenious. Eric, what do you think of shooting this story into a movie? Brooke was smart enough to ask an important question upon hearing Eric's words. I don't know. The story is still very interesting. The key is how Disney adapts it. Eric shook his head without thinking. He had no intention of reminding the girl not to accept this movie. Perhaps the girl had already signed the contract with Disney, so it was useless for him to remind her. What's more, the movie was brought forward by a year, so the storyline would definitely not be the same as the one in his previous life. Sometimes, even a day's delay could change the screenwriter's mind, let alone a year's delay. Perhaps the rocket expert in this time and space would inexplicably become popular. If he reminded the girl not to accept this movie, the future version of the rocket expert would be a hit. Then, he would be cutting off her future. At that time, he would definitely have to pay for the role himself. Therefore, there was no need for him to say anything. It would be better to just be a spectator. Swirling the red wine in his glass, Eric was absent-minded again. When he thought of the rocket expert, he naturally thought of Jennifer Connelly. He did not know where Jennifer Connelly was now. He had already forgotten the taste of the girl's red lips. He did not know when he would be able to taste it again. It seems that I'd better not disturb you anymore, Eric. You're always distracted. Brooke stood up discontentedly, threw a complaining look at Eric, and turned to leave. Staring at the girl wrapped in the silver fish-patterned dress, Eric suddenly felt that Brooke's figure was very suitable to dress up as a mermaid and put on a mermaid tail. Eric shook his head and threw the messy thoughts out of his mind. He decided to wait for Jennifer Aniston to torment Jennifer Aniston. At night, in Jennifer Aniston's little house. The girl leaned on the man's arm, and for some reason, they talked about children. I'm only 20 years old. I don't want to be held back by children so early. I'm not afraid when I'm 19. What are you afraid of when you're 20? Eric said with a smile. Anyway, I just don't want to have children so early. I have to wait until I'm at least 30 years old. And at this point, Jennifer Aniston's tone was filled with strong anxiety. She raised her head and stared straight into Eric's eyes. And if I'm pregnant, will you marry me immediately? Eric's heart raced a few times. After a moment of hesitation, just as he was about to grit his teeth and answer, Jennifer Aniston pinched his waist. Look at how scared you are. Your heart is about to jump out. I knew it. Eric's big hand slid down the girl's smooth back, and he whispered, Jenny, forgive me for being a little greedy, but I swear I'll always be good to you. But that's not all I want. The girl's cheek gently rubbed against his body, and she murmured, I want you to only be good to me. I know, that's impossible. But I want to leave you, and you won't let me. Jennifer Aniston's tone quickly became resentful. How can there be such a bastard like you in the world? Eric smiled and held the girl's face, kissed it, and then said in an old-fashioned manner, Little girl, you have to remember that all men in the world are bastards. So, it doesn't matter who you're with. Don't struggle anymore. Heh, that makes sense. Jennifer Aniston rolled her eyes. You're instilling your strange outlook on life in me again. You're just like an evil heretic. If you were in Europe a few hundred years ago, you'd definitely be burned alive. Eric couldn't help but retort, only heretics can live freely. They often believe in the gods in their imagination, but in fact, it's more like the incarnation of a fishing net in the depths of their hearts. Ah, I don't want to listen, you're starting to brainwash me again. Jennifer Aniston shook her head and reached out to cover Eric's mouth to stop him from continuing. However, the corners of her mouth were curled up. If Eric really continued, she would definitely be able to listen with relish. Eric chuckled and grabbed Jennifer Aniston's small hand, and even compared it with his big hand. Because of a year of work, there were faint calluses on his hand. Okay, I won't say any more. Although Jennifer Aniston didn't look up, her fingers playfully tickled his palm twice. Eric, are you going to Venice in September? Eric recalled his schedule and nodded. Yes, this year's film festival will start on September 4th. I'll probably stay there for a few days, and I won't go to the awards ceremony in the middle of the month. After all, awards and such have nothing to do with me, and I don't need to stay there for too long. In fact, I didn't want to go at all, but since I'm in this industry, I can't always hide from too many things. I'm not a person like Woody Allen. September 4th. Jennifer Aniston suddenly raised her head. She didn't care about what Eric said after that. She just repeated the date just now. She seemed to have thought of something and suddenly became unhappy. She originally just wanted to complain a little about Eric and Vanigia in Venice again, but when she heard Eric say the date, she jumped up and said unhappily, "Friends starts on September 3rd. Does that mean you won't be able to see the premiere of this TV series? It's the same whether I watch it or not. Anyway, I'm the one who filmed it. Why wouldn't I know the plot?" Eric was puzzled. Jennifer Aniston sounded a little excited. "Of course it's different. This is the first time we've worked together on a TV series. I originally wanted you to watch the premiere with me." Eric said a little apologetically, "How about? I'll watch the second season with you?" Jennifer Aniston punched Eric in disappointment. She turned her head and muttered, "Who knows if your lousy TV series will have a second season?" "Humph, I watched the first season, and I think it's just SOSO." Faced with the girl's temper, Eric couldn't help but smile and beg for mercy. Okay, I'll call Venice tomorrow and ask them to postpone the opening ceremony for 2 days. I have to watch the premiere with my girlfriend. Ask everyone to wait." Jennifer Aniston was stunned for a moment, then she burst out laughing. "You bastard, do you think you're God?" However, after laughing, Jennifer Aniston also thought it through. This matter really couldn't have the best of both worlds. What Eric wanted to do was more important. "Okay, I'll let you go, but remember to bring me a gift when you come back." Eric reached out his hand and gestured the shape of a boat in front of him. "No problem. How about a handmade gondola?" Jennifer Aniston punched Eric's shoulder lightly and chuckled. "Haha, sweet talker. Where are we going to row if you buy it?" "I want a mask." Eric remembered that in his previous life, he had seen a mask that his friend brought back from Venice. He didn't know what it was made of, but it had all kinds of patterns and feathers on it. It looked both gorgeous and strange. At least, that was what he thought. "What kind of mask do you want?" Eric asked as he recalled the details of the mask in Venice. "Pick one yourself. See if you can guess what I like." Jennifer Aniston smiled mischievously. "Why are you here?" Early the next morning, Eric left Jennifer Aniston's apartment in high spirits and went to the company. When he walked into the office, he saw Drew sitting in his seat, fiddling with the computer in front of him. This girl obviously didn't know how to use the current computer system. Eric was sure that she was just blindly figuring things out. In order to prevent some files from being destroyed, Eric quickly went to the computer and turned it off. Hearing Eric's words, the girl immediately showed a resentful look. "You didn't come home at night, and your mobile phone was turned off. Who knows if you lost your way? I'm worried about you." Eric pretended not to see Drew's miraculous face-changing skill. He walked over, picked up the girl, and threw her aside. Then he sat in his office chair. "Okay, tell me." Drew, who was thrown aside, didn't mind. She slowly turned to the opposite side of the desk and pulled a chair to sit down. Only then did Eric notice that the girl had actually changed into a more conservative lavender long-sleeved shirt. It seemed that she had just worn white casual pants. She also wore a pair of small leather shoes on her feet, instead of the usual small sandals that exposed her black toenails. This formal dress of a pretty girl from a humble family looked very unusual. Could it be that she was going to turn over a new leaf? While he was blindly imagining the girl's strange appearance like embroidery, Drew, who was sitting down, suddenly said, "Eric, I have a big plan." The girl's rare seriousness made Eric somewhat uncomfortable. He couldn't help but make a joke. "You found a wild man and want to scheme with him to seize my property? You're so hateful. I'm talking to you about serious matters." The girl suddenly flipped out. She picked up a file and threw it at him. Eric caught the file in a flurry and put it aside, saying, Okay, tell me about your big plan." Drew glared at Eric. After making sure that he wouldn't do anything funny again, she pulled out the small backpack that was originally placed at the corner of Eric's desk. She took out 2 printed documents from the backpack, handed one to Eric, and put the other in front of herself. "Didn't you write a copyright acquisition list a few days ago?" "Eric, I plan to form a team and buy all these things one by one. This is the plan I wrote. What do you think?" A copyright acquisition order. Eric was stunned for a moment before he reacted. After Drew got the copyright of Golden Jade League that day, he asked him for something else to do. So, when he was bored, he wrote the original novels or TV adaptations of the famous Hollywood movies in the memory of his previous life, including Forrest Gump, The Shawshank Redemption, Thunderbolt Girls, The Bourne Identity, Mission Impossible, and many other classic or blockbuster movies. He even wrote the original works of the Lord of the Rings series that only had the technical ability to start shooting 10 years later. There were more than 20 of them. He originally thought that the little girl would still choose one of them to operate, but he did not expect that the little girl was so greedy that she wanted to swallow them all. Eric raised his eyebrows, lowered his head, and started reading the thin proposal written by the little girl. Drew, the word redemption is misspelled. It's missing an E. Come, let me teach you, Eric, if you continue to be like this, I'll be sad. The little girl showed an expression that she was about to cry. Eric quickly stopped joking, closed the document, and said, what are you thinking? I just want to do something, and I'm also very interested in this matter. After the girl finished speaking, she showed a pleading look. Eric, can you promise me? Eric rubbed the paper and calculated in his heart. Based on the average price of $2 million per copyright, it will cost at least $50 million to buy all of them. Drew thought that Eric was going to refuse, so he said anxiously, it's not like you can't take out the money. I've calculated that you can get hundreds of millions of shares this year, and I'm not asking for 50 million all of a sudden. Don't interrupt me. Eric gestured to the girl to calm down. Of course, I can take out $50 million. However, have you thought about it? If you suddenly buy the adaptation rights in such a big way, it will definitely alarm the other film companies in Hollywood. When others see you, they will definitely think of me. You know the situation of every movie I produce now. Therefore, they will definitely come to fight for the things I like. Even if no one fights, if the seller knows that I want to buy it, he will definitely take the opportunity to raise the price. Therefore, the final price will definitely be inflated. At that time, we don't know how much money we will have to spend. When the girl heard Eric's analysis, she lowered her head in disappointment and started picking at her fingers. When Eric saw the girl's disappointed look, he quickly thought of a compromise. Okay, Drew, don't be sad. How about this? It's definitely impossible to find a team to do this on a large scale, but you can hire 2 or 3 people. Their positions will be on Flower Pictures, and then you can slowly buy it in private, one by one. This way, it will be very quiet and won't alert the enemy. Moreover, this matter will be enough for you to be busy until you are 16 years old. When you are an adult, you can do more things that you want to do. When Drew heard Eric's suggestion, some hope was ignited. But, is 3 people enough? Eric stretched out his fingers and explained to the girl, an assistant to help you with your daily affairs, a lawyer familiar with the law in this area, and a negotiator in charge of contacting the copyright holders. 3 people are just enough. There's no need for more. That's the only way, Drew said, still a little disgruntled. Eric continued, I'll ask Edward to recommend a lawyer. The assistant is also very easy. The key is the person in charge of the copyright negotiations. This person is very difficult to find. I'll find this person myself, Drew immediately raised her head and said. Eric looked at the girl and remembered that she had found Lawrence bound last time, so he did not object. Okay, this person is up to you. Also, don't make any promises in my name. Drew pouted unhappily. Am I such a stupid person? Smart people are even scarier when they do stupid things, Eric said with a smile. The girl snorted, unconvinced. She stood up and packed her bag. Then, I'll be leaving first? Eric was about to nod when he remembered something. By the way, there's one more thing. Since you want to buy all the copyrights on the list, I'll make some comments on the adaptation rights that you want to buy. When the time comes, you'll have to follow the instructions and negotiate with the people. What comments? Drew sat down again. That is, some novels need to be adapted for at least 20 years, some need to be adapted permanently, and some TV series need to be bought together with the broadcast rights, and some only need to be adapted for a single time. Eric explained a little and flipped open the proposal that the girl had just given him. The last page happened to be his list. I'll give it to you tonight after I'm done with the comments. you're willing to go home tonight? The girl immediately pouted, but it was just a habitual complaint. Soon, she stood up and said, "There's nothing else this time, right? Then, I'll go back first." "Be careful on the road," Eric said to the girl's back. I know, old man. I hope we can cooperate happily in the future, Eric." After signing the thick contract, Robert Shea stood up with a smile. Eric also stood up and shook Robert Shea's hand. "That's for sure, Robert." On the last day of August, after nearly a month of negotiations between the two sides, Eric's Firefly Films finally acquired the veteran Hollywood film company New Line for 15% of the shares and $60 million in cash. The scale of these two companies was not as big as Columbia Pictures, the Hollywood giant that Sony wanted to acquire. They were also not involved in too many conflicts of interest like Columbia Pictures. In addition, both parties had a strong desire to cooperate. Therefore, after the price was agreed, everything went smoothly. As a rising upstart in Hollywood and an established second-tier film company, the merger of Firefly and New Line attracted a lot of media attention. After the signing ceremony, the two sides also complied with the media's request and held a short press conference. Then, of course, there was a celebration party. Although Eric didn't want to participate in such social gatherings, he preferred to quietly stay in his study. However, since he lived in such a country, he couldn't avoid things like parties. If he hadn't rejected a large number of invitations, with his current status, it could be said that he would receive all kinds of invitations to cocktail parties almost every day. "Eric, I heard that the island horror that you were responsible for writing was very popular during the pilot test, right?" "Yeah, but you must know that I have signed a distribution contract with Disney before." Disney offered a very high share of the profits for the two movies, Island Horror and Steel Magnolias. It was hard to refuse. Eric nodded and briefly explained the situation to Robert. He thought that Robert Shea remembered the distribution rights of Island Horror, so he patiently explained to him. Now that the contract had been signed, Robert Shea was now one of them. He would serve as the CEO of the new Firefly Films, and together with Jeffrey, who was now the president, they would fully integrate the businesses of the two companies in the next few months. "No, I think you misunderstood me," Robert Shea shook his head. "I don't want the distribution rights of Island Horror. In fact, since Island Horror is very popular, then I think you must be good at writing horror scripts. So, I wonder if you can personally write the next script of A Nightmare on Elm Street. What do you think?" Hearing Robert's request, Eric remembered the information about A Nightmare on Elm Street that he had read before. As a very important horror series in the New Line, Firefly collected more detailed data during the negotiation process. It was much more accurate than the chaotic memory in Eric's mind. Although the first A Nightmare on Elm Street only had $25 million at the box office, because the cost was very low, the New Line also made a lot of money at that time. Although the production and distribution costs of the next 3 movies gradually increased, they still made money in the end. However, the situation of the recent A Nightmare on Elm Street 5 was not optimistic. This new movie was released on August 11th. 3 weeks had passed since then, and it only earned more than $16 million at the box office. The final box office was about $22 million. After getting the share from the cinema, except for the production and distribution costs of about $10 million, the New Line did not make much money. After thinking carefully, Eric said, "Robert, the horror style of A Nightmare on Elm Street is already fixed. I definitely can't write any new scenes. In my opinion, according to the box office data of the latest A Nightmare on Elm Street, I think this series can be temporarily stopped. Since the audience is already tired of the plot of Freddy killing people in their dreams, it will not be worth it if we force a sequel. If we freeze it for a few years and wait for the new generation of young audiences to grow up and the older generation of audiences to become nostalgic, then starting this series is the most suitable choice." When Robert Shea heard Eric's words, his expression changed imperceptibly. A Nightmare on Elm Street was the New Line's signature horror film series. Although from a rational point of view, he understood that what Eric just said was very reasonable, he still felt very uncomfortable. Just after signing the contract with Firefly, Eric planned to cut off the sequel to A Nightmare on Elm Street. This reminded him of ancient times when the king of another country annexed the power of the new territory and erased the other party's original mark. After all, Eric had lived two lives, so when he noticed the change in Robert Shea's expression, Eric quickly understood the other party's thoughts. He did not want to bury a rift in the cooperation between the two sides because of this low-cost horror film, so he quickly remedied, however, Robert, this is just my personal opinion. You know, I'm still just a newcomer in Hollywood. There are a lot of things that I haven't thought about so clearly. So if you think it's necessary, the sequel to A Nightmare on Elm Street can continue to be produced. As far as I know, the third and fourth movies both earned more than $40 million at the box office. Maybe this was just an accidental mistake. Robert Shea's expression eased a little. He also realized that Eric was compromising with him. Since the other party had made a concession, of course, he would not insist. Then, Eric, we'll do as you say, but I don't think it's good to end it immediately. Next year, we'll make a final chapter. Well, let's call it A Nightmare on Elm Street. We'll temporarily end this series. I believe that with the gimmick of the final chapter, it will definitely achieve good box office. This is indeed a good idea. Eric also admired Robert Shea's wit, so he took the opportunity to make a small promise. Maybe, I can help with the script for the last movie. Really? Robert Shea could not help but confirm again. He thought that Eric's words just now were a clear rejection. The value of Eric's script was recognized in Hollywood. Of course. Eric nodded decisively. At the same time, he added a sentence in his heart. Of course, he would not participate in the signing. He did not care about the fame and benefits of A Nightmare on Elm Street. But if he signed his name and the last movie did not have a good reputation, he would definitely be scolded. And among a large group of main creators, even if he was just a screenwriter, he would definitely be the most conspicuous one. He would definitely become the focal point of the fans' firepower. Although it was said that if one stood by the river, one's shoes would eventually get wet, Eric did not want to be involved with bad movies after just 1 or 2 years. The box office success of producing movies was the sharpest bargaining chip in his hand now. If the weight of this important bargaining chip was reduced because of 1 or 2 bad movies that had little to do with him, it would definitely not be worth it. At the same time, this was also the reason why Eric temporarily only copied the classic movies in his mind and did not make a movie that completely belonged to him according to his own wishes. Perhaps in a few years, everything would be settled and his position in Hollywood would be completely unshakable. Then, he would definitely make a few movies that did not exist in his previous life and that he was very interested in. Eric, doesn't Firefly still have a movie this year that hasn't found a distributor yet? After chatting for a while about other things, Robert Shea unknowingly changed the topic to Firefly's movie. Eric looked around. Smell a Woman had finally finished filming this month and had entered the post-production stage. He had seen Al Pacino just now. Because he was chatting with Robert Shea at the time, Al just nodded at him from afar. However, at a glance, although many people greeted him when they met his gaze, he didn't see Al and the others for a while. He could only quickly turn his gaze back to Robert and say, yes, but recognizing a woman by smelling fragrance is an anti-Olympic art film. If it can win an award, the box office of this movie will definitely be good. If it can't, it's hard to say. Although I've seen Russian films and Al's performance is very amazing, there are still a lot of games in the Oscars. An excellent film doesn't necessarily win an award. Robert Shea knew that Eric didn't trust his public relations connections. Eric, I admit that in terms of connections, I'm definitely not as good as the Big Six, but it doesn't mean that the other party can win an award because of this. The Big Six can at most rely on this advantage to get a few nominations at the Oscars and increase the box office and follow-up video sales. Just like last year, you should have seen Working Girl. Although that movie got a series of nominations, it didn't win anything in the end. This is the result of Fox's public relations. The real award is definitely based on strength. Although public relations is indispensable, it doesn't mean that public relations represent everything. Eric, think about it again. If Smell a Woman is handed over to a big company to distribute, they will definitely have other movies to deal with. Therefore, they won't focus all their energy on this movie, but I can put all my resources and connections into this movie. Eric fell into a brief hesitation. Robert Shea knew that Eric had changed his mind, so he quickly said, Eric, haven't you noticed? This year is a typical Oscar year. Hmm? Eric showed a puzzled expression. He vaguely remembered that there was such a saying, but he didn't know much about it. Robert Shea patiently explained, think about it. Last year, there was Dustin Hoffman's Rain Man, Jodie Foster's The Defendant, as well as a series of Oscar hits like Unexpected Traveler, Mississippi is Burning, and Dangerous Liaisons. In the previous Golden Globe Award for Best Actress in a Drama category, there were 3 yokes because of this. For the first time, there was a situation where 3 people won Best Actress at the same time. That was the standard Oscar year. But it's different this year. 2/3 of the year has already passed, and I haven't even seen a shadow of an Oscar hit film. You might say that those films will definitely be released at the end of the year, but I still pay some attention to this aspect. In my memory, there are no new works by famous directors or famous actors that will be released at the end of the year. That's why I'm sure that this year will be the year of the Oscars. As long as it's as you said, Mr. Al Pacino's performance in Knowing Women by Scent was amazing. Then, with him having been nominated for Best Actor several times before, it's easy to imagine the final result. Eric fell into deep thought. He didn't pay attention to Robert Shea and directly ignored the possible achievements of Pretty Woman and Dark War at the Oscars. He knew that he was not even 20 years old, and the conservative style of the Film Academy would definitely not award him any awards. It would be good enough if he could get a few nominations. He was thinking about what Robert Shea said about the year of the Oscars. With Robert Shea's explanation, Eric also remembered more about the year of the Oscars in his previous life. In his memory, Knowing Women by Scent seemed to have only one Best Actor. Eric didn't know who it was nominated for Best Picture, but if this year was really the year of the Oscars, Knowing Women by Scent would definitely have the possibility of competing for Best Picture. Eric? Robert Shea waited for a while, but seeing that Eric didn't respond, he couldn't help but remind him. When Eric heard his name, he suddenly stopped thinking. He accidentally shook his wrist and almost spilled the red wine. Oh, sorry, Robert. I was a little distracted. Robert Shea asked, what do you think? Huh? Eric didn't react for a while after Robert's long speech. About the release of Knowing Women by Scent? Robert Shea seemed to remind him patiently. Eric was a little conflicted. If this year was the year of the Oscars, it would be safer to let the Big Seven handle Knowing Women by Scent. Before the brothers Wayne and Stan became Oscar gold medalists, the big film companies still had an absolute advantage in the public relations aspect of this award. But at the same time, he also knew that, as Robert Shea said, none of the Big Seven would fully handle Knowing Women by Scent unless he gave up most of the benefits. But wasn't winning an award for benefits, Eric was about to agree, but Al Pacino finally came out of nowhere and walked towards him. Eric remembered his promise to Al. This movie was created for Al Pacino to win Best Actor. Then, if he listened to Robert Shea's suggestion and released the new line after the merger with Firefly, he would definitely have to take a certain risk in the public relations aspect of the award. Although the possibility was very small, what if Al missed out on the Oscar for Best Actor because of the butterfly effect? At that time, it would be hard to guarantee that Al would not be estranged from Firefly because of this matter. Eric personally valued his partnership with Al Pacino. The 1990s was also the peak of Al's acting career. If he maintained a good relationship with him, Firefly might have more benefits in terms of box office and awards. Since that was the case, Lindley decided to leave the decision to Al. Although there was a high chance that Al would agree after being tricked by Robert, it was unlikely that Al would vent his anger on the Fireflies if something really happened that had a very small probability of happening. Robert, regarding this matter, I personally agree, Eric said. Without waiting for Robert to reveal a happy expression, Eric continued, however, Smelling Women was a decision I made in order to invite Al to participate in Wind and Moon. Although Al has now obtained more because of Wind and Moon, I can't ignore my initial promise. Therefore, if you want to keep the distribution rights of Smelling Women, you still have to convince Al. Oh, look, he's here. Eric casually put the goblet on a passing waiter's tray and walked towards Al Pacino. Al, long time no see. Al Pacino gave Eric a warm hug. Long time no see, Eric. You look more mature and handsome than before. You're even more charming to the girls. Don't forget to give us old men a way out. Haha, can't you find a beauty with your methods? Eric joked with Al for a while before introducing him. Al, this is Robert Shea. Robert, this is Al. Actually, you don't need to introduce us. We know each other, Al said as he shook hands with Robert Shea. Hello, Robert. I believe that cooperating with Eric was the right choice. Robert Shea smiled. I hope so too. Then, we were just talking about wind and moon. You guys talk. I'll go to the washroom first. Eric pointed to the corridor not far away. Although Al Pacino wanted to chat more with Eric, he could only nod when he saw where he was pointing. Eric casually greeted the guests and walked slowly to the entrance of the banquet hall. He passed through the crowd and had just stepped into the corridor when a petite red body bumped into him. She cried out and fell backward. Eric quickly reached out to catch the girl and held her in his arms. It's you. You're... Gabe. Eric recognized the face at first glance, but he couldn't think of the other party's name immediately. Although he had miraculously copied the memories of his previous life because of his transmigration, this body did not have the ability to remember everything he saw. Gabriel Anwar, the girl replied softly. The young woman replied softly. She had been happy to discover that it was Eric who was hugging her, but when she realized that he didn't recognize her, she felt a sense of loss. She placed her small hands on Eric's chest, forgetting to ask him to let go of her. Only then did Eric remember that this was the girl who had come to Los Angeles alone from the UK to attend the audition when he had met her by chance during the audition for Dark Battle. She was also the heroine of the amazing tango dance in Knowing a Woman by Smelling Her Scent. A middle-aged man turned into the corridor from the banquet hall with his head lowered and looked at the couple hugging strangely. Eric turned his head when he heard the commotion. The man recognized Eric's identity at a glance. He laughed dryly and quickly shrank back. Eric recognized that the man was an employee of Firefly. Although the man's reaction seemed a little extreme, it was not hard to imagine that he had discovered his boss being intimate with a woman who was obviously not his boss's official girlfriend. In such a situation, he had to leave to prevent himself from being bullied. I'm really sorry for bumping into you just now, Miss Anwar. Eric was interrupted, and hurriedly let go of the petite girl. He even subconsciously brushed the hair that had fallen in front of the girl's forehead. It's okay. The girl shook her head. As Eric's fingers moved in front of her forehead, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. However, Gabrielle was soon annoyed to find that the unromantic man apologized and walked away on his own accord. She gently stomped her feet and had no choice but to take the initiative to call out, "Hey!" Eric stopped in his tracks and turned around. Is there anything else, Miss Anwar? After the girl shouted, she regretted it a little. She felt that she had acted a little too hastily. However, since she had already shouted, she could only muster up her courage and say, Mr. Williams, can I invite you to dance with me later? Eric looked at the girl's petite body wrapped in a deep red V-neck dress and the short leather shoes under her slender calves. He naturally thought of the amazing tango scene in Knowing a Woman by Smelling the Fragrance. He smiled and asked, Is it tango? Gabrielle nodded. The corners of her lips curled up, and there was a natural mischievousness in her smile. If you want to. Okay, wait a moment. Eric pointed to the end of the corridor. The girl nodded knowingly and watched as Eric turned to leave again. It was not until his figure disappeared behind a door that she quickly raised her small hand and patted her chest a few times. At the same time, her small head was quickly thinking about what she should say and do later to attract more attention from this man of the same age as her. After being lucky enough to get the role of the tango girl in Knowing a Woman by Smelling the Fragrance, Gabrielle had been in the United States for several months. As her understanding of Hollywood deepened, she became more determined to stay in Hollywood. Although the tango scene in Knowing a Woman by Smelling the Fragrance was only a few minutes long, due to Al Pacino's strict requirements, it took more than a week of filming in a New York hotel. During this time, the girl stayed with the crew the whole time. She was surprised to find that everyone in the crew, from the director to the stage manager, was polite to her. Although as a newcomer, she often made mistakes during the more than a week of filming, and some of her mistakes were even low-level. From beginning to end, the director, Martin Brest, and the male lead, Al Pacino, never got angry with her. At most, they frowned to express their dissatisfaction, but then began to patiently explain the essentials to her. In the beginning, Gabriel thought that the two men were good-tempered people. But on the third day of filming, an extra was distracted during the scene, causing a complicated scene to have to be repeated several times. Al Pacino was so angry that he smashed something and scolded the extra with harsh words. The extra was so angry that he left the crew in shame. Moreover, she later found that the director, Martin Brest, was not a good-tempered person. Therefore, he was curious as to why he had received such special treatment. It was only after a small incident that she understood the reason for everything. The cause of the incident was the young man named Matt Damon. After a few days of contact during the shoot, he developed a good impression of her, so he came over to chat her up. In the end, this matter was found out by Al Pacino. She saw with her own eyes that Al Pacino called the hothead into the room and gave him some instructions. After that, Matt Damon stopped paying attention to her. After this incident, the girl finally figured out something. It turned out that the reason she had received such treatment was that she had been recommended by Eric Williams. And more importantly, they might have thought that she was Eric's lover, so they treated her with courtesy. Because of this, as a newcomer actress, she had not encountered any of the harassment that she might have encountered. It seemed like a miracle. Even when she was in the UK, although her father and mother were in the television industry and could do their best to protect her, she still encountered harassment when she was acting in TV dramas. Because of this misunderstanding, she had gained a lot of benefits. Therefore, the girl had no intention of clarifying from beginning to end. Even when chatting with people, she always mentioned Eric's name as if nothing had happened, giving people some kind of hint. Now, most of the people who knew her, including her agent and even the general manager of the agency, Kapoor Sid, classified her as Eric's lover. And they did not look down on her because Eric Williams was now single. Maybe she would be lucky enough to be promoted to his official girlfriend, or even his wife. But she knew that she had nothing to do with Eric. She had only spoken a few words to him and met him once. As time went by, she even began to worry about what would happen to those who realized that they had been deceived once this fact was discovered. Especially the agent in charge of her. She did not know whether it was intentional or not, but these days, he had asked her several times if she had been on a date with Eric recently. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" A voice suddenly sounded in her ear, interrupting Gabrielle's thoughts. When the girl saw Eric appear in front of her, she quickly shook her head and said, "Nothing." "Let's go in," Eric said casually. He did not care. "Well, okay," the girl said. She boldly took a step forward and stretched out her arm to hold Eric's arm. Eric saw the girl's sudden intimate action and looked at her with interest. Gabrielle lowered her head, not daring to look into Eric's penetrating eyes, but she stubbornly did not let go of Eric's arm. Eric chuckled and did not expose the girl's thoughts. He just felt a little regretful that his arm did not feel as soft and comfortable as before. "Eric, I've decided that knowing women by smelling fragrance will be released by Firefly itself." "I think what Robert said is very reasonable," Al Pacino said with a smile as he stepped into the hall again and saw Eric at a glance. Seeing Gabrielle leaning on him, Al Pacino did not shy away from the girl and winked at Eric. Eric had actually expected this result. Robert Shea could even persuade him, let alone Al Pacino. The more eager Al was for the award, the easier it was for him to listen to Robert Shea's words. For Al Pacino, who had missed out on many Oscars in a row, it was difficult for outsiders to understand his desire for an award. "I believe this will be a good choice," Eric nodded and said with a smile. "By the way, Al, do you have a plan for your next movie?" Al Pacino shook his head. "I plan to take a break for a while." Kapoor suggested the same. "2 movies this year are enough for me." Kapoor said that it's best for me to wait until after the next Oscars before considering my next movie. After that, Al Pacino paused and looked at Eric's expression. He immediately said, "But, Eric, if it's a movie you produce, I'm available at any time." "No, Al, I don't have any movie suitable for you recently," Eric explained. "Actually, you should have heard that I produced a TV series," Al immediately laughed. "Of course I've heard. I also know that you went to direct 2 episodes yourself." "Eric, your ideas are really different." Among the directors I know, if it's not because they can't make a living, very few are willing to make a TV series. By the way, you said this is. Eric said, actually, it's like this. I'm producing a sitcom, and I want to invite you to make a guest appearance in an episode. Al Pacino suddenly hesitated. It was not a big deal to make a guest appearance in a TV series, but he was worried about the reputation of the TV series Eric produced. If the ratings of that TV series were very bad, then making a guest appearance in it would be no different from acting in a bad movie. He still had lingering fears about the bad movie that caused him to quit acting a few years ago. Therefore, he cherished his reputation even more now and did not dare to agree immediately. Eric also knew that this matter could not be forced, so he said, Al, this TV series will be broadcast as it is filmed. It just so happens that the premiere episode is on September 3rd on Fox TV. I know what you're worried about. How about this? If the average viewership of the TV series is less than 15 million, then forget about it. If it's higher than that, I hope you can consider it. Then I have no problem. Al Pacino immediately agreed when he heard Eric's promise. He still had a certain understanding of TV series. If an American TV series viewership exceeded 15 million, it would be considered a hit. His guest appearance in it would be in line with his identity, and it would also help to increase his popularity. Then it's settled. You can take some time to watch this TV series. Al smiled and said, the first 2 episodes were personally filmed by you, the great director. I will definitely watch it on time. By the way, can you tell me what kind of role I will be playing? Of course, I want you to make a guest appearance as yourself. Myself? Yes, Eric said. The general plot is like this. Among the 6 fixed protagonists in my TV series, one of them is an extra. One day, he received a contract to play your nude double. In the original episode, although Joey played Al Pacino's and there were a lot of jokes, Al Pacino did not appear from beginning to end. Now it was different. Since Eric had such a relationship with Al Pacino, of course, he had to make good use of it and let Al really appear on screen. Wow. After listening to Eric's description, Al laughed. Actually, if it's necessary, I don't mind appearing on screen naked. Eric shrugged. You know, this is necessary for the plot. Of course, I think this plot will be very interesting. Oh, okay, Miss Anwar must be impatient. Sorry for taking up so much of Eric's time. You guys are going to dance, right? Eric, Miss Anwar's tango is very good. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Pacino. Gabrielle did not show any impatience just now. How would she dare? Therefore, she was very grateful for Al Pacino's actions. Then, enjoy the party. I'll go talk to the others for a while. Goodbye. See you later. Eric nodded and walked to the dance floor with the girl. What have you been doing after filming? Smell the fragrance. On the dance floor, Eric held the girl's waist and swayed gently. Although he had just said that he wanted to dance the tango, in fact, he didn't. Because the music and atmosphere of the scene were not suitable, Eric wasn't that enthusiastic. What's more, even if he really wanted to dance, he didn't know how to do it at all. Gabrielle put her arm around Eric's shoulder and looked up at Eric. My agent recommended me to be the second female lead in a romantic comedy. I have a lot of scenes and the pay is good. I have already passed the audition and will be joining the crew soon. The film may be released on Valentine's Day next year. Oh, not bad. Work hard. Not everyone can get a role so easily when they come to Hollywood. Many young boys and girls have been in Hollywood for several years, and they can't even get some minor roles. Most of them can only return home empty-handed. Less than 1% can stay. Eric stared into the girl's eyes with a smile. Through the girl's words, he was more certain of the reason why Gabrielle had done those little tricks before. She obviously did it deliberately. Her purpose was to cause misunderstandings. This kind of misunderstanding was the most difficult to explain because the explanation was bound to be taken as a cover-up. Thinking of this, Eric smiled and looked at Gabrielle. He asked, so, what do I get in return? I don't know what you were talking about. The girl's body stiffened for a moment. Apparently, she realized that Eric had discovered her little trick. Her eyes flickered as she replied softly. But, how could she not know? She was just like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. She wanted to deliberately ignore it. However, if it were not for him, how could she, an English girl who came to Hollywood alone, with no connections, no background, and not very good acting skills, get two important roles in just half a year? Moreover, UTA must have misunderstood her identity, so they took care of her and got her the role of the second female lead in the romantic comedy. Following Eric's movements, the girl looked around worriedly. There were still many people on the dance floor. Although the lights were not bright enough, it didn't affect her vision at all. As long as she paid a little attention, she would definitely be able to see Eric's hateful movements. How could he do this? Even if he wanted it, it shouldn't be here. The girl thought so in her heart, but she could only bury her head in front of Eric and play the role of an ostrich again. Fortunately, Eric didn't go too far. After punishing the girl a little, he let her go. However, when Gabrielle secretly looked around, she still saw the meaningful looks in the eyes of several people around her. A few female celebrities who knew about Eric's identity saw the intimate posture between Eric and the girl, and their faint disdain towards Gabrielle hid unconcealable envy in their eyes. If it were possible, they would definitely not mind replacing the woman in Eric's arms with one of them. That little B*TCH still looks so reluctant. She's really a B*TCH. A young female star on the dance floor saw Gabrielle's expression and cursed in her heart. After the party started, she took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Eric, but unfortunately, Eric didn't even have the intention to chat with her. Eric didn't mind the looks of others at all. After all, his reputation as a playboy had already spread. He motioned for Gabrielle to raise her head and said without any doubt, "Come on, look at me." I like this expression. Gabrielle's body was so weak that she couldn't and didn't dare to resist. She obediently raised her head and stared at Eric with her charming slender eyes. Her small mouth was slightly open, and she gently exhaled hot air. When Eric saw the girl's appearance, he nodded with satisfaction. He pinched the girl's small chin, then continued to gently dance with the body in front of him. Actually, this is not bad, Eric said after a while, as if he had figured something out. The girl showed a puzzled expression. She didn't know why Eric suddenly said such an inexplicable sentence. Eric said faintly, "It's not easy for a girl like you to come to Hollywood alone, so if someone asks about your relationship with me, I won't deny it. Just treat it as a kind of protection for you. After all, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been able to stay in Hollywood. Since I changed your life, I seem to have a little responsibility to make your development in Hollywood smoother. Of course, this is all the help I can provide. In the future, you will have to rely on your own efforts." "Thank you, Mr. Williams," the girl said with a grateful expression and tightened her arms around Eric's waist. "Thank you. Call me Eric," Eric said casually, and then his tone became solemn again. "However, that's all. Remember to play your part. Don't let me know that you are using my name to do things that you shouldn't do." The girl eagerly promised, "I won't, I definitely won't." Being able to get such a promise already made her overjoyed. "That's good." Eric smiled, "Don't be so nervous. In fact, even if you want to do something, it won't be too easy. I'm just reminding you in advance." "Okay." The girl leaned her body against Eric's body and answered softly. "By the way, do you have any hobbies?" Eric suddenly asked without rhyme or reason. Gabriel didn't know why Eric would ask such a question. He hesitated for a moment before replying, "Reading, dancing, and maybe, sleeping. If there's nothing to do, I'll sleep for the whole day. Actually, I'm very lazy." Eric showed a dissatisfied expression, shook his head, and said, "That won't do. Then plant a pot of flowers, so that I can often help you with it." The girl blinked and then laughed out loud. She took the initiative to tease him, "I have a cactus at home. Is that okay?" Eric also laughed. In fact, this was just a little joke. If he wanted to go to a woman's house, what reason did he need to find? But now, Eric said seriously, "Raising a cactus also requires skill. How about we go and see it now?" "Of course." The girl gently winked at Eric. The two quickly left the party, and under Gabrielle's lead, they came to a small apartment in West Hollywood. Because Eric hadn't been home, when the two just arrived at Gabrielle's place, the mobile phone that Eric carried with him rang. It was a call from Drew. She also told Eric a piece of good news. She had obtained the rights to several movies and couldn't wait to let Eric go back to take a look. In this case, of course, Eric couldn't go back. Anyway, since he had obtained the rights, he couldn't fly away. Eric didn't say where he was, so he could only chat with the girl for a while. I know. Okay, be good, I'm very busy right now. It's nothing, I accidentally kicked it on the coffee table. Okay, I know, I'll go back tomorrow to get it. Go to bed early. What are you kissing me for, little girl? Go to bed early. The sunlight that seeped in through the gaps in the curtain showed a bit of a bright feeling. In the early morning of September in Los Angeles, the temperature was just about 22 degrees. Eric remembered that this was the golden temperature that the human body could tolerate. He quietly found his clothes and put them on while looking at the girl who was still sleeping soundly. Because the blanket was scattered to the side, the girl's naked body was unreservedly displayed in front of Eric. Because of her Oriental ancestry, the girl's skeleton looked delicate and small, and her skin was smoother and more delicate than Western women. Even after Eric finished tying his tie and putting on his coat, the girl showed no signs of waking up. Eric looked at the cute way the girl was sleeping with her right thumb in her mouth like a baby. He couldn't help but feel a little excited as he gently sat down beside the girl. As if she felt Eric's breath, Gabrielle suddenly opened her eyes. Ah! Gabrielle quickly jumped up and pulled the blanket to cover her body. After seeing Eric's smiling face, she recalled what happened last night and breathed a sigh of relief. Good morning, Eric. The girl seemed to be a little apologetic for losing her composure. She immediately smiled and took the initiative to greet him. Good morning, Eric smiled and shook his finger at the girl. I didn't expect you to be so cute when you sleep. Am I? The girl lowered her head shyly. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Eric's movements and remembered some scenes from last night. Eric smiled and nodded. Of course, it's the first time I've seen a girl who likes to bite her finger when she sleeps. I don't know. The girl's eyelids were still lowered. She gently glanced around as if she was looking for something. Eric considerately gathered a few clothes and handed them to the girl. He casually said, "This is nothing." In fact, many people don't know that they snore when they sleep, and they don't even admit it when they wake up. Gabrielle, who was about to secretly put on her underwear, looked up in horror. I'm not snoring, right? If something like this happened to her, she would never have the face to see her again. Of course not, Eric quickly shook his head. Seeing that Gabrielle seemed to be extremely frightened, he quickly explained with a smile, "Don't worry, I was just giving an example." Oh. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and gently put on her clothes. Seeing the girl put on her underwear and walk barefoot to the wardrobe, Eric said, "Baby, I think I have to go." Gabrielle, who was standing beside the wardrobe and thinking about what to wear today, paused and turned her head. Her eyes were filled with anticipation as she asked softly, "Eric, can't we have breakfast?" Eric looked at his watch and said, "It's almost 8:30 now, and there might be a traffic jam on the road. I don't know if I can get to the company by 9. I have to fly to Venice at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so there are some things I need to deal with quickly. At 10 o'clock, I have a meeting with Robert and Jeffrey about the merger of Firefly and New Line. My new movie schedule is also out, and I need to take a look at it personally. In short, I have a lot of things to deal with in the next 5 hours." Seeing the girl twiddling her fingers in disappointment, Eric's tone softened as he spoke. He even felt a sense of heartless guilt in his heart. He waved his hand and gestured, Is there a breakfast restaurant nearby? Maybe we can have breakfast together. 10 or 20 minutes won't make much of a difference. Of course, can I wash my face first? The girl looked up in surprise and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Since he had already made up his mind, Eric didn't care about the time. He said, "Take a shower, but it's best if you hurry, I don't have much time." Then wait a minute. The girl excitedly picked out a few clothes, tiptoed into the bathroom, and came out again in less than 15 minutes. She was already wearing a light blue one-shoulder dress, and black stockings made her legs look slender and long. Her hair was tied into a small bun, and she casually picked a pair of high heels from the shoe rack next to her. She stood up and said to Eric, "Okay, let's go. The restaurant is just 40 or 50 steps across the street." The two left the apartment like an ordinary couple who got up early. They found a small restaurant according to Gabrielle's instructions and had breakfast together. Only then did Eric leave with Gabrielle reluctantly. When Eric appeared at the company, Jeffrey asked anxiously, "Eric, it's almost 9:30. What's wrong with you today? Your mobile phone is also turned off. Don't you know how tight the time is today?" Eric had always maintained a very regular lifestyle and had never been late. Today, there were so many important things waiting for him, but he was unexpectedly late. No wonder Jeffrey was anxious. Facing the anxious old man, Eric explained awkwardly, "Sorry, Jeffrey, there was a traffic jam." Jeffrey immediately retorted, "That's impossible. There's no traffic jam from where you live to here. It's not like I don't know this road." "Actually, I came from West Hollywood." Eric immediately raised his hands and explained honestly. Jeffrey was stunned and quickly understood something. At the same time, he realized that he had overstepped his boundaries. After all, Eric was his boss. Although he knew that Eric would not mind if he was a little harsh, he was not Eric's elder after all. Occasionally, when he lectured Eric, Eric would not say anything out of respect for him, but after a long time, anyone would be dissatisfied. With a soft sigh, Jeffrey could only relax and say, "Well, there are a few documents that need your signature. I have asked Alan to categorize them and put them on your desk. You have half an hour to deal with them. Robert is almost here with his people. I'll go to the conference room to prepare. I'll deal with it now." Eric nodded to Jeffrey and walked quickly to his office. Jeffrey also went to prepare his own things. Although the merger agreement had been signed, the two companies still needed to deal with a lot of issues such as business integration, management and organizational design, company structure adjustment, and staff integration and dismissal. Therefore, it would take several months for the two companies to truly merge. During this period, the business of both sides could not be stopped. There would be a period of parallel operations. After hurriedly processing a few documents, the assistant knocked on the door. Eric hurriedly put down the folder and walked to the conference room. In the conference room, in addition to Robert Shea, there were 6 or 7 mid-level and high-level executives attending the meeting. On the other hand, at Firefly, there were only a few clerks in charge of recording the meeting and only Eric and Jeffrey. This comparison showed that Firefly's foundation was very weak. Although the profitability of New Line was far less than that of Firefly, the various businesses were very complete. There was no lack of production, copyright, publicity, distribution, and various other departments. Looking at Firefly, if one did not look at its terrifying profitability, it was actually more like a small workshop. Jeffrey was in charge of management and was also the producer of Eric's movie. Although he was sometimes very busy, most of the time, he was more than enough to do it alone. In fact, not much was discussed in the 2-hour meeting. Other than quickly reaching an agreement on finding another office as soon as possible and moving the two companies together, there was a debate about the power of production. Of course, Eric hoped that Robert Shea would completely let go of this area and focus on the distribution of movies. If the distribution ability was strong, coupled with his vision in movies, Firefly could leap to the status of a movie giant in a few years. However, this proposal was directly rejected by Robert Shea. This was also expected. The power of production was the most important power of a movie company's executives. At the same time, it was also the foundation of all movie companies. Wouldn't it be a joke if the helmsman of a movie company did not even have the power of production? Eric then suggested that Robert Shea could be in charge of the production of some low-budget horror movies. After all, this could be considered his strength. To Eric's surprise, Robert Shea still refused. Not only was he not satisfied with the power of production of low-budget movies, but he also hoped to be in charge of a few big productions. This was because he knew that with the income from Eric's next few movies, Firefly would have a large amount of cash. Although Robert Shea did not dare to play like this when he was in the New Line, after all, the New Line would almost go bankrupt if they lost a big production. However, now that he had the backing of Firefly's funds, Robert Shea's ambition swelled. After all, there were not many low-budget, high-box office dark horse movies in Hollywood. Otherwise, Eric's results would not be so amazing. In order to obtain stable and high returns, big investments and big productions were the way to go. Of course, Eric would not agree to Robert Shea's wishes. Firefly was rich, but this was not the way to play. Moreover, he had no confidence in Robert Shea's vision. Although the new line in his previous life had the great success of the Lord of the Rings series, it also had the disastrous failure of The Golden Compass. Looking at it all together, it seemed that Robert Shea was more of a lucky guy in terms of movie production. However, in the face of Robert Shea's insistence, Eric had no choice but to give in for the time being. After all, what he needed most now was for the distribution channels to be in the other party's hands. Therefore, the first priority was to integrate the new line completely. A temporary loss of power was inevitable. In the end, Eric reluctantly agreed. In the next year, he would give the new line 2 big-budget movies with a total cost of less than $50 million. He would give full authority to Robert Shea. After the 2-hour meeting, Robert Shea and the others left satisfied. Eric continued to flip through the documents while eating a simple lunch. He would be leaving for the airport later, so he had to finish reading the 2 documents that needed to be signed as soon as possible. Jeffrey did not leave either. Instead, he sat on the sofa in Eric's office and ate his lunch. At the same time, he discussed some issues with Eric. Eric, other than Dark War, the cost of all our movies is less than $25 million. Don't you think it's too much to give Robert Shea a budget of $50 million for 2 movies? Hearing this question, Eric's face tensed up. He finished his lunch in a few mouthfuls and pushed it aside. He took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. I don't want to, but if I want Robert to do his best, I have to give him some benefits first. It's only $50 million. Although I said that I would give him full authority, if Robert's movie is not good enough, I definitely won't sign the project proposal. Jeffrey did not doubt Eric's judgment in movies at all. Hearing Eric's words, he was relieved. However, Eric, it's not a good thing for Robert to have too much power. There's nothing to worry about. Eric signed his name on a document and quickly switched to the next one. As he browsed through it carefully, he said, once we've integrated the resources of the new line and completely integrated the new line with the Fireflies, the rest will be much simpler. Jeffrey's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, this little guy is really black-hearted. He's already thinking about getting rid of Robert Shea. However, Eric did have the ability to do so. After all, Robert Shea only had 15% of the shares, and Eric had absolute control of the shares. If he wanted to remove Robert Shea from his position, he did not even need to go through a meeting. He could just sign a document. Do you think I'm getting rid of him after he's outlived his usefulness? Eric smiled and looked up at Jeffrey. Jeffrey smiled awkwardly, but he still admitted generously. I do feel that way. You know, Jeffrey, I'm not a heartless person. If Robert could play his part and do things within his capabilities, I would definitely not do something like beating up the chef after a meal. Unfortunately, he is too ambitious. You must have noticed that he brought so many people here today as a demonstration. He wants to tell us that he is very important to Firefly. I'm suddenly worried. Upon hearing Eric's words, Jeffrey said, look, those people today are all Robert's subordinates. If you chase him away in the future, will they leave with him? Eric shook his head and said with a relaxed expression, do you think that if Firefly develops, those people under him will give up their annual salary and bonuses of tens of millions of yuan and leave with him to start a new business? Or perhaps, there were a few other big movie companies with so many vacant positions that they could poach them all? None of that is possible. Now that Robert has left, I'll just find another CEO to take over the distribution channels that have already been perfected. But, Eric interrupted Jeffrey and said patiently, Jeffrey, actually, you don't have to worry so much. I said that I might chase Robert away, but that's not necessarily the case. Maybe in a year or 2, he will realize his strengths and stop interfering with the production and concentrate on the distribution. I won't have to do this kind of thing. Robert's talent in the distribution of movies is still unquestionable. I understand. Jeffrey nodded helplessly and began to eat with his head lowered. There were a few knocks on the door, but before he could get permission, the office door was pushed open. Drew, who was wearing a t-shirt and hot pants, flew in and threw herself on Eric, laughing and joking. She even leaned close to Eric's ear and asked about what happened last night. Alan, who was standing at the door, patiently smiled as he watched the girl and Eric fool around. When Eric turned his attention to him, he said, "Eric, the luggage and car are ready. I think it's best for us to set off now to avoid special situations like traffic jams on the road." "Then let's go." Eric pulled the girl down from his lap. "Be good while I'm away. If there's anything, you can ask Jeffrey for help. Don't mess around." "Tisk, I'm not a child." The girl scratched Eric unhappily and said, "Eric, I want to go to Venice too." "Forget it, you won't be able to stand it." Eric rubbed the girl's fluffy head. He didn't know what the girl was thinking recently, but she had cut her hair into a cute bun. Eric couldn't help but rub it a few more times. "It takes 17 hours to fly from Los Angeles to Venice, and we still have to transfer planes in between." Drew really couldn't stand it. She probably wouldn't be able to stand doing nothing on the plane for 17 hours, so she didn't mention it again. She held Eric's arm and walked out as she said, "Eric, let's buy a private jet, okay? That way, we won't be bored no matter how long we fly." "It's not the time yet." Eric shook his head. "Let's wait for another year or two." "Okay." Drew nodded. The group went downstairs, and the girl got into the MPV first. "I'll send you to the airport." "Eric, I won't be going. I still have something to do later." Jeffrey patted Eric's shoulder. "Have a safe trip." "Goodbye, Jeffrey." Eric waved at Jeffrey and got into the MPV. Alan, who was in front, got into the front passenger seat. When he saw Eric and Drew in the back, he instructed the driver to drive. He wanted to go to Venice with Eric, and he originally needed to find a translator. Venice spoke Italian. Coincidentally, Alan's mother happened to be Italian. Alan grew up in both English and Italian, so he had no problem speaking Italian. Therefore, he didn't need to find a translator. Fortunately, it only took 1 hour and 10 minutes to drive from Burbank to Los Angeles International Airport. When they arrived, there was still half an hour before boarding time. Eric and Alan could calmly check in. "Alan, what are you looking at?" Eric asked curiously when he saw Alan checking his backpack carefully while waiting to board the plane. "Books. I brought a collection of Stephen King's novels. I plan to read it on the plane." "Eric, did you bring it?" Eric spread his hands. He often took long-distance trains in his previous life, but the environment on the train was not suitable for reading. He had never taken a long-distance plane before, so he didn't think of this. Moreover, his luggage was packed by the little girl yesterday. With the little girl's personality, it was even more impossible for her to think of it. "There are still a few minutes left. Maybe we can buy one." "There's a super mall outside the hall," Alan suggested. "I'll go." "Eric, you guys wait here. If I can't make it back in time, you guys can just board the plane." Eric was about to say that there was no need for the trouble, but the little girl had already flown out. As soon as Drew ran out of the departure hall, Eric and Alan heard the broadcast informing them to board the plane. The two of them looked at each other. "Let's go. Let's line up first." "Maybe we can make it," Eric said. Alan did not refute. The two of them pulled their luggage and walked to the boarding gate. 10 minutes later, only Eric and Alan were left at the boarding gate. The other passengers had already entered, and the staff next to them began to remind them to go in. Eric took a last look behind him. A shadow was running toward them. The little girl directly stuffed a thick hardcover book into Eric's hand. Without saying anything, she bent down and waved her hand to signal them to go in directly. Eric knew that there was no need to be polite with the little girl. He stuffed the book into his satchel, said goodbye, and pulled his luggage into the boarding gate. The huge Boeing jet left the ground with a roar, and it took a while for it to stabilize. In the first-class cabin, Eric unfastened his seat belt. Alan beside him also took out a schedule and introduced it to Eric. "After a transfer in London, we will arrive in Venice on September 2nd at 3 p.m. local time. Mr. Dammy and Ms. Madsen said that they will pick us up at Marco Polo Airport. We have a meeting with director John Landis in the evening. There are no events on the 3rd, so you can rest for a day to get over your jet lag. The red carpet for the opening ceremony of the film festival on the 4th, and the organizing committee invites you to the party after that. Our flight is on the 5th afternoon, and we will arrive in Los Angeles at 5 a.m. Eastern Time on the 6th. Eric, is there anything else you need to note? Eric listened patiently and shook his head. No, that's it. If possible, he had not planned to attend the Venice Film Festival. Although he had this plan, as his schedule became more and more tight, he did not want to attend. However, when the Venice Film Festival learned that he might appear, they took the initiative to send him an official invitation, hoping that he would attend the opening ceremony. Originally, Eric did not covet the award, so it was fine for Eric to postpone it. However, with the publicity strategy proposed by Michael Eisner, the film had hope of winning an award. In this case, Eric could not refuse. Because the invitation was personally signed by the chairman of the jury, Andrei Zemernov, and it was full of sincerity. If Eric didn't give the other party face, it would leave a bad impression in the other party's heart. Compared to the thousands of judges at the Oscars, the Venice Film Festival only had 9 judges. Everyone sat together to discuss the awards and decided to distribute them. Therefore, in order to avoid the tragedy of island horror going home empty-handed because of his personal reasons, Eric had to make a trip. Eric sighed helplessly and stopped thinking about these annoying things. He took out the book that Xianxia bought for him from his backpack. After taking a look, he couldn't help but chuckle. Walden. What kind of book did this girl buy? Who would read prose on the plane? Forget it, I'll just treat it as hypnosis. Eric opened the plastic wrap wrapped around the book and thought. After changing flights in London, Eric and Vera finally arrived at Marco Polo Airport in Venice after more than 2 hours of flight. Jonathan Dimey and Virginia were not the only ones who came to pick them up. There was also a middle-aged man named Bill Garlot and 2 assistants. After some introductions, Eric learned that Bill Garlot was the manager of Disney's European branch. Since Disney had obtained the distribution rights of Island Horror, Bill Garlot was sent to assist Jonathan Dimey in the promotion and public relations of the film. After exchanging greetings, Eric and the others boarded a yacht with their luggage. Instead of going to the main island of Venice, they went directly to Lido Island and checked into a boutique hotel. This hotel was very interesting. It was said that the reason why the Venice Film Festival was established was to solve the problem of the boutique hotel's autumn customers. Now, the boutique hotel had become a symbol of status during the Venice Film Festival. Only the film crews selected for the main competition unit and the specially invited crew could stay in this hotel. As one of the important guests of this film festival, Eric certainly had the right to stay, and his room was a luxury suite with a view of the sea. I really want to have a good sleep. After Jonathan, Bill, and the others left, Eric let out a long sigh and threw himself onto the bedroom wall, rolling a few times with all his might. Virginia, who was carefully packing Eric's luggage, chuckled. Was the flight tiring? I'm not tired, but I feel terrible. I even encountered turbulence in the Atlantic Ocean. At that time, I was really scared. That's the ocean. If I were lucky enough not to die after falling in, I'd probably be salted by the ocean. Eric kicked off his leather shoes and leaned comfortably on the bed. He turned his head and looked at the girl hanging his clothes in the wardrobe. At this time, Virginia was wearing a small, sleeveless white blouse with lace and tight white trousers. Looking from the side, this dress set off the girl's figure incisively and vividly. Eric seemed to have thought of something. He stood up and was about to move when Virginia stopped him. Eric, don't do this. They are waiting for us in the restaurant downstairs. Eric also knew that it was not the right time, so he had to give up his plan and whispered, "Come to my room tonight." This won't do. The woman could feel Eric's aura, but she still had to reject him. It won't be good if someone sees us. Wait until we get back to Los Angeles, then, okay? Okay, Eric was just suddenly interested. He quickly realized that the hotel was full of film crews from all over the world, as well as the judges of the film festival. If someone caught him and Virginia having a private meeting, it would indeed cause unpredictable consequences. Unwilling to give up, He raised his hand to hit the girl a few times before saying with a smile, "You look really good in this dress." The girl turned around and kissed Eric's cheek. She smiled and said, "Then I'll wear it often for you to see." Actually, Eric whispered into the girl's ear mysteriously, lowering his voice and whispering a few words. Virginia thought that Eric was going to say something important. She did not expect him to tease her. She rolled her eyes and knocked on Eric's shoulder. "Little rascal." Eric laughed a few times and picked up the jacket that the girl had just dropped on the ground. "Let me help you clean up. Don't let them wait too long." The two of them tidied up Eric's mind together before going downstairs to the restaurant. "Eric, this is John Landis's information. You'd better take a look at it before the meeting tonight." In the hotel restaurant, Eric, Jonathan, and the others sat around a table. Bill Garlot from Disney handed him a document. Eric already had a general understanding of John Landis's resume. However, he knew that the information given by Disney would definitely be more detailed. Therefore, he took the document and opened it in front of everyone. He asked casually, "What's the general situation about Island Horror?" Jonathan Dime and Bill Garlot looked at each other. In the end, Bill Garlot said, "We've already made sufficient preparations. We've even contacted a few of the judges this year. Although we didn't get any promises, a few of the judges have a good impression of Shock Island. At the same time, we have also contacted some local media. After the film festival starts, they will cooperate with public opinion publicity." "Okay." Eric nodded with satisfaction. In fact, for a film festival like Venice, this was enough for the public relations department. After thinking about it, Eric asked, "What about the awards? Which awards are you mainly doing the public relations activities for now?" Bill Garlot said, "There's definitely no hope for the Golden Lion. City of Sorrow is almost a foregone conclusion. Shock Island has no chance of winning the Golden Lion no matter what. Looking at the current situation, we have more hope for the Silver Lion and the Best Screenwriter. Since we've been nominated for the main competition, based on the usual practice of the Venice Film Festival, it's unlikely that we'll return empty-handed." After Bill finished speaking, Jonathan Dime and the others looked at Eric in unison. He was going to meet with one of the judges tonight, John Landis. They would definitely talk about this issue. John Landis had already agreed to help fight for Island Horror after being contacted by Disney. After all, he was an American, and he was not one of those stubborn old men who insisted on art. John Landis was a commercial director from the beginning to the end. As for this meeting, Eric didn't know who had proposed it first. Perhaps it was John Landis who was interested in him, or perhaps it was Jonathan Dime or Bill Garlot who had stirred things up. However, since it was good for Island Horror, Eric did not ask and agreed readily. Eric's choice in the meeting meant that John Landis would fight for Island Horror during the award judging. Moreover, based on the theme of Island Horror, even with the anti-war gimmick, the jury would only give it one award at most. Therefore, they could only fight for one of the two awards. From the bottom of his heart, Eric hoped to win a Best Screenplay award of his own. However, for the sake of the film's box office, he had to focus on the Silver Lion, which was relatively more influential. "Don't worry, I know what to do," said Eric, looking at the expectant faces. Everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. They were also worried that Eric would stubbornly choose the Best Screenplay award. After all, Eric had now achieved achievements in the box office that most people would never be able to achieve in their lifetime. Therefore, his desire for individual film awards would be stronger. If Island Horror won the Silver Lion, it would belong to the entire team. If he won the Best Screenplay award, it would definitely belong to Eric alone. "Eric, it's actually nothing. I think the Oscars are your real stage." As if to appease Eric, Bill Garlot said so. Jonathan Dime also nodded. Eric shrugged noncommittally. "Thank you, Bill. If only those stubborn old men at the Film Academy thought so too." They all laughed and talked about a few more things before parting ways. Eric returned to his room with the information about John Landis. This time, in order to avoid suspicion, Virginia didn't follow, and Alan stayed in another suite downstairs. There were still a few hours before night fell in Venice, and it was still morning in the eastern United States. Therefore, although he had spent more than 10 hours on the plane, Eric did not feel tired at all. After reading the information about John Landis, Eric stayed in his room until 7 o'clock in the evening. He changed his clothes and went out alone. The agreed place was in a restaurant near the boutique hotel. Eric did not need anyone to guide him, and he did not bring a female companion. Virginia was the heroine of island horror. Under such circumstances, if she was seen eating with the judges, it would definitely cause bad rumors. In comparison, Eric's identity was less of a concern. There were not many people who could recognize him here. John Landis was about 40 years old. He wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, a big nose, and a full beard. He looked like a standard Jew. Another Jew, Eric sighed in his heart. According to the information, John Landis and Steven Spielberg were good friends, and the two of them had made cameo appearances in each other's films. Moreover, John Landis was a director who became famous around the same time as Spielberg. In 1975, Spielberg became a top director in Hollywood with Jaws, and 3 years later, John Landis' Animal House earned more than $100 million at the box office. Coincidentally, both of them became famous at the age of 28. However, according to Eric's analysis, John Landis's career as a director began to decline in the 90s. Therefore, Eric did not have much of an impression of this director in his previous life. In the restaurant, John Landis ordered and watched with interest as Eric communicated with the blonde waitress who happened to speak English. After the waitress left with the menu, John Landis said, "Eric, you're very familiar with Italian food." Eric smiled and explained, "My father used to be an Italian chef." "Oh." John Landis nodded and did not continue the topic. Obviously, he was not completely ignorant of Eric and knew that Eric's father had passed away. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Eric and John Landis began to chat. Of course, the topic was still movies. The reason why I find it strange is not because of the variety of your movie styles, but because your movies with different styles have achieved box office success. That's the most difficult thing to understand. You know, I've tried all kinds of movies, but the few movies that did well at the box office were all satirical comedies. Even Steven has been trying to break through for so many years, but his most successful movies are only sci-fi movies like Jaws, E.T., and so on. Eric said, "That doesn't mean anything, John. Maybe I'm just lucky. I've only directed a few movies so far. When I make a few more, I'll definitely encounter failures. By then, I'll realize what I'm best at." John Landis listened to Eric's words and thought for a while. Suddenly, he shook his head and said, "It's different. You give me a very different feeling." "Eric, can you tell me where you learned how to make movies? I'm very curious. After all, at your age, even a simple movie like Home Alone wouldn't be easy to make. From the time I entered the industry to the time I made my first movie, it took me several years to accumulate experience." Of course, Eric couldn't say that he had accumulated it in his previous life. He could only say, "Actually, I was lucky. I wrote the script for Home Alone, and then I was lucky enough to find a very good team. I only needed to say what effect I wanted, and they helped me create it. If I hadn't met them, perhaps Home Alone would not have existed." John Landis did not doubt Eric's words. Normally, Eric's personal experience could only be attributed to his good luck. "I've watched Home Alone several times. That Stuart Runkle, right? The little guy is really good. If there's a chance." "Forget it, I'd better not." Eric knew why John Landis said this from the information he had read before. 7 years ago, when he was making a movie, several actors died because of an accident, including 2 underage actors. If there were no underage actors, it would have been a very simple accident on set. After all, many such accidents happened in Hollywood every year. However, because of the 2 children, he was dragged into a lawsuit for 6 years. It was not until last year that he completely got out of the lawsuit. Therefore, it was not difficult to understand why John Landis was afraid of the underage actors. "John, actually, you don't have to worry too much. That incident is in the past, isn't it? Moreover, it was really just a sad accident." John Landis took a sip of red wine and said in a low voice, "But they insisted that I was guilty of manslaughter. This is too much. I'm just a producer." I wasn't even present when the accident happened. I apologized to the public and made enough compensation, but some people just wouldn't let it go. It took me a full 6 years to get out of it. For a while, I even wanted to escape abroad like Roman Polanski. I don't want to go to jail. Eric remembered the incident mentioned in the information and gradually sensed something else from John Landis's tone. Whether or not Roman Polanski was set up, he deserved it. After all, he was caught red-handed violating minors. However, the incident with John Landis was full of conspiracy. Perhaps someone wanted to destroy him. If a competitor fell, a large portion of the box office would be freed up. After all, although John Landis was not as famous as Spielberg, 2 of his movies in the past few years had exceeded 100 million at the box office. Some of his other movies had also done well. Thinking of this, Eric could not help but feel a chill in his heart. John Landis was Jewish. There must be a whole circle of Jews in Hollywood who would support him. Such a person could be set up and dragged into a lawsuit for 6 years, let alone himself. He was now alone in Hollywood. If someone wanted to deal with him, it would be terrible. Quickly shaking the worry out of his mind, Eric knew that it was not the time to worry. He said to John Landis, "Don't think about these things anymore, John. It's all in the past, isn't it? You see, last year's trip to the United States was actually the most direct counterattack." When John Landis heard Eric mention his proud work, he smiled. Indeed, not long after A Trip to the United States was released, the incident was completely over. However, if it weren't for the success of A Trip to the United States, I don't know how long I would have been delayed. After this topic, John Landis also felt a sense of intimacy with Eric. "Eric, I've watched Island Horror several times. Whether it was the suspense setting or the final plot twist, it was amazing." In May, the Cannes Film Festival just selected the youngest Best Director. I believe that the Venice Film Festival will definitely not be too conservative. Hearing John Landis say this, Eric knew that John Landis might be inclined to help him lobby for the Best Screenplay award, so he quickly shook his head and said, "John, I'm only 19 years old now. I don't think too much about the honor. If I get recognized too early, I won't have much motivation to move forward in the future. What do you think?" John Landis was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly smiled and nodded. "I understand." Eric also smiled and raised his glass of wine. John Landis knew that Eric was thanking him. He also raised his glass and clinked it with Eric's. He said softly, "Don't worry, I'll try my best." Eric didn't answer. He drank the red wine in his glass in one gulp. Putting down the wine glass, Eric was about to talk to John Landis about other topics when he suddenly heard a familiar female voice not far behind him. She said faintly, "Haha, that fat man just now was so funny. He actually said that I looked like. Haha, he even said that he was a director. But you're too mean." Raising his eyebrows, Eric could not help but look at the source of the voice. The back of a woman with brown curly hair appeared in his sight. Eric smiled. He did not expect Julia to come to Venice. The woman sitting opposite her must be the second daughter of the Murdoch family, Elizabeth Murdoch. "Why, did you meet an acquaintance?" John Landis followed Eric's gaze, but he was not familiar with Julia. If they were face to face, he might recognize the woman, but he could not recognize her just by looking at her back. Eric nodded. "Two acquaintances, but they probably don't want me to go over and say hello. I'll just ignore them." John Landis looked at the two girls not far away and smiled ambiguously. "You always have to take the initiative when you're chasing girls. Sitting here won't bring any girls to you." After dinner, John Landis originally wanted to have coffee with Eric and talk about some other things. However, when he saw the two girls sitting not far behind Eric, John Landis took the initiative to considerately leave. When he left, he even winked at Eric and made a cheering gesture, which made Eric not know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that John Landis must have misunderstood, but there was no way to explain this kind of thing. Otherwise, it would only make things worse. After John left, Eric called the waiter. After paying the bill, he turned to look at Julia and Elizabeth, who were not far away. If he wanted to leave, he would definitely have to pass by the two girls. The possibility of not being recognized was almost zero. Thinking back to Julia's drunken nonsense that night, Eric felt a little helpless. He was now a little confused about Julia's situation. Did the girl really have feelings for him, or was it because of some mental illness that caused her to submit to him? However, one thing was certain. The girl clearly wanted to get rid of this feeling. Eric did not lack women, although he would try his best to keep the women he liked by his side. However, Julia was not the type he particularly liked, so he did not want to get involved with the girl. The waiter brought the change and receipt. Eric paid the tip, stood up, and walked directly to Julia's table. Since I can't avoid her, I'll just greet her. As Eric walked closer, Elizabeth was the first to notice him. The girl was stunned, but she calmly picked up her coffee to hide the surprised expression on her face. As such, Julia didn't notice the change in Elizabeth's expression. She continued to chatter softly, looking very excited. Although Julia was 3 years older than him, the girl had always been a little reserved when she was around him. It was rare for her to talk so much. Therefore, Eric was very curious about what the girl was talking about. He made a shushing gesture to Elizabeth, and Eric quietly walked behind Julia. The producer told me, Julia, we will be shooting in the studio the whole time. Even if it's a real scene, I can use a stunt double and comfortably finish the film. Also, if you are not satisfied with the script, you can edit it yourself. I was very excited when I heard that. They personally came to a small town in the south and came to me with such sincerity. They even offered me a high price of $5 million USD. I felt that I had never been so valued before. So I asked them to send the script over, but when I saw the name of the female lead, I couldn't stand it. Can you imagine, Liz? They actually named the female lead Vivian. My God, it's too obvious that they are following the trend. I suggested that the producer change the name first, but he said that the plot can be changed, but the name can't be changed. He also told me a lot of benefits. I remembered some of the things he told me about following the trend, so Listening to Julia's rapid speech, Eric, who was standing behind the girl, smiled faintly. Elizabeth, who was sitting opposite Julia, smiled and interrupted the girl's words. She asked the obvious, Julia, who is this you're talking about? Julia seemed to be a little thirsty. She took a few sips of juice and said, oh, you know. Although that guy is a bastard, many of the things he said are quite reasonable. Oh. Elizabeth raised her chin and glanced at Eric, who was standing behind the girl with his hands in his trouser pockets. So, you've completely gotten rid of that guy's shadow? Of course. Julia waved her small hand without hesitation and raised her voice slightly. I've already pulled that bastard's shadow out of his head, crumpled it into a ball, and flushed it down the toilet. Pfft, Elizabeth couldn't hold it in anymore. She covered her mouth in panic and threw herself on the table. She shrugged her shoulders and giggled. The surrounding diners couldn't help but look over when they heard the commotion. Of course, some people looked at Eric, who was behind Julia. If Julia still didn't feel anything strange, she would be a little retarded. Eric clearly saw that the girl's back involuntarily straightened a little. She seemed to want to turn her head, but her neck seemed to be rusty and stuck there. Hearing you say that really makes me sad, Eric shrugged and joked. He walked forward and sat down in the empty seat between the two girls. When Julia heard Eric's voice, her expression began to change rapidly. When Eric sat down next to her, the girl's fantasy was completely shattered. Her big eyes stayed on Eric's face for a few seconds. Suddenly, she shrank her neck and bent her waist, as if she wanted to curl into the chair to hide herself. She explained hesitantly, Eric, I didn't mean that. When Eric saw the girl's awkward look, he smiled and was about to joke with Julia a few more times. The girl squeaked a few times and suddenly stood up. I'll leave first. After saying that, the girl fled the restaurant in a panic. Eric watched Julia's back disappear speechlessly. He thought to himself, am I really that scary? He patted Elizabeth, who was still lying on the table, and said, hey, Liz, stop laughing. Be careful of the muscles on your face cramping. Only then did Elizabeth raise her head. Her face was red, and her shallow dimples were still hanging on her cheeks. She glanced across and asked, hey, where's Julia? Eric pursed his lips and said, isn't it because of your prank that Julia left in a fit of anger? Elizabeth glared at Eric and said, "How can you blame me? You were the one who told me not to make a sound. I was just curious. I wanted to hear what Julia was saying." "You were the one who led her to the pit, right?" Elizabeth turned her head and looked at the door. She couldn't find Julia's voice, so she could only say, "Okay, I'll apologize to her later. But in the end, it's still your fault. I took her around half the world. It wasn't easy for Julia to forget about you, but you just had to appear at this time." There was really no way to reason with an unreasonable woman. Eric thought helplessly. He could only change the topic and said, "Aren't you still in school? It's already September. School should start soon, right?" "I've already finished all the courses I need to study. The last year is to do my graduation thesis and social practice," Elizabeth said briefly. Elizabeth gave a simple introduction and said, "I've said before that my graduation thesis is about the analysis of several of your movies." "How about it, great director, can you provide me with some internal information?" Eric didn't agree. Instead, he asked, "You should have gotten a lot of information from Julia these days, right?" Elizabeth had a helpless expression. "I'm really curious about what happened between the two of you. Julia is so infatuated with you that she's hopelessly infatuated. Although she wants to bite you to death, she only says nice things. It doesn't feel real at all." "Maybe I've always been like this," Eric said with a smile. "That's impossible." Elizabeth shook her head firmly. Eric was puzzled. "Hey, Liz, are you studying me or my movies?" "Both." Elizabeth didn't hide anything. "I'm very interested in everything about you. I remember warning you." Before Eric could finish his sentence, Elizabeth was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She stared at Eric with her beautiful eyes and interrupted him. "Bah, busy." Okay. Eric spread his hands helplessly. "I've said my goodbyes. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Remember to bring Julia back to Los Angeles as soon as possible." Kapoor was so angry with Julia that his hair turned white. Elizabeth rolled her eyes at Eric. "Nonsense. Don't think I don't know that Julia's manager is bald and has white hair. I'm just making an analogy." Eric stood up nonchalantly. "Just remember it." When the woman saw that Eric was about to leave, she immediately grabbed his collar. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? Since we've met, let's sit down and chat. Tell me about your movie." Eric looked at the woman grabbing his collar tightly without caring about her image. He had no choice but to sit down again and say, "Liz, I'll teach you. Actually, what you need to do is reverse analysis of the known results. The method is very simple. You just have to praise it as much as you can. Just like the newspapers and media, list a lot of good points about the movie and exaggerate. I guarantee that you'll get an A in your thesis." After saying this, Eric remembered the antique appraisal programs he watched in his previous life. The experts didn't need to say the final results. They could tell whether an antique was real or fake just by listening to their words. It was very simple. If it was real, the experts would praise it as much as they could from the beginning. They would say that it was exquisite, the workmanship was exquisite, and so on. If it was fake, they would start to belittle it and pick on the flaws. Generally speaking, most of the time, they were just fooling laymen to watch the show. When Elizabeth heard Eric's perfunctory words, she rolled her eyes unhappily. "Hey, am I such a superficial person?" Eric raised his eyebrows and made a look that said, "Isn't that so?" The woman was so angry that she wanted to slam the table. I'm warning you. If you don't help, I'll kidnap Julia to a ranch in Australia. You won't be able to find her even if you want to shoot a movie." Hearing the woman's childish words, Eric couldn't help but laugh. "Do whatever you want. As long as Julia is willing." Eric didn't want to argue with Elizabeth anymore. He stood up and walked out of the restaurant. The woman quickly waved her hand and called the waiter to pay the bill. She then chased after him. After running out of the restaurant, Elizabeth found that Eric was nowhere to be seen. She could only return to her hotel in disappointment. "Julia, what are you doing?" When she returned to the hotel room, Elizabeth saw a suitcase lying in the middle of the bedroom. Julia was packing her clothes. Julia folded a small t-shirt and stuffed it into the suitcase. She raised her head and explained, I'm leaving. I think I should go back to Los Angeles. Elizabeth stomped her feet in disappointment. She reached out and pulled the flustered girl up and pressed her down on the chair. Look at you now. You're like a little beast that's in a hurry to escape after encountering a natural enemy. Julia's thoughts were exposed, and her eyes flashed a few times in a panic before she forced herself to focus and complained to Elizabeth, "It's all your fault. You clearly saw him behind me, but you didn't warn me. After I said those words, that guy will definitely want to teach me a lesson." Elizabeth couldn't help but laugh. Haha, how will he teach you a lesson? Stop fooling around, Julia. Those are all your imagination, okay? Julia couldn't help but shrink her neck. You don't understand, Liz. That guy is very bad. Elizabeth really couldn't understand Julia's behavior. She couldn't help but facepalm for a while before pulling the girl up. Come, follow me. Where are we going? Julia stood up with Elizabeth's help. We're going to find Eric Williams. Since you're worried, I'll help you clarify things in person and tell him not to harass you in the future. When the girl heard Elizabeth's words, she immediately slipped into the chair and refused to get up. Her small hands were still tightly gripping the armrest as she explained, He's never harassed me. Then tell me, what's wrong with you? I'm not too sure. Anyway, I'm just a little scared of him. Also, because of that drunkenness and today's incident, I don't dare to see him even more. Liz, don't worry about it, okay? Julia stammered. Although she and Elizabeth were already close friends, Julia didn't tell her the biggest secret in her heart. Currently, that secret was still only known to her and Eric. Moreover, she didn't know if her emotions were caused by Stockholm Syndrome. She had secretly read some related books, but the symptoms seemed different. Could it be a mutation? Elizabeth paced around the empty space in the bedroom in distress. Suddenly, she clapped her hands and said, Julia, don't you think so? The girl raised her head curiously. Elizabeth analyzed, perhaps, it's because you've had too little contact with him, and in the few short encounters you had with him, he appeared to be more dominant, so it created such an impression in your heart. Maybe. Julia nodded. She thought about it carefully, and that was more or less the case. Even when they were filming Pretty Woman, she didn't get to spend time alone with Eric more than a few times. In fact, from the moment they met until now, she had only been with him that one time. Although her impression of him was quite deep, it was only that one time. And then, other impressions. The first night they met, he looked down at her and said that he could send her to the top of Hollywood. When they were filming Wind and Moon, she took the initiative to give him a hint. He said, forget it, I have to hurry back. She used AL's invitation to test him, and he said lightly, go, don't delay tomorrow's filming. In the trailer, he raised his hand, and she actually felt a sense of anticipation in her heart. Then, he opened the car door with a crash. After Wind and Moon was a success, she went to look for him in a domineering manner. He scolded her, why are you so impatient? What do you want to do? The company assigned a chauffeur and bodyguard to her. She found it very novel and ran to him to show off, and he mocked her with his eyes. It was as if, from the beginning of everything, she had been standing in the dust and looking up at him, and he had been like a high and mighty god, unreachable. At the same time, he had blocked the sun and shrouded her in his shadow. When Elizabeth saw the girl in deep thought, she couldn't help but snap her fingers twice in Julia's ear. Ah? The girl suddenly woke up and looked at Elizabeth in confusion. Julia, don't you want to change the situation? How do I change it? Elizabeth said, it's very simple. Spend more time with him. I think Eric Williams isn't as scary as you think. Coincidentally, he's in Venice, and he's not busy with the movie. You can spend more time with him and get to know him better. Maybe you won't be afraid of him anymore. With some faint expectations in her heart, Julia finally looked up. Is this really okay? How do you know if you don't try? Elizabeth saw that Julia was a little hesitant, so she quickly took the opportunity to pull the girl up. Let's go, we'll go find him now. Wait, I think I'd better change my clothes, Julia said as she struggled to get up. Elizabeth looked at Julia's loose pink sleeveless t-shirt and jeans, shook her head, and said, "This is fine. Besides, it's already past 9 o'clock in the evening. You'll have to take it off later." "Why bother?" After that, Elizabeth dragged Julia out of the room. Eric had just taken a shower and changed into simple clothes. He turned on the TV and flipped through it a few times. Although the hotel had cable TV signals from several major North American television stations, there weren't any good programs. He couldn't understand the local TV stations, so he turned it off and picked up the Walden book that Drew bought for him before he boarded the plane. As a middle-aged man whose mental age was more than 40 years old, it was difficult for him to calm down due to the entanglement of worldly affairs. Eric couldn't bear to read this kind of prose anthology. He only flipped through it once on the plane, and in the end, he was unknowingly hypnotized to sleep. Now that he was reading it again, he didn't find it interesting, and he began to feel sleepy. Just as he was about to sleep, the phone in the room rang. When he picked it up, he heard that it was a call from the hotel's front desk, saying that someone was looking for him. "Come in. It's so late, what are you doing here?" Eric asked casually as he invited the two girls into the room. Elizabeth didn't care about Julia, who was a little nervous behind her. She walked around the spacious living room a few times, picked up the book that Eric put on the coffee table, and looked up. "Oh, I didn't expect you to like this book too." Eric poured 2 glasses of juice for the two girls. When he heard Elizabeth's question, he casually replied, "I don't like it." When Elizabeth heard Eric's answer, she glared at him and said, "You are really ungentlemanly." "What does this have to do with being gentlemanly?" Eric opened a can of beer and sat down on the sofa. "Am I supposed to go along with what you said, say that I like this book, and then have a long talk with you about the philosophy of life conveyed in the book, and regret that we didn't meet sooner? Isn't that usually the case?" Elizabeth raised her head and asked matter-of-factly. Eric smiled and said, "You must have encountered this kind of thing a lot when you were in school, right?" Elizabeth nodded honestly. Julia, who was holding her juice cautiously, couldn't help but chuckle. She had entered society after graduating from high school. Although she didn't have Elizabeth's high IQ and education, she was much more knowledgeable in interpersonal relationships than Elizabeth, who had been well protected since she was young. She understood certain things after thinking about it for a while. Eric also laughed. He looked at Elizabeth's puzzled gaze and explained, "With your identity as the second daughter of the News Corporation, if a man wants to get close to you, he definitely can't do it physically. He can only do it on a spiritual level. So, silly girl, most of the time, when you encounter this kind of thing, it's men who want to hit on you." This was the first time Elizabeth had been exposed. She thought about how she did feel attracted by this kind of thing before. She couldn't help but open her mouth slightly and look stunned. Eric took a sip of beer and leaned on the sofa with a sigh. He said, "Speaking of which, I often used such a low-cost method to hit on girls in my previous life." Bah. Although Elizabeth knew that Eric was probably telling the truth, she still spat at Eric and said, "Do you think all men are as dirty as you? For most men, becoming the son-in-law of the Murdoch family can save them 30 years of hard work. So what if they're dirty?" Elizabeth retorted, These are all your conjectures. You know whether they're conjectures or not." Eric had no intention of arguing with the girl. "By the way, why are you looking for me so late at night?" When Julia heard this question, she straightened her back slightly. She would always do this when she was nervous. Elizabeth said generously, "Since you're in Venice, let's go have some fun together. How about tomorrow?" Eric thought about the schedule and nodded. "No problem. I happen to be free tomorrow." Elizabeth originally thought that it would take some persuasion to invite Eric, but she didn't expect him to agree so easily. It was already late at night in Venice, and it wasn't appropriate for the two women to stay in a man's room for too long. After chatting for a while, she got up and left with Julia, who hadn't said much since the beginning. The next day, Andrei Smirnov, the chairman of the jury, invited Eric to have breakfast with him early in the morning. Although they needed the help of a translator to communicate, the two of them still chatted happily. They chatted in the restaurant of the boutique hotel until 9 o'clock before Andrei Smirnov had to leave reluctantly because of work. Eric brought Ellen to the agreed dock and discovered that Julia and Elizabeth had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Eric appeared, Elizabeth complained unhappily, "Hey, Eric, you're really not punctual. How could you make the two girls wait for so long? I still have things to do." "I'm not as free as you two young ladies," Eric explained and asked Ellen to rent a boat. They were going to the main island of Venice today. After finding a speedboat, Elizabeth pulled Julia into the cabin, but she drove away Ellen, who was acting as the translator, on the grounds that she also knew Italian. After taking the speedboat to the main island, the three of them changed to a gondola and wandered along the Grand Canal. The morning sun shone warmly on them. Eric, in casual clothes, leaned on the chair in the gondola and looked at the surrounding architectural mirrors with great interest. From time to time, he raised the camera in front of him to take a few photos. Elizabeth, sitting on the other side, chatted loudly in Italian with a ferryman in his 50s named Loviso, who was standing at the bow. The two of them laughed heartily from time to time. "Hey, Julia, why aren't you talking? Are you not feeling well?" Eric pressed the shutter a few times at an arch bridge, only to find that the girl sitting next to him had been quiet. This gondola only had one seat, so the three of them were squeezed together. Eric was on the right, Elizabeth was on the left, and Julia was in the middle. The two girls were slim, and Eric was not fat, so the seats were not too crowded with three people. Julia raised her head and saw Eric's concerned eyes. She quickly said, "No, no." "Oh." Eric thought for a moment and did not know what to say. Just as he was about to raise the camera to take more photos, the girl spoke first. Her voice was a little low. "Eric, when are you going back to Los Angeles?" "September 5th, the day after tomorrow." The girl raised her head and looked at Eric. She curiously asked, "Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you going to stay in Venice for a few more days?" Eric raised the camera and captured the silhouette of a seabird flying across the water. He casually explained, "I want to rest for a while, but I have to shoot 2 movies in the next 2 months. Time is tight." The young woman nodded and gently lowered her head. "By the way, Julia, when do you plan to go back?" Julia hesitated for a moment before saying, "Originally, Liz said she wanted to take me to Australia. Her family has a lot of ranches there, but I don't plan to go. It's time to go back. Steel Magnolias is scheduled to be released in November. It's about time you cooperate with the promotion. Also, you need to choose the script for next year's movie." Julia looked at Eric with a complicated gaze. After a moment, she said, "You." Eric lowered his head and took out the finished film from the camera and put it away. He changed to a new roll of film and looked up at Julia's expression. He quickly understood what the girl was thinking and said with a smile, "I won't interfere with your movie next year. You can try to choose for yourself. Of course, it's best if you listen to Kapoor's opinion." This year, he had selected 2 blockbuster movies for the girl. This had already sent Julia to the peak in a short period of time. Although Eric could let the girl maintain this peak, Eric felt that it was better to let the girl experience some ups and downs based on Julia's personality. Moreover, he wouldn't work as hard as he did this year to make movies next year. If he continued to make movies crazily and every movie was a blockbuster, the moguls who had split too many benefits couldn't take it anymore. It wasn't impossible for them to hire someone to kill him. He planned to focus on a plan that was crucial to his future movie career next year. When Eric was rudely interfering with her movie selection, Julia was always thinking about how to escape from this guy's control. But now, when she suddenly heard that Eric wasn't going to care about her anymore, Julia felt a sense of emptiness. "Hey, look. It's the Bridge of Sighs." Just as the two of them were thinking about their own matters, Elizabeth suddenly shouted in English. Eric looked up in the direction Elizabeth was pointing. In a narrow water alley, there was a completely sealed white stone arch bridge that looked like a loft. The boatman named Loviso smiled as he waved the oars and rowed the gondola into the water alley. Bridge of Sighs. What a beautiful name. Julia, do you know about the legend of the Bridge of Sighs? Elizabeth sighed with emotion like an artistic youth before turning to ask Julia. Julia shook her head in confusion. She really didn't know. It wasn't like the era of extremely advanced information 10 or 20 years later, where everything could be found by clicking on a web page and typing a few words. Seeing Julia shake her head, Elizabeth proudly waved her little hand and explained, "Look, this kind of arch bridge connects two buildings. This side is the Doge's palace in Venice, and this side is the prison for felons. It is said that after the trial in the Doge's palace, the prisoners who were sent to this prison rarely came out alive. Therefore, the prisoners who cross this bridge will always sigh with regret, and thus, the name of the Bridge of Sighs." Eric took a few photos, put down the camera, and said with a smile, "After hearing what you said, I think it's more appropriate to rename this bridge to Hell's Gate. If this bridge had a life, after being blessed by the sighs of so many felons, its heart would definitely be filled with all kinds of violent emotions. In the movies, it would be the typical villain who felt that the whole world had let him down, and would commit all kinds of crimes against humanity and society." Elizabeth's excited movements paused for a moment. She actually felt that Eric's words made sense. However, the girl soon rolled her eyes at Eric. "Hey, can you stop being such a killjoy? I'm just telling the truth." Elizabeth turned her head angrily, intending to ignore this detestable guy. She held Julia's arm and whispered to her. The gondola slowly drifted under the Bridge of Sighs. The boatman standing at the stern raised his voice slightly and said a few words in Italian to the three of them. Both Eric and Julia looked at Elizabeth in confusion. The girl raised her chin a little smugly and translated. "Mr. Loviso said that if couples kiss under the Bridge of Sighs, they can obtain everlasting love." When Julia heard this, she secretly glanced at Eric, but it was just a glance, and she lowered her eyes guiltily. Elizabeth, on the other hand, couldn't help but stand up slightly, her eyes darting between Eric and Julia, eager to give it a try. Seeing Elizabeth's expression, Eric playfully put his hands in front of him and said sternly, "Don't even think about it. I'll never kiss you. Get lost. Even if this bridge collapses, I won't kiss you, bad guy." Elizabeth retorted with one hand on her waist, not to be outdone. After that, she rolled her big eyes, and under Eric's astonished gaze, she hugged the defenseless Julia and leaned over to kiss her. Although the boatman named Loviso, who was standing at the stern of the boat, was in his 50s and had white hair and beard, it was clearly the first time he had seen the two girls kissing under the Bridge of Sighs. He was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter and gave Elizabeth and Julia a thumbs up. At the same time, he winked at Eric gloatingly and said a few words loudly. Although Eric couldn't understand, he could guess that the old man was gloating. The other party must have thought that he was trying to date one of the girls but was robbed by the other. He could only grin awkwardly, unable to explain due to the language barrier. However, the scene of the two girls kissing under the Bridge of Sighs was quite beautiful. After Eric laughed, he couldn't help but raise his camera and snap a few times to save the image. Julia's eyes widened as she felt Elizabeth hug her waist and kiss her. She was stunned for more than half a minute. Only when she heard the shutter of Eric's camera did she come back to her senses. She pushed away the girl hugging her in a fluster and protested at a loss, "Liz, how can you do this?" When Elizabeth saw Julia's blushing coquettishly, she couldn't help but hug the girl's waist and kiss Julia's cheek. Then she raised her head and said to Eric overbearingly, "Eric, Julia is mine from now on. You're not allowed to bully her anymore." Before Eric could answer, Julia became unhappy. "Liz, what nonsense are you talking about?" As Julia spoke, she reached out and pinched Elizabeth's waist. Elizabeth screamed and fought back. The two of them were in a mess for a moment, and the small gondola shook because of the two girls' nonsense. The old boatman, Loviso, was so frightened that he hurriedly shouted for them to stop. Only then did Julia and Elizabeth stop. The three of them spent the entire morning strolling along the Grand Canal. After lunch, Eric asked the local guide and took a water bus to a relatively famous mask shop in Venice. "I don't like these things." That was the first thing Elizabeth said as she walked into the shop and looked at the various masks hanging on the walls. Some were plain and some were gorgeous. "Why?" Eric took off a golden mask without a mouth and asked admiringly. Elizabeth, who was beside Eric, said, "I've seen the introduction. It said that these masks were originally worn by nobles and fugitives. They symbolize disguise and pretense. Oh, do you think that without these, people wouldn't wear masks when interacting with each other?" Eric replied casually. He put down the simple Bao Ta mask and took out a white ghost mask with golden patterns. He pulled Julia over and put it on the girl's face before looking around. When Elizabeth heard Eric's words, she was stunned for a moment. She couldn't help but retort, of course there is, but at least it won't be so obvious. You're just struggling with the question of whether it's true or false. Actually, it's hard to say. You see, I'm not wearing a mask, but in fact, I'm wearing one. In order not to be seen through, I won't tell others whether I'm wearing a mask or not. But if someone really puts on these masks, you'll be able to tell at a glance. Oh, that guy is wearing a mask. When they're serious, those who wear masks on their faces are more honest, while those who wear masks behind their smiles are more hypocritical. Elizabeth carefully pondered over Eric's words. Although she couldn't help but agree with what he said, her little mouth was still unforgiving. You're just changing the concept. Think whatever you want. Eric waved at the shop owner who was waiting by the side. Excuse me, do you speak English? Of course. The shop owner, who was in his 40s and had a small mustache, nodded and asked in fluent English, Sir, which one do you like? Eric looked around and said, I want to buy the full set, including the hat and cloak. But I don't think I've seen those? Follow me. The shop owner nodded and directly led Eric to a room next to him. Here, please feel free to do as you please. As the shop owner spoke, he didn't introduce them too eagerly. He took the initiative to leave the room and return to the back of the counter. Eric didn't mind. In fact, he preferred to be able to choose the goods on his own. He took out the hat, cloak, folding fan, and other small items and dressed Julia as a mannequin. Hey, you're so rude. You didn't even ask if Julia was willing to be manipulated by you. Elizabeth jumped out to express her dissatisfaction. The masked Julia quickly shook her head. It's okay. Eric proudly raised his chin at Elizabeth. The girl was so angry that she stomped her feet. She glared at Julia, who didn't take a stand, and thought to herself, serves you right for being bullied. A moment later, after Eric's disguise, Julia was completely covered under the mask and cloak. The white wide-brimmed hat was decorated with purple feathers, and below it was a purple cloak embroidered with gorgeous golden patterns. A lavender scarf was wrapped around her neck, and she was wearing black long-sleeved gloves and holding a purple silk folding fan in her hand. How is it? Eric asked as he pulled Julia to the fitting room. Very, very beautiful. Julia nodded as she looked at herself in the mirror through the mask. Elizabeth also came over. Although her eyes were obviously moved, she still asked, why is it purple? Purple represents mystery. Don't you think it matches the style of the mask? I still think white is prettier. Elizabeth pointed at a white cloak hanging on the shelf. Eric smiled and said, then let's get a white set together later. After that, Eric instructed Julia to take off the mask and cloak and let the shop owner help wrap it up. Then, Eric spent another hour collecting several other sets of different styles. Elizabeth helped take off a hat and handed it to Eric. She asked, why did you buy so many? Eric replied, as a gift. Since I'm in Venice, I have to bring some gifts back. Elizabeth smirked and said, for a woman, right? Eric smiled noncommittally. Seeing Eric's tacit expression, Elizabeth's movements paused for a moment. Then, she scolded in disdain, what a playboy. When Julia, who was sandwiched in the middle and wearing the mask, heard the conversation between Eric and Elizabeth, her originally excited eyes dimmed. After collecting 5 sets, Eric walked up to pay the bill. After asking what kind of currency to pay, the shop owner calculated and looked up with a smile. It's a total of $2,200. I'll just charge you $2,000. Eric, who had already taken out his wallet, looked at the shop owner in confusion. The shop owner took the initiative to explain, I really liked what you said about the mask when you first entered the shop, so I'll give you a discount. Eric smiled and said, thank you. After walking out of the shop with a few bags, Eric stuffed a bag into Julia's hands and looked at the other bag to confirm before handing it to Elizabeth. I don't want to help you carry things. Elizabeth quickly put her little hands in her jeans pocket and raised her chin proudly. Don't you like this white set? This is for you. Do you want it? If not, I'll give it to Julia. It'll be a waste if you don't want it. Elizabeth immediately snatched it. Eric took the lead and walked to the water bus station with the remaining 3 bags. Elizabeth, who was following closely behind, went up to Julia and asked, "Julia, what's yours like?" Although Eric did not say it explicitly, Julia already knew that the set in her hands was a gift from Eric. She opened it and took a look, then hugged it in her arms and said to Elizabeth, "It's the purple set from the beginning." Elizabeth pouted and said unhappily, "Why are you hugging it so tightly? It's not like I'm going to snatch it from you." Julia quickly walked over to Eric, ignoring Elizabeth's teasing. Elizabeth had no choice but to speed up and catch up. "Eric, will you still come out to play tomorrow?" Elizabeth took the initiative to ask while sitting on the boat. Julia also raised her head and looked at Eric expectantly. Eric shook his head and said, "I'm afraid I won't have time for the opening ceremony tomorrow." "Then, when can you find time to tell me about your movie? I can earn hundreds of thousands every minute." Eric pretended to look troubled, but the girl pinched his arm rudely. After Elizabeth pinched him, Eric and Julia were slightly stunned. They both looked at Eric's arm. Eric was only wearing a black sleeveless t-shirt, so there were faint pinch marks on his arm. This was not the main point of the matter. The main point was, this kind of intimate and coquettish action was usually only done between couples. However, Elizabeth obviously did not realize this. When she saw their expressions, she said angrily, "What's wrong? He deserves it. All he knows is how to make money all day long. What a vulgar guy." After the girl finished speaking, she angrily turned her head to the side, as if she did not want to talk to Eric anymore. Julia, who was originally a little jealous, saw Eric's slightly awkward expression, and she also lowered her head. There was a mysterious smile on her lips. "Ayaya, my legs are so sore." When they returned to the Lido Island Hotel, Elizabeth put down the bag that Eric gave her and pounced directly on the sofa. She turned her head and said to Julia, who came in later, "Julia, can you help me massage my legs? I'll help you later. Otherwise, my legs will definitely hurt tomorrow." "Okay." Julia sat down on the other end of the sofa. She lifted Elizabeth's legs and placed them on her thighs. She then gently rubbed them. Elizabeth moaned a few times comfortably and muttered, "No, I have to think of a way to get that guy to spare some time for me. I don't want to carelessly deal with the thesis." Julia rubbed Elizabeth's legs and thought for a while before saying, "Liz, you've been bickering with Eric all day long. Have you thought of a possibility?" Elizabeth snorted in confusion without turning her head. Julia smiled and said, "If you watch movies or TV series often, you will realize that there is a kind of couple called quarrelsome lovers." Elizabeth's little head turned a little, then she jumped up from the sofa. She stepped on the sofa and waved her arms wildly, "Impossible." In her daze, Julia seemed to hear a sound coming from the living room. She hugged her pillow and turned over, wanting to continue sleeping. However, after turning over, the sound seemed to become clearer. The girl opened her eyes reluctantly after a while. A faint light shone through the curtains. She turned on the light and looked at her wristwatch that was set to Venice's local time. It was past 5 in the morning. She lifted the blanket, put on her slippers, and grabbed her hair as she walked to the living room. Only then did she see the situation clearly. The lights in the living room weren't turned on, and the curtains leading to the balcony were tightly drawn. Only the flickering light of the television made a slight sound. Elizabeth hugged a pillow and sat cross-legged on the sofa with a bag of potato chips in her hand. She was staring at the television intently. At the same time, her small mouth was making light crunching sounds. In the dim light, she looked like a mouse that came out to steal food in the middle of the night. "Liz, what's wrong with you? You're up so early." Julia walked to Elizabeth's side and sat down. She pulled a blanket from the sofa and wrapped it around her body. Elizabeth swallowed the snack in her mouth and said softly, "I didn't sleep at all. I can't sleep." Julia leaned toward Elizabeth and asked in confusion, "Insomnia? Why?" After saying this, Julia suddenly remembered. "Could it be because of what I said last night? I was just joking." "Did you take it seriously?" Elizabeth stammered a few times before whispering into Julia's ear, "Julia, do you think that bastard has been secretly seducing me?" Julia heard Elizabeth's words and blinked quickly a few times. Then, she burst out laughing. Liz, you didn't sleep the entire night because you were thinking about these things? In the dim light, Elizabeth's face turned red from Julia's laughter. She scratched the girl a few times in dissatisfaction before saying, "How can you be like this? I'm asking you this question very seriously." After laughing, Julia was about to reply, but when she saw Elizabeth's expression, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Hey, I'm angry." Elizabeth was about to jump up, but Julia hurriedly held her down and shook her head. "Impossible, you don't know that guy at all." When Elizabeth saw that Julia was no longer laughing, she steadied herself. When she heard Julia's answer, she asked unhappily, "Do you understand?" "I don't know much about him." Julia shook her head and said, "But I do know one thing." "Huh?" Elizabeth grabbed Julia's arm. "Hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense." Julia stared at Elizabeth's beautiful face. Although she hadn't slept the whole night, there wasn't the slightest hint of tiredness on her young face. When it comes to women, he has always been rude and unreasonable. If he wants a woman, he won't bother to use any roundabout methods. He's more likely to drag you into the room and press you directly on the wound. As the girl spoke, she couldn't help but think of that night. That guy's imposing manner made it hard for people to refuse. She didn't know why, but she felt a slight warmth in her heart. Elizabeth opened her mouth slightly and said, "He wouldn't dare to do that to me. Otherwise, my father wouldn't let him off." "Maybe," Julia said softly in the dim light. But in her heart, Julia didn't think much of Elizabeth's confidence. With Eric's current wealth and status, if he really got this girl, maybe old Murdoch would be happy to hear about it. For News Corporation, which was still in the development stage in the television and film circles, Eric was the most suitable marriage partner. Elizabeth didn't hear the strange tone in Julia's voice and said, "So, he's not interested in me, right?" "Of course." Julia nodded with a smile. Elizabeth breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had finally let go of the matter that had been weighing on her mind all night. However, after a moment, the girl suddenly muttered in dissatisfaction, "How can he not be interested in me? Am I not beautiful enough?" "Ha ha ha." Julia burst out laughing again. Elizabeth also immediately realized her slip of the tongue. When she saw Julia laughing beside her, she angrily reached out her small hand to grab the girl. Don't scratch me," Julia quickly begged for mercy. She took a few deep breaths and said, "I suddenly remembered something that guy once told me." Without waiting for Elizabeth to react, Julia continued, "He said that women are very troublesome creatures. When you get close to her, she will mock you and speak rudely. When you stay away from her, she will complain about you. This sentence is really too apt to describe you, hee hee." Seeing that Elizabeth was about to go crazy again, Julia hurriedly stopped the lady's actions. "Okay, stop, Liz, it's not dawn yet. You should sleep for a while. Otherwise, you'll be listless for the whole day." "Ugh. I'm going to sleep." Elizabeth immediately grabbed Julia, who was about to get up, and said, "No, you can't leave me alone." Julia was pulled back to the sofa by Elizabeth and said helplessly, "Then what do you want? Why don't we go out for a run? Anyway, it's already dawn outside." Julia immediately shook her head. "It's too early now. There aren't many people on the road. Who knows how public security is here? Italy is the birthplace of the mafia. Maybe you'll be put in a sack as you run. Then, you'll be in trouble." Although Julia was joking, Elizabeth was still frightened by the thought of certain scenes. "Then, let's watch TV. I can't sleep anyway." After saying that, the woman eagerly stuffed the remote control into Julia's hand. Okay, you're really like a child." Julia helplessly took the remote control. At this time, an Italian soap opera was playing on the TV. Julia couldn't understand it, so she pressed the button to change the channel. After changing several channels in a row, finally, the sound of canned laughter came from the TV. Julia temporarily stopped changing the channel. After listening to a few lines of dialogue, Elizabeth immediately said, "It's my family's TV station. It's a sitcom. That's it. You can understand it." Julia also recognized the Fox TV station logo, so she put down the remote control. The TV scene was in a coffee shop. A few protagonists were discussing the issue of a male lead named Ross's wife inexplicably becoming a lesbian. After a few witty lines, Julia and Elizabeth were attracted by the plot. Then, the female lead named Phoebe's action of grabbing bad luck from the head of the dispirited Ross made the two girls laugh. "Seriously, it's too funny. Why didn't I know there was such a sitcom?" Elizabeth said as she slapped her thigh. Julia was also laughing, but she quickly reacted and said, "It should be about 8 o'clock in the evening in the Eastern Time. This should be a new TV series. Otherwise, we would have definitely heard of such an interesting sitcom." Elizabeth nodded in agreement. "Yes, remember the name later. I'll keep watching it in the future." As the two were talking, Ross said to his sister, Monica, on the TV, "I don't want to be single. I just want to get married again." As soon as he said that, the sound of footsteps could be heard. The door of the coffee shop was pushed open, and a wet bride in a wedding dress barged in. Everyone looked at Ross and the bride in surprise. Then, Chandler waved his hand expectantly at the door and said loudly, "I just want $1 million. This time, of course, his wish did not come true. Chandler waved his hand a few times and stuck out his tongue awkwardly. "Ha ha ha, it's so funny." Elizabeth, who was on the sofa, saw this scene and almost bent over in laughter. She raised her head again and inadvertently glanced at Julia next to her. However, she saw the girl's dumbfounded expression. "Hey, Julia, what's wrong with you?" Elizabeth reached out and poked Julia's waist. Julia pointed at the TV screen. "Look, that bride in the wedding dress is Jennifer Aniston." Elizabeth didn't react. She looked at where Julia was pointing and nodded. "She's a very beautiful girl." "What's wrong? You still don't remember, Liz?" Julia continued, "Jennifer Aniston. She's that guy's girlfriend. That means, this TV series is the one that the media has been promoting a while ago. It's the one that he personally directed." Elizabeth's mouth suddenly opened slightly. She recalled a few scenes in Dark War. There was indeed a scene that matched the coffee shop in the TV screen. "Friends?" Julia nodded slightly. She was still very concerned about Eric's news. Therefore, when Eric's TV series started promoting, she knew his name. Elizabeth and Julia looked at each other for a while before they pouted in dissatisfaction. "Why is he everywhere?" The corners of Julia's mouth curled up into a smile. She thought for a moment and said, It seems like today is the premiere of Friends." Because of certain emotions in the hearts of the two girls, although the corners of their mouths twitched from time to time, they did not laugh as loudly as they did at the beginning. However, their eyes never left the TV screen. Even when there were commercials in the middle of the episode, the two of them did not walk away. At the end of the second episode, Jennifer Aniston's character, Rachel, called her bridesmaid and wished that the child she had with her ex-fiancé would grow an ugly rosacea nose and bald head like its parents. Elizabeth spoke again. "This woman is so cheap. I don't like her." Julia didn't know how to respond to Elizabeth's words. Although the girl's tone was indifferent, as if she was just evaluating the characters in the show, Julia could hear a hint of jealousy in her voice. In fact, how could Julia not be a little jealous herself? Although she had only watched 2 episodes, she could tell that with the quality of Friends, this TV series would definitely be a hit. Jennifer Aniston's character, Rachel, would definitely be the most popular among the 6 people. The impact of this TV series would definitely be greater than that of a popular movie. Eric is so good to me, Julia thought in her heart. She felt a little sad and self-pitying. That guy is so good to his girlfriend, why can't he be more gentle and considerate to me? If he treats me like that too, then, the TV had already started to play the commercials. By the time the two of them reacted, the sky was already bright. Julia stood up and stretched. She hurriedly washed up and walked out of the bathroom. "Liz, do you want to go to the restaurant downstairs for breakfast?" Elizabeth shook her head. "I'm a little tired. I don't feel like going out." "Julia, can you bring me a fruit salad?" Julia nodded. She put on her clothes and walked out of the hotel. In the room, Elizabeth stared at the TV screen for a while. Finally, she stood up and picked up the phone. She recalled for a while and skillfully dialed a series of numbers based on her memory. A few minutes later, Julia returned to the room with 2 packed breakfasts. When she saw Elizabeth put down the phone, she asked casually, "Who were you calling?" "New York," Elizabeth replied. Seeing that Julia didn't seem interested, the girl walked to the sofa and sat down. She said, "I just called Fox headquarters in New York. The ratings for Friends are out." Julia opened the 2 boxes of salad and pushed one to Elizabeth. She then stood up and went to the fridge to get 2 cartons of milk. Hearing Elizabeth's words, Julia said indifferently, "Why are you asking about this? The ratings for a TV series written by Eric will definitely not be low. Maybe it will reach 20 million viewers when it airs." 31. 7 million. Elizabeth said softly. Her voice was a little hoarse, as if something was stuck in her throat. She studied media. Compared to laymen, she could understand the meaning of this number better. "Oh." Julia dropped the milk into the glass and responded casually. Then, she suddenly raised her head and asked with widened eyes, "How much did you just say?" Elizabeth pulled the fruit salad in front of her and said with her head lowered, "The average viewership of the 2 episodes is 31.7 million, and the highest viewership is 35 million. It's really incredible. Oh my God." Julia took a few sips of milk to suppress the shock in her heart. Could it be a mistake? How could there be a mistake? The TV station headquarters have gone crazy. He was indeed crazy. After Fox released the viewership ratings for the first 2 episodes of Friends, even though it was already late at night, the news spread like wildfire throughout the film and television industry within an hour. Countless newspapers began to rewrite their articles and countless phones rang. Many people who were already asleep were woken up. In this era, the main means of audiovisual entertainment for people were movies and television. Therefore, viewership ratings of more than 30 million people were not rare. However, to achieve this result, it was either an important ceremony or competition, or a major plot twist or finale of a popular TV series that had accumulated popularity for several years. A TV series that had just started broadcasting and had already achieved such amazing results was something that had never happened before. More importantly, Fox was a TV station that had just developed for less than 10 years. Although it was already ranked 4th in North America, it was still a far cry from the top 3 TV stations. It was even more difficult to achieve such results. Before Friends, Fox's highest viewership rating record was an interview with Michael Jackson, and that only had 19 million viewers. Once Friends was released, it directly increased Fox's highest viewership rating record by more than 10 million. As the person who caused all of this, Eric was woken up early in the morning by the incessant ringing of the phone in his room. It was not even 7 o'clock yet. The first call was from Barry Diller himself. Barry Diller told him about the viewership ratings of Friends and expressed his congratulations. Then, he hoped that Eric could return to the United States as soon as possible. The chairman of News Corporation, Rupert Murdoch, would arrive in Los Angeles in 2 days and wanted to meet Eric in person. After chatting for more than 10 minutes, Barry Diller repeatedly urged Eric to return to Los Angeles as soon as possible before reluctantly hanging up the phone. Eric put down the phone. Before he had time to carefully think about the news that Barry Diller brought, the phone rang. The second was Jeffrey, then the third, the fourth, the fifth. For the next 2 hours, Eric spent his time repeatedly answering the phone. Both of his ears were slightly itchy because of the long-term stimulation. It was not until 9 o'clock in the morning that Eric finally couldn't stand it anymore and pulled out the phone line. The whole world was quiet. Anyway, most of the more important people had already called, and it didn't matter if the rest of them answered or not. Moreover, many people called with ulterior motives. Except for Jennifer Aniston, who called in a hurry and sincerely congratulated him, many others called for the broadcast rights of Friends. For the sake of insurance, Fox only booked the first season of Friends. This was no secret. Now, Friends had achieved such amazing results even though it had just started broadcasting. Even if the ratings would fluctuate greatly in the future, with a viewership of more than 30 million viewers, the ratings in the future would not be that bad. Under such circumstances, if the other 3 major television stations in North America were indifferent to Friends, then there was no need. For the person at the helm of the television station to continue sitting in that position. These people were indeed resourceful. In just a few hours, they found representatives to express their intentions to Eric. NBC even found 3 lobbyists, John Jennifer Aniston, James Brooks, and Robert Shea. Except for John Jennifer Aniston, who originally worked for NBC, Eric couldn't figure out how the other 2 got in touch with NBC. It seemed that James Brooks was a famous producer who maintained a close relationship with Fox. Weren't they afraid of being found out? Robert Shea's actions made Eric even more confused. As for the results of Friends, it wasn't that Eric didn't have his own estimates. Because Dark Battle was still in theaters, the 3 episodes of Friends that were aired during this period of time had aroused strong curiosity from the public. In addition, Eric had personally written the script and directed the first 2 episodes himself, as well as Fox's relentless promotion. Eric had previously estimated that the premiere viewership of Friends would definitely be in the 20 million range. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the series of hype he had put into this series. However, when the viewership of more than 3,000 came out, Eric was greatly surprised. For the viewership of an American TV series, 10 million to 20 million viewers was a very easy quantitative change. As long as it was a popular TV series, the viewership would fluctuate with the plot and reach 20 million viewers from time to time. However, the jump from 20 million to 30 million viewership ratings was a very difficult qualitative change. Only a very small number of popular American TV series could achieve such amazing results once or twice at a certain stage after accumulating popularity for several years. Now, Friends was just the beginning, and it had already created a miracle. This was enough to be recorded in the history of TV series development. Therefore, this incident caused a sensation in the entire North American film and television industry. Early the next morning, headlines such as Friends, 30 million, and Miracle of Viewership appeared in a large number of newspapers in North America. All kinds of comments also appeared in front of People. The spoiled and indecisive Rachel Green, the competitive and misophobic Monica Geller, the eccentric Phoebe Buffay, the calculative Ross Geller, the humorous Chandler Bing, the simple-minded Joey Tribbiani. In just 2 episodes, Eric Williams used simple and trivial scenes to create 6 distinct on-screen characters for us. In just an hour, the audience fell in love with these 6 virtual characters. A plot that is close to reality and full of humor can resonate with the audience. The 31.7 million premiere of Friends once again proved this point. When the audience saw the 6 protagonists living in a New York apartment, it was as if they saw their own shadows in their lives. This may be the most important factor for the success of this sitcom. Just like ABC's Growing Pains, which is still popular, Eric Williams is indeed a genius. He can easily piece together the details of life into interesting dialogues and firmly capture the audience's attention. The interesting dialogues between the protagonists of Friends will undoubtedly become a popular phrase among young people for a long time. In just 2 episodes, the personalities of the 6 protagonists have been fully developed. I'm more and more looking forward to the next plot. I believe that Eric Williams, who is the scriptwriter, will definitely bring more surprises to the audience in terms of the plot. There is no doubt about that. After all, he is Eric Williams. Among the countless praises, there were, of course, many different opinions. After a simple survey, Los Angeles Metropolitan News said that through a random interview with the audience of Friends, they found that less than 60% of the audience were very satisfied with the plot. More than 20% of the audience interviewed said that Friends did not meet their expectations. The remaining 20% of the audience thought that the quality of Friends was average. Therefore, the Los Angeles Metropolitan News article concluded that the 30 million viewership miracle of Friends was entirely the result of a series of previous hype. The results of the investigation indicated that the quality of Friends obviously did not meet the expectations of many viewers who were full of expectations for Eric Williams. Following this, the ratings would definitely plummet. More than one newspaper like Los Angeles Metropolitan News were pessimistic about the ratings of Friends. However, such statements were generally only used to fool ordinary people. As long as one had a little bit of professional knowledge, they would understand that although the ratings miracle of Friends was aided by the hype, if the quality of the show itself was not good enough, it would not have reached an average of 31.7 million viewers. just 2 episodes of Friends had already proved its popularity. With a viewership base of more than 30 million viewers, even if there was a big decline in ratings, the viewership would definitely be more than 2,000 viewers. For a TV series, a viewership of more than 20 million viewers was definitely a super hit. The 3 established television stations in North America, ABC, NBC, and CBS, did not pay much attention to Fox. The youngest of the 3 television stations, ABC, had already been in development for half a century. NBC and CBS had even longer histories. Over the years, more than one media group had tried to challenge the position of the 3 television stations, but without exception, they all ended in failure. Therefore, even if News Corporation invited Barry Diller, who was known as the pride of the media industry, to be responsible for the establishment of the television network business, and even if Fox had established the 4th largest television network in the United States in just a few years, in the eyes of the 3 television stations, Fox was still a newcomer in the North American television circle. After all, no matter how the scale of the expansion, the television station ultimately relied on the viewership of the program to speak. However, Fox had not had any television programs in the past few years. Before Friends, the highest viewership record of Fox did not even exceed 20 million viewers. The highest viewership record of the 3 television stations that jointly owned the Super Bowl broadcast rights was more than 100 million. Even in normal times, the 3 television stations could easily produce a few ace programs with viewership ratings of more than 20 million. Therefore, although News Corporation had made a lot of noise in North America, and Rupert Murdoch had deliberately become an American citizen in order to gain the power to establish a television network, the 3 television stations had a cold attitude towards the upstart from Australia, waiting for the other party to return in defeat like the other challengers. The appearance of Friends with more than 30 million viewers made the executives of the 3 television stations completely alert. They discovered that unknowingly, Fox's television network, which had only been established for a few years, had more than 100 networked television stations, covering more than 90% of the United States. The first reaction of the 3 television stations was that they absolutely could not allow Fox to continue to develop. After all, the size of the television market in the United States was fixed. If Fox rose, it would definitely mean that the market share of the 3 television stations would be greatly reduced. The executives of the 3 major TV stations had a rare emergency meeting. After several hours of discussion, the first countermeasure they came up with was to take the broadcasting rights of the 2nd season of Friends from Fox at all costs. If possible, they would even take over the remaining episodes of the 1st season of Friends, even if they had to pay a high penalty for Eric Williams. Without Friends, Fox's expansion would definitely slow down again. Then, the 3 television stations would have plenty of time to slowly deal with Fox, the outsider who snatched food from the tiger's mouth. What the executives of the 3 television stations could think of, whether it was Barry Diller, the CEO of Fox, or Rupert Murdoch, the head of News Corporation, they could certainly think of it. Although Eric's films had brought huge benefits to Fox, Rupert Murdoch did not pay too much attention to Eric. He only regarded him as a new director working with Fox, so Murdoch had never met Eric before. But this time it was different. Murdoch's newspaper group had developed to the extreme, and his main ambition was the TV network. Eric's Friends had brought an important opportunity for the rapid expansion of his TV network. In addition, the 3 major TV stations were ready to make a move. No matter what, it was necessary for Murdoch to personally come forward to win over Eric. So, on the evening of September 4th, when Eric attended the opening ceremony of the 46th Venice Film Festival, a huge Boeing private jet landed at Venice Marco Polo International Airport. "Thank you." The slim blonde flight attendant smiled and handed him a cocktail. Eric, who was sitting next to the small bar, thanked her softly. At this time, he was on the Murdoch family's private jet. Before this, Eric really didn't expect that Murdoch would be eager to send a private jet to pick him up in Venice. However, although the other party's purpose was not simple, since it was a gift, Eric would definitely accept it. Even if it was first class, it was definitely not as comfortable as a fully equipped private jet. After attending the opening ceremony of the Venice Film Festival last night and the premiere of Island Horror in the morning, Eric left all the rest to Jonathan Demme and others. He hurriedly boarded the huge Boeing private jet and flew back to Los Angeles. Friends had achieved such amazing results. It would be a lie to say that he was not in a hurry to return to Los Angeles. In addition to his assistant and a deputy manager of Fox TV, there were also two girls sitting on the sofa whispering near him, Julia and Elizabeth. Alan and the manager stayed in the other lounge with good eyesight. "What are you talking about, Julia? Why do you look so happy?" Eric turned around and leaned against the bar counter, trying to find a topic to talk about. Julia looked up and was about to speak, but Elizabeth glared at her. "It's none of your business." Ever since she found out about the miraculous ratings of Friends, for some reason, Elizabeth's attitude towards Eric had become even worse. "If the topic is related to me, then it's definitely my business," Eric said with a smile. He stood up, walked to the sofa, and sat down casually next to Julia. When Julia saw Eric sit down next to her, she raised her body slightly as if she wanted to avoid him, but she quickly relaxed again. Elizabeth said, "Hey, who told you to sit here?" "Liz, I'm a guest, how can you be so rude?" "As a guest, you should have the self-awareness of a guest," Elizabeth retorted. "You're really not hospitable, Liz. It seems that when I return to Los Angeles, I should mention this to Mr. Murdoch. Maybe he should sign you up for a ladies' etiquette class or something." As Eric spoke, he unknowingly took on the tone of an elder. This made Elizabeth, who was already very unhappy, feel an unknown little flame in her heart. Elizabeth glared at Eric for a while. For a moment, she couldn't find a more sharp retort, so she suddenly stood up and said, "I'm going to rest." "Help yourself, Mr. Guest." After the girl finished speaking, she walked to the bedroom in her high heels. At some point, the two stewardesses had quietly left. Only Eric and Julia were left in the cabin. The girl glanced at Eric, who was resting comfortably on the sofa with his eyes closed. She straightened her back, but didn't leave. She sat quietly beside Eric, and unknowingly began to enjoy this peaceful atmosphere. These few days in Venice were the longest period of time she spent with Eric outside of work. The girl also found that compared to Eric, who was a bit grumpy and controlling at work, this man was very casual most of the time in private. Even when Elizabeth couldn't help but argue with him, Eric never lost his composure. Instead, it was Elizabeth who was always speechless at his casual rebuttals. In just a few days of getting along, the girl's original image of Eric had changed greatly. At least, he was no longer the demon king in her heart. She didn't know how much time had passed, but Eric still didn't move. Only then did the girl secretly turn her face to look at the man beside her. After a few days of running around, coupled with the lack of rest due to the jet lag, Eric's young face had obvious fatigue. There was also stubble on his chin that he didn't have time to clean. However, Julia couldn't help but feel a little moved by his mature appearance. The girl even had the urge to reach out and touch him. But before she could even make the most basic movements, the impulse in Julia's heart had already turned into a soft sigh. She reached out and took the empty wine glass in Eric's hand and put it aside. Then, she sat next to the man again. In her mind, she remembered what Elizabeth said to her after learning about the miraculous ratings of Friends. She only knew that Eric was very, very good. Every movie he made had a high box office. Even if it was his first TV series, he easily created a ratings miracle. But as for how good Eric was, the girl didn't have any specific measure in her heart. It wasn't until Elizabeth, who was more knowledgeable, explained to her that Julia could vaguely imagine the heights that Eric was at now. Eric, who had fallen asleep next to her, moved his body. He seemed to feel that the sleeping position was very uncomfortable, so he fell down on the sofa. His head just happened to rest on the girl's thigh, and one of his hands inadvertently hugged Julia's slender waist. Julia, who was originally thinking, was startled by Eric's action. She thought that Eric was awake, but when she looked down and saw that Eric had found a comfortable position in her arms, he snorted twice and then stopped moving again. The girl finally understood. She chuckled silently and finally mustered the courage to reach out and gently touch the handsome face with her fingertips. The blonde flight attendant who made the drink for Eric not long ago appeared in the cabin again, seemingly wanting to ask if the guests needed anything. When the blonde flight attendant saw the intimate situation of the man and woman on the sofa, her eyes widened slightly. As a young person, of course she knew Julia and Eric, and she usually paid attention to the gossip in the entertainment industry. But at this moment, the blonde flight attendant saw the young and famous director sleeping on the thigh of Julia Roberts, who had become a top actress in Hollywood. The blonde flight attendant was still a bit surprised. Seeing the flight attendant's surprised look, Julia's face was slightly hot, but she reached out and made a gesture to be quiet. This gesture also woke the flight attendant, who fell into a daze. She quickly showed a professional smile to Julia and was about to leave. Julia stopped her and gestured a few times. The flight attendant quickly understood and gently covered Eric with a blanket. Julia only relaxed after the stewardess left. She lowered her head and looked at Eric's sleeping face in a daze. Her thoughts turned and turned and turned. In the end, she thought that she was wearing a pair of jeans made of coarse material today. Would it be uncomfortable for him to stick to it? Because the time difference was 9 hours earlier than Venice. After more than 10 hours of flight, when they arrived in Los Angeles, it was not even 8 o'clock in the evening. The summer sky had just turned completely dark. There were many people who knew that Eric would arrive in Los Angeles at this time, so more than one group of people waited outside the airport. Fortunately, he came back by private jet and the itinerary was relatively secretive. If he took a passenger plane according to the original plan, he would definitely be blocked by a large wave of reporters who had calculated the time. As soon as Eric's figure appeared, several groups of people waiting outside the airport surrounded him. These people didn't know each other at first, but after seeing each other's actions, they understood the purpose of the others, so they all quickened their steps and moved forward. Mr. Williams, I'm Mr. Murdoch's assistant. Mr. Williams, Mr. Eisner asked me to wait for you here. Eric, we met during the recording of Sophia's talk show. I'm the manager of the Los Angeles branch of CBS. Eric smiled and shook hands with the groups of people who were introducing him. When the crowd quieted down a little, he finally said, I'm really sorry, I just returned to Los Angeles, and I'm still jet-lagged. Can we talk about it tomorrow? Of course, these groups of people were not willing to leave just because of Eric's words. They spoke again, and when they saw Eric walking out by himself, they did not dare to pester him too much. Eric had actually expected this situation, but he just did not expect so many people to come to the airport to intercept him. He hurriedly got into a black car specially sent by Jeffrey. After Alan put his luggage in the car, Eric said goodbye to the crowd outside the window. At the same time, he did not forget to wave to Julia and Elizabeth, who were standing outside the crowd. Seeing Eric's car drive away, these people were a little disappointed and ran to their own cars to leave. Elizabeth certainly did not mind when others left, but when she saw that the assistant sent by her father seemed to have the intention of leaving by himself, the little flame in Elizabeth's heart ignited again. She put her hands on her waist and shouted, Hey, Vincent, am I here? The assistant named Vincent, who was mentioned by Elizabeth, had all his attention on Eric and did not notice Elizabeth, who came out later. He quickly ran over and said, Oh, I'm sorry, 2nd Mississippi. I just didn't notice you and couldn't pick up Mr. Williams. I don't know how to explain this to Mr. Murdoch. Elizabeth pulled Julia to a luxurious Bentley and said angrily, I don't care how you explain it. Take us back to Beverly Hills first. But, Vincent hesitated and said, 2nd Miss, I have to report this to Mr. Murdoch as soon as possible. Mr. Murdoch is still waiting at the headquarters in Century City. It's so late. Do you want us 2 girls to take a taxi back? What if we run into bad guys? Elizabeth said as she stuffed the suitcase that she and Julia were pulling to Vincent. She then pulled Julia into the Bentley and slammed the door shut. Vincent smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to talk to the deputy manager, Fox, who went to Venice to pick up Elizabeth. After stuffing the 2 suitcases into the trunk, he sat in the front passenger seat and instructed the driver to drive. At the same time, he picked up the mobile phone and dialed a number. The car sped up on the road. Eric recalled the situation just now and said with some emotion, I didn't expect that in addition to the major TV stations, even a cable channel like HBO would come. However, why did Michael Eisner send someone here? Friends had achieved impressive results. As Eric's assistant, coupled with the sense of superiority from being chased by a group of people just now, Alan was slightly excited. Hearing Eric's question, he thought for a moment and said, I think Mr. Eisner should have come forward on behalf of ABC. Eric instantly remembered the acquisition of ABC by Disney in his previous life. However, although Eric couldn't remember when Disney acquired ABC in his previous life, it must have been many years before now. Why would Michael Eisner come forward on behalf of ABC now? Noticing Eric's puzzled expression from the rearview mirror, Alan took the initiative to explain, the relationship between Disney and ABC has always been very close. I've been watching Disney cartoons on ABC since I was a child. Eric was a little surprised, and then said, Alan, help me sort out the information between Disney and ABC in the next 2 days. After thinking for a moment, he added, give me a copy of the relationship between the other major TV stations and the 7 big Hollywood studios. No problem, but it may take about a week. Alan turned his head and said, don't worry, you do it slowly. The most important thing is to be accurate. I understand, Eric, where are we going now? Alan asked again. In front of outsiders, Alan always called Eric Mr. Williams. However, in private, he called Eric's name directly. This was specially instructed by Eric. After all, Alan was almost 30 years old, almost 10 years older than Eric's body. If he called Eric seriously in private, even Eric himself would feel very awkward. Eric didn't even think about it and said directly, go home. It's already night. Nothing is urgent. There's no need to disturb others now. I'll go back and give Jeffrey and the others a call. Back at the mansion in Beverly Hills, Alan and the driver helped Eric move his luggage into the villa. The little girl, who had been waiting for Eric to come back, did not wait for the outsiders to leave. She rushed to the pile of luggage and began to look for gifts. Eric dotingly knocked on the little girl's head a few times before sending Ellen and the driver away. As for the arrangements for the next few days, if it's about Fox's invitation, find an excuse to help me turn it down. If other TV stations have contact, arrange a time to meet. Standing at the door of the villa, Eric said to Alan by the car. Alan also knew that Eric was waiting for a good price among the major TV stations, but he still asked doubtfully, Eric, what if Murdoch comes to you personally? He won't, Eric said confidently. Previously, when he sent his private jet to pick me up in Venice, Fox was just expressing his sincerity for the upcoming negotiations. Moreover, doing so still made him seem a little impatient. If old Murdoch can't help but come to me in person, then of course, I won't hesitate to kill him. Eric, do you plan to change TV stations for Friends? Alan smiled and asked, but he regretted it after speaking. This question was a bit sensitive. Of course, Eric couldn't tell Alan his plans. Although Alan had always been more conscientious, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be tempted by the benefits and reveal some things. If you want a person to remain loyal, the most important thing is to try not to give the other party enough bargaining chips to betray you. If the opponent knew some of his plans through Alan, then it would be difficult for Eric to obtain the greatest benefits from it. However, he also saw from Alan's expression that the other party didn't mean to ask this question, so he smiled and said, this definitely depends on the price of all parties. We must choose the one with the highest price. Alan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He quickly left. When he returned to the villa, the phone in the living room had been picked up by Drew, so Eric had to call again for an hour or two, just like the morning when the ratings of Friends were released. This time, Rupert Murdoch also called in person and invited Eric to lunch the next day. Eric casually found a few reasons to reject the other party. He planned to at least make contact with the other major television stations to put on an act and make Fox feel a sense of urgency before discussing the deal. Only then would he be able to maximize the benefits. Although the other major TV stations were so enthusiastic, Eric didn't plan to change TV stations for Friends from the beginning. Compared to the young Fox, the other major TV stations were more like white-haired old men. Even if they lowered themselves to cooperate with Eric, it was inevitable that they would take advantage of their seniority. Fox was different. Eric knew that in his previous life, Fox had developed into a giant in the North American television industry with the 3 major TV stations in just over 10 years. But except for Eric himself, even Murdoch, the head of Fox News Corporation, couldn't possibly know this, and at the same time, couldn't have enough confidence in the future of Fox. In this case, the importance of Friends to Fox was extraordinary. The next day, the first thing Eric did was to visit the set of Friends. At noon, with Michael Eisner's help, he had lunch with a vice president of ABC TV who specially came to Los Angeles. In the evening, he was dragged by Robert Shea to meet an executive of NBC. On the morning of September 7th, he was dragged by the manager of the Los Angeles branch of CBS to play golf for the whole morning. It had to be said that the three major TV stations were very generous. They didn't even mention buying the series at a fixed price. Instead, they directly offered to participate in the advertising share of the TV series. And according to Eric's information, the percentage of shares offered by the other party was quite high. At the same time, the three major TV stations revealed that they wanted to intercept Fox and take over the next episodes of the first season of Friends. Through these contacts, Eric also found that the three major TV stations must have reached some consensus before, and might even have formed a loose alliance. However, this alliance was so fragile that it could be blown away by a gust of wind. The three major TV stations were all in a fierce competition with each other. Although there would be cooperation, it was just like how they would not allow the other two TV stations to get their hands on their ace show. They also had their own thoughts on the matter of Friends because with the viewership ratings of Friends, it was destined to become the ace show of any TV station. Although the three TV stations had reached a consensus, they were attacking separately. As a result, Eric was able to smoothly implement his plan without too much pressure. After all, if the three TV giants in North America put pressure on him together, he would definitely have to consider the consequences of offending all three TV stations. Although most of his attention was still on Friends, Eric did not give up on his company and movie. On the third day after returning to Los Angeles, Eric, Jeffrey, and Robert went to the new location they chose for Firefly Film. "Eric, what do you think of this place?" The three of them got out of a commercial vehicle and Robert Shea pointed to a 7-story building near the highway. Eric looked up and sized up the building. The exterior of the building was silver and full of metallic texture. There were not many high-rise buildings in Los Angeles other than the city center, so this 7-story office building in Burbank was more in line with Eric's expectations. But after a while, Eric pointed to the busy highway behind them and said, "Robert, this place is close to the highway, will it be too noisy?" "No," Robert Shea shook his head and said, "Jeffrey and I have visited every floor before. The soundproofing inside is very good. If the windows are closed, you can't hear the sound of the car outside at all. Also, look, we can also buy the land north of this building. It's about 10,000 square feet in total. If we need it in the future, we can build a few more office buildings closer to it. That way, we won't have to worry about the noise problem." Eric subconsciously calculated the area mentioned by Robert Shea. This piece of land was about 1,000 square meters. According to the map handed by the assistant, it was rectangular, about 400 meters from north to south, and less than 300 meters from east to west. "If that's the case, why didn't you build the office building further away from the highway?" Eric looked up and asked after looking at the map. The real estate company that owned this land originally planned to build a small business district here. Unfortunately, after the stock market crashed 2 years ago, the company's capital chain was broken and they only had time to build this building. "So, Eric, if we take over the whole thing now, I think it will be a good investment for Firefly." Eric was a little tempted when he heard this. Firefly would have their first real estate if they bought this place. More importantly, until Eric's rebirth, real estate was a very profitable investment. Even though the North American real estate market had experienced several turbulences such as the subprime mortgage crisis, the overall trend was still rising. "How much will it cost to buy it all?" Eric asked. $20 million, Robert Shea said. As if he was afraid that Eric would think it was too expensive, Robert Shea added, "Eric, this price is definitely acceptable. Look around. You can't find such a large plot of land in Burbank, and it's so well connected. There's a highway right next to it." Eric smiled and turned to look at Jeffrey on the other side. "Jeffrey, what do you think?" "I think the same as Robert. I also suggest that we take over the whole piece of land. This place is definitely very suitable for Firefly's new headquarters. Robert and I have repeatedly investigated. Within a 5-kilometer radius, there are Disney's headquarters, Warner Studios, Universal Studios, and several other film companies' branches. There's also a small park next to it. Jeffrey pointed to the hill in the south and said, Eric, look over there. Beyond that hill is the sign of Hollywood. Eric followed Jeffrey's gaze. The gentle slope that Jeffrey pointed to should be an extension of Beverly Hills, but he did not see the famous Hollywood sign. It's blocked by the hillside, but it's right there. Jeffrey explained, I heard that the owner of that hillside used to be the famous Howard Hughes. It's just that I don't know which real estate company owns it now. Eric gazed at the hillside with yearning once more. Seeing that Eric was slightly stunned, Jeffrey and Robert stood on either side of him and looked over as well. Howard Hughes, a man with a little bit of ambition in Hollywood, perhaps all yearned to be the second Howard Hughes. Okay, let's do it here. After a while, Eric came back to his senses and directly made a decision. Let's go in and take a look. Robert Shea followed Eric with joy. This piece of land was introduced by a friend of his. Although Robert Shea could not get any commission for this deal, he could make the real estate developer in New York owe him a favor. Of course, the price of $20 million was not an exaggeration. Robert Shea was also a shareholder of Firefly. He would not let himself suffer a loss. In fact, with such a good geographical location, there was no shortage of buyers, and the price might even be a little higher. However, there was no one like Firefly who could pay all the money in one go, and the seller urgently needed this money to solve his financial crisis. The few of them walked around and sat down on a bench by the lawn to rest. Jeffrey asked, Eric, are you not going to attend the celebration dinner of friends tonight? Robert Shea also looked over with concern. Eric shook his head, then nodded. Seeing the confused expressions of the two, he quickly explained with a smile, I will go. If I delay any longer, Murdoch will definitely notice something. Jeffrey laughed and said, haha, you've been avoiding them for the past few days. I'm sure the people at Fox have been scared out of their wits by you. They must have heard that the 3 major television stations are planning to snatch the next episodes of Friends. Eric looked up at the blue sky of Los Angeles and said with a relaxed face, if they were a little calmer, they wouldn't have such worries. However, in the current situation, I guess even Rupert Murdoch can't keep calm. Why is that? Robert Shea asked curiously, and Jeffrey also showed a puzzled expression. Eric explained, if the 3 major TV stations want to intercept, Fox will definitely not be willing. Then there will definitely be a lawsuit. During that time, Friends will definitely not be broadcast. Under normal circumstances, this kind of lawsuit would take up to a year and a half. The 3 major television stations could use this time to deal with Fox and suppress its rising momentum. But in the end, we will also take advantage of the situation because Friends can't be broadcast. When the lawsuit is over, everything will be settled. Who knows if the 3 major TV stations will still honor their initial promise to us. After listening, Robert Shea suggested, then let's not touch the first season and give the broadcasting rights to other TV stations. I've had people estimate that with the scale of the 3 major TV stations, we can get at least a 10% increase in the share of advertising fees. Eric turned to look at Robert Shea and said, Robert, why don't we look at the long term? Even if we get a higher share, we are still in the position of a chess piece. So, since there is such a good opportunity, why not work hard in the direction of the players? Robert Shea was stunned and quickly showed a wry smile. He couldn't help but think, am I old, or is this boy too ambitious? On the coastal road, the purple Lamborghini Ghost was obviously slowed down in the traffic. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jennifer Aniston, wearing a white corset dress, took out the makeup mirror from time to time to check her makeup. Eric, help me take a look. Is there a problem with my makeup? The girl looked at her and tidied up the slanted bangs on her forehead before turning to ask Eric. Eric held the steering wheel and looked at the girl. He quickly turned his head and said, not bad, it's very beautiful. But, Jenny, did you choose your own dress? Yeah, isn't it beautiful? If they weren't in the car, Jennifer Aniston would definitely stand up and show off to Eric. Eric held back for a while before saying, I'll call Kapoor tomorrow and ask him to help you find a better stylist. You are a big star now, so you have to learn how to dress up. Okay, Jennifer Aniston heard the word big star come out of Eric's mouth. She was obviously very happy. But the girl was not stupid. She quickly understood and asked with some uncertainty, "You mean, there is a problem with my outfit?" Eric nodded gently and said in a gentle tone, "In fact, there is no problem. It's just that this dress is more suitable for attending an award ceremony and walking the red carpet. It's not suitable for attending a party." "Wow, it seems like it." "No, Eric, turn around, I want to go back and change." The girl lowered her head and carefully looked at her dress. She saw that the skirt was obviously too long and immediately reached out to grab Eric's arm. Hey, don't make trouble. I'm driving." Jennifer Aniston quickly retracted her small hand and said, "Turn around, I want to go back and change. This is the first time I attend a party with you. I don't want to be laughed at." Eric knocked on the watch on his wrist and said, "It's too late. If we go back now, we will definitely be late." "Oh." Jennifer Aniston lowered her small head in depression. Then she raised her head and stared at Eric. "You must have noticed the problem from the beginning, right? Then why didn't you remind me when we came?" "I didn't react at the time. I just thought you were beautiful." "Humph, what do we do now?" Eric looked at the road sign outside the window and said, "There's a way. This place is quite close to Virginia's villa. If you're willing, we can go to her place to see if there are any suitable dresses. I have the key to her house." "No, I'd rather be laughed at." The girl immediately turned her head. Eric shrugged helplessly and said, "Then forget it. As long as you are careful at the party and don't trip on the skirt." The celebration party of friends was not chosen at any hotel. Instead, it was held at one of the Murdoch family's manors in Malibu. The sports car arrived at the entrance of the manor. Eric handed the key to the waiter and walked into the manor with Jennifer Aniston. After receiving the news of Eric's arrival, Rupert Murdoch and Barry Diller, who had arrived earlier, came out to greet him. Eric was surprised to see why Elizabeth, who he had not seen for a few days, come out with old Murdoch. Although the girl had a very ladylike smile on her face, Eric saw a faint reluctance on her face. End of chapter 209. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.